Shu City is a city of beautiful scenery and wealthy people, but behind the beauty, there is always unexpected darkness. Just as behind a successful person, there are hardships others cannot understand. In Xinjia village, a truck stopped in front of a house. Two men casually threw foam boxes onto the ground. Water splashed everywhere, mixing with dirt and making the boxes filthy. The men were oblivious. Many villagers gathered around, pointing at Chen Feng and gossiping after seeing the two men's actions. These worthless things are brought back to you. From now on, don't send these broken fish and shrimp to our hotel. Our cooperation ends here. After throwing everything on the ground, a fat man turned around and spoke to Chen Feng, who was standing woodenly beside him. "Why? Didn't you promise to use my goods?" A flicker of confusion passed through Chen Feng's eyes. He was alone, relying solely on the fish pond left by his family. He had exhausted all his efforts to get in touch with this hotel. He had thought that with a sales channel life would be better, but less than a week later the hotel returned the goods. Chen Feng couldn't accept it. He forced a faint smile and asked the fat man with a vacant stare, "How whether we use your goods or not is our business. Why do you care?" "Because your fish have too many bones, the customers don't like it. Just like some people have thorns, but not everyone can be pricked." "Got it." A mocking smile appeared on the fat man's face. He looked Chen Feng up and down with a meaningful gaze, then spoke softly to him. Hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned. He knew the fat man was mocking him, but soon he understood the reason. It turned out that when Chen Feng went to the hotel to deliver goods last time, he saw a beautiful woman. He just glanced at her, but was stopped by a rich second generation who insulted him harshly. Chen Feng was angry, but knew he couldn't afford to offend them, so he turned and left. Chen Feng never expected that such a small matter would ruin his future. He also didn't expect that the rich second generation would be so petty. He felt deep resentment towards that rich second generation. "See, I told you his fish pond is not good. Otherwise, why would old Chen have been poor all his life?" Exactly, this Chen Feng is really wasting money. Old Chen finally saved some money, and now it's all gone. It's because he's not his biological son. Old Chen treated him well, but what face does he have to see him in the underworld? Hearing the fat man's words, the surrounding villagers gossiped even more brazenly, pointing at Chen Feng. The surrounding noise reached Chen Feng's ears, making his already wounded heart even more bitter. In the end, Chen Feng was helpless. He knew the two men were just following orders, so he said nothing. Watching the car drive away, he could only shake his head and sigh, then slowly picked up the boxes and carried them back to his house amidst the gossip. After putting the boxes on the ground, Chen Feng slumped onto the Kong, staring blankly at the dirty boxes on the floor, his eyes beginning to moisten. This home had only him alone. As the villagers said, he didn't really belong here. He was an abandoned baby, not knowing who his parents were, picked up by Chen Dashan and raised as his own son. At that time, Chen Dashan was already in his 50s, but he still worked hard on the farm to support Chen Feng's schooling. Unfortunately, Chen Dashan couldn't withstand the years and died of illness when Chen Feng was in junior high school. Fortunately, before he left, Chen Dashan left Chen Feng a small fortune, only 8,000 yuan, but enough for Chen Feng to live on for a while. From then on, Chen Feng dropped out of school and worked as a farmer to make a living. Life was barely passable, but it didn't last long. Soon the country started land reforms, and because Chen Feng didn't have a household registration here, the land that originally belonged to Chen Dashan was allocated to others. Chen Feng was completely desperate. After studying for a long time, he turned his attention to the fish pond that had been passed down for who knows how long. It was behind his house, about 100 square meters. After 3 days of thinking, he finally decided to work on the fish pond. After deciding, Chen Feng didn't hesitate. He invested all the remaining money from Chen Dashan into the fish pond, leading to the current situation. Alas! Chen Feng sighed heavily. No matter what, since he had come this far, he had to continue. Then he rubbed his face vigorously, picked up the boxes, and walked towards the fish pond. The fish pond was not far from Chen Feng's house, just 20 meters from the back door. He carried the boxes to the pond, sat on the wall, and stared blankly at the clear water, feeling his future was bleak again, not knowing where to go. While Chen Feng was daydreaming, he suddenly noticed a red shadow swimming in the deep water, conspicuous among a school of black fish. But when he looked again, it was gone. Chen Feng frowned. There was no reason to be mistaken. It was broad daylight and very conspicuous. Just as he was about to look away, the red shadow appeared again. This time Chen Feng saw it clearly and widened his eyes in disbelief. Because he knew very well the fry he had bought, there was no such red fish. Chen Feng became excited and stared intently at the red shadow. Soon he saw the red fish swim into a corner. Chen Feng was overjoyed because the fishing net he had laid yesterday happened to be in that spot. Then Chen Feng ran to the edge without thinking and pulled up the net. A bunch of fish struggled in the net, but there were too many fish and Chen Feng couldn't find the red one. In the end, he had to pull the net ashore. After searching for a while, he finally found the red fish. It weighed about half a kilogram. Chen Feng's eyes lit up with joy. He didn't have time to see what kind of fish it was and put it into a basin of water. Then he quickly put the rest of the fish back into the pond because now there was no sales channel and taking them out would be wasted. After putting all the fish back, Chen Feng eagerly picked up the basin and looked carefully at the red fish. He was shocked and his eyes sparkled with surprise. Because he looked carefully at this fish, he suddenly noticed that its scales shimmered with a faint purple light. Chen Feng was extremely familiar with this kind of fish. In the past, Chen Dashan had relied on such a fish to support Chen Feng's schooling and still had 8,000 yuan left over. What a stroke of luck. It's actually a blood-red dragon fish. Chen Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. In the past, Chen Dashan had also caught a blood-red dragon fish weighing about half a jin in this fish pond and sold it for a sky-high price of 50,000 yuan. This time surely it would be worth at least 80 or 90,000 yuan. Dragonfish are already top tier among fish, and the blood-red dragonfish is the aristocrat among dragonfish. Its value is obvious. Even the golden dragonfish is worlds apart from this blood-red dragonfish. Thinking of this, Chen Feng quickly grabbed the blood-red dragonfish and placed it into a nearby water tank. After all, a basin was not enough for the fish to move around. If it died, Chen Feng wouldn't even know where to cry. Then he directly lifted the basin to pour the fish into the water tank. But as soon as he stood up, the fish began to struggle violently, flipping over and almost jumping out of the basin. Fortunately, Chen Feng was quick-witted and grabbed the fish in his hand. However, the fish was still restless, and Chen Feng's fright made it struggle even more violently. Chen Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand and hastily threw the fish into the water tank. Turning around, he saw his hand streaming with blood. This damn fish. Feeling the stinging pain, Chen Feng was furious, but after thinking of the fish's price, he suppressed his anger. Turning around, he placed his hand into the basin and washed it thoroughly. After the bleeding stopped, Chen Feng wiped his hand on his clothes and casually poured the water from the basin back into the fish pond. After pouring, Chen Feng turned to walk toward the house to properly bandage his wound. However, he didn't notice that the blood he poured into the water quickly coalesced upon entering the water. The originally dispersed blood quickly condensed into a large drop of blood in the water, then flashed with a red light and disappeared from the water's surface, vanishing without a trace. Ding! The wilderness fishing system is about to activate. Suddenly, a mechanical voice exploded in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng was startled, stumbled, and almost fell to the ground. What the hell? Having steadied himself, Chen Feng looked around, but found nothing unusual. He thought it was someone's speakers and paid no attention, continuing to walk toward the house. Ding! Wilderness fishing system activated successfully. Ding! Binding character, Chen Feng. Binding location, fish pond. Binding in progress. The voice sounded again, and this time Chen Feng heard it clearly. Mother. That emotionless voice seemed to come from nowhere. Chen Feng was so frightened that he crouched on the ground, looking around warily, feeling every hair on his body stand on end, and muttered blankly. After waiting for a long time, the voice did not reappear, but Chen Feng did not move, still half crouching on the ground, feeling that the voice would come again. Sure enough, just as Chen Feng was prepared, the voice sounded again out of thin air. Ding! System binding successful. The emotionless voice sounded again. This time Chen Feng was fully prepared and heard the words clearly. System. What system? This time Chen Feng's fear had lessened, but hearing about system binding left him confused, and he murmured softly. As if hearing Chen Feng's confusion, a transparent screen with a strong sci-fi feel appeared in Chen Feng's mind after his murmur, displaying the system's introduction. This system is the wilderness fishing system. As the host level increases, it can fish for various species of the wilderness realm at the bound fishing location. Current host Chen Feng. Host level 1 angler. Daily fishing times 1. Speed 5. Strength 6. Fishing tool, level 1 dark iron fishing rod load capacity, 100 kilograms. Looking at the pale blue glowing screen, Chen Feng's mouth was wide enough to hold an egg, and his eyes were full of shock. Fishing. Wilderness fishing system. These few words completely reshaped Chen Feng's understanding. He felt as if all this was a dream, but the stinging pain after pinching himself told him it was not a dream. Didn't it say dark iron fishing rod? Where's the rod? Chen Feng suddenly thought of the level 1 dark iron fishing rod on the screen, but he saw nothing. He turned around and murmured softly. But just as Chen Feng finished speaking, a yellow light flashed in front of him. Then to his astonishment, he found a fishing rod with an ancient aura in his hand, a faint yellow glow swirling around it, looking like a divine artifact fallen from heaven. This. Chen Feng's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't understand what was happening. After a long while he had to accept the fact. But then he became happy. If this was real, he would be rich. With this thought, Chen Feng felt an itch in his heart. He picked up the fishing rod and ran directly to the edge of the fish pond, ready to test whether it was real or not. After reaching the fish pond, Chen Feng sat down on the small stool he had prepared long ago. In fact, he used to fish here when bored, but only to pass the time. After sitting down, Chen Feng was stunned again. He suddenly wondered whether he needed to put bait on the hook. If he did, would he catch his own fish? After thinking, Chen Feng dug a small earthworm from the ground and put it on the hook. After all, it was fishing. Without bait, no one would bite. Then Chen Feng directly cast the hook into the fish pond. A huge whirlpool formed in the depths of the pond, and the hook disappeared. After a moment of astonishment, Chen Feng didn't care and instead became even more expectant. However, this fishing rod was different from an ordinary one. It had no float. So whether something was hooked could only be judged by the downward pull on the hook. Chen Feng had to wait idly for the rod's reaction. In the Manhuang realm, the azure sky was devoid of a single cloud. Below stretched an endless primeval forest, echoing with the roars of countless birds and beasts. In particular, the trees here were so thick that it took 5 people to encircle one. The lush leafy giants were covered in scars, and the ground was littered with the carcasses of countless animals. Looking into the distance, trees seemed to be falling one after another, accompanied by the occasional mournful cries of animals. A clear sign that a great battle had taken place here. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly shook the heavens and earth, causing the entire forest to tremble. In an instant, a massive white tiger burst out from the woods. The white tiger was enormous, standing about 4 meters tall. Its eyes, glowing with a blood-red light, exuded a fierce, killing intent, and the blood at the corners of its mouth testified to a recent life-or-death struggle. Opposite the white tiger stood 2 dark blue wolves, their gaze emitting a tangible black light as they fixed their eyes on the tiger, poised and ready to strike. Just then, a massive vortex suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the azure sky, stirring up a fierce wind throughout the forest. The mighty spectacle instantly drew the attention of all animals, and the white tiger and the blue wolves turned their gaze to the enormous vortex in the sky. At that moment, an earthworm suddenly fell from the vortex, but amidst the grand scene, no animal noticed it. It simply dropped to the ground. The great height seemed to have no effect on the earthworm at all. After landing, as if startled, it began to wriggle slowly to the side. But just then, a huge bird's head suddenly popped out from the grass beside it. Upon seeing the earthworm, its eyes, as large as glass marbles, gleamed with joy. The bird snapped its beak, snatched the earthworm, and turned to run into the distance. Only then did the bird reveal its full body. It was a 5-colored bird, its plump body about the height of a person. One of its legs was as thick as a human's, and its multicolored feathers made it look quite peculiar. At this moment, Chen Feng beside the fish pond felt a tremendous force pulling on his fishing line, almost dragging the unprepared Chen Feng into the pond. Chen Feng was overjoyed knowing he had caught a fish. He stood up and pulled hard on the fishing rod. Meanwhile, the 5-colored bird in the Manhuang realm had barely taken a few steps when it suddenly felt a powerful gravitational pull from above. Startled, it tried to resist, but was too late. The entire bird was swept up toward the massive vortex in the sky. As the line grew longer, Chen Feng's anticipation mounted. What kind of fish would he catch? His mind began to wander with fantasies. Soon the fishing rod was nearly reeled in, and a patch of colorful feathers came into Chen Feng's view. He was stunned. "What kind of fish is this?" Chen Feng muttered in amazement, feeling his understanding shatter once more. He then increased his strength, pulling until the five-colored bird was fully out of the water and finally saw what it was. Cluck, cluck. The five-colored bird seemed equally shocked, watching helplessly as Chen Feng pulled it to the shore. It tried to struggle, but found its body completely powerless, unable to move at all. "Bee bird." Chen Feng stared blankly at the enormous bird, his eyes nearly popping out. Can birds live in water? Chen Feng was also puzzled, but after thinking for a while he came to a conclusion: perhaps this bird was not caught from the water. Then Chen Feng noticed traces of blood at the corner of the bird's beak, likely caused by the fishhook. What puzzled him was why the bird's eyes were filled with terror, yet it made no move at all, as if its acupoints had been sealed. Chen Feng didn't think much of it, assuming it was just how the system worked. He reached out and removed the fishhook from the bird's beak, since he intended to take the bird home. Chirp. But Chen Feng didn't expect that the moment he removed the hook, the bird suddenly sprang to life, flapping its wings and hopping around, letting out angry cries. It retreated about 2 meters away from Chen Feng and glared at him. "You?" Chen Feng was startled to see the bird leap so far away. He hadn't expected it to come to life after the hook was removed. Now he was completely baffled. The five-colored bird was also taken aback by Chen Feng's expression. It seemed to understand his reaction and realized that Chen Feng was a bit afraid of it. It immediately became smug, and the fear in its eyes gradually faded away. Chirp. Just as Chen Feng was still trying to figure out what the five-colored bird meant, it suddenly flapped its wings and charged straight at him. Chen Feng was startled and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The bird was already upon him. Chen Feng, caught off guard, was knocked off balance by the bird and nearly fell into the fish pond. "Damn it, a little bird dares to act so cocky with me." Chen Feng grew angry. Though the bird was large, it was still just a bird. Furious, he rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a wooden stick nearby, and glared at the five-colored bird warily. Chirp. Then Chen Feng saw the bird flapping its wings at him, its gaze seemingly mocking him, which only fueled his anger. "Come on." Chen Feng roared at the bird, instinctively tightening his grip on the wooden stick, his eyes fixed on the bird, ready for any sudden move. Chirp. The five-colored bird seemed to understand Chen Feng's intent. It flapped its wings once more and charged at him, its eyes still gleaming with contempt, as if it didn't take Chen Feng seriously at all. Seeing this, Chen Feng seized the opportunity. Gripping the wooden stick with both hands, he swung it at the bird's head. Bang! A dull thud. The five-colored bird fell to the ground, the contempt still lingering in its eyes. It probably never knew how it had died so inexplicably. Seeing that the five-colored bird had already fallen to the ground, Chen Feng sat down directly, gasping heavily. The furious blow he had just delivered had drained every ounce of his strength, even the milk from his childhood. Fortunately, Chen Feng had grown up doing farm work alone, so his strength was always much greater than that of his peers, otherwise he might not have been able to subdue even this bird today. Ding! Caught a five-colored bird, gained 100 experience points. What a crappy system. Can it be dead when it's caught? After resting for a long while, Chen Feng finally recovered. He muttered discontentedly, "This time it was just a bird, or if it had been a more aggressive animal, I would probably be lying dead on the spot." But then Chen Feng became delighted. First, this so-called desolate fishing system actually worked. How could he ever worry about getting rich in the future? Second, looking at the five-colored bird before him, Chen Feng felt his saliva almost dripping. Over the past year, he had been tinkering with fish, so most of his food consisted of dead fish. Bird meat was a rare delicacy hardly ever seen. Now in front of him, there was such a large bird, enough to last him for several weeks. Then Chen Feng stuck out his tongue and licked his dry, cracked lips. He carried the large bird back, but he hadn't forgotten the blood-red arowana. He glanced again, saw it was still there, and then went straight into the room with the big bird. Huff! After throwing the bird to the ground, Chen Feng gasped heavily. This bird was not only large in appearance, but also heavy, weighing over 50 jin. Then Chen Feng began to prepare the five-colored bird. After hesitating for a long time, he finally decided to pluck the feathers first, because they were so beautiful that he couldn't bear to waste them. He then boiled a pot of water and threw the five-colored bird into it. Fortunately, Chen Feng's family had a very large pot, otherwise it might not have been able to hold the bird. After boiling for a while, Chen Feng judged it was ready and began to pluck the feathers. He carefully placed the feathers in a box, planning to use them for something later. Looking at this stripped, five-colored bird, even though it wasn't cooked yet, the aroma of boiled meat had already wafted out. Chen Feng could no longer contain himself. He quickly took out all the seasonings from his home and prepared to cook the bird meat properly. After busy work, a delicious bird meat dish was ready. He took out the steamed rice and began to eat heartily. The bird meat was completely different from ordinary poultry, though the flavor was similar. The rich, mellow texture in his mouth left Chen Feng lingering and reluctant to stop. After a satisfying meal, Chen Feng let out a comfortable burp. He still felt like he hadn't eaten enough, but his stomach couldn't hold any more, so he had to put the remaining bird meat away. Fortunately, summer had passed, and the bird meat could still be stored for a while. His home didn't even have a refrigerator. It seemed it was time to get some household appliances. Thinking of this, Chen Feng suddenly remembered the blood-red arowana. That was a little treasure. He would have to find a way to sell it tomorrow. Seeing that the sky had grown dark, Chen Feng lay down on the Kong and went to sleep, dreaming of a good price tomorrow as he slowly drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, Chen Feng packed the fish into a basin and headed toward the town, his heart full of anticipation for what he might gain. Upon arriving in town, Chen Feng found a spot and sat down, placing the blood-red arowana in front of him, quietly fiddling with his fingers. Such things were rare, so few people knew their value. Even if he shouted, it would be useless. He could only hope to meet someone knowledgeable enough to buy it. "Hey boss, this fish is pretty. How much is it?" Suddenly, a young man swaggered over, looking like a typical rogue. Chen Feng really didn't want to bother with him, but it wouldn't be polite to ignore him completely. 80,000 for one. Chen Feng said softly, not even lifting his head, still fiddling with his fingers, showing no intention of engaging. "What? How much?" The rogue's eyes widened, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, and he shouted loudly at Chen Feng. The rogue's shouts caught the attention of others. Many people turned their gaze to Chen Feng. Though they didn't come closer, they pricked up their ears, wanting to see what had startled the rogue so much. 80,000. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. This time he deliberately raised his voice. He had been wondering how to attract more people, and now he had a free promoter. Why not take advantage? After speaking, he lowered his head again and continued fiddling with his fingers. Ha, are you kidding me? You want 80,000 for this piece of junk fish? Why don't you just rob a bank? After confirming again, the rogue burst into laughter and shouted loudly at Chen Feng. 80,000. Let's see what fish is so expensive. I think he's a scammer. Don't bother with him. Scammers are too rampant these days. They really think we're all fools. The people around, hearing the rogue's shouts, gathered around. After all, this blood-red arowana was a very rare species. It was perfectly normal for them not to recognize it. Chen Feng hadn't really expected to sell it today, since it was not easy to encounter a wealthy patron in this place. Hearing the murmurs around him, Chen Feng felt helpless. He hadn't expected to be regarded as a scammer. He might as well not have let the rogue shout. "Why aren't you talking? Think we're fools? I'm too lazy to deal with you today, or I'd call the cops on you." Seeing Chen Feng still with his head down, the rogue grew smug, as if his scheme had succeeded. He spoke to Chen Feng in a low, menacing tone. "In my opinion, people like him should be arrested directly. Otherwise, who knows how many ordinary folks he'll cheat." At this moment, an elderly woman stepped forward. Hearing the rogue's words, she took up the thread and pointed at Chen Feng angrily. "Yeah, maybe we should call the police. Otherwise, what if some old person actually gets fooled by him? That's how crowds work. Once someone stirs up trouble, others will inevitably join in." After the woman spoke, the rest began to chime in one after another. "Unknown. It's not my fault you came to buy a fish. Did I say anything to you? Buy if you like it, leave if you don't. How exactly am I scamming you?" Chen Feng immediately felt a headache coming on. He never imagined that a small idea of his would bring about so much trouble. Inwardly, he felt utterly helpless. Seeing that the crowd genuinely intended to call the police, he could only speak up. "You only stayed silent because you couldn't trick us. If we were just a bunch of old folks, you would have already made your move, wouldn't you? That's right, don't think we don't know your little tricks. Let's just call the police and be done with it." Yet the crowd wouldn't buy Chen Feng's explanations at all. They were convinced he was nothing but a con artist. Seeing Chen Feng still trying to justify himself, they erupted into another round of heated debate, ridiculing and mocking him mercilessly. Outside the crowd, a middle-aged man was slowly walking along the street, followed by a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, keeping precisely one step behind him at an unchanging distance. "Mr. Chen, something seems to be happening over there. Should we go take a look?" After walking a few steps, the composed young man had already noticed the shouting from that direction. With considerable interest, he spoke to the so-called Mr. Chen, suggesting their relationship was likely quite amicable. "Keep your eyes on the road. We came here to discuss business, not to gawk at street dramas." Mr. Chen shot an annoyed glance at the young man behind him and said quietly. He only glanced briefly in Chen Feng's direction, but the crowd had already blocked everything from view. "All right," the composed young man agreed, understanding that Mr. Chen wasn't truly angry. The two then continued walking, passing directly by where Chen Feng stood. "I'm telling you, you people just have nothing better to do. Do you even know what kind of fish this is? This is called a blood-red dragon fish. I'm really not scamming you. I didn't even ask you to buy it." Chen Feng found himself sinking into profound helplessness. He had come to understand one truth: trying to save a few coins leads to catastrophic losses. With no other recourse, Chen Feng could only try to explain patiently. But no matter how much Chen Feng pleaded, the people simply refused to believe him. Someone truly intended to pull out their phone and call the police. When Chen Feng saw this, he grew even more exasperated. He certainly didn't want to find himself taking an unwanted trip to the police station. Just as Chen Feng finished speaking these words, Mr. Chen, who happened to be passing by, suddenly stopped in his tracks. The composed young man beside him quickly halted as well, turning to look at Mr. Chen with confusion. "Blood-red dragon fish." Mr. Chen seemed to murmur to himself. Then, without saying a word to the young man, he directly pushed through the crowd and walked inside, his gaze falling directly onto the water basin in front of Chen Feng. Though the composed young man had no idea what had caught Mr. Chen's attention, he still hurried to follow, running to Mr. Chen's side. His gaze also fell upon the water basin. "What's the matter, Mr. Chen?" After finally squeezing his way to Mr. Chen's side, the young man still couldn't understand what had drawn Mr. Chen's interest. He asked Mr. Chen. Unfortunately, Mr. Chen completely ignored the young man. His eyes burned with intensity as he stared fixedly at the fish in the basin, its body emanating a crimson glow. His brow furrowed deeply. "Young man, how much would you sell this fish for?" After examining the fish, a smile immediately appeared at the corner of Mr. Chen's lips. A thrilling glint of excitement flashed through his eyes. He then crouched down before Chen Feng and asked softly, "If you don't recognize this fish either, then please don't ask me. I'm really not a scammer." With everything still unresolved, seeing yet another person come asking about the price, Chen Feng felt somewhat embarrassed to speak. Helplessly, he shook his head and addressed Mr. Chen. Being anxious inside, Chen Feng didn't look at Mr. Chen carefully. He merely glanced at him dismissively and didn't notice the brand name clothing Mr. Chen was wearing. Even if Chen Feng had looked, he wouldn't have recognized any of those brands anyway. "You'd better not ask. This fish is being sold for 80,000 yuan. He's nothing but a scammer." At this moment, the woman beside them quickly spoke to Mr. Chen, her gaze filled with disgust as she looked at Chen Feng. If it were possible, this woman would have had the heart to kill Chen Feng. 80,000 yuan. "Young man, are you certain you're only asking for 80,000 yuan? Upon hearing the price, instead of becoming angry, Mr. Chen actually revealed a faint smile. He asked Chen Feng again, Sir, do you recognize this fish?" Seeing that Mr. Chen seemed inclined to buy, Chen Feng was immediately stunned. But then his heart filled with joy, and he quickly asked Mr. Chen, "That's right. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a blood-red dragon fish. This is truly a rare treasure." Mr. Chen chuckled lightly. After examining the blood-red dragon fish a few more times, he spoke softly to Chen Feng. His gaze as he looked at the blood-red dragon fish carried an unmistakable excitement. "So you really do recognize it? I'll sell this fish to you for 80,000. What do you say?" When Chen Feng saw that Mr. Chen truly recognized the fish, his heart surged with wild joy. He never expected to actually encounter someone who knew the value. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, he quickly asked Mr. Chen, "I'm trying to be kind here. Don't treat us like fools, okay? Just call the police already. This man is nothing but a decoy. At this moment the woman erupted again, pointing at both Mr. Chen and Chen Feng and shouting loudly. It seemed she had taken Mr. Chen to be Chen Feng's accomplice. That's right. Now that they know their scam won't work, they've brought out a decoy. This is exactly the trick these scammers use. Just call the police already. Don't waste time arguing with them. Once the woman spoke, the rest of the crowd suddenly had an epiphany. They realized that Mr. Chen was indeed what the woman had described, a shill for Chen Feng. They began to clamor loudly. What kind of language is that? This is Chiming Group's Mr. Chen. A decoy. Who's a decoy? Seeing the heated discussions all around, the composed young man realized that Mr. Chen was actually interested in this fish, and an expensive one at that. What Mr. Chen wanted to do was certainly none of his business to manage. But seeing others actually call Mr. Chen a decoy, that was something he absolutely could not ignore. He shouted loudly at the crowd. Mr. Chen. You mean the Mr. Chen from Chiming Group in our county. Hearing the young man's words, the surrounding people began to discuss once more. It was clear they recognized this Mr. Chen, and quite a few people began to gasp in surprise. Seems like it. I've seen his news before. That really does appear to be Mr. Chen. At this moment someone else had also recognized Mr. Chen's identity and began whispering amongst themselves. The woman, seeing this, wore a look of utter astonishment. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Xiao Zhang. Seeing the young man's behavior, Mr. Chen let out a soft, stern call to him, clearly not wanting his identity to be broadcast so widely. 80,000 yuan, correct. Can I do a bank transfer? I don't carry that much cash on me. Seeing that the surroundings seemed to be calming down, Mr. Chen turned to Chen Feng and asked softly. After all, no one goes around carrying that much cash. One fears not just thieves, but also unwanted attention. Unknown. All right. Seeing that President Chen was actually going to buy it, Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy. He quickly took out his phone and told President Chen his bank card number. Ding! The sound of a text message alert rang out. Chen Feng picked up his phone and saw that 80,000 yuan had indeed been credited to his account. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Got it, sir. You can take this fish now. Then Chen Feng grinned and said to President Chen, his face full of excitement, never expecting the sale to go so smoothly. The crowd around was stunned, especially the glib-tongued rogue and the woman. Their expressions were frozen solid. Some people had never even seen 80,000 yuan in their lives, yet the scammers they had been ridiculing had actually earned that much in such a short time. Thinking of how they had humiliated Chen Feng earlier, they felt even more ashamed, not daring to meet his gaze. Good. Young man, if you ever get more fish like this, remember to contact me. The phone number I transferred the money from is mine. Be sure to call me if you have any. With that, President Chen picked up the basin, a hint of delight in his eyes, and before turning to leave, he did not forget to remind Chen Feng. Sure. Don't worry. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Whether or not there would be more in the future, at least he had made a windfall from this sale, and everything had gone far more smoothly than expected. Watching President Chen walk away, the smile on Chen Feng's face remained. He cast a smug glance at the rogue and then rose to leave the crowd. Under the gaze of the crowd, he strode off triumphantly. The feeling was simply exhilarating. On the way home, Chen Feng could not contain himself. He skipped and hopped as if he wanted the whole world to know he had come into a fortune. Once home, he flopped onto the bed, still wearing a joyful grin, not yet recovered from the excitement. If all the money had been converted into cash, he might have been ecstatic beyond measure. He had never seen so much money before. After resting a while, Chen Feng felt hunger gnawing at him. He had gone out in the morning, and now it was nearly noon. He had spent 2 hours just walking, so of course he was hungry. Then he remembered the leftover bird meat from yesterday. His mouth began to water. He hurried to the outer room, started a fire, and reheated the remaining bird meat in the pot. The aroma soon filled the room. Xiao Feng, what delicious food are you cooking? It smells so good. Just as Chen Feng finished reheating the bird meat, a sweet voice came from the courtyard. Chen Feng straightened up, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Linger. Chen Feng murmured softly. Linger was a neighbor of his. Ever since Chen Feng had moved here, she had been very kind to him. Moreover, Linger was exceptionally beautiful, a well-known beauty in the surrounding villages. She was only 18 this year, the same age as Chen Feng, still a bit young, otherwise suitors would have worn down her doorstep. Since Chen Dashan had left, only Linger brought him a shred of warmth. But when facing Linger, Chen Feng always felt a sense of inferiority. Her family was quite well off, and she was already in her second year of high school. Such an advanced education made him shrink back, feeling that the gap between them was insurmountable. While Chen Feng was lost in thought, Linger had already opened the door to his outer room and stepped inside, a charming smile on her face. Linger. Chen Feng immediately tensed up, his gaze falling on her delicate features. Though he had seen her many times, each time he was struck by her beauty. Her oval face with captivating big eyes that held a clear innocence, a delicate nose, and cherry lips paired with a playful ponytail. She truly had the look of a girl next door. As Linger entered, a fragrance wafted over. Not the cloying scent of perfume, but more like her natural aroma, a pure and clean smell. "What delicious food are you making? It smells so good, I could smell it from far away." Linger seemed accustomed to Chen Feng's dazed expression. A charming smile bloomed on her lips as she asked softly, I caught a big bird yesterday. Have you eaten? Why don't you join me?" Staring at Linger's smile, Chen Feng was momentarily entranced, but he quickly recovered and asked with a smile, "Sure, I haven't eaten yet." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Linger sniffed the drifting aroma again and laughed happily. "Then go inside and wait. The food will be ready soon." Seeing Linger agree, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. He told her to go inside and began carrying the reheated meat and dishes into the house. "Let me help you." With their joint efforts, they soon sat down to a fragrant meal. During the meal, Linger let out exclamations of delight over the delicious food from time to time, and Chen Feng felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "Xiao Feng, when did your cooking become so good? I never noticed before." After finishing, Linger appeared thoroughly content. It was the best meal she had eaten in years. Then she looked at Chen Feng with a playful smile, a flash of surprise in her eyes. I don't know either. Maybe it's because the bird meat is so delicious." Chen Feng felt awkward. His cooking skills were decent, but ordinary meat could not have tasted this good. Ultimately, it was the meat itself. He did not hide it and told Linger directly, "Where did you get this bird meat? I don't think I've ever eaten anything like it." Linger was also puzzled, staring at him with wide eyes. "I hunted it in the back mountain. I've never seen this kind of bird either." Chen Feng hesitated. He knew Linger would ask this question, so he had thought it over. There was a back mountain nearby, covered with a large forest, home to many wild beasts. Few people ventured there, and no animals had ever been seen coming out. But sometimes at night, roars could be heard from within, so the locals were terrified of the place. Almost no one dared to enter. "You went into the back mountain." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Linger was shocked, her eyes filled with alarm and concern. Clearly the back mountain was a terrifying place for them. "No, I just wandered around the outside. Don't tell anyone about this, okay?" Chen Feng quickly shook his head. He knew this matter was extraordinary, but he could not think of any other excuse, so he had to tell Linger this. "Don't worry. Don't you trust me?" Linger took a while to recover. Hearing that he hadn't actually gone inside, she felt relieved. Then she smiled playfully at Chen Feng. "Oh, by the way, Chen Feng, you don't have any land now. Since your cooking is so good, why don't you think about opening a restaurant? If you could make dishes this delicious every day, I'm sure you'd have tons of customers." Just as Linger finished speaking, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes, as if she had thought of something. She quickly said to Chen Feng, her expression full of approval, "Well, I haven't really thought about that." Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes lighting up at Linger's words. He felt it was indeed a good idea, then smiled at Linger with a simple, honest expression. "I think it's really feasible. You can rent a shop in town. Your cooking skills are so good, this definitely won't be a problem." Linger wasn't very good at cooking, so she didn't associate the deliciousness of the food with the quality of the meat. She thought it was just Chen Feng's skill, and felt this was indeed a way to make a living. She said to Chen Feng, with surprise, her whole body starting to jump with excitement, "All right, I'll think it over carefully." Chen Feng nodded firmly, feeling this was indeed a good opportunity. He felt a bit excited inside, and said directly to Ling. After chatting for a while, Linger went straight home. Her family rules were very strict, especially for her. It was a rare thing for her to have a meal at Chen Feng's place. If her father had known, he would have taken her home long ago. Linger left, but the room still seemed to carry the fragrance of her presence. Chen Feng lay comfortably on the Kong, pondering her words in his mind, feeling a stir of emotion. All right, I haven't gone fishing today yet. As he was thinking, Chen Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't used his fishing opportunity today. An excited smile appeared on his lips, and he quickly got up and ran to the fish pond in the backyard. No, I need to find a weapon. Otherwise, who knows what I might catch again. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Feng decided to find something for self-defense. He didn't want a repeat of yesterday, when he was bullied by a bird. Luckily, he had killed it. If it had flown away, he would have regretted it deeply. To ensure everything was safe, Chen Feng took out the kitchen knife from the house, but still felt uneasy. After hesitating, he went back to put on more clothes. Once ready, he concentrated, and the yellowed fishing rod appeared in his hand. Even though he knew it would happen, he still couldn't help feeling amazed. Since I'm not catching fish anyway, I don't need bait. Just as Chen Feng was about to look for earthworms, he suddenly remembered that yesterday he had only caught a bird which had nothing to do with fish. A sudden idea struck him, and he ran to the garden to break off a leaf of Chinese cabbage. Herbivores shouldn't be too fierce. Chen Feng even admired his own cleverness. Afraid of catching something too fierce, he took out the cabbage leaf. At least a plant-eating animal wouldn't have that much attack power. Then Chen Feng hooked the cabbage leaf onto the fishhook and cast it into the pond. With the experience from last time, he didn't stand foolishly by the edge. Instead, he kept a safe distance to ensure he wouldn't be pulled into the water by a huge force. After the hook entered the water, a huge whirlpool appeared at the bottom again. Chen Feng sat down nearby and leisurely played with his phone. In the Man-Huang realm, a huge vortex appeared out of nowhere in the sky. The primeval forest, which had been filled with roars, suddenly fell silent. The wind rose again, and the scene of struggle ceased. Then a cabbage leaf flew out from the vortex and fell straight to the ground. However, even the size of the cabbage leaf didn't attract the animals' attention. They still didn't notice anything. The cabbage leaf drifted lightly and landed in a pile of grass. Oink! Oink! A pig's cry came, followed by the frantic rustling of grass as tall as a person. The pig's cries grew closer, sounding extremely frantic. Oink! The rustling grew closer, and then a black pig leaped out from the grass, clamping its mouth onto the piece of cabbage, as if afraid someone might snatch it away. Only when the black pig had jumped out of the grass could its size be seen clearly. Its head was as big as a wash basin, more than 3 times the size of a normal pig. Looking further down, its legs were as thick as a human's thigh, flailing in the air, which looked quite comical. But the most striking thing was its fat body, or rather its sturdy build, because when the pig was in the air, its flesh didn't jiggle, indicating that the meat was firm, not just fat. However, this pig seemed to be a juvenile, as its overall size wasn't particularly large, but its head was disproportionately prominent. Its body was at least twice the size of a pig of the same age. After grabbing the cabbage leaf, it turned and fled, suggesting that this pig was also a low-level existence here, so timid. At that moment by the pond, Chen Feng suddenly felt a force pulling. This time with his guard up, he wasn't as flustered as last time. Still, he was pulled off balance by the huge force. He quickly grabbed the front part of the fishing rod and pulled back with all his strength. Oink! Oink! The pig's cry came. Chen Feng was overjoyed, knowing that pigs didn't have strong attack power. He increased his pulling force and directly hauled the black pig up. Just like last time, the pig's eyes were filled with terror, but it made no move. Chen Feng became even more convinced of his guess. As long as he didn't take the bait off, the pig wouldn't move. Then Chen Feng felt relieved. This time, he wasn't so foolish. He knew that if he let go, the pig would start moving again. So he picked up the kitchen knife beside him, and with a swift chop, a cut appeared on the pig's neck and blood dripped drop by drop onto the ground. Ding! Caught a black wild boar, gained 500 experience points. The system's voice sounded again. It seemed this black pig was much more valuable than the 5-colored bird, actually giving 500 experience. Seeing that the pig was dead, Chen Feng removed the fishhook from its mouth and set it aside, then began to examine this strange pig. This Man-Huang realm is really a strange place. What kind of creatures does it produce? Looking at the black pig's big, ugly head, Chen Feng couldn't help complaining, but he was very happy inside. This pig seemed to weigh about 80 or 90 kilograms, enough to last him a few days. However, the only thing troubling Chen Feng now was how to deal with all this meat. Although the weather wasn't as hot anymore, it couldn't be stored for too long, or it would spoil and become inedible. Chen Feng had just sold a blood-red dragon fish worth 80,000 yuan, and was now in a nouveau riche mindset. He decided that after dealing with this black boar, he would go to the town to purchase some items, including the most urgently needed refrigerator. Although the black boar was already dead, the necessary steps of butchering still had to be performed. Earlier, Chen Feng had only slit its trachea with a kitchen knife, allowing it to die peacefully. But now it was essential to bleed it, otherwise the pork would become unbearably gamey and foul. Although this was Chen Feng's first time butchering a pig, every year during the 12th lunar month Linger's family would slaughter a plump white pig. Chen Feng always liked to perch on the courtyard wall watching Linger's father do the butchering. After the pig was butchered, Linger would secretly bring Chen Feng a full bowl of pork stew. This time Chen Feng switched to a sharp knife, located the black boar's artery, and plunged it in fiercely. With a poochie sound, the black boar had only recently died and blood still flowed in its body. The white blade went in and bright red blood immediately gushed from its blood vessels. Chen Feng took out a hemp rope, tied the black boar's hind hooves together, and hung it from the roof beam so that the blood in its body would drain quickly. The bright red blood flowed for 3 minutes, amounting to 4 or 5 jin. Chen Feng poured half a bag of salt and a pot of water into a vat and began to stir. This full vat could make 20 jin of blood tofu. Blood tofu and pig offal are the most important ingredients for pork stew. After all, in the countryside, people only butcher a pig a few times a year. The pork is saved for the new year and for entertaining guests. The pork stew made from offal is the most common meat dish for rural folk. Chen Feng then methodically boiled water to scald off the pig's hair, gutted it, and removed the heart, liver, and large intestine, starting to clean the offal. Everything else was easy to handle, but the large intestine was the most critical. If cleaned properly, it smelled bad, but tasted delicious. If not, you would end up with a mouthful of pig feces. Chen Feng carried the dozens of meters long large intestine to the fish pond in the yard. As soon as he placed it in the water, a small fish swam up, and then the fish turned belly up, its eyes rolled back, and it fainted. Geez, this pig manure is so potent. It's going to kill all the fish in my pond. Chen Feng exclaimed in shock. He quickly scooped a basin of water from the pond and went to a small vegetable patch he had planted in the corner of the yard to clean the intestine. Cleaning it in the vegetable patch would also fertilize his scallions and cabbages. Chen Feng crouched in the vegetable patch and used more than a dozen basins of water before finally cleaning the large intestine. After a while, Chen Feng finally finished processing the black boar. Watching Linger's father butcher a pig always seemed so easy, but doing it myself nearly broke my back. Chen Feng thought now that he had money, next time he caught such a boar, he would send it to the slaughterhouse in town. Chen Feng lay down by the fish pond in the yard, rested for a while, then looked at the pig's remains scattered all over the yard and began to clean up. First, he used the clean large intestine to wrap up the liver and other offal, making pig rolls. Then he chopped firewood, boiled water, set up the pot, braised the pig rolls, and prepared the pork stew. Chen Feng wasn't entirely sure about the recipe for pork stew. He only remembered that every year Linger would bring him a big bowl containing pig head meat, pig rolls, cabbage, pork, and vermicelli. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Once the stew was ready, he must invite Linger over to eat. Over the years, Chen Feng and Chen Dashan had depended on each other. Although his cooking skills were not extraordinary, they were at least homestyle. The reason the 5-colored bird meat was so fragrant was mainly because the meat was delicious. There was no need for excessive MSG or seasonings to enhance the flavor. He imagined the black boar meat would be the same. The wildlands was truly a wonderful place. Chen Feng followed the same method he used for the 5-colored bird, putting pig head meat, pig rolls, cabbage, pork, and vermicelli into the pot one by one, adding firewood and starting a high-heat braise. Time passed minute by minute. Chen Feng waited anxiously by the stove, longing for his pork stew to be ready. Soon before the meat was fully cooked, a wisp of savory aroma wafted out with the rising steam. Chen Feng hurriedly leaned over the pot and took a deep breath. Ah, so fragrant. The steam in the pot pushed the lid, making a gurgle, gurgle, gurgle sound. The pork stew was ready. Chen Feng quickly lifted the lid. A burst of steam carrying the rich aroma of pork hit his face. He took out a pair of chopsticks he had prepared, picked up a piece of pork, and tasted it. Holy crap! So delicious! Chen Feng couldn't help exclaiming in astonishment. The pork had a full, rich texture and was bursting with juices. One bite left him with a lingering aftertaste, and he couldn't stop praising it. What a pot of pork stew! The steaming hot air carried the overflowing fragrance from Chen Feng's kitchen to the yard, and then to the neighboring houses. Xiao Feng, what delicious food are you making behind my back? Linger was the first to run over from her house, just in time to see Chen Feng, holding a piece of pork with chopsticks, his eyes closed, and a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Seeing Chen Feng so delighted, Linger quickly went to the stove, picked up a piece of pig roll with chopsticks, and took a bite. Immediately, she also wore an expression of bliss. Wow, so fragrant. This pig roll is completely different from what I usually eat. There's no smell of pig intestine or bitterness of liver. It's just soft, tender, smooth, and full of flavor. Linger couldn't help praising after eating a piece of pig roll. Chen Feng was very pleased to hear Linger give such high praise. Linger, you're so cultured. You can say so many things I want to say while I can only say so fragrant. Chen Feng chuckled, sheepishly took out a bowl, and filled it with a generous portion of pork stew. Eat more, eat more. Xiao Feng, where did you come into money? You're already eating New Year's feast. Aunt Lu from next door rushed in from the door and headed straight for the stove. Give me some. When you were little, I took care of you plenty. Hearing Aunt Lu bring up his childhood, Chen Feng scratched his head and was about to give her a bowl, but unexpectedly Aunt Lu took out a bowl as big as a face from her bosom and very self-consciously helped herself to a full bowl. At this moment, several more neighbors arrived at the door, drawn by the aroma. Uncle Zhang, who lived behind Chen Feng's yard, teased Aunt Lu. Look at you, how pathetic. You even brought your own bowl. What? Can't finish it, so you want to take it home. After mocking Aunt Lu, Uncle Zhang turned to Chen Feng with a fawning smile. Feng, let your uncle have a taste. Chen Feng looked at the gathered neighbors, scooped a large bowl of pork stew from the pot, and set it on the table. He handed out a pair of chopsticks to each neighbor. Uncle Zannies, please try it. How is it? Everyone immediately crowded around Chen Feng's small table and began to devour the food. Delicious. So fragrant. Much better than what my wife makes. The chorus of praise from the villagers filled Chen Feng with joy. He couldn't help but think of the suggestion Linger had given him. Why not open a restaurant himself? Uncles and aunties, do you think my culinary skills are good enough to open a restaurant in town? Chen Feng cautiously asked his neighbors who were devouring the food. Uncle Zhang, chewing a piece of pork, pointed at Chen Feng with his chopsticks and praised Feng. Go ahead and do it. I've long seen that you have the makings of a great chef. I told Dashan back then, why go to school? Send him to a city hotel to apprentice under a master chef for a few years, and he'd make a ton of money. Bullshit. Your own relative, didn't he listen to your nonsense, drop out of junior high and go to the city to learn cooking? Now his restaurant in town has no customers at all, making no damn money. Aunt Lu, to retaliate against Uncle Zhang's earlier teasing, began to expose his old secrets. He just wasn't skilled enough. Besides, people in this town are all farmers who dig for food from the earth. Who has the spare money to eat at restaurants? Uncle Zhang quickly started to explain for his relative, but then suddenly remembered that Chen Feng also wanted to open a restaurant. So, he quickly said, Feng, your cooking is great. It's 10 times better than my nephew's cooking. No, 100 times better. If you open a restaurant, I'll definitely be your regular customer. By the way, I never noticed before, your house smells so good when you cook. Who taught you? Uncle Zhang said, then picked up another chopstick full of cabbage and vermicelli from the basin and buried his head in eating. Chen Feng gave the explanation he had already prepared. I used to deliver fish to the city hotels, and I often went into the kitchen. I secretly learned a bit by watching the master chef, but I never tried it myself. Now they don't use my fish anymore, so I just tried to replicate what I saw. Aunt Li looked puzzled. City people also eat zhu kai. I thought they ate chicken, duck, fish, and meat every meal. I never expected city hotels to have such a rustic dish. Uncle Zhang snorted at Aunt Li's ignorance. Why wouldn't city hotels slaughter pigs? Otherwise, where do they get their pork? Where there's pork, there's pig slaughter. Where there's pig slaughter, there's zhu kai. What did Jackie Chan say on TV? No trade, no killing. You're full of nonsense every day, Aunt Li retorted. Chen Feng's neighbors all loved to find some amusement amidst their hard labor, and their way of having fun was to bicker with each other. City hotels also have zhu kai, but they don't call it that. Their names are more refined, and I can't remember them. Lin Feng quickly interjected to stop the neighbors' argument. Aunt Lu did not join in the argument between Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li. After a bout of voracious eating, she patted her belly and praised Chen Feng effusively. Yes, yes, Xiao Feng, you can definitely open a restaurant. With your cooking skills, you'll be a hit in the whole town. While praising, she picked up her own full bowl of zhu kai ready to take it home to eat. Xiao Feng, you can definitely open a restaurant. Go ahead and do it. If you need money, just tell Andy. I'll find you some money, interest only too, a low rate for you. With your skills, you'll easily recoup your investment in a year. Aunt Lee was truly a financial wizard, never missing a chance to push her high-interest loans. Chen Feng quickly waved his hand. No need, Aunt Lee. I've saved up some money. It should be enough to open the shop. If it's not enough, I'll ask you. Chen Feng was delighted to hear the villagers' high praise for his cooking. Indeed, the creatures he had caught from the wilderness realm were all delicious, perfectly compensating for his lack of culinary skills. In fact, he could say that no skill was needed. Just cooking them thoroughly would astonish everyone. This made Chen Feng even more confident about opening a restaurant. After finishing the entire basin of zhu kai on the table, the neighbors all left Chen Feng's house. A few aunties even took their bowls and scooped another serving from the pot to take home, such as Aunt Lu. Linger too had lifted her head from a bowl of zhu kai, which was now empty. Chen Feng said to her affectionately, "Want more? There's still some in the pot." Burp. Linger patted her stomach, let out a burp, and waved her hand. "No more. Even though I want to eat more, I just can't." Chen Feng said gratefully to Ling, "You suggested I open a restaurant earlier. I've decided now. Thank you for the advice, Ling." Burp. Linger let out another burp and praised Chen Feng's cooking. "It's because your cooking is so delicious. I wish I could eat at your place every day." Chen Feng thought to himself, "If you married me, you could eat at my place every day. Linger is so beautiful. Marrying me would be my great fortune." As Chen Feng thought, his face turned red. Who knows what he was thinking? Linger saw Chen Feng's red face and suddenly realized the impropriety of her own words. Her face also flushed, and she quickly explained, "I meant if you open a restaurant, I'll go there every day to eat and support you." After saying that, she still felt embarrassed, so she dashed away to her own home. Chen Feng snapped back to reality and murmured, "I want to cook for you every day too." He scratched his head, pulling his thoughts back from following Linger. He scooped a bowl of rice from the pot, ate it quickly, and cleaned up the mess left by the voracious eaters. By then the sky was gradually darkening. Like animals after eating their fill, they get sleepy. Lu Feng was no exception. He lay down on his own Kong and began to think, "Tomorrow I'll go to town to see if there are any shops for rent. If there are, I'll rent one directly. It would be best if it was previously a restaurant, so I won't need to buy pots, pans, bowls, and dishes. I'll have everything ready. If I open a restaurant, how should I run it? How should I set the prices? The most important thing is to have a catchy name for the restaurant. That way it will attract more customers. After all, new customers judge by the name and the shop's decoration. But after they eat once, Chen Feng is confident he can win their stomachs. Think about the names of those restaurants in town: Air, Now Noodle House, Big Bowl Lamb, Soup, Big Plate Restaurant. So vulgar. So vulgar. Yet these restaurants are very popular in this small town of Shuqing. Not only do the farmers and villagers accept these simple names, but these restaurants also have a major feature: big bowls. Big plates. Very affordable. If I want to compete with them, I have to go the opposite way. Chen Feng isn't stupid. The ingredients from the wilderness realm are cross-dimensional. If he doesn't set the prices high, how can he do justice to their fellow countrymen in the wilderness realm? Of course the prices should be set higher. So what should the name be? This really tormented Chen Feng. He wasn't very educated and his imagination was limited. Maybe he should ask Linger another day. She's a high school student. She's educated. Oh, it's hard to believe I'm going to be a restaurant owner. Chen Feng exclaimed. Thank you, system. Thank you, wilderness. Unknown. The next morning, Chen Feng awoke early from the Kong. He thought to himself that today he must go to town to find a shopfront, so he needed to dress decently to appear more impressive when negotiating business. He then began rummaging through the wardrobe beside the Kong. He pulled out a shirt, looked at it, then stuffed it back. This won't do. It's already covered in patches. Chen Feng pulled out another and shoved it back again. This one won't work either. I wore it before and never washed it. It's too dirty. After a few minutes of searching, he finally found a set of clothes that wasn't too old nor too filthy. It was a faded blue-gray shirt washed to a pale shade, exceptionally old-fashioned. According to Chen Dashin, it was a shirt he had bought in his youth intending to wear when courting a wife, but he never found one because he was too poor. The trousers were a pair of jeans handed down from neighbor Uncle Zhang's son. As Uncle Zhang's family grew more prosperous, his son had put on weight, so the old clothes were given to Chen Feng. After dressing and tidying up, Chen Feng mounted his Phoenix brand bicycle and pedaled toward town. Qinjia village was not far from the town, about 7 or 8 kilometers. It was only a 10-minute ride thanks to the concrete road that had been recently built as part of the city's village-to-village initiative. The town governed 29 villages and sat at the center of them, making it convenient for villagers from all around to come to town. The town had 2 main streets. The back street was lined with shops and restaurants, while the front street hosted a market on the 1st, 4th, and 7th days of the lunar month. Farmers from the surrounding villages would come to stock up on supplies. There were also people like Chen Feng who, whenever the market was held, would ride his bicycle with 2 baskets of fish to sell. There were homegrown vegetables, handmade brooms, woven bamboo baskets, and cobblers' pot menders, knife sharpeners. All kinds of hawking cries filled the air. The villagers who came to the market crowded together, jostling shoulder to shoulder, haggling over prices at their favorite stalls. It was here that Chen Feng had sold the blood-red dragon fish last time. But today, as Chen Feng rode past on his bicycle, he felt unusually relaxed, because he was about to become his own boss. No more street vending. With 80,000 yuan tucked in his pocket, his mood was naturally different from when he used to set up his fish stall. Xiao Feng, no fish today, giving up business. A stall owner who knew him well asked as Chen Feng rode by. Another fruit vendor leaned in and whispered, "I heard that Xiao Feng sold a fish worth tens of thousands just a few days ago. Sold it to a big leader from the county." "What nonsense. I heard he sold it to the boss of Qiming Company for hundreds of thousands," another meddlesome stall owner chimed in. Chen Feng did not stop. He nodded with a smile at the familiar vendors and pedaled toward the back street. "See, once he's rich, he doesn't even come down to greet us common folks." "Exactly. Look at him now, straight back, clean clothes. Unlike us poor souls face to the soil every day." Chen Feng was unaware that his polite smile would invite such gossip among the vendors. Because in the past, Chen Feng rarely chatted with these stall owners. Whatever they said, he would listen and then respond with a smile and a nod. Chen Feng rode his bicycle and stopped in front of a restaurant on the back street called Shaozhong Big Plate. The restaurant was small, facing south. A sign made of oilcloth was pasted on the door bearing the words Shaozhong Big Plate, in large characters, with a line of smaller text below: cold mixed dishes, stir-fry, air-conditioned private rooms. An A4 paper was taped to the wall beside the door reading, "Prime property, for rent till XXXXXXXXXXX." Chen Feng parked his bicycle and looked around the restaurant. The restaurant was thick with dust, and some tables and chairs had been smashed by drunken patrons in a fit of excitement. Chen Feng walked through the messy first-floor hall and entered a cramped, narrow room where dishes and chopsticks lay scattered in a greasy sink and oil stains covered every surface. This was the kitchen. Leaving the kitchen, he climbed the stairs against the wall. There were more than a dozen steps, quite steep, but once he reached the top, the space opened up. The private rooms on the second floor were in slightly better condition. Natural light was ample. There were 3 private rooms, each equipped with an air conditioner partitioned by 3-ply boards. The doors were also made of 3-ply boards, and beside each white door was a faded, peeling Fu character. It was obvious that this restaurant had not been open for a long time. Chen Feng walked around the Shaozhong Big Plate restaurant feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Perhaps it was because the place was too dirty and messy. While Chen Feng was wandering around the restaurant, a young man had already followed him. "You've been looking around for a while. Can't you see? There's no food today. Go eat somewhere else," the man said impatiently, issuing a dismissal. "Isn't this place for rent?" Chen Feng asked, puzzled. "Oh, you want to take it over?" The young man suddenly became interested. He quickly pulled out a pack of Hongtishan cigarettes from his bag, offered one to Chen Feng, and said, "Brother, if you want to take over this restaurant, you've come to the right place. My restaurant here would definitely be a hit." "I don't smoke." Chen Feng waved his hand to refuse the cigarette. "Then how did it end up like this?" he asked curiously. "Ahem. My heart was never in it. I had no interest in running a small restaurant like this. I'm destined to own a big hotel." The young man coughed and then declared in a loud voice. Chen Feng suddenly remembered what neighbor Uncle Zhang had said about a relative. "Do you have a Zhang uncle in Qinjia village?" "How do you know?" The young man lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "My uncle loves to blabber around. Did he say my cooking was bad? Did he say I wasn't skilled enough? Chen Feng gave an awkward laugh. Haha, no, not at all. I'm from Qinjia village too. My name is Chen Feng, and Uncle Zhang is my neighbor. I just happened to hear from him that you run a restaurant in town. To be honest, I really did rush into opening a restaurant without being a skilled chef. I regret it. The young man wore a look of past sorrow, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and continued, since you're from the same village as my uncle, you're one of us. I'll give you a discount, 12,000 a year, and I'll throw in all the tables, chairs, pots, pans, and bowls. The man quoted the price to Chen Feng. Chen Feng did the math and found the price reasonable, so he didn't bargain. After all, he was sitting on 80,000 yuan. Haggling would be too petty. All right then. Happy cooperation. Chen Feng extended his hand and shook the man's hand. The young man took a piece of paper from a drawer, and the two began drafting a rental agreement. After signing the rental agreement and paying the rent, Chen Feng and the young man went together to the police station to register the rented property. It was already afternoon when they returned to the restaurant. Chen Feng walked from the first floor to the second, carefully inspecting his restaurant from top to bottom, and sighed. Finally, I have a restaurant that belongs to me both legally and in reality. I'm a boss now. But Chen Feng knew that to truly become a boss and make money, big money, he would have to wait until the restaurant actually opened for business. The urgent task now was to renovate and thoroughly clean the restaurant. Thinking of this, Chen Feng looked around the dust-covered restaurant and sighed. But since he had managed to live alone in the countryside, he was hardly lazy. He decided to get to work right away. Night fell, and stars twinkled in the sky. In the early evening, the market-goers and vendors had all gone home. Occasionally, a passerby on a bicycle or motorcycle would speed past the Shaozhong Big Plate restaurant and glance at the big boy busy cleaning inside the dilapidated establishment. After about 3 or 4 hours of cleaning, Chen Feng was covered in dust with smudges of dirt on his face and fine white threads, remnants of cobwebs, clinging to his hair and clothes. He looked at the now spotless restaurant, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. He was really capable. The restaurant was already taking shape. No, not just taking shape. It had been transformed. Chen Feng had cleaned the restaurant until everything sparkled. He walked around looking and touching everything, happy wherever he looked and whatever he touched. The kitchen dishes and bowls, the gleaming sink, the tidy workbench. Even the exhaust fan on the window had been scrubbed clean by Chen Feng. At the far end of the kitchen was the freezer, which Chen Feng needed most urgently. It wasn't the upright single-door refrigerator commonly found in households, but a chest freezer like the one in the village shop that held ice cream, capable of storing dozens of kilograms of meat without any problem. Chen Feng then walked to the stove. On it sat a gas stove that had been covered in grease, but was now polished to a shine by Chen Feng. He had never owned such a thing at home, but he had heard that cooking with gas didn't require firewood and produced no smoke. Very convenient. He turned the knob, and a blue flame burst out from the burner. Chen Feng stroked the gas stove on the range and murmured, "What a wonderful thing." He walked around silently, calculating the money in his pocket and figuring out what other expenses he would need before opening. As he thought, his mind wandered to the future. He imagined himself not long from now wearing a white chef's coat and a tall white chef's hat, counting piles of 100 yuan notes, and couldn't help but giggle foolishly. His own silly laughter snapped him back to reality. Seeing the deepening night, Chen Feng decided to go home and clean himself up so that he would be worthy of his freshly cleaned restaurant. Clatter! Chen Feng pulled down the rolling shutter door, tore off the A4 paper taped to it that said, "Prime property for rent," then rode his bicycle back to Qinjia village. Once home, he stripped off his clothes, ran to the fish pond in the yard, and scooped up water with a ladle to pour over himself. This was Chen Feng's way of bathing. He had no shower or solar water heater, but he had long grown accustomed to the thrill of cold water and had even come to love it. The men in the village were generally quick about bathing, that is. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng was drying his hair with a towel as he lay on the kong, starting to plan what he needed to do the next day. After a busy day, once he had arranged tomorrow's tasks, he turned over and fell asleep. He slept until dawn. Chen Feng sensed that dawn had come, but without opening his eyes, he got off the kong, went to the vegetable patch in the yard, and began to water and fertilize with a vigorous splash. Then he turned back into the house to continue sleeping until he woke naturally. Just as he settled back onto the kong for a second sleep, he suddenly jolted awake. I'm a restaurant owner now. I have to go to town today. Chen Feng washed up, then packed the black pork he had prepared in the kitchen and placed it in the baskets on both sides of the bicycle's rear rack. He would take it to the restaurant to refrigerate. Mounting his Phoenix bicycle, he pedaled energetically toward town. Xiao Feng, I heard you took over my nephew's place. Uncle Zhang, who had also risen early and was carrying a hoe to weed his apple orchard, saw Chen Feng pedaling swiftly and greeted him. Chen Feng didn't stop. He shouted, "It's all thanks to you, Uncle Zhang. I'll treat you to a meal at my restaurant someday. Gotta go, Uncle Zhang." Uncle Zhang watched Chen Feng whiz past like the wind and sighed. Ah, this kid always in such a hurry. The journey that usually took over 10 minutes took Chen Feng only half that time to reach the town. First, he went to the restaurant and put the black pork into the freezer. Then he stepped outside and looked at the sign on the door reading, Shaozhong Big Plate. It felt very jarring. Coincidentally, the restaurant's neighbor was a general store. "Master." Chen Feng walked into the store and greeted the owner. "Could I borrow your ladder? I'm the new neighbor next door, planning to open a restaurant too." Minhua's general store on the back street had the best business of any shop on that street, mainly because it sold farming tools, fertilizer, and everyday items that were in high demand in the countryside without supermarkets. No one knew exactly what the store owner's surname was. They only knew that this tall, burly man, about 1.8 meters tall, was called Minhua. He also had an equally stout wife. Minhua looked up at Chen Feng. "Oh, you took over Xiao Zhang's place. Congratulations. The ladder is in the corner. Help yourself." Chen Feng introduced himself to his future neighbor. "Thank you, master. I'm Chen Feng from Qinjia village. I've bought fishing rods and nets from you before." He took the ladder from the corner, tore down the Shaozhong Big Plate sign, then returned the ladder. "Brother Minhua, keep an eye on my shop. I'll leave it open. I'm going to check out some renovation materials." Chen Feng had already become familiar with the general store owner. There was no market today, but there were still quite a few people on the streets. Chen Feng didn't ride his bicycle. He walked to a furniture store, a wallpaper store, and a print shop. He ordered several tables and chairs, bought a few rolls of wallpaper, and placed an order for his own sign, a large board to be made by the print shop. Unknown. Chen Feng spent the entire morning shopping for items on the street. He didn't waste much time on things like tables and chairs. After deciding on the styles, he paid and asked the furniture store to deliver them by car. The most time-consuming part was naming his restaurant at the print shop. Xiaowan's typing shop, the only typing shop in town, mainly offered typing, copying, color printing, spray painting, and sign making. Located next to the town government in the center of the town, it had an excellent location. Villagers who came to the government for business always came here to print and copy various materials. Xiaowan was a woman in her 20s, not very tall, about 1.5 meters, with short hair reaching her ears, appearing very sharp and capable. It was said she was a high school graduate. Her husband worked in the town government, so she opened this highly profitable typing shop next to the town government. At this moment, Xiaowan looked at Chen Feng, who was scratching his head in deep thought, and asked, "Brother, you haven't even thought of a name yet, and you're opening a restaurant. Nowadays, everyone values brand effect. You need to give yourself a catchy name to attract business." Chen Feng had only taken 2 or 3 days from the idea of opening a restaurant to actually acquiring one. He had no extra time to ponder the name, let alone a simple country person like him who didn't know how to make a name catchy and attractive to diners. Chen Feng was so anxious that sweat was about to break out, but he still couldn't think of a suitable name. The names that kept circling in his mind were changing Shaozhong Big Plate to Shaoqin Big Plate, which totally didn't match the style of his restaurant. Big Plate. Why Big Plate? These meats came from the Manhuang realm, crossing dimensions. Why Big Plate? Just give a small plate with 2 pieces of meat, or else it would be unfair to the friends and relatives in the Manhuang realm. Then call it Shaoqin Small Plate. No, too stingy. Xiaowan tucked her hair behind her ear, turned to Chen Feng, and asked, "What kind of food are you planning to sell mainly? Tell me, I'll help you think it over." Chen Feng thought for a moment. After he had activated the Manhuang fishing system, the things he fished up were all animals. The meat of these animals was delicious and would be his restaurant's ace. So it seemed he should mainly deal in meat. He said, "I mainly sell meat dishes." "A deli?" Xiaowan asked in surprise. "Aren't you opening a restaurant?" Chen Feng explained to Xiaowan, It's a restaurant that mainly sells meat dishes without any vegetable dishes. Not the kind of deli on the street. Oh, I see. Let me think. Although Xiao Wan had never heard of such a restaurant that only sold meat dishes and no vegetables, she still lowered her head and pondered. Xiao Wan suddenly looked up and asked, "Meat house. How about that?" Chen Feng thought it over, but felt it was not quite satisfactory. He thought it was too vulgar. So he shook his head and said, "Although the name is very fitting, it seems a bit vulgar." Xiao Wan said discontentedly, "Come on, in a restaurant in a town, do common people understand elegance? Common people just care about whether you're genuine. Opening a restaurant here, you need this kind of name. Let's go with this. I'll start making it now." Wait. Chen Feng's mind suddenly raced, and he thought of a name. Just call it Meat. Indeed, people are forced to be creative. It was not until Xiao Wan was about to make the sign for Meat House that Chen Feng thought of this name. Although it was also vulgar, Chen Feng was very satisfied. Meat. Xiao Wan read the name, then said, "All right, this works too. Whatever makes you happy. After all, you're paying." Chen Feng explained to Xiao Wan in detail, "It's meat. There's a question mark after and an exclamation mark after meat. Write it big, and below it write 4 characters. Delicious. Just expensive." Xiao Wan looked at Chen Feng, who was explaining seriously with a look of astonishment. After hearing his explanation, she almost burst out laughing. "The restaurant name is up to you, but are you sure you're serious? You still want to write expensive on the sign?" Chen Feng said very calmly, "After my restaurant opens, the prices will definitely not be cheap." Xiao Wan began to impart her business wisdom to this newcomer. "Good brother, you are really honest. Although all store owners want to set high prices, no one puts it on the surface. It's like you want to rip off customers, but you still show your knife and tell them how sharp it is. Who does that? You're too naive. I know, but I don't want to rip them off. It's true. The food in my restaurant is really worth the price." Chen Feng explained to Xiao Wan. "Forget it, you weigh it yourself." Xiao Wan stopped persuading Chen Feng and said to him, "Come pick up the sign tomorrow. I'll give you a piece of red cloth." She just thought this young man was really stubborn, and it was useless to talk more. After he lost money, he might remember her words and regret. After more than 2 hours of effort, Chen Feng finally settled on the sign for his restaurant. He returned to his own restaurant. It was already noon. The furniture store had delivered the tables and chairs he had ordered, all piled up at the door of his restaurant. It was the hottest time of the day, with the sun blazing. When Chen Feng moved the tables and chairs into the restaurant, arranged them neatly, and wiped them clean, his forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. He had just sat down on a chair to rest when his stomach uncooperatively growled. He had been so excited to come here in the morning that he forgot to eat. Chen Feng dragged his tired body to the kitchen, ready to make a portion of dompa pork to go with rice. Wash the pot clean, add a little water, cover the firewood to suppress the flame. Let it cook slowly, don't rush it. When the heat is sufficient, it will be beautiful. This is a poem about pork by Mr. Sushir, detailing how he cooked dompa pork. Chen Feng had rarely bought meat before, mostly eating fish and shrimp. He didn't know the specific method for dompa pork, so he could only follow this ode to pork to cook the dish. According to the poem, it was just washing the pot, adding water, adding meat, and slowly simmering. But the poem didn't mention any seasonings. Chen Feng was exasperated. "Sudompa, when you write your recipe, at least specify how much seasoning to add." So Chen Feng put some salt in. Salt was essential anyway. After simmering on low heat for about an hour, the rice was already cooked. Chen Feng slowly lifted the lid. A rich, fragrant aroma of pork immediately wafted out from the pot. It was a pure, meaty smell without any seasoning, but still very fragrant. "Ah, so fragrant." Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Then he looked at the pieces of dompa pork in the pot. "Isn't this just boiled pork in plain water?" Su Dompa's recipe is truly misleading. It seems I need to go to the bookstore to buy a recipe book. What a pot of plain boiled meat. Though only sprinkled with some salt, the aroma already permeated the air. Chen Feng couldn't resist the temptation, filled a bowl to the brim with rice, and began to feast with great relish. Whose house is cooking meat? How could it be so fragrant? The aromatic meat scent drifted through the kitchen's exhaust fan onto the street. Men from the neighboring grocery store and surrounding shop owners caught the irresistible aroma, all gathering at the entrance of Chen Feng's restaurant. Their eyes gleamed with intense hunger as they watched Chen Feng devour his meal at lightning speed. In no time, Chen Feng had finished the bowl of rice and several pieces of boiled meat. Only then did he notice the group of would-be neighbors gathered at the door. He smiled sheepishly. Sorry, everyone. I haven't officially opened for business yet. I see. The food Xiaozhang made before was never this fragrant. So someone new took over. What seasonings did you add? Asked a shop owner from next door. How could Chen Feng admit he used no special seasonings at all? It was simply the quality of the meat. This was his closely guarded secret. He simply smiled at the owner, a business secret. Haha, understood. I won't ask anymore. Meanwhile, the owner of the grocery store Chen Feng had visited once was a straightforward man. The meat you cooked, just the smell alone, makes people want to eat 2 more bowls of rice. Could I have a taste? Then I'll advertise for you. Get all my relatives and friends to come eat here. Minhua's words drew immediate agreement from the other shop owners nearby. Right. Let us try it first. If it's good, we'll spread the word for you. Exactly. We'll promote you. Be living advertisements. Chen Feng looked at his completely empty bowls. These people were willing to advertise for him. Why not? He had never expected the meat's fragrance to be so captivating that strangers would come asking for a taste and offer to advertise for him. Therefore, he hadn't prepared food for so many people. Sorry, everyone. I just cooked a small portion for myself. I wasn't prepared for all of you. Next time I'll definitely invite everyone over and let you properly advertise for me. Chen Feng explained to everyone. Everyone then walked and chatted into Chen Feng's restaurant looking around. Chen Feng stood up, fetched the teapot, and poured tea for each neighbor in turn. Through the introduction of Minhua from the adjacent grocery store, he got to know the neighbors from the surrounding shops one by one. This is Boss Li, who sells agricultural machinery next door, and that's Boss Lu, who runs the tobacco, wine, and tea shop nearby. Chen Feng nodded to each person, shook their hands, and introduced himself. I'm Chen Feng from Qinjia Village. Please take care of me. After getting acquainted, everyone began chatting. Boss Lu asked, does your restaurant have a name yet? Chen Feng felt extremely proud as he mentioned the name he had just thought of. I'm going to serve only meat dishes in my restaurant, so I plan to call it. Wait, meat? How's that? Pretty catchy, right? Young man, you really have ideas. But a name is secondary. What matters most is having excellent skills to attract customers. Xiaofeng's skills are certainly superb. Didn't they draw all of us here? Minhua asked again, have you gone through the procedures for opening a restaurant? Brother Minhua, what procedures are needed to open a restaurant? Chen Feng asked, puzzled. Having never experienced these matters before and knowing no one, Chen Feng naturally had no idea what procedures were required. He humbly sought advice from these small shop owners in the surrounding area. They began discussing animatedly and finally reached a conclusion. A business license was absolutely necessary, and opening a restaurant would also require a sanitation permit. After taking a sip of tea, everyone returned to attend to their own businesses. Chen Feng rode his bike home, prepared the required documents, and hurried off to complete the procedures. It wasn't a market day, and it was precisely noon. There were few pedestrians on the street, just some hurried workers and farmers heading to work in the fields. Chen Feng changed into another set of clean, tidy clothes at home. He thought to himself that he was a boss now with tens of thousands of yuan in hand. It was time to get himself a proper outfit. He wouldn't go to the street stalls on the front street anymore buying 10 or 20 yuan items. He should go to the shops on the back street and buy some decent 100 yuan clothes. While calculating this in his heart, Chen Feng had already arrived at Middle Street, where the government was located. The government was situated in the center of the town, so naturally this street was called Middle Street. There were no shops on this street, only government offices, the town government police station, industrial and commercial bureau, water management station. It was the administrative hub of the town. The town's industrial and commercial bureau had no office building, just an ordinary compound with a sign hanging there. Without the sign, Chen Feng might have thought it was just an ordinary household. Entering the compound, he knocked and walked into an office. Since very few people came to apply for licenses in this small town, there naturally weren't many staff members. There was only one clerk in the office. He might even be the director himself. Hello, I'd like to open a restaurant next to Minhua's grocery store on the back street. I want to get the procedures done. Chen Feng walked into the office and addressed the bored clerk sitting at the desk. The clerk suddenly stood up and called out to the inner office, "Boss, come out quickly. Business is here." "What? An obese middle-aged man in uniform with a receding hairline walked out from the inner office and greeted Chen Feng. "What are you planning to open?" "Let me tell you, the town currently encourages farmers to start their own businesses. All procedures are simplified. A restaurant on the back street," Chen Feng said. This middle-aged man was the director of the town's Industrial and Commercial Bureau. As he cordially introduced the required documents and procedures to Chen Feng secretly, he was overjoyed that his assessment quota for this year was finally met. The small town barely had any businesses registered throughout the year, yet there were various assessment tasks assigned from above. He had thought his assessment would fail again this year, but now someone had suddenly appeared. How could the director not be delighted? Following the middle-aged man's instructions, Chen Feng first went to the town's health center. The sanitation permit required him to get a physical examination and obtain a health certificate from the health center first. The examination results were self-evident. Chen Feng was in excellent health, free from hepatitis A, hepatitis B, or any other infectious diseases. Returning to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Chen Feng began filling out forms. Sure enough, on the name line he wrote, "Meat." He filled out the remaining information truthfully. After handing the form to the clerk quickly printed 2 certificates for him. Business license and sanitation permit. Chen Feng held the 2 small certificates in his hand, overjoyed beyond measure. Business license, sanitation permit. Chen Feng clutched the 2 small certificates in his hand, filled with indescribable joy and happiness. He quickly rode his bike to buy a frame on the street and mounted these 2 certificates in front of his restaurant's counter. Chen Feng's restaurant was now officially legal. Chen Feng looked at the 2 brand-new certificates hanging on the wall behind the counter, his heart surging with excitement. He then took out the wallpaper he had bought that morning from under the counter and began to paste it. This was a skillful task. The wallpaper shop could have sent workers to paste it, but they would charge an extra 2 yuan per square meter for labor, so Chen Feng politely declined. The restaurant's walls were not many, but still several dozen square meters. If he hired workers, he would have to pay over 100 yuan more. That amount was enough to buy a decent outfit. But by doing it himself, Chen Feng only needed to pay 15 yuan per square meter for the wallpaper. Shwa shwa. The shop was very quiet now, with only the sound of Chen Feng meticulously working. Chen Feng was extremely careful, afraid that if he ruined a single piece of wallpaper, he would lose a dozen or so yuan. Generally, in a township restaurant, as long as it was clean and tidy and the food was delicious and plentiful, it could keep some customers. Wallpaper was just a trivial detail, and whether it was pasted well or poorly made little difference. Yet Chen Feng still applied it with utmost seriousness, unwilling to allow even a single mistake. After finishing, Chen Feng looked at his work with satisfaction and exclaimed, "If I went out to paste wallpaper for others and earned that 2 yuan, it would definitely be no problem. Absolutely perfect." Now the restaurant was completely ready. It could definitely open for business tomorrow. He only had to wait for Xiao Wan to finish making his signboard, and then he could open. After sitting down to rest for a while, Chen Feng planned to go to Xiao Wan's printing shop to check on the progress of his signboard. If it was ready, he would bring it back and hang it up. Pulling down the rolling shutter door, Chen Feng rode his bike straight to Xiao Wan's printing shop. "Sit here and wait a moment. Your signboard is being printed." Xiao Wan, who had a strong impression of Chen Feng from his morning visit, greeted him and asked him to sit and wait. With nothing to do, Chen Feng sat down and began to calculate. His restaurant was ready and the signboard was done. All that remained was to open for business tomorrow. With the quality of the animals he had caught in the wildlands using his fishing system, it would be a crime against heaven if his restaurant didn't become popular. Chen Feng fantasized about the near future, his restaurant bustling with customers, people who had eaten there giving him thumbs up, himself sitting at the counter counting cash, while the phone on the counter kept ringing with the sound of Alipay WeChat payment received XXX yuan. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wan and several customers who were printing and copying heard Chen Feng's foolish laughter and couldn't help turning their heads to look. Seeing that this young man seemed quite smart and capable, they wondered how he had gone mad at such a young age. Feeling the looks of concern from those around him, as if they were looking at a mentally disabled person, Chen Feng finally realized that people were watching him. He was truly embarrassed. He had even laughed out loud while daydreaming. He quickly pulled his thoughts back. After about half an hour, the signboard was finished and a piece of red cloth was included as a bonus. According to local custom, before a shop officially opened or during a trial operation, a red cloth would be used to cover the signboard, and it would only be removed on the official opening day. The installation worker from Xiao Wan's printing shop placed the signboard into a tricycle since Chen Feng's old bicycle couldn't possibly carry such a large signboard. The tricycle followed Chen Feng's bicycle to the restaurant, and the worker began to busy himself at the entrance. Chen Feng meanwhile sat down at a dining table and started calculating his expenses over the past 2 days. The rent for the house cost 12,000 yuan. He bought 5 rolls of wallpaper, which was 50 meters, for 750 yuan. 2 dining tables and 3 chairs, mainly to replace the damaged ones, rounded up to 1,000 yuan. And the signboard cost 1,000 yuan. He already had pots, bowls, ladles, and basins, so he didn't need to buy any more. In this way, out of his 80,000 yuan savings, he still had over 65,000 yuan left. Having taken over a restaurant without spending much money made Chen Feng very happy. What else did a restaurant need? Chen Feng thought for a moment and decided to go to the grocery store next door to stock up on some items. Tomorrow was a market day on the street, so he could also buy some cheap seasonal vegetables. After wandering around the grocery store for a while, Chen Feng bought a bundle of chopsticks. After all, this was a brand new restaurant. He couldn't use old chopsticks, could he? Although the previous chopsticks had been cleaned very thoroughly, Chen Feng still wanted everything in his restaurant to be new so that he would feel great. He also bought a few steel wool scrubbing pads, 2 dishcloths, and a bucket of cheap dishwashing liquid. After thinking, he also went to the stationery store next door to buy a notebook for keeping accounts. After everything was ready, the worker had already hung the signboard and covered it with the red cloth, then left. Looking at the hung signboard, Chen Feng's joy was beyond words. All that was left was to unveil it and open for business tomorrow. All right. Chen Feng hurriedly rushed to the grocery store and bought a string of firecrackers, planning to let them off for a festive sound at the opening tomorrow. Meanwhile, watching the happy Chen Feng asked, "Why don't you hire a troupe to perform at the restaurant entrance tomorrow? It's market day, and I guarantee your restaurant will be so crowded you won't be able to handle all the customers." Chen Feng thought for a moment and decided to go check out the town's red and white council. After all, more people meant more money. How could you advertise without spending money? There was only one red and white council in town, which mainly handled wedding ceremonies, funeral arrangements, and hosting and performances for business openings. As long as you paid, they could perform feats like smashing a stone on a chest or swallowing a sword at a wedding, and even dance at a grave for the deceased. Chen Feng didn't want to be so ostentatious. For a restaurant opening, there was no need to bring in the grave dancing ladies. Just hire a few people to beat gongs and drums, and he would set off some firecrackers himself. A lively opening would be enough. The person who received Chen Feng at the council was a woman around 50 years old. After Chen Feng stated his request, she recommended, "A gong and drum team needs at least 11 people, 1 conductor, 3 drummers, 3 gong players, 2 cymbal players, and 2 more cymbal players. The conductor gets 50 per session, the others get 30 each, and my agency fee is 50. That makes 400 total. Can you do it?" These gong and drum teams were made up of nearby villagers who would get together to play during slack farming seasons. Whenever there was a wedding or funeral, they would go and earn some money. 30 yuan was nothing to haggle over. As for the agency fee, it was normal to charge a little. He still had tens of thousands of yuan now, so he didn't care about 30 or 50. Chen Feng nodded and agreed, saying, "Okay." That woman, probably unaccustomed to seeing someone who didn't bargain in town, felt a bit unsettled. She hadn't even started her bargaining spiel, and it was already over. She had even thought that if he bargained too hard, she might as well offer herself for free. She was also a lover of excitement and wanted to join in the fun. Finally, unable to hold back, she said, "Kid, I'm not trying to cheat you or anything. If you think it's too expensive, I'll come blow the swana horn for you tomorrow." Chen Feng asked, "Blow the swana? What's the swana for? You don't understand, do you? Annie has been blowing the swana for over 30 years since she got married. The swana has deep intricacies. Among all the instruments in the country, the swana is the only one that can accompany you from your first month celebration to your funeral. Playing from a full moon celebration to a funeral." Chen Feng was left utterly speechless, his mind filled with dark lines of confusion. "All right, then, it's settled. Count me in for your opening tomorrow. I see you're still young, little one. After hearing Auntie Swana playing tomorrow, don't forget to find me when you get married. Let me make this clear, Tonight is my gift to you. For weddings, your son's full moon banquet, or anything else, 80 yuan each time. The middle-aged woman chattered away, promoting her business to Chen Feng, explaining how the swana could be played for joyous occasions or for expressing deepest sorrow. After Chen Feng secured the drumming troupe and accepting the woman's request to play the swana for him, he paid the deposit and left the village council hall to head home. After a day of bustling preparations, the sky had already grown dark. Chen Feng returned to his restaurant, pulled down the rolling shutter door, and headed home to rest early, preparing for the busy day ahead. After all, tomorrow the restaurant would finally open. While riding past the bookstore, Chen Feng stopped and purchased a home-style cookbook to study when he got home. It was just an ordinary home cooking recipe book. After all, the animals fished up from the wilds had such excellent meat quality that they could be made delicious with minimal culinary skill. Chen Feng had no intention of learning overly sophisticated dishes. It would simply take too much time and effort. Of course, he would definitely price his restaurant higher. Only then would it match the prestigious identity of ingredients coming from the wilds. Chen Feng rode along, contemplating what dishes he would serve and what price points would be appropriate. Back home, Chen Feng began busy working in his kitchen, studying the cooking methods from the home-style recipe book. The few dishes he had made before, a boiled 5-colored bird meat, a pork dish, and today's boiled meat, were all simply prepared. Besides salt, he hadn't added many seasonings. They were the type where perfect timing and heat alone made them delicious. No real cooking skill was required. Of course, running a restaurant meant he couldn't serve plain boiled meat to every customer. He needed some different dishes. Following the recipe book's methods, Chen Feng experimented with several dishes using ordinary ingredients. Some succeeded, others failed. Some were edible, some absolutely not. First, he wrote down the dishes that turned out well along with his own ideas. Then he recorded the shortcomings of the dishes that hadn't worked out. In this way, Chen Feng finalized his menu. As for pricing, he would simply charge 10 times what other restaurants charge for similar dishes. Such delicious food would surely attract many wanting to eat. True gourmet connoisseurs would never fuss over money. And so this fresh new menu was born. Cold platter pig face, pig ears, pork roll. Choose one, 180 yuan. Braised intestines, 300 yuan. Braised pig trotters, 380 yuan. Soy sauce pork knuckle, 580 yuan. Yu xiang shredded pork, 250 yuan. Pepper and pork stir fry, 220 yuan. The prices, though somewhat expensive, don't worry. We do have freebies. Unlimited rice and tea are on the house. A few hundred yuan per dish. Even a few scraps of meat falling into a bowl of rice would be worth more than the rice itself. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng lay on the Kong fantasizing about counting his money, tomorrow, drool unconsciously dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Soon he had fallen into a deep sleep. After all, he had exhausted himself today, and tomorrow would be even busier. The next morning, Chen Feng freshened up, found a set of clean, tidy clothes, and rode his bike straight to town. He thought about when he might be able to afford a motorcycle. Then getting to the restaurant would be much faster. The town in early morning was bustling and noisy. Market day had arrived. Vegetable vendors rushed to Front Street to seize the best spots, while shoppers came early to grab the freshest produce. Chen Feng was one of the crowd. He pushed his bicycle through Front Street, browsing and selecting. By the time he walked from one end to the other, both the front basket and the 2 crates strapped to the back seat were filled to overflowing with ingredients. He also picked up some soy sauce, light soy sauce, cooking wine, salt, and 13-spice blend, among other seasonings he needed. When he arrived at the restaurant, it was only around 8:30. Chen Feng opened the rolling shutter door, put away the vegetables and seasonings, then took a rag and wiped down all the tables, chairs, and the counter. Bang, 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 ding, dang, ling, dang. At that moment, thunderous drum sounds erupted on the street, accompanied by swana melodies growing nearer. Chen Feng hastily poked his head out from the restaurant. It was the drumming troupe he had hired arriving. At the head of the troupe, an old man held a large banner, paper-mounted, reading, "Wishing a meat restaurant a grand opening, prosperity, and success." Behind him, a dozen or so people dressed in ancient soldier-style costumes, wearing gongs, drums, and cymbals, came marching forward, making quite the spectacle. At the edge of the procession, a woman in her 50s, dressed in an ancient marshal's costume, held a swana and played an extremely festive tune. Behind them trailed dozens, even nearly 100 villagers who had come to watch the excitement. With so few entertainment options in the countryside, such performances naturally became the top choice for spectators. They followed the drumming troupe to Chen Feng's restaurant door and formed a circle around it. The woman in the marshal's costume leading them was the very same person who had received Chen Feng yesterday. Dressed in the ancient marshal's costume, she stood on the steps at the restaurant entrance, tucking the swana into her waistband. She took a command flag from her bag and raised it high. The old men and women in their ancient soldier costumes immediately arranged themselves into formation and spread out. With a downward sweep of the command flag, boom. The elderly drummers vigorously raised their drumsticks and struck the large red drums at their waists. She pointed the flag at the elderly women holding gongs, clang. The old women struck their gongs once. Pointing the flag at the gong-holding old women with rhythmic gestures, a series of clang, clang, clang echoed in cadence. This chaotic yet organized drum and gong performance had officially begun. She then produced another command flag, waving it left and right, sometimes splitting her movements between left and right, sometimes crossing her arms as she waved, sometimes crouching, sometimes leaping, all while never forgetting to wave the small flag directing the gongs, drums, swana, and cymbals to play in rhythmic harmony. The drums had been pounding for about 20 minutes when beads of sweat began appearing on the elderly performers' foreheads. The performance reached its most intense moment. The drum beats and other percussion instruments grew increasingly rapid. The marshal suddenly ran toward the watching crowd, stopped abruptly, performed a backward somersault, then faced her troupe and swung the command flag down with great force. Originally, Chen Feng had felt displeased, thinking the woman was just acting as an intermediary and charging him 100 yuan commission. But seeing her perform with such dedication, he felt the money was well spent. Boom, clang, clash. The elderly performers struck their instruments with all their might. The drumming ceased. Chen Feng quickly returned to the restaurant and brought out the firecrackers he had prepared, setting them off with a crackling pop, 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 bang. As the smoke cleared, Chen Feng stepped out from the restaurant and stood at the entrance. He cleared his throat toward the gathered crowd. The gongs and drums have finished, the firecrackers have all gone off. Now for the main event. Today, a meat restaurant officially opens. Welcome honored elders and fellow villagers to come and taste our offerings. With that, he reached out and pulled the red cloth from the sign. Today, a meat restaurant is officially open. Welcome all fellow villagers to come and taste. The red cloth was pulled down by Chen Feng, revealing the words on the signboard, meat. Beside it was a small line, delicious and expensive. After the clamor of drums and firecrackers, the crowd quietly listened to Chen Feng's opening speech, then watched him pull down the red cloth to reveal the signboard and burst into uproar. An old farmer looked up at the signboard and whispered to the person beside him, meat. What kind of name is that? Isn't it supposed to be a restaurant? A plump woman beside him also looked puzzled. Who knows? Why such a strange name? Who opened this restaurant? Quite young, I guess young people have more ideas. He said, isn't this the guy who used to sell fish and shrimp on the street before? I once bought fish from him. How did he open a restaurant? There was a commotion at the restaurant entrance as people were whispering and discussing the newly opened restaurant. Indeed, hiring a performance troupe attracted a lot of crowd. This wave was not a loss. Chen Feng continued, our meat restaurant mainly deals with meat dishes, no vegetables. As you can see from the words on my signboard, that is the philosophy of our restaurant. He said, pointing with both hands at the signboard, delicious and expensive. As soon as the onlookers saw the words expensive, more than half of them dispersed. After all, there were few in the town who were wealthy enough to accept a restaurant that openly advertised high prices. They shook their heads and left the restaurant, each discussing this new topic for the town. They must be crazy for money. Exactly. I'm not going. I'd rather go to those restaurants with big portions and cheap prices. At least I can spend less and eat more. But there were still some curious people who lingered, wanting to know just how delicious the food must be for the restaurant to dare to put expensive on its signboard. A young man asked loudly, hey, boss, how confident are you in your skills? You haven't even opened for business and you're already sharpening your knife to fleece customers. At that moment, a burly man with a bare upper body tattooed with a guanyu on his back also shouted, boss, show us the price list. Let us see how sharp your knife is and whether it can fleece us. I can't stand black-hearted merchants like you. You give. Hey dad, why are you pulling me? Biaozi, stop causing trouble outside, you're embarrassing me. Come home with me, if you want to be slaughtered, I'll slaughter you at home. An old man grabbed the tattooed man and dragged him away, causing a burst of laughter from the surrounding crowd. However, there were always many people who loved to stir up trouble. As soon as the tattooed man was dragged away, another person walked into the restaurant. Before entering, he shouted to the crowd outside, "Fellow villagers, let me go into the dragon's den and tiger's lair to scout the way for you." Chen Feng immediately welcomed the customer into the restaurant. The man glanced at the menu on the table and widened his eyes. "Did you add an extra zero?" "A cold platter 180, braised pork elbow 580. Chen Feng smiled. "No, that's the price." The man grabbed the menu and rushed out laughing as he ran. "Ha, it's fine, everyone go home, the boss is crazy." A few people immediately surrounded him, asking questions in a flurry. "Quick, let me see how much." "Braised pork elbow 580. He's really crazy. Let me see. Another person finally snatched the menu and loudly read out the prices. Braised intestines 300 yuan, braised pig trotters 380 yuan, braised pork elbow 580 yuan, Yuxiang shredded pork 250 yuan. Chen Feng had long anticipated such a result. After all, they had not tasted Chen Feng's meat and did not know its flavor. Naturally, they thought the price was incredibly high. He walked towards the man who was loudly reading the menu and reached out to take back his self-made menu. He couldn't let them take it away. He had only made one copy of the menu because he knew he couldn't serve many guests at the same time. The ingredients wouldn't allow it, and this price point would also keep 95 of people away. "Everyone has seen that the prices on my menu are indeed quite high, but if you are willing to come and try once, perhaps you won't think I'm crazy," Chen Feng said loudly to those who looked at him with disdain. Then another voice from the crowd sounded, "Boss, since it's opening day, isn't there any grand promotion event? Like free samples. If we taste it, and it's good, we might actually buy and come often." Chen Feng said, "Small business, no free events. However, if you order dishes in our restaurant, rice is free, eat as much as you want." Hearing Chen Feng's words, the remaining few onlookers also left, clicking their tongues in amazement that the boss was out of his mind and strolling away to find other news and excitement. Chen Feng really didn't want to explain much to these people because his target customers were never them. These commoners were just his publicity tools. He relied on them to spread the word about his restaurant. There would always be some big spenders who would be the first to dare. Chen Feng watched the people leaving while complaining about the high prices, his heart calm and even a bit amused. At noon, Chen Feng went to the kitchen, scooped a bowl of rice, and ate some. He did not cook the remaining black pork, mainly because there was not much left, each gene worth hundreds, so it was not necessary to waste it on himself. Time sometimes passes quickly, sometimes slowly. For instance, now Chen Feng felt time passing very slowly. He sat bored at the shop entrance waiting for customers, unbearably tedious. In fact, there were a few customers who came in, but as soon as they sat down, they were scared away by the menu Chen Feng handed them. One customer even prepared to call 12315 to report Chen Feng for running a scam shop. "Whether you eat or not is your business. Setting the price is my business. Mind your own business." Chen Feng's words drove that customer out. Having not made a single sale all day, he too had some temper. Chen Feng sat bored in the restaurant, flipping through the household cookbook he bought yesterday. Min Hua from the grocery store next door strolled over while smoking. Seeing him, Chen Feng stood up and let him sit down. "Little brother, I've been watching you all day and you haven't made a single sale," Min Hua said mockingly to Chen Feng. "Don't say I didn't warn you. You can't get fat in one bite. You set the price so high, how can you do any business?" Chen Feng did not speak because, faced with this sarcasm, he really didn't know what to say. If he said harsh words, they were still neighbors. He couldn't bring himself to say nice things, so he just kept silent. "You really are a newborn calf, unafraid of tigers. You can come up with any price. Your imagination really knows no bounds. I've never seen a pork elbow for 580. Min Hua took a puff of his cigarette and continued, "Your price would be about right if you dropped a zero." "Your price? You might as well just remove the zero," Min Hua said to Chen Feng with a sneer. "Brother, I'm not saying your stewed meat isn't delicious, but you need to face reality. You should know how much you can really handle." Min Hua's voice was loud, and it drew the attention of nearby shop owners who weren't too busy. One by one, they came to Chen Feng's restaurant, and the quiet eatery suddenly became lively. The morning's drumming and firecrackers at the shop entrance had brought in a fair amount of business. The locals, after enjoying the spectacle, wandered around, so they were always happy to see a new store opening in the neighborhood. If a shop thrived, it would attract customers, which could also bring some income to neighboring stores. For instance, Menhua's general store was one of the best performing shops on this street. For items not available in his store, customers would look around nearby. The surrounding shop owners naturally hoped this restaurant would flourish. Seeing that it hadn't opened for business since morning, they felt a mix of disappointment and resentment. Of course, they also took a schadenfreude-like pleasure in it. That's how people are. Someone else's misfortune often becomes a source of joy. Chen Feng didn't want to explain to these shop owners why he set his prices so high. If word of the system got out, it would reach the capital within 2 days. The power of the masses was immense. He had no desire to be treated as a lab rat at such a young age. Young boss Chen, every step must be taken one at a time. You can't get fat from one mouthful. Your prices are simply outrageous. Not to mention ordinary people, even the town mayor and party secretary couldn't afford your 4 dishes and a soup. The owner of the tobacco and liquor shop next door said to Chen Feng, hoping that the restaurant's customers would come to his shop for cigarettes and alcohol. Seeing that Chen Feng was unmoved by the neighbor's advice, Menhua laid down a harsh ultimatum. With your stubbornness, you think you can run a business. If you keep these prices, you'll be out of business within 2 days. I'm telling you now, when you close down, you'll be crying your eyes out. Chen Feng replied to Menhua, don't worry, it won't close down. Then he said cheerfully to the neighbors, thank you all for your advice. I appreciate your kindness, but I still believe my dishes are worth this price. Menhua said, even if it doesn't close down, if this restaurant of yours can become popular, I'll take down my own shop sign and eat it. With that, he strode away. The other shop owners, seeing this, had no choice but to leave Chen Feng's restaurant. The sky gradually darkened. It was now past 7 o'clock and the streets grew emptier, with only workers hurrying home after their shifts and old farmers returning from the fields. To the east of the town was an industrial development zone with several factories, which were the main sources of revenue for the town and the city. Among them was a factory owned by Qiming Group under the management of President Qin, who had previously bought Chen Feng's blood-red arowana. These industrial parks provided many jobs for the town's young people, though most were low-level positions. Young people nowadays no longer wanted to work the land facing the sky and the earth. The vast majority chose to work in factories, which allowed them to earn more than farming without having to leave home. Most of the middle-level factory managers were from out of town, living in company-built dormitories. The apartments were on the outskirts of the town. After work, these white-collar workers from the factories often liked to grab a meal in town if they didn't feel like cooking. At that moment, a young man in a neat suit was strolling down the street, looking left and right, clearly searching for food. His name was Qin Guangwu, a native of Shuqing City and a relative of President Qin from Qiming Group. Usually idle and useless, he spent his days loafing around in the city. Through President Qin's connections, he had landed a job as a security supervisor at one of Qiming Group's factories. He looked up and saw a brand new sign. Meat, he murmured to himself, just opened. Perfect timing, I'm craving meat. Let's go in and take a look, he said, heading toward Chen Feng's restaurant. Menhua was smoking at the entrance of his general store and saw Qin Guangwu about to enter the restaurant. He walked up and offered him a cigarette. Isn't this Manager Qin? What brings you here? Qin Guangwu took the cigarette and said, just got off work, came to grab some food. I happened to see a new restaurant next to your store, so I thought I'd give it a try. Menhua took a drag of his cigarette, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, this restaurant's knives are pretty sharp. But with Manager Qin's wealth, there's no meal you can't afford. Sharp knives? I don't believe it. Who would dare to rip me off? I'm going to go see just how sharp those knives are, whether they can actually kill me. With that, he walked into the restaurant. As soon as he entered, he said to Chen Feng, who was sitting at the counter, I heard your knives are pretty sharp. Let's see if you can really cut me. Startled by the mention of knives and slaughter, Chen Feng quickly said, Sir, this is a restaurant, not a slaughterhouse. What do you mean? Qin Guangwu felt the words were strange, but he was indeed hungry. I'll order. Let me see how expensive this place is. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt a surge of delight. At least the reputation of his restaurant's high prices had spread. He took out the menu and handed it to the customer. Qin Guangwu took the menu and looked at the prices. He took a sharp drag of his cigarette, SSS, then slowly exhaled. Damn, it was really expensive. There wasn't a single dish under 100 yuan, and the cheapest cold dish was 180 yuan. But Qin Guangwu could afford it. Although he was just a security supervisor, he wielded considerable power. The job of maintaining factory security wasn't huge, but it wasn't trivial either. The young men working in the factory were all hot-tempered, and conflicts inevitably arose during work. Whenever a fight broke out in the factory, it gave the security team an opportunity. Either pay a fine of 5,000 yuan each or be reported to the HR department and fired, then handed over to the police. With a job so close to home and paying well, no one wanted to lose it. They all chose to pay up and keep the peace. So Qin Guangwu was not short of money. He pointed at the menu and said to Chen Feng, "You're not just expensive, you're ridiculously expensive. But I'm not one to care about money. I'll have this and a bowl of rice. I'll see if your food is worth the price. If it's not, I'll bring my men to trash your place." He pointed at the cold dish and the Yuxiang Roe Si fish fragrant shredded pork on the menu. "You won't be disappointed," Chen Feng said, then quickly walked toward the kitchen. He wasn't afraid of the customer trashing the place, he was excited. This was his first customer. He had to give it his all, cooking these two dishes perfectly. If he succeeded, word of mouth would spread. Yuxiang Roe Si is a renowned Sichuan dish originating from Shucheng. Naturally, the most authentic version is made in the Shucheng region. In the area around Shucheng, a discerning gourmand who orders this dish is essentially testing the chef of the restaurant. It seemed that this Qin Guangwu was a true connoisseur of food. Chen Feng knew he had to give his utmost effort to impress his very first customer. Yesterday, while studying the recipe, Chen Feng had managed to cook this dish with relative success and had noted his shortcomings. He believed this time he could make it even more delicious. Yuxiang Roe Si was not particularly difficult to make, and for Chen Feng, who had already succeeded once, it was a familiar task. He took a piece of black pork belly from the refrigerator, 70 lean and 30 fat. He slowly sliced the meat into shreds. Having cooked at home for years, Chen Feng now possessed considerable knife skills. Before long, the piece of pork belly had turned into a pile of fine shreds. Then he selected the vegetables he had bought at the market that morning, scallions, gingerwood, ear mushrooms, and carrots, and cut them into strips, setting them aside. Chen Feng skillfully immersed the shredded pork in a bowl mixed with cooking wine, salt, sugar, and starch, stirring it well. Then he poured a little oil into the wok and added the auxiliary ingredients and seasonings one by one according to the recipe. As the aroma of the seasonings began to waft through the air, Chen Feng tipped the pork shreds into the wok. The black pork shreds instantly turned a rich red as they hit the hot oil. Soon the fragrance of the black pork mingled with the spices, filling the kitchen with an irresistible scent. The aroma made Chen Feng's mouth water, but he quickly regained his composure and continued stir-frying the meat in the wok. Qin Guangwu was idly playing on his phone at the table, waiting for Chen Feng to prepare another dish. Just then a wave of fragrance drifted out from the kitchen. He sniffed deeply, unable to suppress a groan of pleasure. This Yuxiang Roe Si is indeed impressive. Based on the aroma alone, I'd give it 80 points. Qin Guangwu thought to himself, but a score of 80 couldn't justify a price of over 200 yuan. He would have to wait until the dish was cooked and taste it before making a final judgment. The Yuxiang Roe Si was soon ready. The kitchen was filled with a tantalizing aroma that even Chen Feng could not resist. He eagerly picked up a piece of shredded pork with his chopsticks and took a bite. The mingled flavors of the black pork and seasonings burst in his mouth, and Chen Feng could not help exclaiming, "So delicious." Qin Guangwu, hearing Chen Feng's exclamation from outside, laughed softly. He's really blowing his own trumpet. Yet the aroma was indeed so enticing that he himself was salivating while waiting. Chen Feng then took out the previously braised pig face, pig ears, and pig rolls from the refrigerator, slicing them into a platter. Carrying 2 plates, he walked over to the table where Qin Guangwu was sitting and set them down. Qin Guangwu stared at the Yuxiang Roe Si as it was brought from the kitchen to the table, his eyes shining. As soon as the dish was placed down, he picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of shredded pork, and put it into his mouth. This taste, it was truly indescribably delicious. In ordinary Yuxiang Roe Si, the meat is soaked in cooking wine and seasonings to remove any gamey odor, but this process also strips away some of the pork's natural umami. The starch coating is meant to lock in the remaining freshness and prevent it from being overwhelmed by the sauce, yet the final dish often ends up tasting more of the seasonings than the meat itself. But this plate of yuxiang rou si was completely different. The savory freshness of the pork was not in the least overshadowed by the seasonings. The two flavors complemented each other, harmonizing perfectly in the same dish. After tasting it, Qin Guangwu couldn't help but utter, "So delicious." Then he picked up a piece of pig ear from the cold dish and popped it into his mouth. The pig ear was both crunchy and chewy, with an even richer, more intense pork flavor. Qin Guangwu shouted, "Where's the rice? Bring me rice immediately. If you don't bring the rice, soon I'll finish the dishes without it." Chen Feng quickly went to the kitchen to fetch him a bowl of rice. When he returned, he found that the dishes were already half gone. Chen Feng sat behind the counter watching his first customer wolf down the food with a look of pure enjoyment on his face. It filled Chen Feng with great satisfaction. "Ah, delicious." Qin Guangwu soon polished off both plates and the bowl of rice, almost tempted to lick the plates clean. Seeing that he had finished eating, Chen Feng poured him a glass of water and asked, "So what do you think? Is it worth the price?" Qin Guangwu, still savoring the aftertaste, stared at the plates, debating whether to lick them. Maybe he could sneak a quick lick when the owner went into the kitchen or turned his back. No, he was at least a minor manager. How could he do something so degrading? He quickly suppressed the thought. "What do you think? Is the price too high?" Chen Feng noticed the guest was still lost in the aftertaste and asked again. "Ah, it's delicious, really delicious. Expensive things have their reasons." Qin Guangwu finally snapped back to reality. Chen Feng asked expectantly, "Could you point out any shortcomings? I'll improve in the future." Qin Guangwu thought for a moment. He really couldn't find any faults, but failing to nitpick went against his style. After a long pause, he blurted out, "Why isn't there any fish in this yuxiang rou si?" Chen Feng's face immediately darkened. Was this guy here to cause trouble? "Ha, just kidding, just kidding. Boss, your cooking is excellent. I can't find any flaws. This is the best yuxiang rou si I've ever had in my life. The money is well spent." Seeing Chen Feng's expression turn dark, Qin Guangwu quickly laughed it off. So it was just a joke. Chen Feng had nearly felt like punching him. Chen Feng said, That's good. I was worried you were going to wreck my restaurant." Qin Guangwu laughed heartily and said, "I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I do something illegal? I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously?" He then thought for a moment and asked, "Do you realize that at this price, very few people will eat here in such a small town? I spent 400 yuan just for myself. If you treat a whole table of guests, even without alcohol, a meal would cost 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Who in this small town would be willing to spend that much on a single meal?" Chen Feng lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "I know that. Actually, my expectation isn't high. I'd be satisfied if I could sell just one table a day." After thinking it over, Chen Feng made a decision. He would only serve one table per day. First, the ingredients were too scarce to support a large volume. Second, there weren't many customers anyway, and this would create a scarcity marketing effect. Chen Feng felt that this decision was incredibly clever. After paying for his meal, Qin Guangwu asked, "What time do you close?" Not understanding his intention, Chen Feng replied, "I'll close in a little while. Then wait for me," Qin Guangwu said, and he hurried off. Chen Feng was left dumbfounded, wondering if the man still thought the price was too high and was actually going to get people to trash his restaurant. Should he call the police, or should he call the police? Unknown. Chen Feng watched Qin Guangwu storm out of the restaurant in a huff, and thought to himself, could this guy really be so angry about the price that he'd come back with people to wreck the place? Well, if they really came to wreck the place, he would call the police. At this moment, Qin Guangwu rushed frantically toward the factory apartment building. With such delicious food, how could he enjoy it alone? He should invite his several bosses out to taste it first. He still had some cunning in him. He could simply call each of them to come out. But Qin Guangwu felt that would be too informal. He should personally go and invite them in person. After all, calling people for dinner at mealtime felt like last-minute arrangements, which was quite impolite. Back at the apartment, Qin Guangwu knocked on the doors of several department heads related to his security team, inviting them out. Manager Wu from the Safety and Environmental Department was Qin Guangwu's direct supervisor, overseeing safety production, environmental testing, and his security team. Manager Li from Human Resources When Qin Guangwu handled the worker fight, incidentally had turned a blind eye, so naturally Qin Guangwu had to invite him. There were also several other department heads who weren't directly related to his business, but were on good terms with him. He invited them all together. Most of them had just returned to the apartment and hadn't even started cooking yet when Qin Guangwu dragged them out. Old Wu from the Safety and Environmental Department teased Qin Guangwu. "Little Qin, my wife, already bought the groceries and is waiting to start cooking. You drag me out. If it's not something important, I'm going to be upset." "That's right," said Manager Li from Human Resources. "I just finished a whole day of work and was about to have a couple drinks and rest. Then you call me out." Qin Guangwu said to Manager Li. "Manager Li, drinking alone is so boring. I'm calling you out because I want to share some drinks with you." The group complained one after another, inviting us to drink. "You should have said so earlier. It's past mealtime now, calling us out for drinks after we've already eaten. That's not sincere at all. Wait, you owe us a few drinks as punishment first." Qin Guangwu quickly explained, "As you all know, I never cook at home. First, I don't have a wife to cook for me, and second, I'm just lazy. But I love to eat. I've been to every single restaurant in this town." Then he suddenly raised his voice, "But today I discovered a restaurant. The food they make is absolutely delicious." Old Wu asked, "How delicious could it be? We'll go together later. If you're exaggerating, don't ever think about coming to my house to eat your sister-in-law's cooking again." Everyone laughed heartily. Qin Guangwu patted his chest and promised, "I guarantee that after you eat their food, you'll forget all about my sister-in-law's cooking." Old Wu was also a man in his 40s, having eaten his wife's cooking for 20 years. One would inevitably get tired of even the best food and want to try something different sometimes. Of course, this wasn't specifically about food. Qin Guangwu understood all of this. After the meal, he would naturally arrange some drinks for his immediate bosses. With that, Qin Guangwu went back to his home to grab a few bottles of his precious baijiu, then led everyone toward the restaurant. Several mid-level managers from the company followed Qin Guangwu out of the apartment. The factory apartments were on the edge of town, only about 7 or 8 minutes walk from Chen Feng's restaurant on the main street. After Qin Guangwu left, the restaurant returned to its quiet and deserted state. Chen Feng continued to sit idly in front of the counter, planning the future of his restaurant and thinking about things he hadn't considered before. Chen Feng looked at the 400 yuan he had just earned. The meat had come from the system's wasteland realm through fishing. It cost him nothing. After deducting about 40 yuan for daily rent and utilities plus seasonings and side ingredients, he had netted about 350 yuan from just these two simple dishes. Chen Feng felt delighted just thinking about it. He should refine his idea of serving only one table of food per day. After all, his meat was obtained through fishing, not like pork from the street that was available whenever you wanted to buy it. With rare ingredients, he should limit supply and create scarcity marketing to build his reputation. After much deliberation, Chen Feng made a decision: only one table of food per day with a maximum of 8 people, because his restaurant's largest table could only seat 8. Whether these 8 people were strangers sharing a table or came together, they would all share the same table of food. If each table of food netted him over 1,000 yuan, that's more than 10,000 yuan in 10 days. In a month, he could earn over 30,000 yuan. In a year, oh my, would he, Chen Feng, really become someone earning several 100,000 yuan a year? Qin Guangwu brought the colleagues from the company back to Chen Feng's restaurant. They saw Chen Feng sitting alone at a table, lost in thought, occasionally breaking into silly laughter. Qin Guangwu knocked on the table, startling Chen Feng from his daydreams. Chen Feng quickly wiped the drool almost dripping from the corner of his mouth and looked toward the counter. The customer who had just threatened to wreck the place was back, and this time he brought several people. Chen Feng quickly grabbed his phone, ready to dial 110, and asked, "Did you come to wreck the place?" "I'm calling the police." Old Wu couldn't help but laugh. "Little Qin, didn't you bring us here to eat? How did you end up bringing us to wreck a place?" Qin Guangwu quickly explained to Old Wu, "Manager Wu, I really did bring you here to eat. This young boss got the wrong idea, that's all. Misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Only then did Chen Feng look at the several guests Qin Guangwu had brought. They were all men in their 30s or 40s and didn't look like troublemakers at all. Hearing them say they came to eat, the heart that had been in his throat finally settled back down. But then he remembered the rule he had just set. How could he break it the moment he made it? Chen Feng stood inside the counter, not knowing how to explain that he only cooked one meal per day. He hadn't figured out how to explain this rule he had just made. Looking at Chen Feng spacing out again, Qin Guangwu thought to himself, this cook may make delicious food, but he really isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Why does he keep spacing out like this? Then he knocked on the table again. Hey boss, bring out the menu. Let's take a look. Chen Feng snapped back to reality and said to Qin Guangwu, brother, I'm really sorry. My master set the rule that we only cook one table of food per day. Since I've already cooked for you today, I really can't do it again. Little Qin, we've come all this way for nothing. Let's go somewhere else. This restaurant has expensive written all over its sign. It must cost a fortune. Guangwu, you didn't even make a reservation, and you're dragging us around for food. Qin Guangwu stared at Chen Feng and said, you must be joking. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? This cook had really made Qin Guangwu lose face. He was truly angry, but he was also helpless. Those two dishes Chen Feng made had already conquered his stomach. If it were anyone else daring to embarrass him like this, he would have thrown a punch long ago. Chen Feng's eyes flickered as he said with sincere earnestness, it's true. The master who taught me to cook set this rule. I really cannot make an exception. Qin Guangwu was at his wits' end with Chen Feng. He could only lean closer and plead in a low voice, boss, please. Do us a favor. Grant us this meal. I'll pay double. Unknown. Boss, cut me some slack. Give me a chance. I'll pay double. Qin Guangwu leaned close to the counter and whispered to Chen Feng, double the price. Chen Feng hesitated, caught in a dilemma. He looked at the customer who had come with 4 or 5 others. A table for this group would easily cost over 2,000 yuan. Double that would be over 4,000. 4,000 in pure profit. The temptation Qin Guangwu offered left the country-born Chen Feng, who had seen little of the world, torn between his principles and the money. Qin Guangwu watched Chen Feng's brow furrow deeply as if caught in an intense internal struggle. He thought, this is promising. He quickly pressed on, little brother, do you think I don't know your rules? Ignorance should be forgiven. Cook me another table, not only will I double the price, but I'll also bring you more customers in the future. After struggling for a long while, Chen Feng finally said to Qin Guangwu, I'm sorry, but the rules are the rules. I can't break my own rules, even though I really want to earn your money. Then he turned to the middle-aged men behind him and said, gentlemen, I apologize. Our restaurant only serves one table of food per day. It was my fault for not explaining this clearly in advance. When you come tomorrow, I'll treat you all to one of my signature dishes. Hearing Chen Feng say this, Qin Guangwu had no choice but to lead his colleagues out of the restaurant. Before leaving, he turned to Chen Feng and said, it's settled then, tomorrow evening. We'll come back with the others. Outside the restaurant, HR manager Li said to Qin Guangwu, this owner has quite the attitude. One table per day? Who knows if his cooking is even any good, yet he's got the nerve to act so high and mighty. Qin Guangwu quickly defended Chen Feng. His cooking is so delicious that no matter how big his attitude, you can endure it. Come back tomorrow and you'll understand after one meal. Another colleague said to Qin Guangwu, this doesn't sound like you at all. If someone dared to brush you off like this under normal circumstances, you would have beaten them until their own mother couldn't recognize them right. It was clear this colleague knew Qin Guangwu's temper well and was extremely puzzled by his uncharacteristic deference to a mere restaurant owner. Qin Guangwu said to the group, tomorrow you'll all understand after eating there. With that, he walked toward the apartment direction. Chen Feng's heart, which had been raised in tension, finally settled back down after seeing them leave. He really wasn't good at refusing people, especially refusing money. Heaven knew how much he regretted just now refusing a double-priced meal. After they left, Chen Feng cleaned up the kitchen and washed the pots and dishes. He was preparing to go home. Just now he had inventoried the remaining vegetables and the black pork in the fridge. There was still quite a bit left. This morning, Chen Feng had thought that with the grand opening, he would get at least 3 or 4 tables of customers. He had overestimated the small town's purchasing power and bought too many vegetables. These vegetables could last a few more days. Since he would only cook one table per day from now on, he should buy less matching ingredients and purchase fresh daily to ensure customers get the freshest food. As for the black pork, there were still dozens of gene remaining, enough for 2 or 3 more tables without any problem. But even though his restaurant was called meat, it shouldn't have only pork, right? There should be other types of meat too. Why not go home today and try to fish up some chickens, ducks, or fish. As for beef and lamb, Chen Feng thought better of it. Even if he could hook these larger animals with his current physique, he might not be able to pull them up. Even if he could pull them up, the level 1 dark iron fishing rod the system gave him could only bear a maximum weight of 100 kilograms. Managing to catch a black pig was already doing him a favor. Thinking about going home to fish again, Chen Feng was extremely excited. He quickly closed the door, pulled down the rolling shutter, and rode off on his bike. At this moment, Min Hua from the neighboring grocery store was also pulling down his rolling shutter to close up for the night. Seeing Chen Feng about to leave, he called out, "What's the deal? I heard you just turned away a table of customers. Are you giving up already? Listen to your big brother. Good food must be savored one bite at a time. How could anyone afford to come with prices set that high?" Chen Feng stretched, loosening his body after a day of doing nothing, and replied to Min Hua in a languid voice, "Just turned away one table, and I'm really afraid there will be too many people coming. I'll be counting money until my hand cramps. From now on, my restaurant only serves one table per day. Min Hua bro, spread the word to everyone so they don't come when I'm fully booked." Min Hua was truly about to explode from anger at this guy. "I've never seen anyone run a business like this. You'll go bankrupt sooner or later, and there will be a day you'll regret this." Chen Feng mounted his bike and smiled at Min Hua. Min Hua bro, don't worry. Before I cry, I'll have to see you eat your signature dish first." You. Min Hua was practically about to have a stroke from rage at this new neighbor. Chen Feng felt secretly pleased. In truth, he knew that this neighbor Min Hua wasn't a bad person at heart. But what puzzled Chen Feng was how a 7-foot-tall burly man could be so fond of gossiping and sticking his nose into other people's business. So he deliberately provoked Min Hua. Thinking about the look of frustration on Min Hua's face, Chen Feng felt an indescribable satisfaction. Within a few minutes, Chen Feng had ridden home on his bike. He parked the vehicle and rushed to the fish pond, ready to start fishing. This fishing system was truly like drawing lots from a lottery box. You never knew what you would pull out until you reached in. Chen Feng thought earthworms caught a 5-colored bird because birds love insects. Cabbage leaves caught a black pig. Maybe it was the saying about good cabbages being trampled by pigs. Do pigs love cabbage? What should he try this time? Chen Feng looked around his home, which had nothing but bare walls. Sigh. There really wasn't anything suitable for bait. Try cabbage again. But he still had plenty of pork. Well, then earthworms it is. Catching a 5-colored bird could be like hunting wild chicken. A pot of braised wild chicken. Couldn't that easily be priced at 1280 yuan? This is wild chicken caught from the mountains. He thought he did it. Chen Feng immediately summoned his dark iron fishing rod from the system. When he thought in his mind about summoning this rod, the antique-looking fishing pole appeared in his hand. After the rod appeared, Chen Feng dug an earthworm from the damp soil beside the fish pond and threaded it onto the hook. Then Chen Feng flicked his wrist and cast the fishing line into the pond. But this time what Chen Feng didn't know was that before the hook even reached the depths, a fish swam swiftly over, snatched the earthworm off the hook, but didn't trigger it. It seemed that after Chen Feng changed careers to become a chef, his fishbaiting skills had regressed. The hook, without bait, connected to the fishing line of unknown material, slowly sank to the bottom of the pond. The moment it touched the bottom, that familiar massive vortex immediately appeared, covering the entire fish pond. However, after witnessing the vortex twice, Chen Feng had long since grown accustomed to it. Such a spectacular vortex only heightened his anticipation for what treasure might appear. Unknown. The primordial wilderness. The moon was dark, the stars had sunk. It seemed the entire primordial wilderness had surrendered to the night, with only the howling wind wailing and roaring through the primeval forest. There was no sign of animal activity. Suddenly a roar erupted, dull as a drumbeat, loud as thunder, shattering the tranquil night sky. The roar sounded like a beast's howl, yet also like a human's bellow. Following that first cry, a series of less forceful roars echoed in succession. From the depths of the primeval forest burst a burly man draped in white tiger fur, adorned with feathers in his hair, his sinewy muscles bulging. Though massive in stature, he moved with surprising agility. Behind him, several other men clad in animal skins were in pursuit. So those earlier howls had all come from these people. Evidently, these were humans of the primordial wilderness, still mired in the savage barbarism of primitive tribes. Their spoken language was limited and most of their expressions relied on roars and shouts. Truly the primordial wilderness, so untamed. The robust primitive man sprinted through the forest, dodging the various attacks launched by his pursuers. Some hurled stones, others threw wooden clubs bound with sharp rocks, but the robust man evaded them all. The primitive men, chasing him, split into two factions. Even as they pursued, they fought among themselves. Eventually, the burly man sprinted all the way to a mountaintop within the forest where a cliff edge awaited him. There was no retreat. Both factions of primitives had caught up, panting heavily. From among them stepped two men clad in tiger fur. These two were likely the chieftains of their respective tribes. Even among primitives, a hierarchy existed. Though all wore animal skins, the chieftains wore tiger fur. Their method of ranking was simple. The animal you could hunt alone determined the skin you wore. Only a warrior capable of slaying a tiger solo could compete for the chieftaincy, and the victor naturally became the leader. The man in white tiger fur, how formidable he must be. The two chieftains stepped forward from the crowd. You the vermilion fruit handed over. Then you can go back. Though they could capture tigers with their bare hands, they were still primitives, barely able to speak fluently. The burly man asked, "Give it to whom?" The two chieftains spoke in unison, "Me. Give it to me." The burly man said, "You fight. Whoever wins gets it." So even primitive tribes could be so cunning. The two chieftains were not without wit. They wouldn't fall for his trick. Exchanging glances, they both knew that with the current situation so clear, if their tribes fought each other, he would seize the chance to escape with the fruit. "Give it to us, or you die," one chieftain threatened. The burly man, no stranger to fear, retorted, "Kill me, and my tribe will avenge me. You will die." But the tribesmen were already bloodthirsty. At their chieftain's command, they swarmed toward the burly man like a hive of bees. The burly man pulled a small red fruit from his tiger skin garment, raised it above his head, and shouted, "Come any closer, and I'll throw it away. None of us will have it." With that, he roared at the sky. After the roar, heaven and earth shifted. The star-sunk dark night sky suddenly manifested a colossal vortex, as if it would suck away the entire firmament. The primitives stared in awe at the vortex above, then turned their terrified gazes to the man who had summoned it. Unable to explain this phenomenon, they could only attribute it to a divine miracle. The man who had summoned the miracle was naturally the divine envoy. They all knelt before him. The two chieftains were also stunned, yet they refused to believe he was truly a divine envoy. Perhaps it was heaven's punishment, they speculated. But they could not allow their tribes to believe he was a divine envoy, or else the tribesmen might defect to the tribe of the so-called envoy. Because such a blessing would bring divine protection. They began to pull their kneeling tribesmen to their feet, claiming that the vortex was a punishment from heaven upon that man, that he was no envoy. Of course, the burly man himself was utterly bewildered. What had just happened? One roar of emotion, and the sky transformed with a vortex. Just as the two tribes knelt trembling on the cliff, and the burly man stood dumbfounded, a hook dropped from the center of the vortex, precisely catching the fruit in his hand. At that moment, by the fish pond, Chen Feng, who had been gripping the fishing rod and waiting, suddenly felt a tremor. He had caught something. What kind of meat would it be this time? How much should he sell it for? Chen Feng had no time to ponder. He quickly reeled in the line. Why so light? Had he caught nothing? Never mind, reel it in first. In the primordial wilderness, the fruit in the burly man's hand was hooked by a hook from which a thin line extended. The hook snatched the fruit and was swiftly pulled back into the sky. The burly man finally reacted, roaring in fury as he watched the fruit being taken. Hearing his roar, the tribesmen looked up to see how the divine envoy was communicating with the heavens. But all they saw was the shrinking vortex in the sky, followed by the burly man's enraged cry, "The fruit sucked away." One chieftain who had been pulling his tribesmen to their feet heard this and immediately felt vindicated in his earlier belief. He was indeed a man of divine punishment. He said to his people, "See, I told you. He is punished by the heavens." The tribesmen then rose from the ground. The other chieftain, not entirely convinced, rushed to the burly man and asked, "Where did you hide it?" The burly man patted his tiger skin garment to show he had nothing, then pointed to the sky, "Flew away, sucked away." Only then did the chieftain believe him. He looked at the burly man with a gloating expression. "You are punished by the heavens. Your tribesmen will abandon you. Meanwhile, by the fish pond, Chen Feng was reeling in the line, feeling rather disappointed. It was so light, probably less than half a gene. When the line was fully retrieved, Chen Feng saw a red fruit hanging from the hook. The fruit was entirely crimson, dotted with tiny yellow specks. It looked very familiar. Wasn't it a hawthorn? But this fruit was twice the size of a typical hawthorn, as big as an apple. Fishing a hawthorn out of the primordial wilderness, Chen Feng was speechless. No wonder it was so light. Chen Feng stared at the fruit he had fished from the frontier realm. It was roughly the size of an apple, appearing at first glance like an enormous hawthorn. Hawthorn, also known as mountain hawthorn, or simply haw, typically grew wild in the mountains before cultivation. With its sweet tart flavor, it was often used to make snacks like candied fruit on a stick. However, this large fruit before him was unlike ordinary hawthorn. It lacked the rough, dull skin dotted with yellow-white specks typical of the species. It was entirely vermilion red, its crimson skin so translucent and delicate it seemed it would burst at a breath. Scattered across its ruby surface were golden yellow granular particles, sparkling like stars scattered across the night sky. Chen Feng held the crimson fruit in his palm, examining it closely. The moment Chen Feng drew near, a fragrance that refreshed the heart and invigorated the spirit rushed straight to his head. This aroma was neither the sour nor the sweet scent of hawthorn, but something utterly indescribable. This fragrance, upon smelling it, cleared one's mind and refreshed one's spirit, instantly dispelling all the weariness from Chen Feng's day of opening his business, making him feel renewed and energetic once more. This fruit. I wonder what it is. If it smells this fragrant, it must taste even better. Chen Feng murmured, gazing at the fruit that had so refreshed him. He couldn't help but think. No wonder the meat from the frontier realm's animals tasted so delicious. When one spends every day eating such mountain delicacies, the meat would naturally be savory and fresh. Having obtained this fruit so easily through fishing, Chen Feng didn't think it was anything particularly rare. He even wondered briefly why fishing with an earthworm could yield a fruit. Could there be some secret undisclosed connection between the fruit and earthworms? Chen Feng thought that since he could fish up fruits with earthworms, he could do it again more often in the future. If he tried it himself and it tasted good, he could sell it at his restaurant. Just serve it as a post-meal fruit to cut through grease. One fruit per plate, 998 yuan per plate, sounds about right. With such a heavenly fragrance, there would surely be no shortage of people wanting to try it. If the three chiefs of the frontier realm were to learn that Chen Feng intended to sell their treasure, something the three tribes had fought and bled for a mere 998 yuan, it was planned to have the frontier realm supply him regularly. Those chiefs would surely lose their minds. Chen Feng imagined how he might open a fruit shop specializing in fruits fished from the frontier realm without even needing to cook himself. The idea made him almost delirious with joy. In any case, Chen Feng decided to taste this enormous hawthorn first before anything else. What if it smelled delicious, but tasted terrible? That wouldn't be unprecedented. There exists a fruit in the south called durian, expensive, yet notoriously pungent in aroma, yet surprisingly pleasant in taste. So Chen Feng didn't rule out the possibility of a fruit that smelled wonderful, but tasted foul. So vibrant and alluring, so translucent and crystalline. Could it possibly be poisonous? This thought struck Chen Feng just before he stuffed the fruit into his mouth. If it were poisonous, what then? Would he die from eating it? Yet the fruit emanated a fragrance so refreshing and delightful, constantly tempting Chen Feng to devour it. The fruit's enchanting aroma had thoroughly captured Chen Feng's desire, but he had nothing on hand to test for poison. Where would a common household have silver testing needles? He only owned an iron needle for sewing clothes. But how could Chen Feng bear to put down the fruit and wait to test it for poison before eating? A fruit this beautiful probably isn't poisonous, right? Clearly the alluring fruit had completely bewitched Chen Feng. Drooling as he stared at it, he bellowed, "To hell with it. I'm eating it. Worst case, I'll go to the clinic for a stomach pump." With that, he stuffed this oversized hawthorn into his mouth and bit down with a crisp crunch. The moment the fruit entered Chen Feng's mouth, the golden specks on its skin transformed into a streak of golden light that shot down his throat. The flesh enclosed within the vermilion skin instantly dissolved into juice, following that golden light into Chen Feng's throat. Two sensations followed immediately. One was a violent pain, and then a surge of heat passed through his aching throat, a flavor intensely spicy like the fiercest chili imaginable. Huh. Huh. Chen Feng clutched his mouth, yet no sound could escape save for ragged, gasping breaths. This left Chen Feng, who had intended to call his neighbor for help if anything went wrong, utterly speechless, forced to suffer in silence. He couldn't fathom the fragrance that had refreshed his heart and spirit, the beauty so vibrant and radiant. Yet the moment it entered his mouth, there was first pain, then a spice that scorched straight to his brain. Such a betrayal of its appearance. Chen Feng had been expecting a hawthorn flavor. That golden light, after piercing through Chen Feng's throat, traveled along his esophagus toward his abdomen, making Chen Feng feel as though blades were being drawn through the inside of his body. He distinctly sensed a metallic, sweet taste of blood in his throat, but it was immediately overwhelmed and concealed by a searing torrent of heat. As if that weren't enough, upon entering Chen Feng's abdomen, the golden light split into several streaks that surged into the meridians of his four limbs. But Chen Feng was unaware of these meridians' existence. All he could clearly perceive was that knife-like pain gradually spreading to every part of his body, rendering him immobile. He could only curl up beside the fish pond, breathing painfully. The only comfort for Chen Feng was that after the intensely spicy warmth entered his abdomen, the pungency vanished entirely. He could only feel it transform into heat that radiated the spreading pain throughout his limbs. Strange as it may seem, after that warmth flowed through the meridians that had felt sliced by invisible blades, the original pain ceased to spread. What remained was merely a sensation of comfort, so profoundly pleasant that Chen Feng couldn't help but want to moan. But the earlier knife-like agony made Chen Feng swallow the moan that nearly escaped his lips with a sharp hiss. Finally, after that golden light and its warmth had traversed every part of Chen Feng's body, they gradually dimmed and then vanished without a trace. Yet the heat generated by that warmth permeated every corner of Chen Feng's body. With the pain now gone, all that remained was a cozy, comfortable warmth suffusing his entire being. This sensation was so delightful that Chen Feng warm all over wished to fall asleep right there. But before he could savor the moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Before his sphincter could react, PFFFRRRT. A long, reverberating fart escaped from his posterior. Hastily relying on years of experience in silent flatulence, he assessed the situation. Fortunately, it was only gas, carrying nothing else. But the warm spiritual energy within his body had already dissipated with that fart, carried away by the wind. Unknown. The warm, comfortable sensation that had made him want to moan aloud vanished without a trace. Chen Feng was deeply worried that once this warm current left his body, the excruciating pain of having his internal organs and meridians slashed by invisible blades would return. However, that pain did not materialize. As the warmth drained from his body, another peculiar sensation took its place within Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt an itching spreading across his entire body. This was not the ordinary itch from a mosquito bite, which only affects a specific bump on the outer layer of skin. No, this itch originated from deep within his body, radiating outward until it reached his skin. Such an itch left Chen Feng utterly helpless. He wished to scratch, but had no idea where to begin. It seemed even Mr. Ma Sanli's legendary itch powder would be rendered powerless against this extraordinary sensation. Chen Feng was nearly driven to madness by this insufferable itching. He longed to find a wall or tree and rub against it like a pig seeking relief. Could he be about to acquire some supreme martial arts? Good heavens, this was truly like discovering a priceless treasure. Chen Feng thought excitedly as he scrubbed even more vigorously with the shoe brush. At last the itching subsided completely. Only then did Chen Feng notice that his skin was covered everywhere with friction marks and tears. The wounds had ceased, oozing that black-brown, viscous, foul-smelling liquid. That layer of epidermis hung loosely upon Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng felt an extraordinary sense of comfort pervading his entire being. It was as though he possessed boundless strength. One punch could send his courtyard wall flying into the distance. But he would never do such a thing. Flying walls require repairs. This slack-hanging skin made Chen Feng extremely uncomfortable. He gripped a piece of skin and yanked hard. It came away immediately. Beneath it revealed a new layer of skin still coated with black-brown residue. It appeared the outer layer had served its purpose. Yet as a perfectionist, Chen Feng wished to shed this entire skin, like removing clothing, clean it thoroughly, and preserve it as a keepsake. Thus Chen Feng found a pair of scissors, made an incision in the useless skin, and climbed out through the opening. Like a snake shedding its skin, Chen Feng carefully and meticulously wriggled out through the slit. He placed his shed skin into the fish pond to wash away those black-brown impurities. The stench was truly unbearable. He also hopped into the pond himself to wash. Upon finishing, Chen Feng discovered with amazement that his skin had become remarkably smooth and tender, appearing even fairer under the moonlight's glow. His skin now was superior to that of many women. A translucent white, with a healthy pink undertone, radiant and lustrous. Just as expected, that's how it always happens in novels, Chen Feng mused. This hawthorn pill must surely be some divine elixir from the ancient wilderness. As Chen Feng bathed joyfully in the fish pond, the fish within began turning belly up one after another. They were practically being suffocated by the malodorous black-brown substance he had washed off. Chen Feng scrambled out of the pond hastily. Halfway out, a thought struck him. If this miraculous hawthorn pill could give him fair, smooth, radiant skin, what effect might it have on his physical attributes? Chen Feng attempted to leap out of the water while submerged. At this moment, Chen Feng's waist and below were submerged in water. Anyone familiar with swimming knows that floating is simple, but breaking through the water's surface to jump is far more difficult, especially with one's entire lower body beneath the water. Chen Feng bent his waist and vaulted upward, shooting out of the water to a height of approximately 1 meter. After a momentary hover in midair, he bounced onto the pond's edge. Chen Feng was overjoyed beyond measure. His strength and leaping ability had increased exponentially. Calm down, he admonished himself. This was merely an improvement in jumping. What about other aspects? Chen Feng finally resolved to test the courtyard wall. He grabbed a fish spear, stood at his doorway, and hurled it with all his might toward the wall roughly 10 meters away. A swooshing sound echoed as the spear pierced clean through the 2-layer brick wall. This explosive power, this strength. Chen Feng was beyond ecstatic. He could hardly believe that the fishing harpoon he had just hurled was the one that struck. Even the fishing system from before, which was far more absurd, had been accepted by Chen Feng, who was thick-skinned and easygoing. But possessing such incredible power was clearly beyond his expectations. Since childhood, he had been picked up and raised by Chen Dashan, who was also a lifelong bachelor. 2 bachelors naturally lived from hand to mouth. Even though Chen Dashan always let Chen Feng eat first, it still couldn't fill the nutritional needs of a growing boy. As a result, Chen Feng was short in stature, sallow-complexioned, and rather frail. Having strength so that he wouldn't be bullied at school had always been a dream of his during his student days. Chen Feng cleaned up the mess he had made in the yard. Then he went back inside to find a set of clean clothes to change into. To his astonishment, he discovered that not only was his skin fairer and smoother, but his body was no longer so gaunt. Instead, it had become well-proportioned with no protruding bones visible. In their place was a layer of perfectly even muscles covering his entire frame. Chen Feng gazed at his alluring muscles and mused that if the village girls and women saw his physique, it would surely elicit many screams of admiration. From his arms to his chest, and then to the distinct chiseled abdominal muscles, every part was sharply defined. Chen Feng struck a bodybuilding pose he had often seen on TV in front of the mirror, almost captivated by his own reflection. That night, Chen Feng was so excited he couldn't sleep. He also thought about many things, such as the events he had just experienced. The golden light on the hawthorn fruit, according to what he had read in novels, should be something that expands one's meridians, while the warm juice might have effects like body tempering. He didn't know if he could ever fish out such a fruit from the Manhuang realm again. Such miraculous effects surely meant it wasn't something easily obtained. As for why he had managed to catch it, Chen Feng attributed it to his own luck and an incredible stroke of fortune. Because judging by the nature of the Manhuang realm, if this fruit were common there, he wouldn't be able to defeat any of the animals he had fished out from that world. If they ate such miraculous things every day, 10 of them wouldn't stand a chance, let alone killing them for meat and opening a restaurant. It seemed his earlier plan of selling fruit had failed. Even if such things were truly everywhere and easily obtainable in the Manhuang realm, Chen Feng would still be willing to sell them. Good things should be kept close to one's chest. That night, Chen Feng thought a lot. Excited he simply couldn't fall asleep. It might also have been because of the fruit he had just eaten. He felt a surge of energy throughout his body with no outlet naturally preventing sleep. He looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already past 2 in the morning. It seemed that fruit had kept him tossing and turning for quite a while. Chen Feng put on his clothes and decided to go for a run to see just how fast his endurance and speed could be. After latching the courtyard gate, he sprinted in the direction of the town. His speed increased, but he was still not satisfied. He pushed his pace faster and faster. In the pitch-black night, only a dark shadow could be seen flashing by. That was Chen Feng running. Running like a wild horse let loose, Chen Feng pushed his speed to the maximum and found himself already at the town. The distance from Chen family village to the town was only about a dozen li, and Chen Feng had covered it from his home in about 10 minutes. Normally, riding his bicycle took him over 10 minutes. Yet Chen Feng seemed far from satisfied. His body was still in a state of excitement, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. So he turned around and ran back to the village. One round trip was 10 kilometers, and Chen Feng had already run 4 or 5 round trips, a marathon distance. By then dawn was just breaking. He had already surpassed the marathon record, and he only now felt a hint of fatigue with just a few beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Chen Feng was almost stunned by his own speed and endurance. He only knew that he was running incredibly fast, so fast that he believed no one could catch him, unaware that he had already surpassed the level of athletes and might have even broken a world record. Country folk rise early to work in the fields while it's still cool, returning to prepare breakfast only after 9 o'clock. The villagers of Chen family village were the same. Early in the morning, as they took their farming tools to go to the fields, they spotted Chen Feng sprinting across the farmlands, fine beads of sweat on his brow. They seemed to notice that this once unremarkable orphan boy had grown taller and sturdier. They didn't find it strange. Everyone knew that Chen Feng had recently sold a fish worth tens of thousands of yuan. It was only natural that he had put on some weight. As for his height, one can still grow taller at 23, and Chen Feng was only 18 or 19. A little more height was nothing unusual. The villagers greeted him warmly. "Xiao Feng, up this early for a run. Now that you have money, you're starting to take care of your health." Chen Feng smiled and nodded in reply. "Uncle Zhang heading to the fields." Then he ran past him. Another curious villager asked, "Xiao Feng, how did you gain weight so quickly?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded again, replying, "I've opened my own restaurant, so of course I have to eat well first." This drew a hearty laugh from the old farmers. By now the sky was fully bright. Chen Feng ran to the town once more, where the vegetable vendors had already set up their stalls. He finally stopped and began selecting the vegetables he needed for the day. Because a customer had already booked a table of dishes for today, he had to pick the freshest, best vegetables to match his premium pork. He should have asked those customers to pre-order their dishes before they left yesterday, so he wouldn't have to buy unnecessary vegetables. Otherwise, vegetables left too long would compromise the quality of his cooking. After all, Chen Feng was now pursuing a high-end route. For the next batch of customers who come to reserve, he would have them order their dishes in advance. With these thoughts, Chen Feng arrived at his restaurant. He pulled up the roll-up door, opened the main entrance, and prepared to greet the day's quiet hours and the evening's table of guests. In truth, Chen Feng didn't have to come to the restaurant so early. He could have opened it in the afternoon, since he only cooked 1 table of dishes per day. But Chen Feng felt he had nothing else to do, so he might as well come to town. After all, this restaurant was his only asset now. After opening the restaurant and tidying up, he suddenly remembered that he could go to the shops on the street to buy himself a couple of outfits. Now that he was a small boss, he deserved some new clothes. Unknown. Chen Feng had just stepped out of his shop when Min Hua from the neighboring store approached with the intention of opening for business. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he appeared greatly astonished. Min Hua asked, "Opening so early?" Chen Feng replied, "There's nothing to do at home anyway, so I came over." Min Hua sneered and said, "There's nothing for you to do here either. You only cook 1 table a day anyway, and probably not even that. You might as well go home and sleep." Then he asked with great curiosity, "Yesterday the people who came with Qin Guangwu to eat, did you really chase them away, eh?" Chen Feng stretched his weary body after running around all morning and said lazily, "Didn't I tell you yesterday? I only cook 1 table a day, so I chased those people away." Minhua truly believed this boy named Chen Feng had something wrong with his head. The restaurant's prices were set so high, yet when customers finally came, he actually chased them away. Wasn't there something broken in his brain? Then he still asked perplexedly, "Why do you only cook one table a day? Your prices are so expensive anyway, so not many customers will come in a day. You might as well earn what you can." This person was truly troublesome, absolutely a meddlesome fuss budget. Chen Feng smiled at Minhua and continued in his languid tone, "Because I'm lazy." He then let out a tremendous yawn and departed, leaving Minhua standing there utterly dumbfounded. Chen Feng suddenly turned around to face the still dazed Minhua and said, "Oh right, brother. There's still something I'd trouble you with. As if you could have any favor to ask of me. I definitely won't agree. Who asked you to make me unhappy? We're all running small businesses. Why should one dish from you cost several hundred yuan and one whole table cost over 1,000? Someone like you who breaks the rules deserves to lose money. Don't even think about asking me to help attract customers for you." Minhua was thinking just this, wondering how he would refuse Chen Feng's request to help draw in customers, how he would refuse and patiently guide him, teaching him how to do business solidly and practically. Chen Feng continued, "If any customers come, you help me." Before Chen Feng could finish, Minhua butted in, "No way, I'm busy. I have no time to help you attract customers. Besides, with your prices this expensive, how am I supposed to convince everyone to come eat at your place?" Chen Feng froze for a moment. This guy really had a scattered way of thinking. He just wanted Minhua to help turn away customers and say that today was fully booked. But Chen Feng continued anyway, "What I mean is, if any customers come to my shop, you help turn them away by saying I've only cooking one table a day and it's already been reserved today." With that, Chen Feng truly left. Turning people away and actually wanting to turn people away. This was absolutely hilarious. Only a fool would come eat at your restaurant. Minhua couldn't help but laugh at this overreaching boy's incomprehensible idea. So after opening his door, he began frantically complaining about this brainless neighbor of his to every customer passing by. The general store had stable and abundant foot traffic, and Minhua was the chatty type who could strike up a conversation with anyone. So through his tireless promotion, half the town had basically learned that a restaurant had just opened next to Minhua's general store with outrageous prices and cooking only one table a day. After hearing this news, the townspeople, just like Minhua, didn't hold out any hope for this restaurant. They prepared to quietly watch it close its doors. Chen Feng had no idea that his neighbor had rendered such tremendous service to his restaurant's reputation. He was still strolling the streets, planning to buy a decent set of clothes in the 200 to 300 yuan range. There were no branded clothing stores in this small town, only various knockoffs of famous brands, and some old-fashioned tailor shops that only made outdated styles. After buying a passable set of clothes from an unknown brand at one shop, Chen Feng returned to his restaurant. Upon returning, he sat behind the counter playing on his phone, but always felt someone outside watching him. They watched him like he was an animal on display. Only then did he look up and notice that people coming out of the general store would always stop in front of his restaurant for a while, peering inside and pointing at him while chatting with others. The day passed quickly, and sure enough, no customers came to the restaurant today. More people merely stopped in front of his restaurant. Some even walked inside to look around. Several people gathered in front of the menu he had written, taking photos with their phones to post on social media. Chen Feng didn't stop any of this. This was all free advertising. Why not make use of it? By past 6 o'clock, all the curious onlookers had dispersed. Chen Feng went into the kitchen to prepare, getting ready to welcome his one table of guests. "Is anyone there?" Chen Feng hastily came out of the kitchen and saw it was those same people from yesterday. The young man leading them was the same one who had eaten his fish-flavored shredded pork yesterday. Chen Feng quickly said, "I've been waiting for you all. What would you like to order?" As he spoke, he guided the guests to sit down and served tea and the menu. Qin Guangwu handed the menu to Lao Wu and said, "Boss, you order first." Looking at the menu, Lao Wu said, "If you hadn't insisted on dragging us back to this place, I absolutely would not have come. The food here is so expensive. Look at this, even a cold dish costs 180 yuan. Then I'll just order this cold dish to save you some money." Qin Guangwu said, "Since I chose to bring everyone here, I'm not here to save money. I'm bringing everyone here to taste exquisite delicacies. Order whatever you like. If it's not delicious, I'll chop off my head." The colleagues all laughed and said, What would we want with your head, oi? Qin Guangwu said, those who want to use it as a ball to kick it. Those who want to use it as a chamber pot use it as a chamber pot. Of course that's only if it's not delicious. Amidst the laughter each of them ordered a dish which of course included the fish-flavored shredded pork that Qin Guangwu had enthusiastically recommended. After receiving the orders, Chen Feng went into the kitchen to get busy. He had just made the fish-flavored shredded pork yesterday, so he was very familiar with it. Soon Chen Feng brought out the cold appetizer platter and the fish-flavored shredded pork. He then returned to the kitchen to prepare the next dish. From inside the kitchen, Chen Feng could hear the commotion at the table erupt with all sorts of praise and exclamations. Of course, everyone only had time to exclaim once. When they discovered that after their praise, several chopsticks worth of food had already been snatched away, they all stopped their exclamations and hastily grabbed their chopsticks to join the scramble. Instantly, the sounds around the dining table transformed from exclamations of admiration to various slurping sounds and satisfied humming. The subsequent dishes Chen Feng prepared made them even more amazed as they ate ravenously. At that moment, their minds were consumed by nothing but eating and two other words, truly delicious. Munch, munch. After Chen Feng had served all the dishes, this was the only sound echoing through the entire restaurant. Mouthful after mouthful, the people at the table scrambled to devour the dishes before them, unwilling to utter a single word, for speaking would only waste precious moments savoring the exquisite flavors. Chen Feng watched them indulge in such ecstasy, a calm expression of approval on his face. Their reactions were entirely within his expectations. Yet inwardly he was overjoyed. The table of guests brought by Qin Guangwu had ordered 8 dishes, and according to the menu he had set, he would soon collect over 2,500 yuan. Earning so much from just a single meal, Chen Feng felt like leaping with joy. But he restrained himself, struggling to maintain an outward calm befitting the steady demeanor of a restaurateur. By the time Chen Feng came to his senses, the plates and bowls on the table had been licked clean as if they had been washed. The guests finally freed their mouths to speak. Delicious. Absolutely scrumptious. They gave Chen Feng a thumbs up, praising him in unison. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, suddenly realizing he had forgotten to serve his guests rice or steamed buns, the staple foods. It seemed they hadn't noticed, either completely immersed in the recent feast. Chen Feng asked, "Have you all had enough to eat?" "We've eaten well, but we're not full." "Something feels missing," said Manager Li, the head of the factory's personnel department, staring at the empty plates, yet still feeling unsatisfied. Qin Guangwu and the others suddenly realized they had been so busy vying for the dishes that they had forgotten to eat the staple foods. But the dishes were all gone. What would they eat with the rice? "We haven't had our staple foods yet. No wonder we still feel unsatisfied and not full." "I'm not full either. How about we order a few more dishes to go with the rice?" "Order away. It's not like Xiaoqin can't afford it." Qin Guangwu gave a helpless smile and had to call Chen Feng over, expressing their desire to order a few more dishes to accompany their rice. In an ordinary restaurant, ordering extra dishes would be a common thing, but since he had learned about Chen Feng's rule of serving only 1 table per day, he was wary of any other peculiar regulations. Thus he tentatively inquired. Such rare delicacies naturally should not be allowed to fill them to the brim or leave them stuffed. Once satiated, the body would develop a resistance to food. Many people have eaten until they threw up at buffets, but was it because the food was bad that they vomited? Chen Feng understood this principle well. Now that they were still craving more, still able to eat, still yearning for his dishes, if he told them there was no more, he would plant a seed of desire in their hearts. Just like Eason Chan's song, "What you can't get is always in turmoil." Chen Feng looked at Qin Guangwu and the guests, whose faces were full of longing, and put on a regretful expression. "I'm really sorry, but since I only serve 1 table a day, I prepare only 1 set of the freshest ingredients daily. Now the ingredients are insufficient, everyone." The guests let out a collective groan of disappointment. One of them said, "But we still haven't had enough." Chen Feng was a soft-hearted person. It was indeed his fault for forgetting to serve the staple foods, leaving them not fully satisfied. Yet he didn't want them to eat too much of his cooking. What should he do? Perhaps let them eat plain white rice. He was deeply troubled and asked, "I can't do anything more here. How about I treat you all to a meal elsewhere? You are, after all, my first table of guests." Qin Guangwu waved his hand, then pulled out his wallet from his bag and said, "Forget it, boss. Once you've tasted the dishes you make, who would want to go to another place for ordinary food? How much? Let me pay. Though Chen Feng had already calculated the amount in his mind, he still pressed the buttons on the calculator at his counter, finally arriving at a figure. 2,580, Chen Feng said. Qin Guangwu frowned slightly, feeling a bit of pain, and pulled out a stack of red banknotes from his wallet. He counted them and handed them to Chen Feng. Chen Feng struggled to maintain his composure, not letting the joy burst out as he took the money. But as he counted the bills, the excitement in his heart couldn't help but show. Chen Feng truly couldn't understand why so many shops bought bill counters. How satisfying it was to count money by hand. After verifying the amount, he took out 20 yuan from the drawer and escorted the guests out of the restaurant. Once outside, Qin Guangwu sighed and said, "If I were rich and had a restaurant this delicious, I would never tell anyone. I'd come secretly every day to eat it myself." The others nodded in agreement, though a dissenting voice came from old Wu. The aroma of wine attracts customers even in a deep alley. Food this good is bound to become popular sooner or later. When that happens, eating here won't be as easy as it is now. But no matter how much these people tried to keep it a secret, they would inevitably bring their own family and friends at some point. Friends would then bring their own friends. That's word of mouth. Word of mouth is a magical phenomenon born from the lips of the masses. Yet as it spreads from person to person, it always changes, no longer resembling the original form. But some basic traits remain unchanged, such as being expensive and delicious. Chen Feng's restaurant had latched onto these unchanging characteristics and written them on its signboard. In the following days, Chen Feng's restaurant had already become a hit. The daily table was booked out well in advance, and there were still scattered customers lining up for reservations. It seemed that even though people were now more cautious and no longer blindly believed in word of mouth, there were always those who loved novelty and had just enough capital to come and taste Chen Feng's culinary creations. Most of these people were middle-level managers from Qiming Factory. They might have been dissatisfied with the simple, even shabby decor of Chen Feng's restaurant and the odd rule of serving only one meal a day, but once they tasted the food, he made all those complaints evaporated. People's tolerance for geniuses far exceeds their expectations. And Chen Feng, capable of producing such flavors, was undoubtedly a genius. Isn't it perfectly normal for a genius to have a few quirks and temperaments? On the contrary, if a genius lacked these rules, no matter how delicious the food, he would fade into the crowd, becoming just another skilled cook at an ordinary restaurant. Even as the restaurant's peculiar rules spread widely through word of mouth, there were always some uninformed people who, seeing that the restaurant had no empty seats, but still had a long line, booking a table for a week or even half a month later, would join the queue. He was always explaining to these puzzled individuals. These days, Chen Feng was constantly having to explain to people with unending patience the rule of his restaurant that only served one meal per day, which was extremely vexing. So he decided to write down the rules of his restaurant. That way, when others asked, he wouldn't have to waste his breath explaining. One table per day, wholehearted for guests. Good meat pairs with good wine. Delicious means expensive. Chen Feng went to the grocery store to buy 2 sheets of paper and wrote them in the format of a couplet with a brush, pasting them on the door of his restaurant, thus saving himself a great deal of talk. His restaurant was now incredibly popular, but only relatively so, since there weren't many people in the town who could afford a meal costing several hundred or even 1,000 yuan. Only the leaders and middle management of the local factories and mines could. However, meals at his restaurant were already booked through the next month, and some had even come to reserve the New Year's Eve dinner, but Chen Feng mercilessly turned them down. The reason for rejection was simple: the restaurant would be closed for the New Year holiday. If another restaurant had bookings through the next month, it would only be about 30 tables, perhaps just their daily capacity. But they had many expenses, including the chef's salary, waitstaff wages, various procurement costs, and rent, utilities, and so on. Chen Feng only needed to buy some side dishes and pay rent and utilities. Every day the money he earned was essentially pure profit. So on average, 3 or 4 days of others' income could not match what Chen Feng made in a single day, and he had far less to worry about. Thus, Chen Feng considered such a customer flow already a booming success, and today the number of people coming to make reservations had increased exponentially, because more and more people had eaten there and the word of mouth was spreading ever wider. Glancing at the dullard next door at the grocery store these days, he no longer spoke to Chen Feng, first afraid that Chen Feng would recall his boast that if Chen Feng's restaurant became popular, he would eat his own sign. But Chen Feng did not pester the dullard over this matter. Every time he saw him, he would simply nod and smile in greeting. However, the dullard did not see it that way. He always felt that Chen Feng's smile was a mockery of him. After he smiled, it seemed as if he was always about to follow up with, "When are you going to eat that sign?" Just now, when Chen Feng came to his store to buy paper and brush, he didn't say a word beyond stating the price. "Look at you, you spineless coward. All day long you just mutter behind people's backs, but when you meet them face to face you don't even dare to breathe loud. How could I have married such a pathetic wimp?" The dullard's stout wife burst out of the back room of the grocery store yelling at him. The dullard whispered, "Who would have thought that his restaurant would become so popular? Anyway, I was just being a big mouth. I shouldn't have said those things. Now look, I don't even know how to face him. How can we continue to be neighbors after this?" The stout wife scolded, "What a useless man. Then drive him away. We've been doing business here for over 10 years. Can't we handle him?" The dullard said, "On what grounds? We're not the landlord, so why would we kick him out? Besides, even though he sets high prices and has all sorts of rules, it doesn't affect us at all. How can we drive him away? I'll just try to stay away from him from now on. Every time I see him, I get the feeling he wants me to eat that sign." The stout woman rushed out of the back room, twisted the dullard's ear, and scolded, "You spineless fool. If he tells you to eat it, you'll eat it. If he dares to make you do that, I'll make him sorry. Does he think we're pushovers just because the tiger doesn't show its might?" The dullard tried to argue, but the stout woman tightened her grip. "He hasn't bullied us, has he? Oh, honey, lighter, lighter." Only after the dullard begged did the stout woman release her grip. As the dullard rubbed his red, burning ear, a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. "I have a bold idea, but I'm not sure. Spit it out if you have something to say, and if you have something to let out, just let it out. Stop with all this useless crap." The stout woman cursed. The dullard said, "Why don't we take over his restaurant and let him open somewhere else? And his reputation is already out there. Lots of people will come here because they've heard the food is good. If we take over his restaurant now, those customers will come to our place." Slap. A palm landed on the dullard's head. The woman scolded, "Are you an idiot? Can you cook? Or can I cook? Can you replicate his skill? We can hire a chef. Just pay a few thousand yuan a month in salary. Even if the food isn't as good as his, we can lower the price a bit. Cut it in half, and we'll still make money. And we won't limit the supply. They can come whenever they want, as many tables as they like. It's definitely going to make more money than his place." The dullard rubbed his slapped head and pitifully offered his suggestion. Slap. Another slap landed on his head. The woman said happily, "Your brain just needs a good smack. After a couple of hits, it spins so fast. That's a really great idea. We'll hire our own chef, but we can't cut the price in half. If we cut that much, I'd be heartbroken, even if you aren't. After we take over, we'll announce the official opening within 20% discount on meals and unlimited supply." The woman happily planted a kiss on the dullard's head and said, "Honey, you're so smart." The dullard couldn't remember the last time he had been treated like this. Excited, he carried the stout woman to the bed in the back room and began to undress her. A hint of coy shyness appeared on the woman's plump face as she said, "How annoying. The door isn't even closed yet." The dullard quickly went out and pulled down the grocery store's rolling shutter. These two were truly a peculiar pair. Normally, they only got in the mood after closing up at night and counting their money. The stout woman thought the most enjoyable thing was when the dullard was busy on top of her while she counted money beneath him. And today, just thinking about how after taking over Chen Feng's restaurant they could earn several hundred or even 1,000 yuan per meal, they were so excited they felt the urge to do something. At that moment, Chen Feng heard the sound of the rolling shutter being pulled down next door. He was very surprised. What urgent business did the dullard have? Why close the door in such a hurry? Where was he going? But Chen Feng didn't really care about his neighbor's affairs. The man was just too nosy. About 10 minutes later, the dullard pulled the rolling shutter back up. Then he glanced into Chen Feng's restaurant, saw that there were few people inside, and hurried back. A few minutes later, the dullard and his stout wife came to Chen Feng's restaurant together. Chen Feng looked at the stout woman. There was still a faint blush on her face that hadn't faded. She seemed different from usual, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The dullard said, "Xiao Feng, I need to tell you something." Chen Feng asked, "What is it?" "Are you here to eat the sign?" That's something people usually volunteer for. You're a man of your word, huh? The dullard pulled his wife forward and said, "You tell him." The stout woman stepped forward and said bluntly, "I want to take over your restaurant. I want to take over your shop." "What?" Chen Feng scratched his ear, truly unable to believe that someone was trying to buy out his restaurant. Did he think he also had the primitive fishing system? Absolutely ridiculous. This snobbish character had sneered at him before his shop gained any popularity, and now that his restaurant was thriving, they wanted to take it over. The stout woman declared loudly, "I want to take over your shop. Our grocery store plans to expand and connect the two adjacent spaces." The woman did not reveal her true intentions, as doing so would only expose her petty nature, unable to bear seeing her neighbor prosper. Chen Feng looked at her with a playful expression, saying nothing. He simply found it absurd. What kind of people existed in this world? Did she think he would sell just because she asked? Absolutely laughable. He had worked so hard to build the restaurant's reputation, and now she wanted to take it over, claiming to expand her storefront. Did she really think he would believe her lies? Utterly shameless. Of course, since she hadn't explicitly stated her intent in a confrontational manner, Chen Feng wouldn't voice the curse words in his mind. Seeing Chen Feng silent, the woman continued, "Our grocery store is a small business. We've finally decided to expand and make a bigger venture. Little Feng, you wouldn't stand in the way of our fortune, would you? After all, you're a big boss now, earning thousands a day with ease. Surely you have the magnanimity to let us have our way." So she was flattering him with a tall hat already. Chen Feng said to the woman, "I congratulate you on your plans to expand and make money. But what does that have to do with me?" The woman replied, "We're neighbors, aren't we? Your shop is right next to mine, and the location is excellent. Naturally, yours is the first I considered. I heard you took over this shop for an annual rent of 12,000. How about this? I'll give you 15,000. The extra 3,000 covers your decoration costs and expenses during this period. You won't lose money." Chen Feng was utterly exasperated. He couldn't believe how shrewd this woman was. She had calculated every expense he had made during the opening, and not a single cent more would she give. She was a veritable reincarnation of Scrooge. The extra 3,000 was just enough to cover the cost of tables, chairs, and simple decoration. Chen Feng didn't want to listen to her nagging anymore, so he said, "Sorry, not for sale. I still rely on this restaurant to support my family." Menhua interjected quickly, "You're an orphan. One person full, the whole family is full. What family do you need to support?" The woman elbowed Menhua in the stomach and said to Chen Feng, "My husband's words are coarse, but not unreasonable. Besides, with your skills at such a young age, you can make a fortune anywhere. Why must you cling to this tiny shop next to ours? Hey, you're the ones trying to force buy my shop, and now you're making it sound like I'm occupying your property." Chen Feng was stunned by her twisted logic. Chen Feng really didn't want to waste more words on them, so he stepped out from behind the counter and said, "Not for sale. Please leave. Goodbye, no need to see you out." The woman persisted, "Why be like this? How about this? I'll offer 20,000. Transfer it to me. This time I'm really bringing money to your doorstep. You'd be a fool to refuse." Chen Feng didn't take the bait. He ushered them out of the shop. An extra 5,000. He could earn that in 2 days. Trying to tempt him with a mere 5,000 in exchange for the brand reputation he had built. What a joke. The woman stood outside Chen Feng's shop, stamping her feet in fury, and began cursing loudly. "You're being ungrateful. Just wait, you little wretch." Huh. Chen Feng gave a light laugh after sitting down inside the shop. He was a single man with nothing to fear now, especially from a village woman like her. Even if she had the guts, she wouldn't dare do anything illegal. She'd only resort to burning incense and cursing in the streets. This kind of spectacle was exactly what Chen Feng enjoyed watching, like an opera performance. Whenever these ignorant village women indulged in street cursing, they would always set up an incense burner, light a tall stick of incense, then sit in the alley or at the target's doorstep, dragging out their words in a long sing-song tone, while hurling curses at the other's ancestors for 18 generations. They could go on for over an hour without repeating themselves, using vocabulary that defied description. Chen Feng felt that watching such performances could greatly expand his vocabulary. However, after waiting in the restaurant for a while, the woman didn't come out with an incense burner. He figured she was probably practicing her lines at home first. So he decided not to wait any longer. After all, his shop was always here. Whenever she wanted to curse, he could watch. The day's customers had been served by noon, so there was no need to keep the shop open until evening. He closed the rolling shutter early and went home. It had been a few days since the opening, and the black boar he had caught earlier was almost finished. He had to go fishing again. The unpredictability of fishing was too high. He never knew when he might reel in something strange or rare. So he needed to sum up his experience. Based on his observations so far, Chen Feng concluded that earthworms could catch rainbow birds and big hawthorns, though the big hawthorn might be a rare item not easily caught. Cabbage leaves could catch black boars. For now, Chen Feng wasn't aiming for rare items. He just needed to replenish his dwindling supply of black boar meat. So he chose cabbage leaves again. Sure enough, this time, he caught a black boar even plumper than the last. It seemed that cabbage leaves catching black boars was a certainty. Chen Feng slaughtered the boar, prepared the meat, and then rested. Although his physical condition had improved greatly, his old good habits kept him going to bed early. As business picked up, Chen Feng's daily routine didn't change much. He just felt too idle. After all, he only cooked one table of meals a day, and the rest of the time, he didn't know what to do. He could only lounge behind the counter playing on his phone. Today, Chen Feng arrived at the restaurant even earlier, tidying up first. The customers scheduled for today would also come at noon, so Chen Feng began idling behind the counter playing on his phone. While he was engrossed in his game, 4 or 5 scruffy young men entered the restaurant. They looked about the same age as Chen Feng, none of them older. Chen Feng pointed to the couplet on his door and said, "1 table per day. No meals today, but I can accept reservations." The leader of these boys was a shirtless young man. Chen Feng felt he looked familiar. When the man turned sideways, Chen Feng spotted the Guangdong tattoo on his back and suddenly remembered. This was the guy who had been dragged home by his father on the opening day. Chen Feng observed the several rough-looking young men who had entered his restaurant, thinking to himself that these fellows hardly appeared to be here for a meal. After he mentioned that only 1 table per day was available, they had not exchanged a single word with him. Instead, they wandered about his restaurant, examining everything this way, and that just like Japanese devils raiding a village. The tattooed youth in the lead walked up to the counter, casually flipped through the menu Chen Feng had written, and spat before cursing, "Damn it all, this is really expensive." Chen Feng had already figured out that these fellows were clearly not here to eat. He smiled pleasantly and said, "Gentlemen, you're not here for a meal, are you?" The tattooed youth replied, "I heard from others that your food is quite good, just expensive. But the brothers have no money and still want to eat something nice. What do we do, boss?" Chen Feng suddenly understood and said, "Oh, so you want to eat without paying and come here to make trouble." He then gestured toward the door and said, "Everyone please leave. This humble establishment runs a small business and does not tolerate freeloaders or troublemakers." "You son of a..." A ruffian behind the tattooed youth pointed at Chen Feng and began cursing, but was silenced when the tattooed youth raised his hand to stop him. The tattooed youth said, "We're not here to cause trouble, mate. We just came to see how you butcher customers with your prices. Now that I've seen it, this is definitely a black market shop. Ordinary dishes going for hundreds of yuan. How can the ordinary folk of this town afford to eat here? It seems if we don't teach you a lesson, we'd be letting down everyone in town. Are modern thugs this roundabout in their schemes now? Wanting to cause trouble while finding themselves a moral high ground, using the townspeople to morally blackmail him. How fascinating." Chen Feng refused to yield even an inch. "Cut the nonsense. Pay if you want to eat, or get lost if you can't." The ruffian, who had only gotten halfway through his curse, could no longer contain his agitation. "Hey, you son of a..." But before he could finish, the tattooed youth bellowed, "Brothers, tear this place apart for me." With that, he grabbed the menu in his hand, preparing to slam it violently onto the ground as a command to signal the others. But at that critical moment, Chen Feng reached out and seized the tattooed youth's hand that was about to slam the menu, rendering him completely immobile. The tattooed youth was a strapping fellow well over 6 feet tall with solid muscles, yet he struggled with all his might, but could not break free from Chen Feng's grip. Upon hearing their boss's command to tear things apart, the other ruffians behind him had already drawn the wooden batons hidden in their sleeves, ready to smash and destroy. But then they heard the tattooed youth's agonized cry, "Ow, you damn. I'll let go." The ruffian who had just shouted, "You son of a," was clearly the most loyal. He raised the wooden baton in his hand high overhead, cursing at Chen Feng, "You son of a..." Before he could finish, Chen Feng burst out from behind the counter, kicked high, and struck the ruffian in the abdomen, sending him flying out of the restaurant. Everyone stood there in stunned silence, staring at Chen Feng. They could scarcely believe that this man, who did not appear particularly robust, had sent a 120-gene man flying dozens of meters with a single kick. The tattooed youth's hand remained tightly clutched by Chen Feng, completely immobilized. He dared not even twitch, fearing that the slightest movement would result in his arm being snapped. But mustering his courage, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damn it all, attack together. I refuse to believe that all of us brothers can't take down this one man." The ruffians hesitated briefly upon hearing their boss's words, then looked at their side, still three of them, and at Chen Feng's seemingly unassuming frame. After psyching themselves up, they raised their wooden batons and charged toward Chen Feng. How only three of them? Chen Feng still had not released his grip on the tattooed youth. He first raised his arm to block the first swinging baton. Crack! The 3-centimeter thick wooden baton snapped instantly. The ruffian stared at the broken baton in his hand in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Chen Feng followed up with another kick, sending him flying out as well. A yingao is a common tool in rural areas, similar in appearance to a hoe, except that one side is a hoe blade while the other is a sharp pick. Young men in the countryside often use yingao batons in fights. They are made of willow wood, painful enough to hurt someone yet unlikely to cause serious injury. Thugs and ruffians are particularly fond of using them. But when a 3-centimeter thick willow baton struck Chen Feng's arm, he was completely unharmed and actually snapped the baton in half. Could this fellow have practiced some kind of iron body art? The remaining ruffians were too terrified to move. Chen Feng showed no mercy, kicking them out one by one, each flying through the air. Only the tattooed youth remained. Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped him, trying to cause trouble. The tattooed youth's right hand was still under Chen Feng's control. He tried to struggle, but Chen Feng increased his grip slightly. The youth cried out in pain, "No, never again." Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped him again, trying to freeload. The tattooed youth dared not struggle anymore. A slap mark quickly appeared on each of his cheeks. His voice trembled as he said, "I won't dare, never again. Spare me, big brother." Chen Feng raised his hand for another slap. "And what's with this Guangdong tattoo?" The tattooed youth was nearly in tears. "Does it matter what I tattoo on myself?" He continued pleading, I'll wash it off as soon as I get home." What the hell? At this moment, the ruffian Chen Feng had kicked out first had already gotten back up. He shouted at the tattooed youth, "Boss, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. I'm coming to save you, you damn." He raised the wooden baton in his hand and charged back into the restaurant. The tattooed youth was almost moved to tears by this, "You son of a..." Finally, someone had come to rescue him. This, "you son of a," truly was the most loyal of all. After landing those few strikes, Chen Feng was quite satisfied with his strength. However, he still lacked some technical finesse, moves like those in martial arts films, so he could fight in an even more impressive manner. He was not inclined to keep holding on to the tattooed youth indefinitely. A lesson was enough for people like these. There was no need to beat them to a pulp. On the whole, these people simply lacked proper discipline. It was just that nowadays there was no labor re-education system, and the police station could do nothing about repeat offenders. If they didn't mind, Chen Feng would be more than happy to help the government properly discipline these little thugs. It just so happened that he was in need of a few sandbags for practice. Chen Feng saw the man who had just cursed him barging in. He grabbed the tattooed youth with one hand and hurled him toward that foul-mouthed man. That foul-mouthed man scrambled to his feet and cursed, "Fuck, you motherfucker." Before he could finish, his boss pulled him away. Before leaving, he threw out a harsh threat. "A man would rather die than be humiliated. You've insulted me today, and I won't let this slide. Just you wait." With that, the defeated group helped each other limp away. Chen Feng felt the words sounded familiar, as if someone had said them to him yesterday. So it was that family next door? That gossipy, dull-witted kid didn't have the guts to do something like this. It was most likely his fierce, tiger-like wife. Chen Feng watched the gang of ruffians help each other toward the town clinic, then looked down at his own fists. Since eating that miraculous fruit, this was the first time he had fought someone. He hadn't expected it to be so effortless. A few punches and kicks, and he had thoroughly trounced them. This primeval fishing system was truly a wonderful thing. It could not only hook animals, but also divine fruits. Ever since Chen Feng's body changed after eating that large hawthorn-like fruit, he no longer called it by that name, but respectfully referred to it as the divine fruit. The primeval realm never ceased to surprise Chen Feng. Sometimes Chen Feng really wanted to go into that primeval realm himself and take a look around to see what other treasures it held. If possible, he would drive a truck there and haul back a full load to sell. With birds and pigs in that world, it probably had a climate similar to Earth's. But Chen Feng still felt it wasn't reliable to jump into the fish pond and enter another world. After acquiring the system, he had once dived into his own fish pond and searched the bottom thoroughly, but found no entrance to that other world. It seemed entering the other world required special tools, maybe a fishing rod. Perhaps he could hang himself on the hook and cast himself into the pond, but there'd be no one to pull him back. How would he return? Chen Feng shook his head, discarding those strange thoughts, and began preparing the meals for today's booked guests. Over the past few days, his cooking skills had grown increasingly adept. Previously, he had to rely on recipes and often misjudged seasonings. Now he had completely shed that dogmatic approach and matured into an experienced cook with some practical know-how. Even though the delicious meat of primeval realm animals alone could make the dishes taste wonderful, Chen Feng still took pride in his improved culinary ability. He now had a real skill. Even without the system's supply, he could run a modest little restaurant on his own. When today's guests arrived, Chen Feng quickly cooked the prepared dishes and served them, earning a wave of praise. He had grown immune to such compliments and merely nodded with a smile. After they finished eating, Chen Feng decided to close up and go home. He felt that spending an entire day in the restaurant just to serve one meal was a waste of time. Better to go home and study his fishing system. Since reservations were already booked a month in advance, he stopped accepting new ones. He taped an A4 sheet with a contact number onto his rolling shutter door. Chen Feng rushed home, eager to continue fishing and see what other strange and wonderful things he could pull up from the primeval realm. This fishing system was like a lottery. Every time brought a surprise. In his mind, Chen Feng visualized the fishing rod on the system interface, and the ancient-looking dark iron rod appeared in his hand. As someone who had spent years dealing with fish, Chen Feng knew that anyone who used a dark iron rod to fish must be either insane or insane. Though he had never seen dark iron before, he had used this rod for quite some time. The material looked similar to pig iron, but was probably much stronger. The description said it could bear up to 100 kilograms. However, it was much heavier than an ordinary fishing rod. Most rods were made of bamboo, and modern enthusiasts in big cities used various alloys to create lighter ones. Before Chen Feng caught the divine fruit and improved his physique, every fishing session was sheer agony. Because the dark iron rod was so heavy, about 20 Jin in his hand. Fortunately, fishing in the primeval realm didn't require long waits. The hook went down, came up, and caught something or other, unlike ordinary fishing where you might hold the rod for hours with no bite. If it were like that, Chen Feng would probably have developed Popeye-like forearms by now. He was a curious person. After summoning the dark iron rod, he examined it closely, then removed the hook from the line and attached it to his old rod, casting it into the water. For a long time, no familiar whirlpool appeared. Then he tried the line, then the rod itself. One by one, he attached each component to his old gear, but no whirlpool appeared. It seemed that every part of this rod held some mystery. Only when combined together did they create the vortex leading to the primeval realm. What a magical thing. And this was only the lowest level rod the system produced. What would it be like when he upgraded? Would it be a silver rod? A golden rod? Chen Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. He raised the ancient rod high, then whipped it sharply downward. The hook and line plunged into the bottom of the pond, beginning their search of the vast, unknown world. This time Chen Feng didn't put any bait on the hook. He wanted to see what he could catch without it. Little did he know the last time he caught the divine fruit, the bait had already been stolen by the fish in his pond. He still thought the earthworm had brought him the fruit. After several fishing sessions, Chen Feng had become an experienced cross-dimensional angler. But the actual experience points given by the system were pitifully few. He didn't even know how many he needed to level up. Each time he caught a black boar, he got 500 experience points. Last time when he caught the divine fruit, he received a whopping 5000 points. Yet he still hadn't leveled up. This system was really hard to upgrade. So he wasn't content with just catching black boars. He wanted to explore more possibilities. That's why this time he didn't use any bait. The Manhuang realm was not as many imagined, merely a vast expanse of untamed wilderness, primeval forests, grasslands, and primitive tribes. This world also harbored high civilizations that had taken a strangely twisted path of technological development. Unlike Earth, where civilizations tirelessly studied the art of boiling water and used it to create machinery ushering in the steam age, and a new chapter of human progress, these high civilizations pursued a different course. The inhabitants of these advanced societies in the Manhuang realm were also human, yet their technological evolution did not focus on investigating the physical world as Earth civilization did. They believed that all things in the world were created by the gods, and there was no need to expend excessive effort in studying them. Instead, they devoted their time to the cultivation of their own bodies, thus steering their technological tree toward the path of immortality through cultivation. Every discipline is divided into different schools of thought, and cultivation was no exception. Though all paths ultimately led to the same destination, humanity always sought to distinguish differences to attack others and elevate themselves. Due to differing philosophies of cultivation, various sects emerged, and with them came intersect conflicts. The potential of mankind is limitless. In the Manhuang realm, humans who developed their bodies diverged onto two completely different paths. These two distinct paths gave rise to two diametrically opposed academic schools, one focused on qi cultivation and the other on body refinement. Each of these two major factions further subdivided into smaller schools due to minor doctrinal differences. The qi cultivators believed in cultivating a single breath within. They held that life exists because of qi. Only by refining the qi within one's body to a certain degree could one achieve a long, uninterrupted breath, thus prolonging life. This school was led by the Chongqing sect, with all other minor sects evolving from its techniques, differing only in the methods of refining qi. The body refinement school, on the other hand, believed in tempering the muscles, bones, and skin externally. They argued that death occurs because the body degenerates with age, leading to a deficiency of sinew and blood. When the body weakens to a certain point, one dies. To achieve immortality, one must constantly hone their physique and ensure unimpeded blood flow. This school was dominated by the Jingang sect, which oversaw several primitive tribes in the Manhuang realm, teaching them to temper their bodies. The tribespeople revered them as deities. Those three primitive tribes that had been fighting over the divine fruit earlier were exactly such tribes. They intended to offer the divine fruit to the Jingang sect in order to gain entry into the sect's inner sect. The inner sect was where one could achieve further advancement akin to postgraduate studies in Earth civilization. Joining the outer sect from a primitive tribe was like being admitted to a university on Earth, while advancing from the outer sect to the inner sect was like a university student entering graduate school. Of course, advancing from the outer to the inner sect was far more difficult than passing the graduate entrance exam. One needed outstanding aptitude and cultivation to be promoted. Once a disciple entered the inner sect, the sect would focus on their training, meaning that with effort one could obtain cultivation resources such as pills and advanced techniques. However, the inner sect also held regular assessments and competitions to motivate disciples to cultivate diligently. The winners would be rewarded with pills, divine fruits, advanced techniques, and more, while the last few losers would be sent back to the outer sect to continue training. Today was precisely the day of the annual sect competition of the Chongqing sect, the major qi cultivation school. The sect was filled with an assembly of outstanding talents, all young and promising, gathered for this yearly competition to showcase their abilities, ensuring that their year of hard work would not be in vain, and hoping to gain more of the sect's resources. The top prize of this competition was the Chongqing sect's technique, the Chaoyuan art. This was a high-level technique within the sect not ordinarily obtainable by inner disciples. Only the first-place winner of the inner sect competition each year was eligible to receive this technique and be accepted as a personal disciple of the sect leader. Although the sect's primary goal was immortality through cultivation, and they had achieved some results. Masters with advanced cultivation could live for several hundred years. However, to ensure they did not fall prematurely due to accidents or vendettas during their long lives, these sects had also developed martial techniques. The emergence of these martial techniques also served to better demonstrate a cultivator's level of cultivation. For instance, an outer disciple of the Chongqing sect could easily manipulate the qi within their body to possess a strength of 1,000 jin, while an inner disciple could concentrate qi into a single point and project it outward to attack opponents. The Jingang sect's method of evaluating cultivation was even simpler arm wrestling. Thus, the inter-sect competition of the Chongqing sect was not, as one might imagine, a thesis defense or a demonstration of how long one could live. Instead, it was a brutal fist-to-fist fight, with invisible qi colliding through the air accompanied by booming sounds. After a fierce series of matches, the champion of the Chongqing sect inter-sect competition was finally determined. The victor was a handsome young man who appeared to be in his 20s. His performance was spectacular. His Hunyuan palm technique was executed with such force that each strike produced a sharp gust of qi, leaving his opponent unable to defend. Seizing an opening in his opponent's attack, he swiftly delivered a palm strike to the chest, knocking him to the ground. After the opponent conceded, he graciously helped him up and gave him a hug. Such outstanding performance and good character earned silent nods of approval from the sect leader and the elders. Finally, the scripture transmission elder stood up and announced, "The ultimate winner of this Chongqing sect inter-sect competition is Yixiu." The young man named Yixiu, excited, walked to the front, first bowed to the fellow disciples who had lost, then knelt before the sect leader and the scripture transmission elder, saying, "Many thanks to the sect leader and the elders for your guidance. It is only through your cultivation that this disciple Yixiu has achieved today's success." The sect leader stroked his long white beard and smiled, saying, Good, an outstanding young talent indeed. I accept this disciple." Then he turned to the scripture transmission elder and said, "Go fetch the Chaoyuan art and let Yixiu study it diligently. May he soon reach new heights and advance further." The scripture transmission elder took out the prepared Chaoyuan art from his bosom and prepared to hand it to Yixiu. Yixiu, still kneeling, raised his hands to receive the technique. Suddenly the sky and earth changed color. A fierce wind swept in, rolling up patches of black clouds. Driven by the gale, the black clouds formed a massive vortex. Everyone in the Chongqing sect, from the sect leader to the outer disciples watching, looked up at the celestial anomaly. They stared in terror at the vortex in the sky, feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. The Chaoyuan art had just been handed to Yixiu when this phenomenon occurred. Yixiu was momentarily stunned, and before he could tuck the technique into his bosom, a hook suddenly shot out from the vortex, heading straight for the technique in his hands. Chen Feng had just cast his fishing hook into the pond, when before long, he felt the fishing rod in his hand sink downward. "Got it!" Chen Feng exclaimed joyfully, and quickly reeled in the line. This time, reeling in was incredibly easy, almost as light as when he had caught the divine fruit last time. This made Chen Feng even more delighted. He thought he might have caught another divine fruit. Eating one had already made him so formidable. If he got another, he would surely become invincible. In the barren wasteland realm within the Chongqing sect, a fishhook under the watchful eyes of the crowd snatched away the cultivation method that the winner of the sect competition had just obtained. Yixiu reacted instantly, leaping up from the ground to reclaim his rightful cultivation method. Though he jumped about 3 meters into the air, just as he was about to touch the hook, it suddenly retracted, distancing itself from him. The elder of the transmission of techniques also immediately realized that the method he had just bestowed had been stolen in broad daylight. This was a direct slap to the face of the Chongqing sect's transmission elder. He bellowed in fury, "Despicable coward! Shameless scoundrel! Hiding in the shadows to steal techniques!" Then he soared into the sky, intending to intercept the fishhook that had stolen the method. But the fishhook, pulled by the fishing line, shot upward abruptly and plunged into the vortex. Immediately the heavens and earth changed. The massive black cloud vortex suddenly dissipated, and the Chongqing sect was once again bathed in daylight. The crowd stared blankly at the vanished vortex in the sky. In less than a minute, the vortex had appeared and disappeared as if it had all been a dream, waking up to find nothing changed. But for Yixiu, the winner of the inter-sect competition, everything had changed. He had lost the cultivation method he had worked so hard to obtain. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was excitedly reeling in the line, eagerly anticipating what miraculous fruit he might have caught. At that moment, a vortex also appeared in the pond. Chen Feng gave a sharp tug and pulled the fishhook out of the water. An ancient-looking thread-bound book, clearly aged, flew toward Chen Feng. Ding! Caught Chaoyuan art. Gained 1000 experience points. The system suddenly chimed, alerting Chen Feng that he had caught the Chaoyuan art and gained experience. Mocking me for being illiterate, huh? I caught a book. Chen Feng was displeased that it wasn't the divine fruit he wanted, but a book from the barren wasteland realm piqued his curiosity. Perhaps it was a historical biography of the barren wasteland realm. He could read it to pass the time when bored at the restaurant. If it were the barren wasteland's version of the Golden Lotus, that would be even more exciting. Chaoyuan art. Chen Feng read the characters on the cover. They were actually Chinese characters. He marveled that Chinese culture had spread to another world. Automatic translation function provided for the host. This function costs 100 experience points. So it was the system's translation software. It deducted 100 experience points just for translation. This system was really stingy, keeping an eye on such a small amount of experience. After complaining about the system, Chen Feng opened the book's title page, eager to see what was written inside. Judging by the name, it should be a martial arts manual or something. This barren wasteland realm truly was a treasure trove. Divine fruits and secret manuals everywhere. If he practiced it, could he, like in web novels, marry a beautiful woman and reach the pinnacle of life? The mere thought filled him with joy. However, the moment Chen Feng opened the first page of the Chaoyuan art, the book began flipping through itself automatically so fast that he couldn't read a single word. It finished the entire book and then vanished. Chen Feng felt as if something had been added to his mind, but he didn't pay much attention. He was furious. The book he had just caught had disappeared. Was this a joke? Was he being toyed with? Was it fun? The system's synthetic voice spoke just as Chen Feng's anger peaked. Considering that the host's cultural literacy may hinder understanding of the cultivation method, resulting in slow progress, the system has automatically provided the Enlightenment Infusion service. The full text of the method, along with annotations, energy circulation routes, and practice instructions, have been marked within the host's body. This service costs 500 experience points. When Chen Feng thought of the three characters, Chaoyuan art, in his mind a wealth of understanding and practice methods for the art automatically surfaced. It seemed the Enlightenment Infusion was truly effective. If he had had this during his school days, he would never have worried about getting into Tsinghua or Peking University, nor would he have dropped out due to failing to earn a scholarship. Oh darn it! Chen Feng suddenly realized. If he was going to get the Enlightenment Infusion, why did it translate first? That was a waste of 100 experience points. But why was the Enlightenment Infusion so expensive? Translation cost only 100 experience, but learning the method cost 500. That was 50 times more. The system's synthetic voice replied, "The Enlightenment Infusion is a high-end function, not a skill available to a level 1 angler." The system applied it for the host based on the situation. Naturally, the fee is higher. Once the host levels up and obtains this skill, there will be no further charges. Chen Feng was stunned. There were such awesome high-end functions after leveling up. He was utterly amazed and wished he could fish more to gain more experience. But he resolved to use these high-end functions sparingly in the future, as they deducted too much experience. The system, reading Chen Feng's thoughts, said, even if the host successfully translates the method, it would still take years of study to grasp 70 to 80% of it. Providing the high-end function was the best choice in the current situation. Was it mocking him? Chen Feng admired the system's intelligence, but was annoyed by its blunt implication that he was of low intelligence. But why hadn't the system communicated with him before? Was it because communicating with the system was a high-end function that would also deduct experience? The system was automatically activated after the host consumed the divine fruit. Previously, it was only a basic function without communication ability, the system said. Hearing that it wouldn't cost experience, Chen Feng finally relaxed the worry he had been holding. He was afraid the system would drain all his experience. He remembered the good old days when the system couldn't communicate. What was so good about it? It was simple and clear without high-end functions or deductions. This time the system finally ignored Chen Feng's silent complaints. After the system fell silent, Chen Feng felt bored. He suddenly thought of the cultivation method that had been infused into his mind by the Enlightenment Infusion. He wondered what kind of technique it was and decided to try practicing it to see its power. Chen Feng first put the fishing rod back into the system, then returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on the Kong and began to recall the knowledge that had been implanted in his mind. He retrieved the fishing rod back into the system, then went to his room, sat cross-legged on the heated brick bed, and started to recollect the knowledge that had been infused into his mind earlier. Unknown. The vast knowledge and techniques that flooded into Chen Feng's mind were enormous, yet not chaotic. They had obviously been reorganized by the system. For knowledge that Chen Feng could not comprehend, the system added various basic knowledge about the barbarian world. This made Chen Feng feel as if he had returned to his student days. He had thought that after the instant enlightenment, he would automatically master this technique. Little did he expect that he would still have to learn it himself. What use was this enlightenment? It even cost him 5,000 experience points. What a scam. The system's synthesized voice said, "Even various worlds must obey the laws of the universe." This system can place knowledge into the host's mind, but it cannot make the host fully comprehend it, because learning ability is the instinct of intelligent beings. It cannot be replaced by this system or any high technology. Chen Feng listened to the system's explanation, looked up at the sky in despair, and sighed. "I never thought that after finally escaping school, I still couldn't escape studying." Although Chen Feng dropped out due to family financial difficulties, his grades in school were quite good, but that did not prove he was a diligent scholar who loved studying. During his school days, the torment of textbooks and exams was still vivid in his mind. The feeling was simply unbearable to recall. He pulled out a half-used notebook from his school days from his cabinet. After tearing out the previous few pages of study notes, he solemnly wrote on the first page, "Study notes on the Chaoyuan art." This was a highly ritualistic act, writing a sentence to commemorate the beginning of his studies, but it often also marked the end of learning for some people. But times had changed. During his school days, Chen Feng felt that the knowledge learned in school had no use beyond exams, only helping him get into a good school. But he had no money. Even if he got in, what good would it do? Now it was different. Learning techniques from another world could make him stronger. Everyone desires to be powerful. When faced with the choice between being top in grades or being invincible, I believe everyone would choose to make their strength unbeatable. Chen Feng was no exception. He began to retrieve the learning materials for the Chaoyuan art from his mind, first extracting some basic knowledge and copying them into his notebook. Ever since he started school, Chen Dashan had warned him to do his homework carefully, because seeing it 1,000 times is not as good as doing it once. Chen Feng kept this saying in mind, so he diligently copied down the knowledge of the Chaoyuan art, from basic knowledge to methods of cultivation to techniques of using the art, along with some tips. From text to diagrams, Chen Feng copied them all with great care. Strangely though, these were supposed to be extremely obscure and difficult knowledge for him. After retrieving them from his mind and copying them once, he could not say he had fully mastered them, but he understood about 7 or 8 out of 10. This might be related to the fact that the knowledge was already engraved in his brain, or perhaps to the magical fruit he had eaten earlier. Because after eating that fruit, Chen Feng not only felt his physical condition become stronger, but also his mind became clearer. Previously, he had to use a calculator to figure out how much customers had eaten, but now he could calculate it as soon as they ordered. This Chaoyuan art, after being fished out from another world by Chen Feng, was actually only about 1 finger thick, containing only cultivation methods, mainly meridian diagrams, and the experiences left by predecessors. But when the system infused it into Chen Feng's mind, it became much more detailed. After all, in the barbarian world, there were sect leaders to provide guidance, but on Earth, Chen Feng had to rely on himself. The system naturally prepared a complete set of learning materials, almost like 3 years of cultivation, 5 years of simulation. After copying for 3 hours, Chen Feng waved his sore arm. Even after being tempered by the divine fruit, his arm still ached from continuous writing, but fortunately, he had finally finished copying. The hour hand of the old clock hanging in the room had turned to 12. It was now midnight. Chen Feng stood up, stretched his body, and cooked some food for himself to satisfy his hunger. Since Chen Feng's body had been tempered by the divine fruit, the energy he required each day had increased more and more. He found that simply eating staple foods could not meet the energy standard his body required. In other words, eating rice and noodles simply could not fill him up. Only by eating the meat he fished from the barbarian world could he feel full and regain his strength. Previously, Chen Feng was only willing to give the meat he fished to customers, only tasting a little himself. After all, he never knew when he would have such things again, so it was better to save more and sell it for money. Now Chen Feng ate as much as he had, and when he ran out he would go fishing immediately. After all, using cabbage leaves to catch black pigs always worked. Chen Feng cut off a leg from a slaughtered black pig and made roasted ham without any other staple food. That plump ham weighed dozens of pounds, but for Chen Feng, it was just a meal's portion. Even while gnawing on the ham, Chen Feng was still pondering the content of the Chaoyuan art he had copied earlier. Though not to the point of forgetting food and sleep, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. If he had studied this diligently back in school, why would he have worried about not getting a scholarship? How could he have dropped out? He honestly still missed his student days. If he had the chance, he would like to go to school and experience it again. After all, he was still young. After finishing the roasted ham, Chen Feng felt that his understanding of the Chaoyuan art was almost complete. He could try to practice it following the energy circulation route. The first step was to gather qi. First, he had to sense the presence of qi within himself, then he could let it circulate according to the route in the technique. In the barbarian world, very few people could sense qi. Once someone developed a sense of qi, they would immediately be taken away by various sects and embark on the path of cultivation. The Chaoyuan art was a high-level technique of the longevity sect. It did not elaborate on such basic qi-gathering methods. Those were all basic knowledge provided by the system. After learning from the system, Chen Feng had already preliminarily mastered the method of gathering qi. Unlike those in the barbarian world who relied entirely on talent, he naturally found it easier to gather qi. Whether it was because Chen Feng was exceptionally talented or because the spiritual energy on earth was abundant, he sensed the qi within less than 2 hours. Chen Feng actually succeeded in gathering qi in just 2 short hours. If the sect geniuses of the frontier realm were to learn of this, wouldn't they be consumed with jealousy? A faint ethereal energy coiled gently within Chen Feng's dantian. He was so exhilarated he nearly cried out, but he feared his shouts might disperse this precious qi that had finally gathered after so much effort. So this is spiritual energy, Chen Feng mused, feeling that wisp of ethereal qi floating erratically within his dantian, and cautiously attempted to guide it with his will. Under Chen Feng's mental urging, the spiritual energy began to move slowly. Chen Feng suddenly felt playful, beginning to manipulate the qi with his consciousness, shaping it into various forms. At one moment, he transformed the qi into a pig, then into a beautiful woman. It was just like the mud figures he had molded as a child. Whatever shape he molded, it became. When he stopped, that ethereal qi returned to its gaseous state, settling within his dantian. Chen Feng paused to rest, discovering that the spiritual energy had not dissipated. It seemed his body continued to gather more qi following the gathering method, even while he wasn't actively trying. So even without my conscious effort, qi would gradually gather within my body. My body is like a magnet, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy around me. I wonder what wondrous effects the Chaoyuan technique will bring. Chen Feng could barely contain his eagerness. Though it was 2 or 3 in the morning, he felt not a trace of drowsiness. Only excitement and anticipation, full of eager expectation for what changes would occur after he practiced the Chaoyuan technique. Chen Feng guided the spiritual energy with his will, beginning to circulate it along the meridian pathways shown in the Chaoyuan technique diagram. It wasn't as impossibly obscure or difficult as he had imagined. The spiritual energy seemed to flow unobstructed wherever it traveled. Could I be a legendary cultivation prodigy? Chen Feng couldn't help but wonder. His meridians were so wide that they posed no obstruction whatsoever to the spiritual energy. Where was the excruciating pain he had anticipated? Speaking of pain, Chen Feng suddenly recalled that night he ate the divine fruit, the blade-like golden light that rampaged through his body, the agony he endured. Could it have been that fruit? Did that golden light from the fruit widen my meridians? So the warmth was merely enhancing my physical constitution, while that golden light was the crucial element. What a remarkable fruit. It's truly an invaluable companion on my cultivation journey. Chen Feng continued to guide the spiritual energy within him, circulating it through his meridians. The qi continuously nourished Chen Feng's meridians, growing less in quantity, but not dissipating, rather becoming increasingly refined. Chen Feng effortlessly completed one full, great circulation of the Chaoyuan technique's meridian pathway through his body. At this moment, Chen Feng felt invigorated and far from exhausted, even sensing further improvements in his physical constitution. However, when the spiritual energy returned to his dantian, it seemed considerably diminished. Chen Feng examined that spiritual energy once more. It could no longer be called a wisp, it had become a mass. This mass of qi had truly become far more concentrated. So this is the purpose of cultivation techniques, to condense spiritual energy. The more refined the qi, the greater its power. As the technique described after gathering qi, Chen Feng could channel it onto specific parts of his body for attacking, such as his fists or kicks. The more refined the qi, the greater its power. Once spiritual energy is refined to a sufficient degree, it can be released from the body to harm enemies. Of course, this requires not only the density of qi, but also demands a certain level of its quality. Chen Feng knew well that he still had quite a distance to go before reaching the level where a flicked leaf or scattered flower could cause injury. Yet this did not prevent his heart from yearning for such heights. After a night of learning and cultivation, dawn had just begun to break. Chen Feng felt energetic and alert without a trace of drowsiness. No wonder one's first cultivation session feels so exhilarating. This was something an ordinary person on Earth could never have imagined. He was actually beginning to cultivate. He was truly cultivating. The appearance of this technique had completely shattered Chen Feng's previous worldview. He had never believed in the internal power described in martial arts novels, even convinced that so-called genuine qigong in reality was all fraudulent. Now he had actually gathered spiritual energy. How could Chen Feng not be overcome with emotion? And how could someone so stirred up possibly sleep peacefully? The excited Chen Feng desperately wanted to test his newfound abilities on a few people, but where could he find such individuals around him? Yesterday's little hoodlums couldn't even withstand 3 or 4/10 of his strength. How much less could they endure if he channeled spiritual energy into his fists and kicks? He might actually kill them. Meanwhile, another family had also stayed awake the entire night, though they were far from excited like Chen Feng. A stout woman spared no filthy words in berating a young man with a full back tattoo. The young man lowered his head and said, "Sister, that Chen Feng is genuinely formidable. He beat all of us scattered with just 3 punches and 5 kicks. Let's just let it go. Let's not provoke him anymore." The woman cursed. "How did I end up with such a useless brother? You can't even help your sister with something this small." As she cursed, she began to weep. "Oh, mother, look at your son. His sister is being bullied and he won't even help me." The tattooed young man was utterly helpless. He knew exactly what kind of person his sister was, but he dared not defy her. When he was young and mischievous, their mother passed away after giving birth to him. Their father would beat and scold him at the slightest provocation. Only his sister had ever been kind to him. Now that his sister had a request he couldn't fulfill, he was filled with guilt. In his dictionary there were no laws or regulations, only blood relatives and sworn brothers. When his sister was wronged and his brothers beaten, he couldn't swallow such an insult. But when he realized that the person he couldn't stomach was someone he was powerless against, he could only listen quietly to his sister's curses. Damn it. To hell with it. This time I'll get him with something sneaky. The tattooed young man thought to himself, and a bold idea formed in his mind. He planned to sneak into Chen Feng's home early the next morning, and when the man least expected it, bag him, tie him up, and give him a thorough beating. So he gathered together a few brothers whose injuries weren't too severe. In truth, none of them were really hurt, just some redness and swelling where they'd been struck. After all, Chen Feng hadn't gone for the kill. The group of them quietly made their way outside Chen Feng's home in Chenjia village. Chen Feng was now moving about in his own courtyard looking for something to test his strength, but for a moment, he couldn't find anything in the yard worth his effort. The tattooed young man was outside the courtyard. He kicked a young thug and whispered, "Go check what's inside. Is there a dog?" The thug, who had the catchphrase, "You motherfucker," seemed a bit afraid of dogs. "Boss, what if there is a dog?" The tattooed young man slapped him on the head and scolded, "Are you stupid? Throw a piece of meat first, and while the dog is eating, jump down and kill it with a club." The thug said, "Boss, you seem so experienced. Why don't you do it? I've been afraid of dogs since I was a kid." The tattooed young man cursed. If I do everything myself, what use are you? Go, go, go. The thug reluctantly stepped on another thug's back. He poked his head out for a moment, then pulled it back and whispered to the tattooed young man, "Boss, reconnaissance complete." "No dog." The tattooed young man kicked the thug's buttocks. "I told you to check for a dog. I told you to see what's going on inside. What a useless piece of trash. Can you do anything at all?" Meanwhile, the thug being stepped on also cursed. "Are you done yet? You're going to crush me to death. I let you climb up and you just stay there motionless." The thug had no choice but to continue climbing up the wall and peered into the courtyard. Chen Feng was pacing in the courtyard as if looking for something and did not notice the commotion on the wall. Seeing Chen Feng already moving about in the yard so early, the thug was startled and quickly climbed down from the wall. He whispered to the tattooed young man, "Boss, that guy's already in the yard this early." The tattooed young man asked, "What is he doing in the yard?" The thug hadn't paid much attention, so he said, "I only saw him walking around. Maybe he got up to pee. He'll probably go back to sleep soon. Young people nowadays can't get up as early as you, boss." The flattery made the tattooed young man sweat a little. He usually slept until noon as well. But he thought the same. He didn't know any young person who would get up at 5 in the morning. It was likely a bathroom break, and he would probably go back to bed soon. The tattooed young man said, Go, go, go back up and watch. The moment he goes inside, we'll jump in and knock him out." But the thug said, "Boss, look here. There are 2 holes. We don't need to climb the wall to peek. These 2 holes show the inside of the yard." It turned out that the thug had discovered the 2 holes left by Chen Feng when he threw his harpoon into the wall, piercing it, and then pulling it out. Who would have thought that Chen Feng's full-strength throw would have punched straight through the wall? Of course, these thugs had no idea how the holes came to be. They all rushed over, craning their necks to look through the holes. "Stop pushing. Let me see first." The tattooed young man pushed aside several people, then pressed his eye to one of the holes and peered inside. Chen Feng had finally found something to test his skills on a large bluestone slab that had previously been used at the bottom of the fish pond. This bluestone slab had been lying in Chen Feng's yard for decades, serving no real purpose. Actually, it wasn't that it was useless, but nowadays bricks were mostly red and bluestone was rarely used. The main reason was that bluestone was too heavy. A slab about 1 meter long and 30 centimeters wide already weighed over 100 G. In the past, Chen Feng would never have bothered with this bluestone slab. Dealing with it would have been asking for trouble. But times had changed. A weight of 100 G was nothing to Chen Feng. He grabbed the bluestone slab with one hand and performed a curling motion. Holy shit! Holy shit! Just the simple act of lifting the bluestone slab with one hand made the 2 thugs peeking through the holes gasp. If they didn't use a sneak attack, how could they ever beat this guy? "What's going on? Let me see. What happened?" One thug who didn't have a hole to look through was scratching his head, anxiously desperate to know what had shocked his companions so much. But his companions didn't seem willing to give up their spots, and he didn't have the nerve to ask his boss to move. He had to wait for his companions to relay the scene. Chen Feng placed the slab against the door of his house. He drew the true Qi spiritual energy from his dantian, and following the method of the Chaoyuan art, concentrated it into his hand. Chen Feng saw his right hand shrouded in a faint mist. The mist originated from his dantian, flowed through the meridians in his upper body, and finally emerged from within, enveloping his hand in a thin haze. Instantly, he felt his right middle finger brimming with power. He extended his right hand, turning his fist into a claw, and struck fiercely at the bluestone slab embedded in the wall. Chen Feng felt a surge of true qi following the force from his waist and abdomen, instantly travel from his dantian to the tips of his right fingers, amplifying the power of his strike several times over. With a bang sound, Chen Feng withdrew his right hand, looked at the bluestone dust on his palm, then at the 5 holes in the slab, and nodded with satisfaction. So this was the power of the cultivation art. He had indeed become much stronger, effortlessly piercing through the bluestone slab with his hand. The tattooed young man outside the wall felt as if Chen Feng's claw had pierced his own body. A cold sweat broke out all over him. He couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if Chen Feng's hand plunged into his own flesh. How could a body of meat compare to a bluestone slab? Chen Feng seemed unsatisfied. He then gathered true qi into his left hand and slammed it onto the bluestone slab with a mighty palm strike. With another bang, The extremely hard bluestone slab cracked from the point of contact, spreading dozens of fissures that gradually crept outward. With a crash, the slab weighing several hundred genes shattered into pieces on the ground. The tattooed young man outside the wall, seeing this, went weak in the knees. How could he have wanted to ambush someone so formidable? He must have had a death wish. He lost all his bravado and said, "Brothers, this guy is tough. Let's get out of here." The thugs who hadn't seen the scene were still puzzled, but the one who had been hogging the other hole stood up and ran. The others ran as well, asking, "What's wrong, boss?" Chen Feng, who was admiring his left hand with satisfaction, suddenly heard a commotion outside the wall. He looked toward the door. How could anyone be spying on my training? It must be the neighbors going to the fields. They sure are early risers. Frost lay thick upon the grass, and the morning air of the small town carried a biting chill. Yet nothing could cool the burning fire within Chen Feng's heart. At this very moment he stood utterly astonished and electrified by his newfound ability to shatter blue stone with his bare hands. He was overcome with an urgent desire to find someone upon whom to test his strength. Little did he know that the very hoodlums he had been eager to give a sound thrashing had long since fled, vanishing without a trace after witnessing his jaw-dropping power to cleave stone asunder with his bare hands. Chen Feng washed himself and sprinkled a handful of fish feed into his pond. Though this humble fish pond no longer held much significance for him, now he simply could not bear to part with the fishes within its waters. For this fish pond was the very genesis of everything he had become. Without this pond, that blood-red dragon fish would never have appeared. Without that magnificent fish, how could he possibly have become the host of this very system? In merely a span of days, he had transformed from a poverty-stricken, drifting rural youth into the proprietor of a modest restaurant worth 100,000 yuan, and his fortunes were destined to multiply evermore. This fish pond was truly the sacred ground of his ascendancy, Chen Feng mused silently to himself. From the moment of his establishment's grand opening until now, Chen Feng had accumulated 10 to 20,000 yuan in ready cash. In this present age, though countless payment methods had emerged, the townsfolk who could afford to dine at Chen Feng's establishment still clung to their beloved cash. WeChat Pay, Alipay, and the like remained largely the province of the younger generation. Chen Feng would secure every piece of cash he collected within the drawer beneath the restaurant counter, then carry it home upon his person after locking up for the night. This, however, did not signify that Chen Feng was a miserly man consumed by greed. It was merely that he had suffered through more than a decade of destitution, and now that such a sum had finally come into his possession, how could he not treasure it beyond compare? There exists a particular style of underwear beloved by farmers in the countryside. Though merely an ordinary pair of shorts, it features a zipper on the front, allowing one to store valuables in intimate proximity to the body. When Chen Feng had purchased his clothing that day, he had acquired one such pair of undergarments, believing firmly that money could only be truly safe when kept close to one's skin. Yet as his restaurant's fortunes continued to flourish, his undergarment grew ever more distended with banknotes. At last, on this very morning, while donning his underwear, Chen Feng discovered that this thick wad of currency had begun to severely impede the development of a certain sensitive area of his anatomy. Gazing upon his bulging lower region, Chen Feng sighed with lamentation. It truly grows ever larger. Looks like I must visit the bank to deposit these today. He unfastened the zipper upon his undergarment, and layer upon layer of crimson banknotes tumbled forth from within. Having extracted this considerable stack of 100 yuan bills, he moistened his fingertip with saliva and commenced the ritual of counting his money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 213, 214. Chen Feng knew precisely how much money he possessed, yet each time he beheld these banknotes, he could never resist counting them once more, ever fearful that some banknote might have gone astray without his noticing. Having verified the count once more and confirmed it matched the figure in his mind, he retrieved his mobile phone to examine the figures displayed in his WeChat and Alipay accounts. Upon adding everything together, he arrived at the sum of 101,300 yuan. Clearly, it was time to deposit these funds at the bank. Chen Feng had lived for more than a decade without ever possessing a bank card. Chen Dashan had possessed one, however. As a 5-guarantee household in the village, enjoying a monthly subsidy of several dozen yuan. The village had thoughtfully arranged a bank card for him intended to receive these payments along with various rural government allowances. But following Chen Dashan's death, Chen Feng found himself unable to provide proof of his relationship to the man, and thus this sum was devoured by the bank. The amount was not substantial, a mere 1,000 or so yuan. Yet those were the accumulated government subsidies that Chen Dashan had received over several years, not a single fund of which he had ever touched. After his passing, when Chen Feng had sought to withdraw this money to purchase Chen Dashan a proper coffin, he had been compelled to nail together a few thin planks and bury the old man hastily in Chen Dashan's private plot of land. Chen Dashan had been a simple countryman knowing only to toil and search for a wife. His life's greatest aspiration was to find a spouse. In his twilight years, this dream had transformed into earning enough money to find a wife for Chen Feng. Other matters held no interest for Chen Dashan. He knew nothing of the need to register an adoption at the Civil Affairs Bureau nor to use that documentation to establish household registration for Chen Feng. And so it came to pass that Chen Feng found himself without household registration. The police station could not issue a certificate confirming kinship between Chen Feng and Chen Dashan, and Chen Feng was consequently unable to withdraw Chen Dashan's funds to purchase a fitting coffin for the man who had raised him. In his desperation to ensure Chen Dashan's burial, Chen Feng had clashed with the bank's inflexible bureaucracy. After making a scene at the bank, he was escorted away by police officers summoned by the institution. There was, however, one blessing that emerged from this ordeal. Chen Feng had finally obtained his household registration. After the police officers thoroughly investigated Chen Feng's and Chen Dashan's backgrounds through inquiries within Chen family village, they confirmed the veracity of Chen Feng's account. With this confirmation, they processed his household registration and identity documents. Nevertheless, Chen Feng resolved within his heart that he would never again conduct any manner of business at the establishment in town known as the Rural Credit Cooperative. The incident that had transpired shortly after Chen Dashan's departure had plunged Chen Feng into deep contemplation and an ache of profound longing for the old man. After a considerable passage of time, Chen Feng at last roused himself from these recollections. Though he now needed to deposit his money, he still harbored no intention of entrusting his funds to the credit union in town. Yet with only this single banking establishment in the town, Chen Feng had no choice but to journey into the city to make his deposit. Chen Feng donned his coat, tucked the roughly 20,000 yuan in cash into the inner pocket of his jacket, and clutching it tightly boarded the bus bound for the city. The city was a far cry from the countryside. Could he possibly disrobe in a bank lobby to retrieve his money? Chen Feng, after all, was a man who valued his dignity. The banks of Shu City were naturally far more magnificent and splendid than that modest establishment in town. The lobby of a single bank alone surpassed the entire footprint of the town's sole financial institution. Chen Feng descended from the bus and stood before the grand entrance of the bank's lobby, gazing up at this resplendent edifice, as he exclaimed admiringly, "How vast! How magnificent!" When he had previously delivered fish to that grand hotel in Shu City, he had indeed passed by this place, but only ever from afar, never daring to entertain the notion that he would someday come to conduct business at such a banking establishment. He advanced step by hesitant step into the bank's grand lobby, where immediately a hall manager approached and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you today?" Chen Feng replied, "I've come to deposit money." The hall manager asked, "Do you possess a bank card? If you have one, you may use the automated deposit machine." Chen Feng did not possess one, and so the hall manager first led Chen Feng to complete the necessary forms for opening a new bank account. At that very moment, 4 individuals arrived at the lobby behind Chen Feng. Each carried an enormous backpack bulging inexplicably with unknown contents, and each wore a cap, pulled low, their heads bowed. It was impossible to discern their faces from such a vantage point. After these individuals entered the bank lobby, the security guard standing at the entrance first noticed their peculiarity and walked towards them. The security guard asked them, "What business do you?" As he approached, he discovered that beneath their hats, they were wearing black stockings that concealed their faces. He immediately sensed something was wrong. He never imagined that a bank robbery would happen to him. Bank security guards were supposed to handle security, but in reality, they spent most of their time doing the lobby manager's job. They were even more familiar with simple banking procedures than the lobby manager. On the contrary, apart from the monthly drills, they never engaged in their actual security duties. Those drills were nothing but performances that failed to motivate them, even though they acted extremely bravely during the exercises. But who could tell in real life? Before the guard finished his sentence, he noticed their unusual attire. He tried hard to recall the procedures from previous drills, but his mind was a complete blur from fear, utterly unable to remember how to handle such a situation. He struggled to compose himself, thinking wishfully that perhaps these people were just playing a prank, or if they were armed with kitchen knives or fruit knives, he might still be able to control the situation. Unfortunately, as the robbers noticed the security guard approaching, they had already slipped their hands into their backpacks. By the time the guard questioned them and looked at their faces, they had already pulled out submachine guns, one for each of them. Their voices and the security guard's voice rang out simultaneously in the lobby. "Robbery. Everyone run. Nobody fucking move. I'll shoot anyone who runs." The speaker was a burly man in a military green trench coat with a stocking over his head and a baseball cap on top, perfectly concealing his face. The other three were similarly dressed. After the man shouted, a tall, thin robber, holding a submachine gun, blocked the lobby entrance, glaring menacingly at the dozen or so bewildered people inside. Chen Feng was at a table filling out a bank account application form. The events at the entrance stunned him. A bank robbery. The big city of Shuqing was truly something. He could encounter a bank robbery just by visiting town. When he snapped back to reality, the bank was in utter chaos. Shrieks burst from the women's mouths, while the men remained relatively calm at the moment. A man sitting in the waiting area said to the person next to him, "See, banks are afraid of this, so they hold drills now and then." The man beside him replied, "Yeah, this setup looks pretty realistic. I've seen anti-terror drills at the train station before, but none were this real. Look, they even have guns. Why are they so small? What do you know? These guns have high fire rate and are easy to conceal. I've seen this gun in games." Their discussion abruptly stopped when a man who had finished his business prepared to leave the lobby. Rat-a-tat-tat. A short burst of gunfire struck the ground just in front of the departing man's feet. The shot came from the tall robber at the door. The burly robber turned to look at the man, who immediately collapsed to the ground in shock, muttering, "This is real. You told me it was a drill." The burly robber walked over to the man on the ground, shoved the gun against his head and cursed, "Are you fucking deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" He jabbed the muzzle repeatedly against the man's forehead and shouted, "I'll say it one more fucking time, nobody move, or I'll fucking shoot anyone who runs. I'm here for the money. Your lives are useless to me, so behave. Tell me what's more important, money or life. At a time like this, do you give money or give your life?" The man seated on the ground, terrified by the dark muzzle, kept saying, "I want my life, I want my life. Life is important, life is important." He felt a sudden urge to urinate. Upon hearing the gunshot, the people in the waiting area erupted in panic. They no longer had the leisure to discuss which guns the robbers used or how realistic the drill was. At that moment, the lobby no longer distinguished men from women, only a crowd desperate for survival. They frantically crawled under chairs and ran to corners, seeking any semblance of safety. But could these things truly protect them? The four robbers were the burly one taunting the man on the ground with his gun, one guarding the door to prevent escape, one heading to the counter, and another approaching the crowd in the waiting area. Suddenly, an alarm blared inside the bank. The security guard had run behind the counter and pressed the alarm. The counter glass was bulletproof, and the door leading to the back was a double-layer bulletproof door, leaving the robbers helpless. The burly robber remained calm, preparing to complete his first transaction. He pressed the gun against the still terrified man and said, "If you want to live, hand over the money." The man tremblingly said, "I just deposited my money. I'll give you the card." The burly robber slammed the gunstock against the man's head and cursed, "What the fuck do I want your card for?" He searched the man's pockets, shook his head, and cursed, "Damn, you're broke." Then he walked toward Chen Feng, who was still at the table. He shouted to one of the robbers in the waiting area, "Search these people. I don't believe everyone who comes to the bank carries no cash. If they don't pay, kill them. We don't mind a few more lives." Chen Feng had thought the robbers wouldn't notice this area since only he and the lobby manager were there. The lobby manager was a woman around 30, trembling beside Chen Feng. She hadn't had time to react earlier, otherwise she would have run into the bank's back area with the security guard. The burly robber strode over to the lobby manager, grabbed her, and pressed the gun against her head, taking her hostage. Chen Feng stared in shock. Had she become a hostage? Should he intervene? He was deeply conflicted. The robbers had guns. Although he was in good physical condition and possessed some true chi, he had no idea whether he could withstand a submachine gun. A burly robber pressed a gun against the head of the lobby manager, snarling at the trembling tellers behind the counter. "Throw all the money out now. If you don't, this man's head will be blown off. We've already called the police. You can't escape. Even if you get the money, you won't be able to leave." After calming down, the lobby manager addressed the robber who was holding him hostage. It must be said he was truly a dedicated bank employee. The burly robber struck the manager's head with the butt of his gun, cursing, "What the hell do you care? Tell them to hand over the money. Hurry up and say it." The lobby manager continued, "If we give you the money, they'll have their wages deducted. So they don't care about my life. How about this? Let me go and I'll go inside and get the money for you." The robber wasn't stupid either. He cursed, "Don't try to fool me. If I don't get the money today, you're not leaving." In the waiting area, two other robbers were methodically threatening people with guns, forcing them to hand over their valuables. Everyone complied, albeit reluctantly. But life was the most important thing. A money could be earned again. Soon the dozen or so people had been thoroughly searched. The two robbers stuffed the loot into their backpacks and walked over to the burly robber. At this moment, the burly robber was still locked in a tense standoff with the manager and the tellers. The robber seemed unwilling to shoot unless absolutely necessary, but that didn't mean he wasn't losing his temper. He shouted, "For God's sake, throw the money out, or I'll kill this man." The tellers behind the counter were also trembling. After contacting the police, they decided to hand over the money first. The SWAT team was on its way, arriving in 3 to 5 minutes. Their orders were to stall the robbers and ensure the safety of the hostages. "Calm down. We're preparing the money. How much do you want?" A teller actually asked a robber how much money he wanted. Did she think she was bargaining at a vegetable market? The absurdity of the question inadvertently made Chen Feng, who was standing nearby, laugh. The burly robber cursed, "What the hell kind of question is that?" "All of it." Chen Feng's laughter rang out at an inopportune moment. The burly robber finally noticed that there was still one person whose valuables hadn't been taken. Even though he was about to get the big score, every little bit counted. He signaled to the other two robbers to go and shake down Chen Feng. Chen Feng watched the two armed robbers approaching him. He regretted laughing just now. If he hadn't, he would have remained invisible and been ignored until the police arrived, enjoying the whole show from the sidelines. He wasn't sure if he could contend with live firearms. If a stray bullet happened to hit him in the head, he'd be finished. Though he wisely refrained from intervening, he lacked the self-control to be a mere bystander and actually laughed out loud. Even if in this situation the teller's words were not particularly amusing. Perhaps because Chen Feng wasn't personally affected by the robbery, he didn't feel the tense atmosphere and let out a laugh. One of the robbers raised his gun, aiming at Chen Feng, and said, "We missed one here. Hand over the money. Don't make me blow your brains out." The other robber hung his submachine gun around his neck and walked up to Chen Feng to pat down his coat pocket. Chen Feng stepped back, clutching his coat pocket protectively. That was 20,000 yuan inside, money he had earned through hard work. He couldn't just let them take it. Covering his pocket, Chen Feng said, "I really don't have any money." The robber pressed the gun barrel against Chen Feng's forehead. "Don't talk crap. Try moving." Then he said to the other robber who was about to search Chen Feng, "Search him. Make it quick. The boss is about to get the money." The robber roughly grabbed for the pocket on Chen Feng's chest. With the gun pressed against his head, Chen Feng dared not move. The robber pulled out 20,000 yuan in cash from Chen Feng's pocket, money Chen Feng had intended to deposit in the bank. How could he not be anxious? The robber who had been holding the gun to Chen Feng's head saw that his companion had already taken the money, so he lowered his gun and said, "At least you're smart." Finally, the gun was no longer pressed against his forehead. Chen Feng's wildly pounding heart began to calm down. Suddenly, he channeled his spiritual energy, concentrating it into his fist, and punched the robber who had taken his money squarely in the head. The robber's head instantly caved in, a testament to the immense force of Chen Feng's punch. The robber, his skull shattered, swayed, coughed up blood, and collapsed to the ground. As the robber was about to fall, Chen Feng snatched the money that was rightfully his and stuffed it back into his own pocket. The armed robber noticed his companion being punched and immediately raised his gun to shoot at Chen Feng. But Chen Feng had already anticipated this move. As the robber lifted his gun, Chen Feng executed a clumsy roll on the ground, charging toward him. A burst of gunfire sent bullets ricocheting off the floor, but none struck Chen Feng. By then, Chen Feng had already reached the robber. He channeled his chi and kicked the robber's leg. With a crisp crack, the tibia of the robber's shin snapped, bending at a 90-degree angle. A bank robber was by nature a hardened criminal. After his leg broke, the thug let out a roar of pain and immediately opened fire on Chen Feng, who was on the ground. Chen Feng reached out and grabbed the muzzle of the submachine gun, forcing it upward. The robber tried desperately to push it down, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't. Chen Feng held the gun barrel with one hand, while repeatedly punching the robber in the stomach with the other. 1 punch, 2, 3. Each blow landed solidly. After several punches, the robber began to vomit blood. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng's counterattack had lasted only 7 or 8 seconds. The burly robber and the one guarding the entrance both noticed the commotion. Without hesitation, they opened fire on Chen Feng. He immediately rolled to the side, taking cover behind a load-bearing pillar in the center of the hall. He looked at the submachine gun he had just seized, then at the people nearby. He sighed. He didn't know how to use a gun. What if he missed and hit someone else? The remaining 2 robbers clearly had no intention of letting him go. Judging by their relentless barrage of bullets, they were prepared to fight to the death. At this moment, the bank hall was filled with cries of despair. The horrific scene left everyone petrified. Hadn't they promised not to kill if the money was handed over? So why had they opened fire? The crowd scrambled to hide in every nook and cranny, terrified that stray bullets, ricochets, and unseeing rounds would strike them. Chen Feng hid behind a load-bearing pillar in the hall, at a loss for what to do. He had just counted the submachine guns they used had about 25 rounds per magazine, and the 2 men took around 10 seconds to take out a fresh magazine from their backpack and reload. Chen Feng waited for the moment the 2 fierce bandits would reload, intending to use those few seconds to rush forward and take them down. Chen Feng still didn't know if he could go head-to-head against modern weapons, but after having dealt with the 2 armed bandits, he now understood that his speed could outpace their reaction time. That meant as long as he got close, the 2 bandits would be dead for sure. The burly bandit calmly reloaded after emptying a magazine, while the other kept his gun trained on the pillar where Chen Feng was hiding, fearful that Chen Feng would suddenly leap out from behind it. These 2 were truly cunning. They performed a cross-reload, giving Chen Feng no chance to counterattack. After both had finished reloading, the bandit leader realized his current situation. He couldn't afford to waste time with this guy. Now he should first grab the cash from the counter, then leave this place. He remembered this man. Our revenge would come another day. These 2 brothers were still lying on the ground, spitting blood, clearly not long for this world. Even if by some miracle they survived, he couldn't take them with him. Find fewer people meant fewer shares of the money. His only fear now was that if they didn't die and he couldn't take them, the police would take them and they'd rat him out. It seemed he should give them a burst of bullets before leaving. The bandit put aside these thoughts, pressed his gun again against the head of the lobby manager he was holding hostage, and shouted at Chen Feng, "Kid, I've got my eyes on you. You better wait for me, you son of a bitch. I'll make you die a miserable death." Then he fired a series of shots at the bulletproof glass on the counter with his gun. "Hurry the hell up, or none of you will live." The tellers, trembling with fear from the bullets hitting the glass in front of them, only became slower in their movements. Or perhaps they were deliberately stalling. Seeing the tellers dawdling while stuffing money into bags, the bandit grew anxious, wishing he could rush in and do it himself, but he couldn't get in. He could only use the hostage in his hands to threaten. The 2 bandits now had all their attention fixed on the cash inside the counter, and Chen Feng was no longer under their surveillance. At this moment, Chen Feng quietly slipped to the security guard's post and rummaged for a handy weapon. Inside the post, there was a circular shield made of bulletproof glass, a rubber baton, and a retractable anti-riot steel fork. The rubber baton was clearly useless. Chen Feng strapped the shield marked anti-riot onto his arm and picked up the retractable steel fork with his other hand, weighing it. It was too light, and the semicircular fork prongs at the front had no point. Moreover, the gap between the two prongs was wider than a person's waist, making it impossible to stab anyone. Chen Feng had no idea how to use it, and with a look of disdain he set it aside. In contrast, the round shield, though seemingly made of glass, he considered much better than the fork. Little did he know that the anti-riot fork was designed to trap the opponent's body and control them without any lethal force. After strapping the shield onto his arm, Chen Feng shushed the people in the crowd who had noticed his movements. The people also knew that this man had just severely beaten two bandits who had robbed them. If there was any savior now, it had to be him. His actions now earned the unconditional trust of everyone present. So those who noticed quickly averted their eyes, afraid that the direction of their gaze would alert the two bandits. The bandit had been threatening the life of the lobby manager to pressure the tellers. The tellers realized they could no longer dawdle. If they continued, the lobby manager's life would be in jeopardy. One teller glanced at the time. It had been over 3 minutes since he had secretly contacted 110. He figured the police should be arriving soon. The teller suddenly looked up and saw Chen Feng sneaking around with the anti-riot shield. Chen Feng, noticing the teller's gaze, made a gesture to throw the money, then mimed a sneak attack. The teller instantly understood Chen Feng's signal. He then threw the bag of money from inside the counter, and one bandit quickly caught it. The burly bandit, however, did not move. He still held the lobby manager hostage, but he walked toward his two companions lying on the ground. Chen Feng had no understanding of the bandits' behavior. He fully expected that after getting the money, they would count it immediately. After all, if it were him, he would definitely count it. Unexpectedly, the two didn't even glance at it, and were about to leave with the bag. He had been planning to sneak attack while they counted the money. Alas, what a miscalculation. The bandit reached his two companions. One was lying on the ground, barely breathing, with more breath out than any. The other, who had taken several punches to the stomach from Chen Feng, was spitting blood on the floor. The bandit stood before them, picked up their backpacks, and said to them, "Sorry, brothers." Then he aimed his gun at the companions on the ground. Good opportunity. The bandit's gun had finally left the lobby manager's head. Now he could act without worrying about the woman's safety. Chen Feng quickly mobilized the inner energy within his body, channeling it to his arm, and then hurled the round shield with all his might. Chen Feng had chosen the round shield entirely because of the popularity of Captain America. He had just watched the movie, and this attack move was learned from Captain America. The shield traced an arc through the air, flying toward the burly bandit. The aim was quite good. It struck the bandit right on the head. Duong. With a sound, the shield was made of glass-reinforced plastic. Its edge had no blade, but under Chen Feng's full-force throw, it had terrifying power. The spinning shield ripped off the bandit's skull, splattering the contents, red and white, all over the lobby manager's face. Everyone in the hall was stunned, including the remaining bandit and even Chen Feng himself. The hall manager suddenly felt a warmth spreading across her cheek, and a coppery sweetness flooded her nose and mouth. Only then did she turn to witness the robber who had been holding her hostage crumpling limply to the ground, his skull now stripped of its crown of bone. Ugh! Chen Feng could never have imagined that his full-force strike would completely sever the hoodlum's skull cap. He had never witnessed such a horrifying sight. The crimson and whitish fluids gushing forth from the skull-less cranium, its former occupant now reduced to a ghastly spectacle. Chen Feng fought desperately to keep his stomach from convulsing violently, fearing that any upheaval would force him to retch up the breakfast he had consumed that morning. He tried desperately to banish this gruesome image from his mind, fixing his gaze instead upon the other robber, who stood equally paralyzed by shock. For men had come to commit robbery, yet now only he remained. Even armed with a pistol, escape seemed an impossible dream. Worse still stood the terrifying man before him. Using nothing but his bare fists, this individual had already slain one, wounded another, and left a third clinging to life by a thread. That single devastating blow shattered the final robber's psychological defenses entirely. Chen Feng observed the man still frozen in terror and advanced, preparing to strike once more. Suddenly the robber cast aside his weapon and fell to his knees before Chen Feng, weeping profusely. "Please, please don't kill me. Spare me, noble hero. Just send me to prison." Chen Feng hesitated momentarily, then delivered a swift kick that sent the discarded submachine gun skittering across the floor. Seizing the robber, he wrestled him into submission. As for proper restraint techniques, Chen Feng possessed no formal training whatsoever. He merely recalled the method the skull-less hoodlum had employed when taking hostages earlier. Finding it remarkably effective, he replicated the technique. Thus we witnessed our Chen Feng applying a firm chokehold upon the robber, whose courage had utterly crumbled. From the robber's entrance to Chen Feng's complete subjugation of all of them, barely 10 minutes had elapsed. The sheer rapidity of these events caught the police entirely off guard. Nevertheless, the officers arrived at the scene within those same 10 minutes. 7 or 8 SWAT vans tore through the streets with sirens wailing, encircling the bank in an impenetrable ring. A robbery of such gravity at a bank naturally commanded the immediate attention of leadership across all levels of the Shu City Public Security Bureau. A middle-aged man in police uniform emerged from a Volkswagen Passat. He was the deputy director responsible for criminal cases at the Shu City Bureau of Public Security, assigned to command and oversee this major crisis. Though he had served in law enforcement for over 20 years, encounters with bank robbery incidents remained exceedingly rare for him. Though the deputy director's heart raced with anxiety, his decades of experience compelled him to compose himself and carefully survey the interior of the bank lobby first. His eyes beheld a young man holding a man with an ashen complexion hostage, while dozens of civilians huddled trembling in the corner of the waiting area. This contradicted the original report. The alert had described 4 bandits holding the hall manager captive. Yet now there appeared to be only one bandit, and he was holding a black man captive. A black man. But this was an international guest. Heaven forbid any international incident. He continued scanning deeper into the hall, for his many years of criminal investigation had taught him to overlook no detail. On the floor lay 3 more international guests, one continuously vomiting blood, another already deceased, and a third whose skull had been completely stripped of its crown. The carnage was truly horrific. Viewing the hall from outside through a distance, clarity was impossible. No wonder he had mistaken the robbers' black nylon masks for the robbers being black men. Having grasped the general situation within the hall, the deputy director declined the telescope his assistant offered. Instead, he raised the walkie-talkie in his hand and issued his commands. Team 1, proceed to the main entrance of the hall. Escort the negotiation specialist inside and remain ready for immediate assault at any moment. Team 2, guard every exit of the bank. Prevent any accomplices from escaping through other exits. Snipers, find elevated positions. The moment you detect the bandits harming hostages, shoot to kill immediately. All other units await the fire command. The deputy director's deployment was impeccable, yet he had not anticipated that the crisis inside the hall had already been resolved. Several Team 1 SWAT officers escorted a man in a suit into the hall. This was undoubtedly the negotiations specialist the deputy director had mentioned. Though negotiators were also police officers, they typically refrained from wearing uniforms during operations, preferring suits or casual attire instead. Uniforms could arouse the robbers' vigilance, whereas suits made them appear meticulous and trustworthy, and casual clothing helped robbers relax psychologically. Following the SWAT team's arrival with the negotiations specialist, the civilians who had been cowering in every nook and corner seemed to have found their salvation. They rushed toward the officers, screaming about their deliverance. The SWAT officers first managed to calm them down, but prohibited their departure for the time being, fearing that bandits might have concealed themselves among them to facilitate escape. Chen Feng, noticing the police presence, hastily restrained the terrified robber and advanced toward the officers. The negotiation specialist, seeing this bandit approaching, immediately shouted, "Calm down first, please, don't get agitated. Don't harm the hostage. What are your demands?" Hearing this, Chen Feng froze momentarily before realizing the misunderstanding. He hastily explained, "I'm not a robber. He's the robber. They've all been defeated by me. There's no danger now." Chen Feng did not mention that he had killed one of them. Several officers, upon hearing this, promptly reported the situation to the deputy director via walkie-talkie. Upon receiving this news, the deputy director's heart, which had been suspended in his throat, finally settled back into its proper place. Yet he remained vigilant, issuing orders: eliminate all hazards at the scene and preserve the crime scene. Others immediately questioned the civilians present. Bring the bank staff and that young man back to the bureau for questioning. Contact 120. Transport the severely wounded robbers for emergency treatment. Take the uninjured one into custody for interrogation. Thus, Chen Feng found himself riding in an Iveco police van alongside several bank employees. This was his first time in a police vehicle, and he gazed curiously at everything within. The deputy director sat in the vehicle as well, for he was truly eager to observe what manner of person this young man, who had single-handedly subdued 3 bandits, truly was. The deputy director studied Chen Feng for a long while, but could discern nothing particularly remarkable about him. His scrutiny made Chen Feng rather uneasy. Suddenly, the deputy director received a phone call. It was from the officers accompanying the hospital team. Deputy director, the ambulance has arrived. 1 robber is dead, his skull cap completely severed. Another robber's skull is deformed, and he has also died. The 3rd robber has been continuously vomiting blood and has been rushed to the hospital for treatment. The deputy director cast Chen Feng a startled glance. Never had he imagined that though this young man could not be judged by appearances, his methods were so utterly ruthless. Chen Feng had exceptionally sharp ears. He could clearly hear the deputy leader's phone call. He hadn't expected that his actions would result in 2 dead and 1 injured. Although these men deserved to die, Chen Feng still felt a trace of guilt in his heart. This guilt was not for the dead, but for their families. Upon hearing this news, Chen Feng lowered his head in shame. The deputy leader saw Chen Feng lower his head, not knowing what he was thinking, so he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chen Feng said, I'm thinking that I'm not a hero, nor am I an executor of the law. What right do I have to kill them? Although they truly deserve to die, it didn't have to be me who killed them." The deputy leader sighed after hearing this, but said nothing. He understood that this young man was clearly facing such a situation for the first time. Upon hearing that he had killed 2 people, it was inevitable that he would question his own actions. After arriving at the police station, Chen Feng was held in an interrogation room. The deputy leader said to him, "Do you think what you did today was right?" The deputy leader said, "Think it over carefully. I'll come back to ask you later." Then Chen Feng thought to himself, was what I did really right? The other party initially wanted to rob me. They pointed guns at me, and I defended myself by hitting those 2 men. Later, the 2 robbers no longer paid attention to me and focused on stealing the money. They no longer threatened my safety, so why did I still have to attack them? Why couldn't I just hide until the end? Since they wouldn't rob me anymore and they knew I was a tough nut, why couldn't I just hide until the police arrived? The police surely had ways to deal with them. Why did I have to take action myself? But then Chen Feng thought of the trusting looks the crowd gave him when he took out the shield, and the trust of the bank tellers who threw out the money following his gestures. At that moment, all his doubts dissolved. Although killing the robbers was wrong, his actions were worthy of those people's trust. After reviewing the surveillance footage from the bank and the statements of several witnesses present, the deputy leader and a few officers had a general understanding of the situation and then came to the interrogation room where Chen Feng was. The deputy leader looked at Chen Feng, who was no longer troubled, and said, "Have you figured it out?" Chen Feng said, "I've figured it out. If it happened again, I might still do the same, but I would need to control my strength and not take lives. After all, I don't have the right to deprive anyone of their life." The deputy leader gave Chen Feng a thumbs up and said, "Good." Chen Feng, seeing the police station leader's approval, also smiled happily. The deputy leader continued, "Regardless, you still killed that robber. The proper procedures must be followed. Now, let's begin our interrogation." The deputy leader walked to the table in the interrogation room and sat down while a young officer opened a computer and began recording. The deputy leader first showed Chen Feng his police badge and said, "I am an officer of the Shuqing City Police Station. This is my identification. Now I am legally questioning you about today's bank robbery. You should answer truthfully. You have the right to refuse to answer questions unrelated to the case. Concealing the truth will result in legal liability. Do you understand?" Chen Feng said, "I understand." The deputy leader continued, "Please tell me your personal background." Chen Feng said, "My name is Chen Feng, male from Qinjia village. My ID number is." The deputy leader said, "Tell me about what happened today at a bank in Shuqing City." Chen Feng then began to truthfully recount what happened after he entered the city that day at the bank. The deputy leader listened carefully, and after confirming that what Chen Feng said matched the surveillance footage he had seen, he asked again, "After your first fight with the robbers, why did you still take the initiative to attack them?" This was a critical question. When the two robbers were robbing Chen Feng earlier, his retaliation could be considered self-defense because they were holding submachine guns and shooting at him, posing a serious threat to his life. Thereafter, Chen Feng's life was no longer threatened, yet he chose to attack again. Strictly speaking, this could be considered intentional homicide. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, because at that time the robbers were still holding a hostage. Although I could have chosen to do nothing, I happened to have the ability to save the hostage, so I chose to rescue her. At that time I didn't think the shield could kill that robber. I didn't know the shield had such power. The deputy leader said, your choice was not wrong. The shield actually has no power, it's you who are too strong. Then he said to the recording officer, don't write that down. Soon the statement was completed, but Chen Feng still couldn't go home and had to stay in that interrogation room. He could understand that, after all, it said that a life for a life. Although he was acting in self-defense, some procedures still had to be followed. The autopsy results of the two dead robbers came out quickly. The cause of death of the burly robber was that his skull was shattered by a blunt object consistent with what was seen in the surveillance video. The cause of death of the other robber was even simpler. There was a fist-shaped dent in his head, clearly indicating he was killed by a single punch, also consistent with the surveillance video. The senior officials of the Shuqing City Police Station held a brief meeting to discuss the nature of Chen Feng's causing of death in this case. The head of the criminal investigation team played the video of the bank lobby and explained the situation. Then the forensic doctor also analyzed the causes of death of the two victims. After understanding the basic situation, the leader said from the main seat, everyone, let's discuss. How should we characterize Chen Feng? Legal Affairs Department, you have a thorough understanding of the law. You speak first. The head of the Legal Affairs Department, a middle-aged officer wearing glasses, stood up and said Chen Feng's first attack was because he was facing robbery and a gun pointed at his head, which were life-threatening actions. His action at that time constitutes justifiable self-defense. Moreover, the deceased robber received only one punch, indicating that the harm was not sustained, so it does not constitute excessive self-defense. The robber who was seriously injured in the hospital was hit by Chen Feng. The surveillance shows 6 punches, but these punches lasted less than 4 seconds, so it also does not constitute excessive self-defense. So our Legal Affairs Department believes that Chen Feng's first attack constitutes justifiable self-defense. The leader smiled and said, there is no doubt about the first time. We all think it constitutes excessive self-defense. Then what about the second attack? Tell us your thoughts. Unknown. After contemplating for a moment, the leader from the Department of Law spoke. This certainly cannot be classified as self-defense because he struck first voluntarily. Currently, Chen Feng's subjective motivation for striking is still unclear, making it impossible to determine whether this constitutes intentional injury resulting in death or intentional homicide. The deputy leader stood up and spoke. I disagree. I believe this falls under heroic conduct, and this young man should be awarded the Heroic Citizen Award along with a monetary prize. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained in the interrogation room, unaware that his fate was being discussed in a meeting. In the conference room, the leader secretly nodded upon hearing the deputy leader's words and asked, why do you say that? In truth, the deputy leader had voiced what was on every police officer's mind. However, the others dared not shoulder this responsibility. While heroic deeds were not uncommon, they had truly never encountered a case where heroic conduct resulted in someone's death. If Chen Feng were released without charge on grounds of heroic conduct, how would public opinion react? They did not know. The deputy leader continued, Chen Feng struck the second time because the hostage's life was under threat and the public's property in the bank was in danger. That is why he acted. What else could this be if not heroic conduct? Additionally, considering that Chen Feng is from the countryside and is unfamiliar with Shuqing, it is impossible for him to have known the robber or had any prior grievance with him. This eliminates the possibility of intentional injury or intentional homicide. Therefore, I believe he acted heroically. That concludes my opinion. The leader asked, I believe everyone here agrees with your assessment, but we have no experience handling cases of heroic conduct resulting in death. Public opinion is a concern we must all consider. If such a case of killing without punishment were amplified by certain media outlets, it might promote incorrect values. The deputy leader said, explain the full circumstances to society truthfully and release portions of the surveillance footage. Justice exists in the hearts of the people. After all, not everyone can accomplish such a thing, and not everyone would accidentally strike too hard and cause someone's death. When a person cannot accomplish something, they may choose not to do it. But if it falls within their capabilities, they should do it. This is the correct value we should promote. Therefore, we should not only release Chen Feng without charge, but also feature him in newspapers and present him with the Heroic Citizen Award. The deputy leader's speech earned warm applause from everyone present. The leader made the final decision: Chen Feng would be released without charge. They urgently prepared a single-sided banner for the Heroic Citizen Award and contacted reporters from the Shuqing Daily. After the reporter arrived at the police station, the leader brought her into the interrogation room, where Chen Feng was waiting, and said, "Hello, Chen Feng. I am the leader of the Shuqing police station. This is a reporter from the Shuqing Daily here to cover your heroic deed." Chen Feng stared at the young female reporter and the photographer carrying an array of equipment behind her, momentarily stunned before coming to his senses and asking, "Heroic conduct." The leader then remembered the main purpose for calling the reporter, so he summoned an officer who immediately produced a notice of release without charge for Chen Feng to sign. The leader said, "After deliberation by the Bureau, we have determined that your actions during the bank robbery constitute legitimate self-defense and heroic conduct. Therefore, you are being released without charge and will receive the Heroic Citizen Award." With that, he took a Heroic Citizen certificate and 5,000 yuan in prize money from his bag and instructed an officer to present the banner to Chen Feng. Click, click. Cameras flashed furiously at Chen Feng as the reporter stepped forward to begin the interview. After asking several questions and receiving truthful answers from Chen Feng, the reporter then asked, "Do you know martial arts?" Chen Feng did not know what to say, but he truly did not know martial arts, so he replied, "I don't. I'm just naturally a bit stronger than others, though I also eat considerably more than most people." The reporter said, "Although Mr. Chen does not practice martial arts, he possesses extraordinary natural strength. So Mr. Chen, would you encourage ordinary people to perform heroic acts like you did?" Chen Feng said, "Of course not. One should only do what is within their capabilities and what they can do with a clear conscience. That is what I want to tell everyone." The reporter quickly noted down Chen Feng's words and asked, "Is there anything else you would like to say to everyone, Mr. Chen Feng?" Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "My name is Chen Feng from Chen Family Village. I run a small restaurant in town. You're all welcome to come eat." He certainly could not pass up such an opportunity for free advertising. After all, he was about to appear on television and in newspapers. After the interview, Chen Feng prepared to leave the police station. This was not a pleasant place, and he needed to hurry home. After all this commotion, it was already afternoon. The customers who had made reservations for dinner would be arriving soon, and he still had not deposited his money. Despite this whole ordeal, Chen Feng had almost forgotten that he had come to the city to deposit money. But this morning's trouble had paid off. He had gained 5,000 yuan extra. Perhaps he should perform heroic acts every day. 5,000 yuan per incident sounded quite rewarding. As Chen Feng stepped out of the police station entrance, preparing to take the bus to continue to the bank for his deposit, he noticed the bank's lobby manager waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Feng emerge, the manager hurried over. "Mr. Chen, you're finally out. Our manager sent me to pick you up. Weren't you in the middle of your business with us? Come on, let's go." Chen Feng had been contemplating taking the bus, but now here was a private car to escort him, and he still needed to go to that bank to deposit his money anyway. Without a word, Chen Feng got into the MPV that had come specifically for him. During the ride, the lobby manager kept expressing gratitude, making Chen Feng feel extremely awkward and unsure of what to say. When they arrived at the bank, Chen Feng stepped out of the vehicle and was stunned. The array of cameras and equipment here rivaled, if not surpassed, what he had seen at the police station. Reporters from every television station and newspaper had gathered, surging toward Chen Feng, desperately eager to interview the hero who had performed a heroic act during the bank robbery. However, the bank's security guards held them back. At that moment, a young man in a suit-like uniform approached Chen Feng, and the lobby manager introduced him. "This is our general manager, Manager Zhang." Manager Zhang walked up to Chen Feng and said, "We are deeply grateful for the assistance Mr. Chen provided to our bank today. This is a small token of our appreciation." With that, he took a check from his bag and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng stared at the amount with wide eyes. 100,000 yuan. Banks really do have money. Chen Feng quickly pocketed the check and said, "This is too much. Manager Zhang, you are too kind." Manager Zhang had never seen such speed. One moment the check was in his hand, the next it had vanished. But he could only say, "It's the least we could do. If Mr. Chen ever needs anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Within my power, I will certainly make it happen." Chen Feng said, "Well, as a matter of fact, I came here today to open an account and deposit money." "I came today to open an account and deposit some money," said Chen Feng. Manager Zhang had not expected Chen Feng to suddenly agree, and he worried that Chen Feng's demands might be beyond his capabilities. After all, with so many media representatives present, he could not afford to lose face. Upon hearing Chen Feng say he came to open an account and deposit money, the weight on his heart lifted and fell to his stomach. Manager Zhang burst into laughter. "Easy, easy." He then led Chen Feng into the bank's grand hall, but this time Manager Zhang brought Chen Feng directly to the VIP customer reception room on the west side of the hall. Chen Feng's mood entering the bank was naturally different from this morning. In the morning, he had nervously approached this grand city's bank, gazing in reverent awe at its magnificent golden splendor. But now he had become a hero who had saved the people's lives and property, being welcomed into the VIP reception room like a star surrounded by admirers. Yet Chen Feng's heart remained uneasy. The VIP reception room was decorated even more luxuriously than the outer hall. After the lobby manager, who had been taken hostage that morning, poured Chen Feng a cup of tea, she stood beside Manager Zhang, awaiting his instructions. Manager Zhang beckoned to the lobby manager and whispered something in her ear. The lobby manager then said, "Mr. Chen, would you kindly give me your ID and the cash you wish to deposit? Please wait here a moment while I go process your transaction." Chen Feng hastily handed over his ID and the 20,000 yuan from his pocket, saying, "Here are 20,000 yuan. Please deposit this for me and count it carefully. Don't make any mistakes." The lobby manager took the money and said, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, you are our bank's benefactor, and we will certainly provide you with even more dedicated service." Chen Feng suddenly remembered there was also a check. He took out the 100,000 yuan check from his bag, and deposit this into my account too. This paper is really too insecure." After the lobby manager took the check as well, she went to process the transaction. Chen Feng and Manager Zhang sat awkwardly in the reception room, staring at each other. Finally, Manager Zhang broke the silence first. After all, he was the host. How could he remain silent indefinitely? In truth, his ability to climb step by step from a bank clerk to the position of bank's general manager proved that Manager Zhang was by no means a person lacking in eloquence. He was someone who could chat amiably with people from all walks of life. But he truly had never interacted with someone like Chen Feng before and did not know what to say. This Chen Feng wore cheap knockoff clothes, looking shabby and worn. His young face still carried a hint of immaturity. If he hadn't just pulled out a stack of 20,000 yuan in cash from his bag, Manager Zhang would never have guessed this Chen Feng was someone with so much money. Manager Zhang truly did not know what common topics he and this Chen Feng could possibly discuss. But to break the awkward silence, he asked, "Mr. Chen, are you currently still in school?" Chen Feng replied, "I dropped out before because I couldn't afford tuition. Later I followed a master and learned cooking, opening a restaurant in our town." "I see. I must certainly visit Mr. Chen's restaurant when I have time," said Manager Zhang politely. Chen Feng said, "Welcome, welcome. Just contact me in advance for a reservation if you plan to come." Manager Zhang: "Honestly, my restaurant is so popular now that you need a reservation just to get a meal. If you come without advance notice, there won't be any food for you." Manager Zhang was quite surprised and uttered, "Oh." He asked, "There's a restaurant in your town that only serves one meal per day, and I hear the food is excellent. Could that possibly be Mr. Chen's establishment?" Yes, that's the one I opened. So my reputation has spread all the way to the city," Chen Feng said happily. Manager Zhang hastily stood up and shook Chen Feng's hand, saying, "So you're that genius chef. Many people have told me recently about an incredibly delicious restaurant that opened in your town. The chef is a young fellow, and he has a very peculiar rule of only preparing one meal per day. So it was you all along. I've long admired your name." After shaking Manager Zhang's hand, Chen Feng rubbed his head embarrassedly and said, "I'm hardly a genius. I just happened to learn a few cooking skills. The craft was passed down by my master, and the rules are also set by my master. Chen Feng attributed everything to that imaginary master of his. Manager Zhang said, Mr. Chen is truly too modest. Many of my friends say the food you make is the most delicious they have ever tasted in their lives. If only you didn't serve only one meal per day, they would want to eat at your place every single day. Chen Feng thought to himself, your friends must really be rich. And so Manager Zhang and Chen Feng chatted warmly together using Chen Feng's restaurant as their topic. Soon the lobby manager handed Chen Feng his ID and an exquisitely crafted bank card saying, Mr. Chen, here is your ID and the bank card we opened for you. This is a credit card with a 1 million yuan limit and no annual fee. Your 20,000 yuan and 100,000 yuan check have both been deposited into this card. Chen Feng thought to himself, I came to open a savings card, so why did they give me a credit card? What do I need this thing for? If I have money, I spend it. If I don't, I don't. Little did he know how rare it was in this Shu city to obtain a credit card with a 1 million yuan limit and no annual fee. Chen Feng said, I don't have any need for credit cards, and I don't like this kind of thing. If I have money, I spend it. If I don't, I simply don't spend. Could you change it to an ordinary savings card for me? The bank's lobby manager was extremely puzzled. How could anyone refuse such a good thing? After all, this was a credit card with a 1 million yuan limit and no annual fee. She looked at Manager Zhang with an awkward expression and said this. Then her gaze turned to Manager Zhang sitting nearby. Manager Zhang caught her glance and said, since Mr. Chen doesn't like this credit card consumption method, go change it to a 5-star savings card. Please don't refuse my kindness this time, Mr. Chen. Manager Zhang assumed that Chen Feng's rejection of the credit card was to avoid owing the bank a favor. How could he know that Chen Feng simply disliked the pay-later consumption model? It would be more straightforward to just give him some money. Chen Feng nodded and agreed. He didn't know what a 5-star savings card meant either, but it was certainly better than a credit card. Over the years, he had also seen too many cases of people unable to repay credit card debts, so naturally, he had no affection for credit cards. This time it was completed very quickly. Chen Feng took the bank card from the lobby manager and said a word of thanks. When Manager Zhang saw Chen Feng accept the bank card, only then did he say relievedly, Mr. Chen, this 5-star savings card is our bank's highest-end savings service. The money deposited into the card is automatically used to purchase our bank's highest interest-bearing financial products. These financial products have no risk at all, and all risks are borne by our bank for you. In truth, all financial products carry risks. The higher the interest rate, the greater the risk. However, the bank proactively assumed the risk, allowing Chen Feng's deposits to enjoy a high interest rate without bearing any risk. Financial products. Chen Feng, not quite understanding what this was, asked with curiosity. The lobby manager beside him explained, it means you deposit your money in our bank, and we pay you interest. But the interest rate on this card is much higher than that of a regular bank savings account. This explanation from the lobby manager instantly made Chen Feng understand. It was essentially him lending money at a high interest rate. So it's me lending you guys high interest money, Chen Feng said. But I'm a law-abiding citizen. This isn't illegal, is it? I heard that if the interest rate exceeds a certain level, it's considered illegal. Manager Zhang and the lobby manager were taken aback by Chen Feng's logic. They couldn't believe he was comparing a legitimate financial product to usury and even worrying about breaking the law. Mr. Chen, you jest, Manager Zhang said. We are a legitimate bank. Have you ever seen an ordinary person lending money to a bank? Chen Feng thought about it and replied, exactly, I was wondering why the bank would need to borrow from me. Manager Zhang continued, in short, Mr. Chen, please keep this card. It now holds 120,000 yuan. At the highest interest rate, you can earn about 2,000 yuan per month. By this logic, the more you deposit, the higher the interest. Upon hearing such a high interest rate, Chen Feng's mind raced. 2,000 yuan a month meant 24,000 a year. If he didn't deposit any more money, he would become a millionaire in less than 20 years. Moreover, he was also earning money himself. As he deposited more, the interest would snowball, and he could likely become the richest man in the town in just a few years. After calculating, Chen Feng suppressed his inner joy, tucked the card, which felt like a treasure trove, into his pocket and bid farewell to Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang tried to persuade him, Mr. Chen, you've done us a great favor. Must you leave so soon? Why not join us for a simple meal? Chen Feng declined. I have a table of reserved guests today. If I'm late, I'll have to apologize and refund their deposit. Another day then. You can come to my place, and I'll give you a discount. Manager Zhang had to agree as he had long wanted to visit the restaurant that had recently made a name for itself. Meet. After leaving the bank, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Chen Feng boarded a bus and returned to the town. He had to admire the police's efficiency. In just half a day, they had cleared his name. Although it was a straightforward case of self-defense and heroic intervention, the fact that someone had died meant it was not a simple matter. He had thought he would be detained and await a court verdict of innocence, but the police had been so effective that they directly decided not to prosecute and released him, skipping the court stage entirely. As a law-abiding citizen, Chen Feng had lived for over a decade without a registered residence, but he still had faith in the government. Especially after this incident, he resolved to do similar things in the future because he wholeheartedly agreed with Spider-Man's words. With great power comes great responsibility. Although Chen Feng had not yet acquired Spider-Man's awesome abilities to chase criminals across New York, he knew that if he encountered such a situation, he could not stand idly by. While thinking about the day's events, Chen Feng walked to the restaurant door where the customers who had made reservations were already waiting. One customer hurried over and said, "Boss, you're a hero. Let's take a photo together. We thought you might not be back today. We were about to call you. But you're true to your word. Flattery works wonders." Chen Feng was quite pleased with being called a hero. News traveled fast. Clearly the story had already been pushed to TV and social media. Chen Feng scratched his head and said a little shyly, "It's only right. I promised to cook for you today." The customers chimed in, "Boss, we saw the surveillance footage. You were amazing. We didn't expect someone your age to not only cook delicious food, but also have such martial arts skills. What's even more commendable is your courage to fight criminals. I truly admire you from the bottom of my heart." "Exactly. Come on, Boss Chen, let's take a photo. I'll put it up at home and tell my son to follow your example and be a good person like you." Hearing the customers' praise, Chen Feng's face turned red. As an orphan teenager, he had endured more sneers and taunts over the years than kind words. These compliments warmed his heart and strengthened his resolve to use his abilities to do more good deeds. But how often could he encounter a bank robbery? He figured he should go to the bank more often. Maybe he'd run into something again. Besides, the deposit interest was amazingly high. After taking photos with each customer, Chen Feng began cooking for them. Next door in Min Hua's house, the tattooed young man and the stout woman were watching TV, which was broadcasting the news of the bank robbery in Shu City earlier that day. At around 9 this morning, a vicious robbery occurred in the business hall of a bank in our city. 4 armed robbers stormed in, robbing the customers and taking bank employees hostage, demanding money. At that moment, a young man who had come to handle his business stepped forward, fearlessly risking his life to protect the people's property and lives. He single-handedly stopped the violent robbery. Unfortunately, he accidentally killed 2 of the robbers. Let's watch the surveillance footage. The family watched in stunned silence as Chen Feng's heroic acts played out on the screen, their emotions a tangled mess. The tattooed young man said, "I told you he could smash a thick bluestone slab with one slap. Killing a man with a punch is nothing." Min Hua muttered quietly, "They say a life for a life. How come he's back?" The stout woman shot him a contemptuous glance and said he killed criminals. It was an act of heroism. What do you know? After the footage, the screen switched to the deputy leader presenting a commendation banner to Chen Feng and urging everyone to act bravely within their capabilities, warning against blindly imitating Chen Feng. As the family watched Chen Feng's glory on TV, their thoughts were complicated. At least they no longer had the guts to cause him any trouble. After finishing serving a table of guests at the restaurant, Chen Feng soon returned to his home in Qinjia village. Meanwhile, his neighbors had already gathered at his doorstep, waiting for his return. "He's back. He's back. Get ready now." Several neighbors began to clap enthusiastically and shouted loudly, "Welcome home, our hero Xiao Feng." Then crackling firecrackers sounded at Chen Feng's doorstep. It was no wonder. For years, no one from Qinjia village had ever been on television. Finally, someone made it onto TV, and it was for a heroic act of righteousness. How could they not be excited? It was as if Chen Feng's glory was also theirs. Having produced such a hero, they all felt honored. After the firecrackers stopped, Chen Feng walked toward the villagers. The flattery from them made him uncomfortable. He quickly gestured for them to stop. The neighbors immediately quieted down, their hearts stirred, as if they had nurtured such a well-rounded young man, morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and labor-wise. Chen Feng said, "Uncles and aunties, you've gone to too much trouble. I just did what I could, there's no need for such a big fuss." Uncle Zhang said, "Xiao Feng, don't be too modest. You are a great hero of our Qinjia village. From now on, we villagers can hold our heads high and brag to others." "That's right, Xiao Feng. You're amazing. Opening a restaurant and knowing martial arts. Where did you learn all this?" Chen Feng now dreaded being asked where he had learned such martial arts. He had no idea how to explain, so he could only fabricate. "Didn't my father dash and tell you before? I've been a big eater since I was a child, and I never got fat. All that energy went into strength. Don't be fooled by my skinny appearance. I'm actually very strong. I don't know why, but I can kill a man with one punch." The villagers indeed had never paid much attention to Chen Feng before, nor did they know how much he could eat, or whether he was really that strong. However, it was not strange for a villager to have some strength, and it hardly counted as martial arts. After all, they hadn't seen Chen Feng flying around on TV, or performing the 18 dragon subduing palms. Throwing a punch was obviously not martial arts, and hitting such a vital organ as the head hard enough could indeed kill someone. Thus the villagers no longer had any doubts about Chen Feng's martial skills. Fortunately, the major TV media did not release the video of Chen Feng using a round shield to flip off a criminal skull cap, perhaps because it was too bloody. If that video had been released, Chen Feng would have been unable to explain himself. Chen Feng invited the villagers to stay for a while, then saw them off. He didn't know who else would come to congratulate him. This really caused him a lot of trouble. He truly hadn't expected the villagers to set off firecrackers to welcome him. Wouldn't that make him seem too ostentatious? From now on, he should keep a low profile in such matters like Lei Feng. Do good deeds without leaving a name, just write them in a diary. After seeing off the villagers, Chen Feng stewed a pot of braised pork belly for himself and feasted heartily. After a busy day, he was truly hungry. When there was only one piece of rich, but not greasy braised pork left, Chen Feng put down his chopsticks. He decided to use this piece of meat to try fishing in the primordial wilderness because each different attempt was like a lottery ticket, filling him with excitement. Chen Feng summoned his dark iron fishing rod from the system, hooked the piece of braised pork onto the hook, walked to the fish pond, and cast the line into the water. Soon a whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the fish pond. Meanwhile, on a beach beside a vast ocean in the primordial wilderness, a gigantic crab was striding across the sand with impunity. Its size clearly made it worthy of the description domineering. All other creatures on this beach had become its meals. Suddenly a hook with a piece of extremely tempting braised pork appeared before it. The crab quickly used its palm-sized pincer to grab the meat, but the hook suddenly moved, carrying the mouth-watering pork a short distance away. Having dominated the area for years, the crab could not tolerate such provocation. It quickly scuttled toward the meat. This time the hook finally stayed still, and the crab used its pincer to grab the meat and bring it to its mouth. Chen Feng felt the hook sink, and then a series of tremors. Clearly something had taken the bait. He quickly pulled the rod and reeled in the line. The weight made him excited. This time the catch was substantial, at least in terms of weight. Meanwhile, the crab in the primordial wilderness was utterly bewildered. How had the food it had just bitten into suddenly lifted it into the air? The crab flew higher and higher, straight into the whirlpool that had appeared in the sky. Chen Feng saw a huge object appear in his fish pond and gave a strong yank on the rod, pulling the giant creature out of the water. What a monster! Is this a crab? It was almost as big as a black pig. After being caught, the crab remained motionless. Clearly the immobilizing effect of the dark iron rod had taken hold. Chen Feng walked over to examine the crab. Such a huge creature left him at a loss. He had no experience handling crabs, and this made him start worrying. If he removed the hook, he wasn't sure if he could control such a large crab. The mere sight of its two sharp pincers, each larger than a human hand, made him hesitate. How should he deal with this crab? Chen Feng decided to kill it first. The crab's shell looked extremely hard, so he channeled his true chi and struck down at the crab's head. Actually, ordinary crabs don't have a head. Only two eyes protrude. But this crab was so huge that even its mouth and eyes were easily distinguishable. Chen Feng slapped down, crushing the crab's eyes and mouth area. He then tried to remove the hook and see if the crab would move. Indeed, after the hook was removed, the crab remained still. Such a huge creature had to be preserved properly, or it would spoil. Chen Feng planned to use this giant crab as a gimmick for his restaurant and then auction it off. In the dead of night, Chen Feng carried the enormous crab out the door and ran toward his restaurant in the town. Only the large freezer in his restaurant could hold this thing, otherwise it would be hard to preserve. When selling it tomorrow, what price would be appropriate? 10,000 yuan as the starting bid. The highest bidder wins. The thought of stacks of red banknotes waving at him made Chen Feng extremely excited. This enormous crab was almost too big for Chen Feng's freezer. Reluctant to dismember it, he had no choice but to squeeze it inside as best he could. Chen Feng decided that after dawn he would order a large refrigerated display cabinet or a bigger freezer. Who knew when he might fish out something else? Better to be well prepared. Anyway, he now had money. For purchases, he would first use the funds in his WeChat and Alipay accounts since he hadn't yet transferred them to that treasure card. Chen Feng felt that this financial savings card was truly a treasure card. Once money was deposited, it generated endless high interest. He was really reluctant to spend the money inside because that money could produce offspring. He decided to keep 10,000 yuan as reserve and withdraw all the money from his Alipay and WeChat wallets into that card. In the future, any earnings would be handled the same way. After all, there was really nothing to spend money on in this town. 10,000 yuan was enough to handle emergencies. If not enough, he could swipe his treasure card. It was already late at night, and Chen Feng didn't plan to go back. He pulled down the rolling shutter door from inside, went up to the second floor of the restaurant, and pushed together tables from several private rooms. Since opening the private rooms on the second floor had been used only a handful of times because there was only one table of customers each day, and they usually ate in the main hall on the first floor, where they could watch Chen Feng busying in the kitchen and catch the aroma of the food in advance. Nevertheless, there were still some people, well-dressed with beer bellies, putting on airs of superiority. When they came to Chen Feng's restaurant, they would immediately ask if there were private rooms. Chen Feng would point upstairs, and they would rush up eagerly, closing the door behind them. Every time he served food, he had to knock before entering. At first, Chen Feng thought these people were engaged in some clandestine activity. But after eavesdropping on their conversations a few times, he became more understanding. Thus, even if he only served one table a day, having a private room was still very important. But one private room was enough. Chen Feng planned to renovate the second floor when he earned more money later. Remove the other two rooms, turn the entire floor into one large private room, install a bathroom inside, add a few leather sofas, a tea set, and a higher-end dining table and chairs. The decoration style could be just like the VIP customer reception room he saw today at the Shuqing Bank. Chen Feng felt that by going to the city, his taste had instantly improved several levels. Lying on the makeshift bed formed by a few simple tables, Chen Feng once again made future plans for his restaurant. That is daydreaming. However, daydreaming and wishful thinking always have to end. After thinking for a while, Chen Feng felt bored and began to practice cultivation. He had only cultivated for one night, yet he could now kill a man with a single punch. With such a powerful cultivation technique, Chen Feng naturally wanted to intensify his practice. He began to sense the true qi within his dantian and discovered that the mass of qi had quietly increased. So his body was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy around him, only at a slow rate that he couldn't perceive. Chen Feng mobilized the true qi in his dantian and began to cultivate according to the circulation path of the Chaoyuan art. As the saying goes, in the mountains there is no calendar. When winter ends, one knows not the year. Chen Feng had only circulated his true qi through 2 cycles when the sky outside had already turned bright. But Chen Feng paid no attention to the brightening sky. Instead he focused on sensing the true qi after 2 cycles. It seemed even more condensed. However, since it was dawn, Chen Feng decided not to spend more time on the cultivation technique. After all, making money was the priority. Today's task was to auction off that enormous crab, and even if it didn't sell, he would at least make a name for himself. Despite not having slept all night, Chen Feng felt no fatigue. On the contrary, the night-long cultivation left him refreshed and invigorated. However, out of habit, he stretched and got down from his makeshift table bed. After arranging the tables back in place, he washed up and then went to the town's appliance store to buy a refrigerated display cabinet. After working with the installation worker for half the day, Chen Feng placed the refrigerated display cabinet at the entrance of his restaurant. He was counting on the enormous crab to attract customers. A young woman in a neat professional outfit accompanied by a man carrying a video camera arrived at Chen Feng's restaurant. Watching him busy installing the display cabinet, she waited quietly for a while. Only after he finished did Chen Feng notice that the woman had been sitting in the restaurant for quite some time. Seeing that Chen Feng was done, the woman stood up and extended her hand to shake his. "Hello, Hero Chen. I'm Chen Wan, a reporter from Shuqing TV station. Because you turned the tide in yesterday's bank robbery, we'd like to do an exclusive interview with you today." Chen Feng, seeing it was a TV reporter, was about to shake her hand, but his hands were dirty. He said, "I don't deserve to be called a hero. Let me wash my hands first, and then I'll tell you in detail." He went back to the kitchen first, picked up the enormous crab, and placed it in the newly installed display cabinet, then washed his hands and prepared for the interview. But unexpectedly, the reporter Chen Wan and the cameraman's attention, and their camera lens, were instantly drawn to the huge crab that Chen Feng had placed in the display cabinet. The cameraman filmed the giant crab from 360 degrees without missing any angle, exclaiming, "It's huge. In all my years of eating hairy crabs, I've never seen one this big." Only then did Chen Wan tear her gaze away from the crab. She sat down in front of Chen Feng and asked, "Mr. Chen, is this one of your ingredients?" Chen Feng nodded and said, "I happened upon this crab by the small river behind our village. An ordinary person probably wouldn't know how to handle such a beast, but I have my ways." Chen Feng suddenly realized that the arrival of the TV station was the perfect promotion for his restaurant and the auction of this crab. Chen Feng continued, "This is the first time I've seen such a big crab. Since I run a restaurant, I've decided to auction it off to the highest bidder. I hope you can help me spread the word." Chen Wan said, "No problem, but what's your starting bid?" Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "I see that the best Yangqing Lake hairy crabs are selling for 80 yuan per gene, but those are farmed. Mine is a completely wild natural giant crab. How about 100 yuan per gene? That's not too expensive, is it?" Chen Wan didn't usually eat crabs, so she wasn't familiar with the price. She turned to look at the cameraman, who often ate hairy crabs. The cameraman chimed in, "That's really not expensive." Chen Feng continued, "But such a big crab, I would naturally sell it to one person. I just waited. This crab is about 80 gene, priced at 8,000. But since I run a restaurant and will cook it, my starting bid of 1,000 is not too expensive, right?" Chen Wan and the cameraman looked at each other in astonishment. Calculated this way, the crab was indeed a sky-high price, but he wasn't selling it far above market price. It was just that his cooking fee was exorbitant. Chen Wan said, "I've heard in Shuqing that Mr. Chen is also a culinary genius. The dishes from your restaurant are very tempting, but also very expensive. Seeing is believing this time." Chen Feng said, "Because it's delicious, so it's a bit more expensive." Chen Wan thought to herself, "This is not just a bit expensive, it's outrageously expensive." But she didn't dwell on the issue. After agreeing to promote Chen Feng's restaurant and the hairy crab, she started her interview. The interview was mainly about Chen Feng's heroic act. Because yesterday, when Chen Feng was interviewed at the police station, he mentioned that he ran a restaurant in the town, so they came to find him. However, after arriving at Chen Feng's restaurant, they unexpectedly discovered that it was the very internet-famous restaurant that had been buzzing in Shuqing in recent days. This big scoop was something Chen Wan and her team had never anticipated. So they made a last-minute decision to film a segment on Chen Feng's restaurant's cuisine for the station's food program. Chen Feng really couldn't answer the TV interview truthfully because he couldn't reveal his system. This was beyond the comprehension of current Earthlings. So when the reporter asked about the source of Chen Feng's martial arts and culinary skills, Chen Feng naturally made up a bunch of nonsense. But when the reporter asked why Chen Feng bravely intervened when facing an armed robber, Chen Feng gave a very uplifting speech. "I was an orphan since childhood. I was picked up by Chun Dashan, a villager of Qinjiao village, and raised by him. The villagers of Qinjiao village also took good care of me. And my foster father, Chen Dashan, was also a 5-guarantee household. It can be said that both my foster father and I grew up under the care of the government. After I became an adult, my foster father unfortunately passed away. It was then that I realized I had no household registration for over a decade. This matter received attention from the town government and the police station officers, who diligently processed my household registration and even prepared to apply for a scholarship for me to return to school. But due to personal reasons, I didn't continue my studies. However, these were all kindnesses bestowed upon me by the country and the people, and I should repay that kindness. So when people's lives and property were threatened, I chose to step in. This long speech immediately moved Chen Feng. She had never imagined that this seemingly sunny and healthy young man would have such a rough background. This episode would definitely become a huge hit. Afterwards, Chen Feng asked if she could film a video of Chen Feng's dishes for today, just in time for a food program. Chen Feng readily agreed. This was a solid advertisement after all, as he was about to prepare a table of dishes for a customer's reservation for lunch. It just depended on whether the customer would mind the TV station's filming. Chen Feng said, "My master's rule is to only cook one table of food per day. If you want to film and taste, I can arrange a reservation for you, because people who have reserved my food are already booked up to a month from now. But if you don't mind, you can wait until my customer arrives, and then discuss with them whether we can film." Chen Feng, upon hearing that reservations were already booked a month in advance, thought that by then the heat of Chen Feng's heroic act would have faded and further interviews would be unnecessary. So she agreed to discuss with the customer later. When Chen Feng was preparing ingredients, the cameraman and Chen Feng wanted to enter the kitchen to film, but Chen Feng refused, citing trade secrets. Chen Feng was actually afraid that they would discover that he didn't have any special cooking techniques, it was just ordinary homestyle methods. After Chen Feng finished preparing the dishes, his customer for the day arrived shortly. Chen Feng saw that this customer didn't seem to be the one who had made the reservation a few days ago, but a well-dressed man in his 30s. But Chen Feng still greeted him. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" The man said, "Originally no, but I heard the food here is very delicious, so I wanted to buy a reservation spot. No one was selling, but I offered 30,000, and finally someone sold me their reservation. Take a look, is this the reservation verification code?" Chen Feng had manually created a verification code for each reservation to be shown when the customer arrived. The code this man showed was clearly correct, but this guy actually spent 30,000 to buy someone else's reservation. What a damn wealthy man. Could he have a mine at home? But what did this mean? His restaurant now had scalpers. He needed to think of a way to prevent scalpers from making money. How to eliminate the middleman. Chen Feng felt that he couldn't really control it. After all, such wealthy people were rare. How could others spend 30,000 just for the right to eat a meal? At this moment, Chen Feng also paused. She looked carefully. Wasn't this Lu Yuesheng, the famous mine owner from Shuqing? After making money from mining in the mountains, he invested in Shuqing's agriculture, rural areas, and farmers, contracting thousands of acres to grow grapes and opening a winery. She had even interviewed him before. Chen Feng quickly walked over to Lu Yuesheng and said, "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Xiao Chun from the TV station. I interviewed you before, do you remember me?" Lu Yuesheng then noticed the cameraman and the young woman in the restaurant. He looked at Chen Feng carefully and suddenly remembered that he had been interviewed by her last year when he was just transitioning. I remember. "Xiao Chen, are you here to interview this restaurant? But I heard that this restaurant only serves one table per day." Chen Feng then said apologetically, "So I came to ask Mr. Lu for a favor. After your dishes are served, could we film them first?" Chen Feng saw that they knew each other, so he said, "Oh, you two know each other. Then you can discuss." Chen Feng then introduced the two. "This is Mr. Lu, the famous boss from Shuqing. He previously opened a mine in Qianshan of this town, and now has transitioned into the wine business. He is a prominent figure in our Shuqing, you must have heard of him. And this is Chen Feng, who turned the tide in yesterday's bank robbery case. So he really had a mine at home. No wonder he spent 30,000 to buy a meal slot." Chen Feng quickly shook hands with this wealthy boss Lu, saying, "I've long admired you." Lu Yuesheng also quickly shook hands with Chen Feng, saying, "Boss Chen, a young hero, I admire you." After shaking hands with Lu Yuesheng, the wealthy mine owner Chen Feng asked, "Regarding the dishes reserved by the previous customer, would you still like them?" With that, he handed Lu Yuesheng the menu from that day, the one the customer who had spent 30,000 yuan had reserved. After briefly glancing through it, Lu Yuesheng said, "These will do for now. But is that large crab displayed at your entrance also an ingredient?" At this moment Chen Wan, a reporter from the television station, recalled her promise to Chen Feng. So she began advertising for this crab that was meant for auction. This crab was caught by young Chen in the river behind his village. It is purely wild. Young Chen owner is planning to auction it. Upon hearing about the auction, Lu Yuesheng's interest was piqued. Ever since he struck it rich from his mining ventures, he had been frequenting auctions at various antique markets. Whenever he heard about an auction featuring famous paintings, ancient curiosities, or rare treasures, he would attend, often purchasing these collectibles at high prices. He displayed these treasures in his newly opened red wine manor to enhance his reputation. However, no amount of reputation could wash away the disdain that some genuine antique enthusiasts felt for him. Whenever Lu Yuesheng appeared, antique lovers would secretly gossip behind his back about where this nouveau riche had been fooled again and where he had paid his tuition. Owner Lu was also a crab lover, and naturally his heart yearned for such a magnificent specimen. So he asked, "Has your crab auction started yet?" Chen Feng replied, "Not yet. I only caught this crab yesterday, and the idea to auction it came up spontaneously after the television reporters arrived today." Perfect, perfect. Lu Yuesheng rubbed his hands excitedly. It seemed this crab would soon end up in his stomach. Then he turned to Chen Wan and said, "Since that's the case, let me negotiate the price with young Chen owner. If the offer satisfies him, there won't be a need to take up your television station's advertising time." Chen Wan elegantly nodded and said, "Young Chen owner just mentioned that this crab weighs approximately 80 jin. On the market, the most expensive farmed hairy crabs go for no more than 80 yuan per jin. He's planning to start the auction at 100 yuan per jin, but he must cook it himself. So the final starting price is 10,000 yuan. Lu Yuesheng wasn't shocked by this price. He simply nodded and looked at the large crab again. Such a magnificent creature, and 10,000 yuan includes the cooking. Definitely worth it. Do you think it'll cause a bidding frenzy once the auction news spreads? Chen Feng scratched his head and smiled, but said nothing. He was waiting to see what Lu Yuesheng would offer. This mine owner who had spent 30,000 yuan on his meal reservation, how much would he spend on this crab? He was somewhat curious. Looking at Chen Feng's calm expression, Lu Yuesheng couldn't quite figure out what the young man was thinking. So he asked, "If we discuss a flat price, how much would young Chen owner be willing to earn?" Chen Feng thought to himself, why not double or triple the price? Maybe ask for 20 or 30,000. But then he considered that this man had been willing to spend 30,000 yuan to buy someone else's reservation rather than wait half a month. If he quoted 20 or 30,000, would the other party agree immediately? It seemed better not to say anything. After some deliberation, Chen Feng said, "Owner Lu, you make an offer. If it's acceptable, I won't bother with the auction." Lu Yuesheng replied without hesitation, "I'll offer 100,000. That's my bottom line." This was Lu Yuesheng's usual style at auctions, starting by showing his maximum budget to scare off those without sufficient capital. Upon hearing this price, Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy. He wanted to accept right away, but pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "All right, owner Lu's offer isn't low. I accept." Beside them, Chen Wan stared in astonishment as these two men finalized a deal worth 100,000 yuan in mere words. 100,000. That was her entire annual salary. So this was what it meant to be born with a mine. Eating crabs cost her a year's wages. Lu Yuesheng laughed heartily. Young Chen owner is a straightforward person. You've made a friend today. The dishes for today are just what was ordered before. Chen Feng also smiled and said, "Owner Lu is the most straightforward one. A person who could casually throw out 100,000 yuan. How could he not be straightforward? Absolutely wonderfully straightforward." Lu Yuesheng then said to Chen Wan and the cameraman, "It's just me today. Why don't you both sit down and eat something? How can you prove whether the food here is good if you only film but don't taste it?" Chen Wan and the cameraman were both excited yet somewhat embarrassed. Chen Wan said, "We couldn't possibly impose. The food here is too expensive, and we didn't apply for this expense from the station. We should just film and be done." Lu Yuesheng said, "What kind of talk is that? Lu Yuesheng isn't someone who worries about the cost of a meal. Sit down and eat." Chen Wan and the cameraman happily agreed, then sat down and struck up a conversation with Lu Yuesheng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng turned and walked into the kitchen to start cooking. Suddenly he realized he didn't know how to cook crab, so he quickly pulled out his phone to search for ways to prepare it. At this moment, Lu Yuesheng suddenly called out to Chen Feng, who had just entered the kitchen, Young Chen owner, I got so excited I forgot to mention. Let's not cook that crab first. I want to take it home. I wonder if you could come to my red wine manor another day to cook this crab for my family. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, but then thought, it's an 80-gene crab. Even if owner Lu were a pig, he couldn't finish it alone. Taking it home to enjoy with family and relatives was the normal thing to do. However, the idea of cooking at someone else's house made Chen Feng pause. Seeing Chen Feng remain silent, Lu Yuesheng continued. Actually, I also feel that asking young Chen owner to come to my house to cook might be somewhat. Well, how about this? I'll add another 20,000 to hire young Chen owner to come cook a meal at my house. 20,000. Holy crap. Why hesitate? Chen Feng immediately agreed. It's just cooking a meal. Sure, no problem. Chen Feng turned back to cooking today's dishes. Today was rare occasion since Chen Feng opened his restaurant. He had put considerable effort into the presentation of this meal. After all, this would be on television. Previously, he could only win customers' stomachs with good taste, but viewers couldn't directly experience how delicious his food was. He had to carefully arrange the dishes to make them look as appealing as possible. The food was quickly ready. While the cameraman filmed the dishes on the table, Lu Yuesheng and Chen Wan commented on the spread, watching which made the cameraman's mouth water. Finally, the filming was complete. Lu Yuesheng and Chen Wan discarded their on-camera restraint and began devouring the food voraciously. The cameraman shouted, "Leave some for me." He joined the frantic battle for food. After finishing the meal, Lu Yuesheng transferred 1,000 yuan, and today's meal cost to Chen Feng, and after setting a date to cook crabs at his home, he drove away with his crabs. Chen Wan and the cameraman successfully completed today's tasks and left. They said that today's footage would be broadcast during prime time after tonight's news, and that Chen Feng's business would surely thrive. After they all left, Chen Feng looked at the refrigerator he had bought that morning side, and said, well, it was a waste. I only used it for one morning. However, Chen Feng quickly opened his phone to check the 1,000 yuan that had just been deposited. Just one crab sold for 1,000 plus his cooking fee. If the system could manifest as a person Chen Feng would want to hug and kiss it, it was simply his own money tree. But now that the money had come in, of course, he had to deposit it into his treasure accumulation card. 12,000 yuan could earn several thousand in interest per month. With this card, even if he just lazed around and did nothing, he would never starve. Today's tasks were done, and Chen Feng quickly closed the door. Because he would appear on TV tonight, and he didn't even have a TV at home. In the past, he had no entertainment life. The phone he had was bought some time ago with his first earnings from delivering fish to a big hotel, a cheap knockoff smartphone, and he also got a SIM card. When Chen Dashin was still alive, he often lay on the Kong after a hard day's work fiddling with a radio and listening to some broadcast programs. This was how Chen Dashin and Chen Feng spent their time. They had no money to buy a TV, a small radio was enough to satisfy their spiritual needs. Chen Feng also fell asleep to the sound of the radio at night. Sometimes he would wake up in the middle of the night and find Chen Dashin listening to some strange medicine-selling programs with a rustling movement under the quilt. At that time, he was still young and didn't understand what the radio was saying or what Chen Dashin was doing. Later, when he grew older, he understood everything. He also understood that a man in his 40s or 50s who had never been married in his life, what else could he rely on but his own hands? This made Chen Feng determined to earn money in the future to find a wife for Chen Dashin. But Chen Dashin never lived to see that day. When Chen Feng buried Chen Dashin, he placed the radio that had accompanied Chen Dashin for decades into the ground along with his body. From then on, Chen Feng had no entertainment life. In fact, the current Chen Feng didn't really need a TV. He felt that the most enjoyable thing for him was to cultivate. Cultivating never felt boring. On the contrary, time passed even faster. But Chen Feng still had to buy a TV because he wanted to see himself on TV. Cultivation is certainly important, but seeing himself on TV is even more important. Chen Feng went to the appliance store in the town, picked out a TV, and asked them to deliver it to his home in Xinjia village. Chen Feng's TV debut was finally broadcast on schedule after his TV was installed. However, the scene of the restaurant's explosive popularity after the TV debut was something Chen Feng could never have imagined. At noon the next day, when Chen Feng arrived at his restaurant in the town, he was shocked. It took him a while to fight his way through the crowd and open the door of his restaurant. When the crowd saw a young man opening the rolling shutter door of the restaurant, a sharp-eyed girl screamed, "It's him, it's him. The genius hero who cooks super delicious food. I didn't expect he looks even more handsome in person than on TV." At the girl's shout, everyone noticed the bewildered young man. Chen Feng looked at the crowd surrounding his restaurant and said, "So many people. Are you all here to eat?" Various answers came from the crowd. Some said they came to see the hero, some said they were Chen Feng's fans. The one who said she was his fan was naturally the girl who had just screamed. There was also a young man carrying a snakeskin sack who knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Feng, saying, "Please, master, accept me as your disciple. I want to learn from you. What kind of people are these? Isn't there anyone here to eat?" But Chen Feng didn't care. His meals for today were already booked. Chen Feng saw that the young man still hadn't stood up, so he helped him up and said, "I'm still young. I don't want to take on disciples. Besides, what could you learn from me? I'm a person who didn't even finish middle school. What can I teach you?" The young man said, "Learn martial arts, learn cooking. I saw you on TV. Your kung fu is amazing, and your cooking is super delicious." Chen Feng said, "I really can't teach you. Go back." The young man saw Chen Feng's firm tone and had to give up. I'm here to eat. I have a reservation." A middle-aged man pushed into the restaurant with a few others. Chen Feng immediately welcomed this guest in and shouted to the people outside, "Everyone, I only cook one table of food per day. If you want to eat, you can make a reservation now. This guest has already reserved." Finally, after Chen Feng finished shouting, several more people squeezed out from the crowd. "I want to reserve. I've heard it's delicious for a long time, and after seeing it on TV, I'm even more convinced. I want to reserve." These people also rushed into the restaurant. After verifying the reservation code of the first guest, Chen Feng sent reservation codes to the other several guests. But the people outside still refused to leave. They stood at the door eagerly waiting just to see how fragrant Chen Feng's cooking was. Even if they couldn't eat, just looking was enough. Seeing that they still wouldn't leave, Chen Feng had no choice but to turn and enter the kitchen to start cooking. Today's guests didn't sit in the private rooms on the second floor. Instead, as if showing off, they deliberately sat at the table near the door. Before the dishes were even served, both the guests and the crowd outside became restless. The aroma was simply too tempting. As soon as the food was on the table, the guests began grabbing and scooping the dishes into their own bowls, then wolfing them down ravenously. The onlookers outside stared with wide eyes, their throats bobbing up and down as they swallowed their saliva. A few people were so mesmerized by the eating scene inside that they even forgot to swallow, and a thin thread of transparent drool dripped from the corners of their mouths. After finishing their meal, the guests still couldn't resist showing off to the drooling people outside. So delicious. Even dragon liver and phoenix marrow can't compare. After they paid the bill, some of the onlookers frantically pushed into the restaurant. "I want to book a table." "Hey bro, let's split a table and go Dutch. It's a bit expensive." After booking a few tables, Chen Feng politely dismissed the remaining guests. "The reservations are now full for the next month and a half. If you want to book, come back in a few days." People sighed and left Chen Feng's restaurant. They watched as Chen Feng pulled down the rolling shutter door and then walked away disappointedly. In the Manwang realm, humans are merely a link in the food chain. Most humans still dwell in primitive tribes shrouded in ignorance. Though they pay homage to various sects, they cannot escape the law of the jungle that governs nature. These primitive tribes are still threatened by abnormally powerful beasts. These creatures are not mere wild animals. They possess vitality and energy far beyond the reach of the primitive tribesmen, who are like ants before such formidable beasts. However, among these primitive tribes, some have connections with certain sects, allowing them to embrace cultivation and achieve a higher level of civilization. Yet these tribes gradually forget their origins, ceasing to call themselves tribes or clans. Instead, they adopt lineages and bloodlines, referring to themselves as families. The heritage of some powerful families rivals that of the sects, and their exceptional talents can even contend with the prodigies of the Longevity sect and the Vajra sect. The most renowned among these families are the four great families: the Ma family of the grasslands, the Mu family of the highlands, the Luo family of the great river, and the Sha family of the great desert. These families derive their surnames and names from their ancestral lands and early totem worship. Naturally, they fear no beasts. Instead, they are keen on hunting them. For beasts absorb the essence of heaven and earth, tempering their bones and sinews day and night. Slaying them yields abundant treasures. At some moment in the Manhuang realm, within a vast marsh, a group of 7 or 8 people was searching for something amidst the swamp. A young man in black attire said, "With the prodigies of our 4 great families gathered together, no giant python or beast can withstand even a single blow from us." Another youth in dark green robes replied, "Keep your mouth shut. Can't you stop showing off for even a moment?" It turned out that upon receiving news of a giant python beast in the marsh, the 4 great families had dispatched their younger disciples here for training. These youths were the cream of their respective families. "Chill, quiet," said a young man who had remained silent until now, pointing ahead. "Look at the ground to the left." In the distance, a mound of mud rapidly rose from the swamp, about 5 or 6 zhang long and 3 or 4 meters wide, and swiftly slithered toward the group. As elites of their families, they instantly recognized this as a beast attack. The shape of the rising mound left no doubt that it was their quarry. "Truly we sought it far and wide, yet it comes to us without effort. The beast has delivered itself to our doorstep. We've been waiting for you." The young talents of the 4 great families immediately assumed their battle stances, ready to face this formidable foe. If it were merely an ordinary beast, would the 4 great families have joined forces to deal with it? Clearly this beast was no ordinary creature. How could any common life survive in these hundreds of miles of marsh? Yet the giant python, amphibious and at home in the swamp, moved through the mud with ease. The sand and mud of the swamp had honed its scales to an even greater hardness. Ordinary blades could not even scratch the thick armor. With its immense power and impenetrable defense, it felt unmatched within these hundreds of miles of water. It was the king of this swamp. This swamp had become its hunting ground. These intruders had been wandering within its territory for quite some time. Not only had they trespassed on its domain, but they had also strolled through its hunting grounds as if they owned the place, utterly disregarding the Swamp King. Naturally, the python regarded them as prey. Hiss! A serpent head as large as a truck cab burst forth from the swamp, its forked tongue flicking as it lunged toward the group. The members of the 4 great families braced themselves, summoning their defensive measures. A great battle was about to erupt. Chen Feng had just seen off those guests, closed the restaurant door, and returned home. So many guests vexed Chen Feng greatly. He simply could not accommodate them all. Cooking 1 table of food was already his limit. With so many guests, he was no professional chef. How could he prepare meals for so many? He even considered hiring help. That fellow who came earlier with a snakeskin bag seeking to become his apprentice seemed genuinely honest. If he had knelt firmly at his door for several hours like in the TV dramas, Chen Feng might have taken him in. After all, having someone to handle chores and assist in the kitchen would greatly speed up his earning money. But Chen Feng feared these people would discover his secret, that the deliciousness of the food came entirely from the ingredients, having nothing to do with him. Yet he could not explain the source of his ingredients to them. What a headache. Pondering these issues, Chen Feng walked all the way back home. Finally, he dismissed these thoughts. Returning home was his greatest joy, for there was a modest fish pond at home, the place where his dreams began. He wondered what rare thing he would catch today. That enormous crab last time had earned him a fortune. After numerous experiments with fishing, Chen Feng discovered a rule: if he cast the line without bait, he would usually catch either an animal or a plant. With bait, all sorts of bizarre items would appear, such as cultivation manuals. He summoned the dark iron fishing rod from the system and cast it into the pond without any bait. A whirlpool appeared once more in the pond. Meanwhile, back in the swamp, the members of the 4 great families were covered in bloodstains. 1 or 2 of them were seriously injured, sitting cross-legged on the ground to heal themselves. The massive python lay nearby, skinned and dismembered, its corpse discarded on the ground. Clearly the python was no match for the 4 great families, yet it had inflicted considerable damage on these young elites, nearly costing several of them their lives. They first extracted the python's blood, removed its gall, and then stripped off its thickest, toughest skin. The python's skin was naturally the most valuable part of the beast. As agreed, our family takes the skin, the rest you divide among yourselves. The speaker began refining the python's skin. Since it had been prearranged, the others raised no objection and proceeded to handle their respective spoils. Just then the sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds, a sinister wind arose, and a massive vortex appeared in the heavens. "This swamp is truly no place for humans. Look at this bizarre weather," said a man who was dividing the spoils. Another member of the clan stared at the celestial anomaly and said, "Could it be that this giant python beast was about to transform into a dragon before its death? After death, it has such great resentment that it stirs the wind and clouds." The person who had just spoken sneered at this explanation. "If this giant python beast could have transformed into a dragon, how could we have killed it with just a few of us?" "I feel like I've heard of something like this before. It seems familiar, but I can't recall," said a young man from a clan who had some connection with a cultivation sect. The young man who was refining the python skin, annoyed by the noise, said, "It's just going to rain. Once I finish refining my chest armor, let's find a place to take shelter." The others stopped talking and began tending to their own tasks. "Great. I finally have a presentable defensive artifact." The young man who had received the python skin raised his newly refined chest armor and boasted loudly. Being young at heart, his shout immediately drew the others to gather around. The chest armor resembled an inner vest with a thick layer of scales on the outside, emitting a silver radiance just like the scales on the giant python beast. The others immediately became envious of this newly refined artifact. Just as they were about to utter words of praise, they completely failed to notice a fishhook suddenly falling from the whirlpool above their heads. The fishhook landed directly on the chest armor, and with a slight jiggle it hooked onto the armor. The owner of the chest armor looked puzzled at the hook that had suddenly appeared on his newly refined armor, then followed the line upward all the way to the endless whirlpool in the sky. "What is this?" As he was wondering, the hook now attached to the chest armor flew violently into the sky. In his daze, the newly refined armor was taken away by the hook. He quickly leaped to grab his armor, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as the hook carrying his newly refined chest armor flew out of sight and into the whirlpool in the sky. Then the whirlpool slowly closed. He couldn't help but cry out, "Damn, my treasure. I never even got to wear you." The young man who had thought the whirlpool looked familiar suddenly slapped his head. "I remember. This whirlpool. This hook." The others all looked at this young man as the incident was simply unbelievable to them. They remained silent, waiting for his explanation. "I also heard this from an elder of my family. A while ago, after the inter-sect competition of the Eternal Life sect, when the scripture transmission elder was giving the technique to the first place winner, a similar whirlpool appeared, and a hook also took away the technique that rightfully belonged to the winner. The Eternal Life sect investigated for a long time, but never found out who did it." The young man recounted this recent disgrace of the Eternal Life sect. A young man from the Gaoshanmu family also told a story. "I heard about something similar. Before, in our area, several primitive tribes fought over a divine fruit that could temper the body, preparing to offer it to the Vajra sect. Then a god descended and took the fruit away with a hook. These primitive people might have encountered the same kind of whirlpool, and since they couldn't explain it, they could only attribute it to the gods." Upon hearing this, the others instinctively hugged their own treasures more tightly. This hook only takes treasures. Far away on Earth, if Chen Feng knew that his fishing had caused such great fear among these friends from another world, what would he think? But now Chen Feng stared blankly at the scaly vest he had fished up. He never expected to fish up a vest. But this vest was too ugly, with a silvery metallic sheen that looked uncomfortable, especially with a layer of scales that seemed very rough. But something fished from the wilderness realm. How could it be bad? At that moment, the system's notification appeared. Fished a giant python leather chest armor, gained 10,000 experience points. Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is a giant python leather chest armor? Is it warm?" The system's synthesized voice rang again. "This chest armor provides 0 warmth. Since pythons are cold-blooded, the leather chest armor has a certain cooling effect." Chen Feng became unhappy. What use was a vest that couldn't keep him warm? Even if summer came, he wouldn't wear such an ugly vest. It wasn't as good looking as the white vest the village gave out, printed with red characters saying, "Gift from Qinjia Village Committee." If others saw him, they might think he was some kind of rebellious delinquent. Could it be that because the weather in the wilderness realm was hot, such a material appeared? Chen Feng simply couldn't associate this ugly vest with any kind of defense. The system was somewhat helpless with this host. Its synthesized voice said, deducting 1,000 experience points from the host automatically, displaying the item description. Chen Feng quickly shouted, "Wait, I can study it myself." Before he finished, he saw a line of text appear below the silver scaly vest in his hand. Silver scale, armor blue quality, 5 gold pieces, first come first served. Bind after blood drop. Besides basic functions like cooling and heat relief, it has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Can ignore kinetic energy of 3,000 joules. Kinetic attacks exceeding 30,000 joules can directly shatter the armor. Chen Feng stared at the annotation in shock, muttering, "So damn brutal." After the bank robbery incident, Chen Feng had specifically looked up some knowledge about firearms online. After all, it was the age of firearms. Even if he had started cultivating, he might not be able to go head-to-head with modern weapons. So Chen Feng thought it was useful to understand them. From what Chen Feng knew, the submachine guns the robbers had carried that day had a muzzle energy of only a few hundred joules, while the most powerful AK-47 rumored online had a muzzle energy of about 1,300 to 1,400 joules. This meant that if he wore the vest, AK-47 bullets would be directly ignored. Only if the gun fired 3 consecutive shots at the same spot on the chest armor could it cause some damage. And the world's most powerful sniper rifle, the Barrett, had a muzzle energy of over 3,300 joules. Only when aimed directly at the vest could it shatter the armor in one shot. If sniping from a long distance, the armor still wouldn't be broken, but the kinetic energy of the bullet would still impact him. But at least he wouldn't be killed. What a brutal piece of divine equipment. Chen Feng was almost overjoyed. As long as he wore this vest, he could be said to have countless extra lives. After all, who would casually use a Barrett to snipe him? He hadn't offended any Taliban or anything. Unknown. Chen Feng could hardly wait to try on this seemingly very strange vest. Oh, the system called this vest silver scale armor. Thinking of the system's annotation for this vest, Chen Feng quickly looked at it again. Blood binding after dripping. Chen Feng had only seen the trope of blood binding in some web novels. He never expected that in this world blood recognition truly existed. It completely overturned Chen Feng's worldview. Chen Feng was already eager to try it, not just to test this astonishingly defensive vest, but also to see what the hell the blood recognition process was. Chen Feng then found a sewing needle, pricked the skin on his fingertip, squeezed out a drop of blood, and smeared it onto this silver scale armor. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a silver scale armor, now ready to equip. The system's prompt voice timely informed Chen Feng of the result. But Chen Feng blinked hard, staring at the vest. The blood he had just dripped onto it was neither absorbed by the vest, nor emitted any strange light. Nothing happened at all. Only the system had given him a prompt. This was nothing like what some web novels described. Blood quickly absorbed, then emitting some kind of light, and then one's spirit seemingly resonating with the equipment, and so on. On the contrary, it was just an ordinary drop of blood smeared on the vest. Apart from the system's prompt, there was nothing beyond common sense. Chen Feng even wondered if this lousy system was deliberately tricking him into bleeding. From start to finish, only the system said blood was needed, and the system declared blood recognition successful. The vest remained the same. No change at all. But the system's silent response at this moment only made Chen Feng more certain of his suspicion. Forget it, let's just assume blood was really needed. It's good to let some blood out to cool down. Better still study the function of this silver scale armor. Chen Feng eagerly took off his original clothes and put on this silver scale armor. This vest-like silver scale armor clung tightly to Chen Feng's skin, giving him a slight cool sensation. It felt like touching the skin of a water snake. As for its defensive capability, Chen Feng had no weapon comparable to a firearm to test the vest. But he still found a few handy tools to test. Sure enough, he would have to buy a new kitchen knife and fish spear. He also tried his usual slingshot for hunting birds, but as soon as he pulled it, the slingshot fork snapped. Thus Chen Feng's experiment result was that it could easily withstand attacks from cold weapons as long as the opponent was not much stronger than him. Wearing this thick vest, Chen Feng did not obtain warmth, but gained a full sense of security. He now felt that even if he faced the previous robber again, he could charge forward without fear and fight head-on. Now Chen Feng wished he could go out and find another armed robber, let him fire a few shots to see his current defensive power. Although Chen Feng was a cultivation maniac who had been seizing every moment to train these days, he couldn't just ignore the TV he had just bought yesterday. After all, it was still new. After preparing his dinner, he turned on the TV. By now the sky was getting dark, and it was prime time for news broadcasts. Chen Feng ate his meal while watching TV to pass the time. At this moment, the Shuqing TV station was airing a livelihood program. Recently, a group of disabled children have been begging on the streets and squares of our city. Many citizens have called our station. Let's find out why these disabled children are begging on the streets. This reporter was the same one who had interviewed Chen Feng earlier, named Chen Wan. In the shot, Chen Wan walked toward a child kneeling on the ground dressed in rags. As the camera zoomed in, several lines of chalk-written words appeared in front of the child. Due to disability since childhood, my mother is seriously ill at home. Unable to continue my studies, I have to beg on the streets. Please, kind uncles and aunties, have pity on me. The camera finished filming the line of words on the ground, then gave a close-up of this poorly dressed child. The child had a filthy face, clearly unwashed for who knows how many days. He looked about 7 or 8 years old, barely clothed, his legs kneeling in a strange posture impossible for a normal person on a wooden board with wheels. Feeling someone approach, he did not look up, only mechanically said, "Spare some money, Uncle Annie, thank you." His eyes were vacant as he spoke, lost in thought. Chen Wan approached the child and handed him a flatbread. The disabled beggar child thanked her dully. "Thank you, spare some money." Chen Wan crouched in front of the child and said, "Little friend, can you tell me about your family situation? I'm from Shuqing TV station. The media will help you solve your current difficulties." "I am from Shuqing TV station. The media will help find a way to solve your current problems." At this, the child's eyes, which had been vacant and dull, suddenly lit up. But he warily glanced behind him, and his gaze went dull again. Chen Wan did not notice this detail. As she was about to ask further, a middle-aged man came from the side, grabbed the wooden board cart with the child, and pulled it away. Before leaving, he barked sternly, "Mind your own business." Chen Wan watched the man take the beggar child away, then stood up and said to the camera, "Actually, in Shuqing there are many such beggar children. We have no way of knowing the relationship between these adults and the children. But all of this will be handed over to the public security authorities. We have no way of knowing the relationship between these adults and the children. However, all of this will be handed over to the public security authorities." Then the TV screen showed various children with different faces, all equally poorly clothed, all with filthy faces, sallow and skinny. Such TV images were beyond Chen Feng's imagination. He had always thought his own childhood was the most tragic. He was an orphan, and so were they. But Chen Feng also had a foster father who adopted him and treated him well. These children's childhoods were simply in dire misery. Those adults, it went without saying, had trafficked these children and forced them to beg for money. If the money they collected didn't satisfy these beasts, they would be beaten and abused. Worse still, these children's disabilities were caused by them. Everything on the TV screen made it impossible for Chen Feng to imagine that such dark corners existed in this world. The fate of these children ignited a burning rage in Chen Feng, who was also parentless. This surge of fury made Chen Feng switch off the television and throw himself into cultivation with fervent determination. He resolved to rescue these children, for even one more day they spent in the clutches of that gang was unbearable to him. They were just children. In truth, these people exploited children to make money. Adults would not attract as many charitable donations. Adults with limbs and skills could always find a way to earn a living, so they rarely evoked sympathy. Even disabled adults could not rake in as much from begging as a child could. Society had established various welfare programs for the disabled, free vocational training and job placements, ensuring that everyone could contribute according to their abilities. But these were mere children at the most adorable and pitiable age of life. They should have been playing in their parents' arms, studying in bright classrooms, not kneeling on the street corners to beg, a far cry from the childhood one imagined. Those adults who coerced children into begging deserved the harshest condemnation. They exploited the kindness and goodwill of compassionate people for personal gain. The consequence was that people would henceforth avoid such situations, fearing they might be cheated of their money. Yet there were always those genuine beggars who could not survive, and when faced with a populace whose benevolence had cooled, they would only starve to death. Every day these children spent begging, they suffered more. Every day they begged, countless more people were duped by these heartless traffickers, and the warmth of charity was extinguished. Every day they begged, these despicable criminals enjoyed one more day of freedom and pleasure. Chen Feng could not bear to let these scum live even a single day in contentment. He wished them to drop dead immediately right then and there. It was not that Chen Feng distrusted the police force of Shu City, he simply believed that he could eliminate these scum far more swiftly than they could. The police could at most arrest them and hand them over to the courts. The charges of human trafficking, coercing minors into begging, and intentional injury combined. Chen Feng did not know how many years they would get, but he knew they would not receive the death penalty. Why should a portion of the taxes we pay go to support these irredeemable wretches in prison for decades longer? Right now, Chen Feng's only thought was to see them dead. He no longer concerned himself with whether he had the right to execute them. These people were too deserving of death. They had lost all humanity. To Chen Feng, killing a few such soulless animals was no different from slaughtering a few black pigs. He felt not a shred of psychological guilt. Yet when the moment of killing actually came, would Chen Feng still be so resolute? After a night of cultivation, he made little progress, merely condensing his spiritual energy a bit. Several times, due to overwhelming indignation, he nearly steered his qi into the wrong meridians, risking a deviation from the correct path. At daybreak, Chen Feng boarded a bus bound for Shu City. Find these beggar children, follow them back to their den, and wipe out the entire gang in one fell swoop. That was the entirety of Chen Feng's plan, simple, clear, direct, and decisive. In fact, in the past decade, Chen Feng had only entered the city twice, once to withdraw money from the bank, and now this time. He had no idea where the begging children would appear. Fortunately, Chen Feng was physically robust. Alone, he used his phone's map to first locate Shu City's People's Square, because in yesterday's television program, that child had been seen at a corner of this square. At one corner of the square, he found a breakfast stall, ordered a bowl of soft tofu and a steamer basket of xiaolongbao, and began eating while observing the surroundings. Just as Chen Feng was savoring his meal, a 7 or 8-year-old boy emerged from a small alley beside the square, propelling himself on a wooden board with his hands. He stopped at the roadside, took a piece of chalk from his pocket, wrote a few lines of begging text, and then started pleading with the passers-by hurrying to work. Chen Feng's heart ached at the sight, but he knew his purpose was not to save just this one child. It was to eradicate the entire den of these criminals. So he continued his breakfast, leisurely scanning the area for any adults who might be lingering and watching. There were a few such spots, but around this child no obvious adult lookout was detected. After marking the square on his phone map, Chen Feng paid and left. Throughout the morning, he traversed every corner of Shu City, locating 5 or 6 similar beggar children in bustling districts. Some children had an adult watching over them, while others did not. Clearly, those under surveillance were newly abducted, their injuries still fresh. The ones without watchers were likely longtime abductees, seasoned beggars who had already generated substantial income for the ring. As dusk fell, Chen Feng returned to the central square he had visited in the morning. He decided to follow this child to find the gang's lair. During the evening rush hour, after the child had collected a generous amount of money, a Wuling Hongguang van pulled up beside him. 2 adults got out, dragged the child into the van, and tossed the wooden board in as well. They drove off. Chen Feng ran after them, keeping a safe distance. The van made a large circuit around the city, stopping and starting, picking up a few more children along the way, and finally left the urban area. Chen Feng then broke into a full sprint, chasing the Wuling Hongguang. But a human could never outrun a vehicle. Even with his extraordinary physique, after a stretch of pursuit, he began to feel exhausted. Chen Feng thought that he had earned quite a bit of money now. It was time to buy a car for commuting into the city. But what use was that thought now? At that moment, a private car pulled up beside him, the driver staring in astonishment. Finally, he rolled down the window and shouted, "Bro, you're really fast. Are you a marathon runner?" Chen Feng, seeing the car as a lifeline, yelled back, "Help me out. Drive me to chase someone." The man stopped the car, torn with hesitation. This thrilling adventure tempted him, but what if this guy was a bad guy? So he asked, "Why are you chasing him?" Gasping for breath, Chen Feng climbed directly into the car. "Do you recognize me? I was on TV just a couple of days ago." At times like this, leveraging his fame was an unbeatable advantage. The night of Shu City was naturally more enchanting than that of Chun Village with dimly lit streets. A Wuling Hongguang minivan stopped at various commercial centers in Shu City, picking up a beggar child. After this round, they had picked up 6 child beggars. 3 men sat in the car plus the 6 child beggars, and this 7-seat minivan was clearly not yet at its peak capacity. These 6 children huddled together in the back of the minivan, as if only by squeezing together with those who shared their suffering could they find a shred of security. Besides the man driving and the man in the passenger seat, there was a slightly overweight man sitting in the back of the minivan. He looked at the trembling children huddled together casually, pulled out a child of 5 or 6 from the back row, and slapped the child across the face, cursing, "How much did you earn today? Hand it over." The child, suddenly yanked out of the crowd that gave him a little sense of security, trembled even more violently. Before he could speak, the man kicked him and said, "I forgot you're a fucking mute." With that, he began to pat down the boy's body. Then he pulled out from the child's clothing pocket a wad of 1 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan notes along with some jingling coins. He counted them in his hand and said, "Didn't I tell you this morning? If you're short of 1,000, no dinner today. Go eat shit tonight." Then he kicked the child in the stomach and cursed, "Trash. Get the hell out of here." The poor deaf-mute beggar child was kicked aside by him. Then the man pulled out another child from the back row. This child, probably terrified from being beaten these past few days, quickly took out the money he had begged for today and handed it to the man, afraid of getting hit. Although the man was somewhat satisfied with the child's proactive submission, that meant he had no reason to beat him. How could that be? This was his daily source of joy. Then he slapped the obedient boy across the face again and cursed, "Stop pretending to be pitiful. You've been here for quite a while, and this is all the money you could beg." Tonight's pig feed is halved. Obviously, these heartless beasts would never let these growing children eat ordinary food. They usually fed them leftovers, which they called pig feed. After plundering all the children, the man finally smiled as he counted the day's earnings. But the children dared not even look up at him. A deep fear had been planted in their hearts toward these men. "Third brother, don't just count money and laugh like a fool. The ones who collected more today deserve a reward," said the driver. Only then did the man sitting in the back reluctantly take out from his bag the half chicken they had packed from a restaurant for lunch, tore off a gnawed chicken leg, and handed it to one of the children. That child timidly took the half chicken leg and quickly stuffed it into his mouth, gnawing at the few scraps of meat on it. The other children stared at the half chicken leg with eyes full of both longing and fear. At that moment, the man in the passenger seat said, "I feel like someone's been following us. Look at that person running behind us. He's been running behind our car the whole time. Is he a cop?" The man called Third Brother said, "Boss, in a big city like this, there are plenty of people who love running at night. Besides which, cop would be crazy enough to chase a car on foot. No matter how slow our car is, a runner can't catch up with it." The man sitting in the passenger seat called Boss was presumably the leader of this group. He carefully considered that Third Brother's words were not unreasonable, but caution is the parent of safety. So he said, "I've seen on the internet in Shu City that quite a few people are suspicious of these little beggars. And yesterday, it was just reported on TV. We've been in Shu City for 3 or 4 days now. It's time to move to another place." So this gang was a transient criminal operation, always moving on after a job, staying in one place for at most a week, at least a day or 2, never lingering long. Once they alerted the cops, they would immediately move to the next city. There were 3 men here. The one in the passenger seat was called Boss, the one in the back was Third Brother, and the driver was naturally Second Brother. By then, Second Brother had driven the car out of the city. He suddenly noticed that the running man was still far behind them. He spoke up, "That runner. Could he really be a cop? He's followed us out of the city." The men hurriedly looked back and saw that the person who had been running behind them in the city had stopped. The anxious hearts of these men finally settled. Boss said, "Anyway, let's speed up, go back and pack up and move to another place. I feel something's off." Third Brother said carelessly, "What's so scary? I think people in Shu City are really rich. We can stay a few more days and we can make a lot more money here than anywhere else." But Second Brother's driving speed increased a bit. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had just gotten into a car. When the driver saw that it was Chen Feng, who had become famous over the past 2 days for the bank robbery case, he immediately asked, "Aren't you the martial arts master on TV? Who killed the robber? What criminal are you chasing today? Hey, are you an undercover agent? This man's questions were truly endless. Chen Feng said nothing, thinking it best to maintain a bit of mystery, otherwise this chatterbox would talk his ear off. Admittedly, the driver's skills were remarkably steady, following the minivan from a distance, close enough not to be spotted, but not so far as to lose it. By now the car Chen Feng was in had followed the minivan to the outskirts of a town. The destination seemed to be the front mountain. As they got farther from the city, there were fewer and fewer cars on the road. To avoid arousing suspicion, Chen Feng got off at the foot of the mountain. On this mountain a car might not be faster than Chen Feng. This mountain had only a narrow concrete road winding with countless twists and turns. The entire route was nothing but slopes, S-curves, and U-turns. A small displacement car like the Wuling Hongguang could only use second gear the whole way, so naturally, it couldn't go fast. Moreover, on this single-lane mountain road, even Takumi Fujiwara wouldn't dare drive fast. The car crawled slowly up the mountain on the concrete road, while Chen Feng sprinted swiftly up through the pathless forest. With one curve and one straight, Chen Feng could actually catch up to the minivan from time to time. The front mountain was a place seldom frequented by man. Decades ago, there were still 3 or 5 natural villages barely surviving in this mountain valley. After the older generation passed away one after another, the surviving young people had to relocate to the town at the foot of the mountain due to water and electricity issues. Now, aside from some ruins, the mountain is the property of Lu Yuesheng, the mining tycoon of Shuqing. Beneath this undulating mountain range, countless varieties of metals were buried. The Sijiawan copper mine from 20 years ago was also Lu Yuesheng's enterprise. Back then, the Sijiawan copper mine at the mountaintop housed over 10,000 people, including thousands of miners and various service industries, kindergartens, schools, banks, sundry shops, casinos, and even bathhouses. The miners jokingly called it the Little Hong Kong of Shuqing. That was no wonder. At that time, Shuqing didn't even have a bathhouse, yet this mountaintop already had one, and not only that, it also had prostitutes. Of course, as the ore veins were depleted, the Sijiawan copper mine also turned into a field of ruins. Lu Yuesheng had to continue mining other veins below the mountainside, but the output of gold and iron mines was significantly lower than that of the copper mine in its heyday, so this boss Lu had to reluctantly transition his business. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chen Feng directly. He was merely recalling some facts known to the nearby villagers as he ran to the dilapidated buildings of this copper mine. Could this group be hiding in the residential area of the former copper mine? Chen Feng watched the direction the vehicle was driving from a distance and rejected his own idea, because the car circled around the residential area of the Sijiawan copper mine at the mountaintop, didn't let anyone off, and then drove down the mountain. This group was truly cunning. Even after arriving at the mountain, they were still afraid of being followed and took a detour. Such anti-surveillance awareness was clearly meant to shake off any tail. Fortunately, Chen Feng didn't fall for it, otherwise searching for a few people in the residential area of a copper mine that once housed over 10,000 people would have been extremely difficult. Chen Feng followed closely. It turned out that the gang's lair was at Laguavo on the mountainside. Laguavo was once a natural village with a population of 30 to 50 people. Later, due to the lack of water and electricity supply, they also relocated to the town below, leaving only ruins behind, though occasionally a few rooms remained habitable. This gang was living in the former village committee building of Laguavo village. From the distant mountains, Chen Feng watched as the men parked the car in the yard of the village committee building. 2 men got out from the front cabin, and another man emerged from the rear door. Then 6 children got off the car one after another. For some unknown reason, that man kicked one of the children, knocking him to the ground, then stomped on him a few times before entering the house. Chen Feng burned with rage at the sight. How could they abuse these poor children so cruelly? Yet he didn't lose his reason. After identifying everyone, he began to calculate in his mind. 3 adult men, the rest were children. It would be a piece of cake. He could beat them until they couldn't take care of themselves with just one hand. So Chen Feng stealthily crept toward Laguavo. As he stepped into the village committee yard, the 3rd member of the gang happened to come out to urinate and ran right into Chen Feng. The 3rd man, not knowing what the other was up to, shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Without a word, Chen Feng leaped and kicked him right in the face, knocking him unconscious. The boss and the second-in-command inside the house heard the commotion and rushed out. The beggar children, being naturally curious, also wanted to see what was happening outside. They saw the third man lying unconscious on the ground while Chen Feng stood beside him and said, "So you're the ones who forced these children to beg on the streets. You human traffickers, you swindlers. Not only do you deceive people's kindness, but you also kidnap children." The two men looked at Chen Feng. He was just a 17 or 18-year-old youth. How could he be a policeman? Even if he had knocked down the third man in one move, they still didn't take Chen Feng seriously. The boss spoke up, "I advise you to mind your own damn business. Otherwise, watch your life." They were already planning to pack up and leave this place. As long as the youth didn't pester them, he wouldn't mind sparing his life. Chen Feng let out a cold laugh. "Huh, you really are naive. I've been chasing you all the way here. How could I just give up now?" The two suddenly recalled that the person who had been running after them all the way from the city was wearing the same clothes as this youth. Could it really be this youth who had chased them all the way? The boss pulled a pistol from his waist, released the safety, aimed it at Chen Feng, and said, "Since that's the case, I'll have to say sorry to you." Chen Feng really hadn't expected this trafficking and begging gang to have a gun. Even though it was just a pistol, it made him very excited. Finally, he could test the defense of his silver scale armor. Judging by the shape of the pistol, it should be a Type 54 pistol with a .45 caliber. This type of pistol was quite powerful and widely used in the military and police forces, so it wasn't too surprising that this man got his hands on one. After the boss took out the gun, he saw that the youth showed no fear at all. Instead, there was a strange expression on his face, as if he was eager to try. This made him hesitate for a moment. At this moment, the children inside the house involuntarily walked out to watch the tense scene. The man called the second-in-command strode over and slapped a child who had come out. Chen Feng was extremely displeased by this. "I'm already here, and you still dare to abuse these children right in front of me." He circulated his true chi and punched the man who was about to hit the child, striking him right in the stomach. Chen Feng didn't intend to kill these people now because he had thought of a better way to punish them. Seeing his second-in-command knocked down by Chen Feng's punch, the boss lightly squeezed the trigger several times. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets flew toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng had been on guard for the boss's gunfire, so he immediately leaped up and charged toward the direction of the bullets. He intended to use his own body to catch these 3 bullets and feel the defensive power of the silver scale armor. Ding, 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 3 very crisp sounds rang out, and the 3 copper-jacketed bullets flattened into 3 copper discs and fell to the ground. Chen Feng only felt a slight numbness, nothing else. Indeed, the instructions were correct. It could fully defend against 3,000 joules of kinetic energy, while the muzzle energy of this Type 54 pistol was only around 1,000 joules. The boss, who had fired 3 bullets, stared dumbfounded at Chen Feng, who was completely unharmed. Was he a god? He had blocked bullets without a scratch and even flattened them into discs. After testing his vest, Chen Feng kicked this man to the ground. After Chen Feng knocked these 3 men to the ground, he searched the room and found a rope to bind them together. The children in the room watched as this man defeated those who had been abusing them and forcing them to beg these past days. Yet instead of rushing forward to plead for Chen Feng to rescue them and take them home, they only grew more fearful and timid, too terrified to approach. Their experiences over these days had taught them not to trust anyone. Though they sensed a glimmer of safety in Chen Feng, the abilities he displayed filled them with even greater dread, lest he harbor some other hidden motive. If it had been police officers arriving in a patrol car to rescue them, these children might have run, crying toward them, recounting the suffering and torment they endured at the hands of these beasts. But instead, a young man had come without police and without a patrol car. Though they felt some measure of relief, they did not lower their guard. After all, every abducted child had been lured and deceived before being taken by these traffickers. Such experiences had shattered their young hearts, making it impossible for them to trust any stranger again. After binding the 3 traffickers together, Chen Feng gazed at the wary, fearful expressions on the children's faces and sighed deeply. "I am here to rescue you. You are saved." Still no child dared speak. This left Chen Feng helpless. Looking at these children, he felt both heartache and frustration. In his anger, he delivered another vicious kick to the human trafficker, this time sending the leader sprawling and causing him to spit out blood. "Monsters! Chen Feng cursed. Yes, yes, we're monsters. Please, great hero, spare our wretched lives. The leader, his hands bound behind his back, kowtowed repeatedly against the floor. Chen Feng ignored the wretched creature. Searching through the room, he found scattered piles of cash, clearly the earnings from the children's begging. He also discovered the dinner the three men had just brought back, a spread of fine meats and rich dishes. Placing the food on the table, Chen Feng addressed the pitiful children. Eat. Have as much as you want. I'll take you home soon, brothers. Yet still no child dared approach the table to eat. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. He lifted the child with the severely twisted leg onto his lap, picked up some food with his chopsticks, and brought it to the child's mouth. The boy glanced at Chen Feng's reassuring expression and opened his mouth, accepting the bite. He wept. It felt as though he had returned to his mother's embrace. The gentle gesture, the tender expression, just like how his mother had once fed him so long, long ago. He longed for home. Chewing the food in his mouth, he broke into wailing sobs, calling out for his mother. Watching this pitiful child, Chen Feng's eyes grew moist. Rising with a choked voice, he lifted the other children one by one onto the edge of the table, handing each of them chopsticks. Most of these children had their legs shattered. One was blind and another could not speak. Chen Feng watched as these children ate their meal with tears streaming down their faces. After the children finished eating, the wariness in their eyes toward Chen Feng had faded considerably. The first boy Chen Feng had lifted onto the table looked at him with a hint of timidity and asked, "Are you really here to rescue us?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, I'm here to rescue you. I'm going to take you home. What's your name?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's affirmative answer, the boy seemed to want to jump for joy. But constrained to his seat, he could only sway a couple of times. Yet his voice still rang with happy childish innocence. "I'm Meng Meng. Mommy used to call me Big Meng." Chen Feng asked again, "Where are you from? Where's your home? Do you know how to contact your family?" The rapid succession of questions caused the boy's spirits to plummet. "Can I not go home?" When Chen Feng inquired about the reason, he learned that Meng Meng's mother had returned pregnant from working away from home, and no one knew who the father was. Thus he had no surname. After his mother gave birth to him, she passed away just a few years later. He had become a rootless wanderer living with his uncle. The uncle would beat and curse him at the slightest provocation. After less than a year, the uncle sold him to these human traffickers. So naturally, he did not want to go home. He no longer had a home. The other children also shared their circumstances. Chen Feng discovered that every single one of them had been sold to the traffickers by relatives for various reasons. They had all lost their homes. How abominable! Even if he were to send these children back to their original homes, it would only be a matter of time before they were sold again by these relatives. They were nothing but cash crops to their own kin. Chen Feng, having no relatives himself, could not understand why people would sell their own family. What had these children done wrong? They did not choose to come into this world. Their parents, before leaving, entrusted these children to their relatives. And yet those relatives sold them away. It was truly incomprehensible. Chen Feng had originally intended to hand these children over to the police station, letting the officers return them to their families. But given the current situation, that was clearly impossible. Chen Feng sat with the children for a while, and they told him about the horrors of being trafficked to this place. Most of them had their legs broken shortly after being abducted because the traffickers feared they would try to escape. Among them, the two girls had not had their legs broken. One had been blinded by cigarettes being pressed against her eyes, and the other had her tongue cut out. Chen Feng figured the traffickers probably intended to sell these two girls as wives after a few years of forced begging. A cripple would not fetch a good price, so they refrained from mutilating their bodies. Listening to these children's accounts was almost unbelievable. How could they bring themselves to harm these innocent, adorable children? They were utterly inhuman. What did these children do wrong? They were innocent. The adults were the ones at fault. These adults deserved to die. But right now Chen Feng did not wish for them to die. He wanted these three beasts to repay their debts. Chen Feng led the children to the courtyard. He asked Meng Meng, "Who broke your leg?" Meng Meng pointed at the third trafficker and said it was him. Chen Feng walked up to the third trafficker. The man immediately began kowtowing frantically. "Brother, please spare my life." Chen Feng said, "Don't worry. I won't kill you. I'll just have you repay some debts." When the third trafficker heard Chen Feng say he would not kill him, the tension in his heart had just begun to ease when he felt the young man's foot come down on his leg. The shin bone shattered, and Chen Feng twisted it with force. A comminuted fracture. For the rest of his life, he would never stand on those legs again. What is your name? Who broke your leg? Chen Feng asked another child whose leg had been broken. He had not yet memorized all of these children's names. My name is Liang Hua. It was him again. The child pointed at Old Third. Chen Feng said to Old Third, who was lying on the ground in pain, "It seems you are truly guilty of heinous crimes." Now Old Third was crying in pain, begging for mercy while sobbing. I was wrong, spare me, spare me." Chen Feng looked at Old Third, whose leg had been crushed into a comminuted fracture, and said helplessly to Liang Hua, "How about we change a spot? Or switch to someone else? I'll break one of his hands instead. I need to leave him one hand to sign and seal for his crimes." Liang Hua nodded. Chen Feng did not make these children avert their eyes from such a bloody scene, because this was their revenge. Because when they had previously abused the children, they not only disregarded the children's bodies, but also showed no concern for whether these young minds could endure such brutality. Chen Feng exacted retribution for each child, crushing all 3 men's legs into comminuted fractures. However, since 4 children had had their legs broken, Chen Feng could not account for the remaining child. To be fair, he then broke the left hand of each of the 3 men. He would leave one right hand for each of them to sign and seal for their crimes. The girl who had been blinded was maimed by Old Second. Chen Feng initially wanted to gouge out Old Second's eyes and stomp them like bubbles, but the scene was too bloody. After some thought, he decided against it, and instead used true qi to sever the meridians in Old Second's eyes with a single palm strike, thus avenging the little girl. The girl whose tongue had been cut off was also mutilated by Old Third. Chen Feng followed the same method and cut off his tongue. The 3 men had long since passed out from the torment. With that, Chen Feng finally avenged the children. During this process, Chen Feng also saw the reluctance in the children's eyes. The mute girl even tugged at his sleeve, making sounds that seemed to plead for him to spare them. Men are born with innate goodness. These children were still too kind. However, in the course of helping them seek revenge, Chen Feng got to know these 6 children. De Mengzi, paralyzed in both legs, 7 years old. Liang Hua, paralyzed in both legs, 6 years old. Hua Dan, paralyzed in both legs, 7 years old. Naozi, paralyzed in both legs, 5 years old. De Mei, blind, 8 years old. The mute one, name unknown and age unknown, looked about 5 or 6 years old. Chen Feng called her Xiao Lu because she looked the youngest. These children were at the lively age of wanting to explore the world and express themselves, but all of that had been taken away by these beasts. By now it was dark. Chen Feng decided to take the children home first. They couldn't stay overnight in the mountains. Before leaving, he searched the 3 men's phones and called the police. He reported that the human traffickers at Leaguawo had been subdued and urged them to come quickly. Chen Feng intended to send these beasts to prison, where they would suffer a fate worse than death for the rest of their lives. After that, Chen Feng drove their van back to Chen family village. Actually, Chen Feng didn't know how to drive, but he couldn't very well carry these disabled children over the mountains. He was completely forced into a makeshift situation, but he had seen pigs run even if he had never eaten pork. Chen Feng thought about how people drove in TV shows and movies, deciding to give it a try first. If he could drive around the yard once, that would be enough. If he could drive one circle, he could drive away and also know how to steer. Chen Feng said to the children, "Wait a moment, let me figure out how to drive this car. Once I do, I'll take you home." By now, these children had completely trusted Chen Feng, but they still couldn't believe that this big brother, whom they already regarded as a god, didn't know how to drive. Seeing their incredulous expressions, Chen Feng scratched his head with embarrassment and smiled. "I really can't." Chen Feng was also anxious inside because he had already called the police. It would take the police an hour to get here from Shu City, but the mountain road alone would take half an hour. He didn't have much time to practice driving. There was only one road on the mountain. If he delayed any longer, he would inevitably encounter the police car on the mountain road, or the police would arrive before he even learned to drive. How embarrassing. That would waste a lot of time, and he would be taken to the station for an interrogation. Too troublesome. Especially, how would he explain the various disabling injuries on the 3 men? Even if they deserved it under current law, his actions were also a crime. Chen Feng opened the door, sat in the car, turned the key, The engine started then immediately stalled. After trying for over 10 minutes, Chen Feng finally got the car moving. So there were 3 pedals under the steering wheel. The left one, when released, gently made the car move. The middle one stalled the engine when pressed. The right one must be the accelerator. But he had no idea what that vertical stick on the right side was for. Chen Feng had no idea that the car was already in first gear, which was why it stalled every time he started it. And that stick was the gear shift. You had to change gears when driving. After trying a few circles in the yard, Chen Feng carried the children into the car and drove them down the mountain. So the Wuling Hongguang, stuck in first gear, roared down the mountain, with black smoke billowing from its exhaust, startling a flock of crows. Chen Feng wondered, why is the car so loud and yet so slow? Was it really a bad car? But on the way here the car seemed quite fast. There must be something wrong, but Chen Feng had no time to dwell on it now. He drove the Wuling Hongguang roaring all the way. These children were also experiencing a novice driver for the first time. They desperately gripped the handrails in the car. The mountain road was rugged, and although it was all downhill, Chen Feng's sudden braking and corner acceleration terrified the children. They even felt that they had not died at the hands of the traffickers, but would instead die under their benefactor's driving skills. Meng Meng gripped the handrail and stammered, "Benefactor brother, I want to vomit. Can you drive slower?" Chen Feng slammed on the brakes again, then said, sweating anxiously, "How can I go slow on a downhill? Don't worry, I'll definitely get you down the mountain." Finally, they reached the intersection at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, several police cars were approaching from afar, preparing to go up the mountain. Chen Feng drove his car roaring past the police cars. The police car driver looked at the Wuling Hongguang running at 7,000 revolutions per minute in first gear and cursed, "Can you even drive? You think you're the god of Mauna Kea." Under the astonished gazes of passing vehicles and pedestrians along the way, Chen Feng finally brought the children safely home. Chen Feng's yard was quite large. Besides a fish pond, there was an open space to park the car. Chen Feng slammed on the brakes again and parked the car on the empty lot. The moment the children got out of the car, they felt the world spinning and leaned over the edge of the fish pond, vomiting. "Is my driving really that terrible?" Chen Feng muttered to himself. Chen Feng murmured. Lianghua said to him, "Not terrible, it's extremely terrible." Chen Feng felt utterly crushed. He had been quite proud of the engine's roar at 7,000 revolutions per minute in first gear. Watching the children back in his home, Chen Feng couldn't help but ponder their future. Where should these children go from here? Unknown. Where should these 6 children go? They had lost their parents and were sold to human traffickers by relatives who disliked them. Naturally, they had no home. Even if they returned, they would face being sold again. Chen Feng began to consider what to do with these children. He originally thought about handing them over to the police station or the Civil Affairs Bureau's orphanage, but there they would also face the choice of returning home or staying in the orphanage. The conditions at the orphanage were certainly not good, and Chen Feng had heard about this. During middle school, he had a classmate who was an orphan from such an orphanage. Being orphans themselves, they naturally had a close relationship. However, this classmate often went hungry and always had bruises on his body. It was said that because he was always so hungry, he would sneak into the kitchen to steal food, and whenever he was caught by the orphanage staff, he would be beaten. Because he frequently stole food, if anything else went missing in the orphanage, the director would beat him severely without asking any questions. Such being the environment of the orphanage, Chen Feng would certainly not send these poor children there. "Do you want to go home?" Chen Feng asked these children. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the hope for the future that had just kindled in their eyes dimmed once again. They did not want to go home. Meng Meng gathered her courage and said to Chen Feng, "Brother Savior, I don't want to go home. Can I stay with you? I can earn money to support myself. I won't spend your money." After hearing Meng Meng's words, the other children also nodded and looked at Chen Feng with hopeful eyes. They can earn money. Earn what money? Begging. Is this going to be their life from now on? Chen Feng's heart instantly softened. He decided to take in these children and let them stay here. He would support their education and not let them go out begging at such a young age. Chen Feng gently said to the children, "My name is Chen Feng. You can call me Brother Chen Feng. Do you really want to stay here?" Lianghua said, "I don't want to go home either. There are no relatives left for me in that house. If I go back, I'll just be sold off again. We've talked about it before, none of us want to go home." Chen Feng understood their intentions. He walked up to the youngest one, little Six, and gently stroked her head as he asked, "What about you? Do you want to stay here with the others? I can send you all to school and let you study. If you want to go home, touch your ear. If you want to stay, touch your mouth." Little Six, the youngest and most adorable mute girl, thought for a moment and then touched her mouth. ABA, ABA. She seemed to be saying something incomprehensible. Chen Feng tried his best to read her lips and asked, "Are you saying you want to go to school?" When little Six heard that Chen Feng had guessed her meaning correctly, she nodded vigorously several times. The other children, upon hearing Chen Feng's words, just now crowded around him and chattered excitedly. "Brother Chen Feng, can we really go to school?" "Brother Chen Feng, I want to go to school too," Chen Feng said to these children. Okay, once you stay, you'll all go to school together." Damei, who was blind in both eyes, could not see, but she could hear. She also wanted to go to school, but she could not see. She could only silently shed tears behind the others. The tears flowed more and more until she could not help but burst in a loud wailing. "I want to go to school too. I want to go to school too. But I can't see anymore. I can't see the books." This crying was heartbreaking and soul-crushing. It also caused uncontainable tears to flow from Chen Feng's eyes. There had been a time when he had cried like this too. He also wanted to go to school. But the death of his adoptive father Chen Dashan left him without a source of income. Continuing his education would only lead to starvation. He had longed so desperately to study and read books. And these children were at the perfect age for learning, yet they could not enter school. What did these children do wrong? Why must they be punished like this? Chen Feng quickly walked to Damei's side and pulled her into his arms to comfort her. "You're going too. You're all going to school." After comforting her for a long while, Damei finally stopped crying. In truth, Damei was not only crying about being unable to go to school, but also crying about her lost sight, crying about being unable to attend school and fit in with the others. Chen Feng suddenly remembered that he also had some kind of system. Although this system's presence was relatively low-key, only occasionally making its presence known, when he was fishing he had no choice but to place his hope in this incomprehensible system. He wanted to save these children. He wanted to restore their bodies to health, give sight back to those who could not see, and speech to those who could not talk. Because these were things they should have had from the start. He wanted to ask the system if there was a way to restore them. The system also sensed Chen Feng's thoughts and spoke in a synthesized voice. "Congratulations to the host for activating the targeted fishing function. This function can fish for a specific category of items. Targeted fishing cannot gain experience, and after each targeted fishing session, there is a 48-hour cooldown before another targeted fishing can be performed." Targeted fishing. Chen Feng was puzzled. What did this have to do with his request? He had simply asked if there was a way to treat these children, yet the system had activated targeted fishing for him. However, taking it at face value, it should be able to fish for a specific category of items with a 48-hour cooldown, which was 2 days. The system, like a parasite in Chen Feng's stomach, immediately answered his question. That's correct. Currently, targeted fishing can specify medicines, fruits and vegetables, or meat. Medicines. Chen Feng brightened up. The system truly understood him best. Medicines could cure illnesses, and naturally, they could also treat these children. A new question arose in Chen Feng's mind. What kind of medicines do I need to fish out to cure their illnesses? The system then said something utterly annoying. That depends on the host's luck. Not every medicine you eat can cure illness. The wrong medicine for the wrong condition can kill people you know. Damn it. Chen Feng cursed. But he still reignited his confidence. He thought about it and decided to start fishing tomorrow since it was too late today, and these children had been exhausted for a whole day. Chen Feng boiled a pot of hot water, poured it into a large aluminum basin, and began bathing each of these children one by one. But these children were truly filthy. Before he could even wash them thoroughly, the basin was already full of muddy water. But they still had to be washed. They were truly too dirty. The bathing took a full 2 hours before he had given these 6 children a simple wash. He carried them onto his Kong to rest. These children were truly exhausted too. Lying on this comfortable bed, they fell asleep very quickly. They slept so peacefully. It was unclear how long it had been since they had slept on such a comfortable heated Kong. It was warm and comfortable. These 2+ hours of bathing made Chen Feng feel like he was doing a nanny's job. After washing one, he would carry them in, and then wash the next. Although he felt somewhat awkward when washing little Six and Damei, Chen Feng thought to himself that they were still only a few years old. Was it not normal for an older brother to bathe his younger siblings? With that thought, he felt at ease. Chen Feng placed the children on his Kong, and after watching them fall asleep, he went to the courtyard to cultivate for the entire night. As dawn just broke, Chen Feng ceased his practice and returned to the house, draping a coat over his shoulders. Looking at the children sleeping soundly, he smiled. These children were truly exhausted. They hadn't had such a peaceful sleep in who knows how long. Chen Feng gently closed the door and headed to the town. Today happened to be market day, and the morning bazaar was bustling with vendors selling vegetables, clothes, breakfast, and all sorts of extremely cheap daily necessities. Chen Feng had come out specifically to buy new clothes for these children. Since they were now clean, they naturally needed new clothes. He had already thrown away their ragged garments, so he had to get up early to buy them replacements. Chen Feng had memorized the children's sizes, so he quickly picked out several outfits for them along with a few sets of bedding and some daily necessities like towels and toothbrushes. Chen Feng bought some dufuno tofu pudding, youtiao fried dough sticks, and baozi steamed buns from a breakfast stall and brought them home. Despite buying so many things, it didn't take him long, barely an hour, and he was back home before 8 o'clock. Carrying numerous bags of goods, Chen Feng hurried back home from the town. Though he wasn't tired, the sheer number of items was cumbersome. He felt he should learn to drive as soon as possible so that he could use the car for shopping. The children were still fast asleep. Chen Feng gently woke them up and handed them the clothes he had bought. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, the children saw the new clothes Chen Feng had given them and were so excited they nearly jumped for joy. They scrambled to put on their own new clothes, showing off to each other and laughing with joy. All right, enough fussing. Everyone get up and eat breakfast. Chen Feng said to the children. After all, such is the nature of children. Even after enduring a hellish life, a tiny bit of kindness can make them unspeakably happy. Chen Feng fetched some water, washed each child's face one by one, and told them to go brush their teeth in the yard before eating. He felt truly exhausted. At this moment, he began to doubt whether keeping them was the right decision. He would go fishing tonight. If they could recover quickly, he wouldn't have to attend to them like this. In the future, they could wash up and take care of themselves. After the children finished eating, Chen Feng said to them, I'm going to Shuqing soon to register you all. After all, you're still undocumented here. If you want to stay and go to school, you need to be registered. The children nodded obediently. Chen Feng went to the yard and started the car he had driven back yesterday. After his hands-on driving experience last night, he had also silently watched a long driving test video after returning home, and now he roughly understood how to drive. No wonder the car made such a loud noise yesterday. He had been driving in first gear the whole time. First gear is just for starting. It was amazing that he managed to drive all the way back like that. This time Chen Feng drove the car with ease, maneuvering freely in his own yard, and even learned how to shift gears up and down. He couldn't help but sigh that it was still better in the countryside. You could practice driving in your own yard, unlike in big cities where you had to go to a driving school. When Chen Feng felt confident enough to drive smoothly to Shuqing, he put the children into the car and drove toward the Shuqing police station. Along the way, though Chen Feng wasn't familiar with all traffic rules, he knew to stop at red lights and go at green ones. So he followed a bus heading to Shuqing, mimicking its movements, and arrived safely. The Shuqing police station was a very imposing building. Chen Feng decided to look for the deputy director he had met during the bank robbery case to see if he could help register the children's household registration. He also knew that the deputy director was a smart man. At worst, he could confess that it was him who had beaten up those human traffickers. It all depended on what kind of person the deputy director was. Chen Feng's intuition told him that this deputy director was an extremely upright man who hated evil, and he would not hold him too accountable. Following the room numbers in the police station, Chen Feng found the office of the deputy director in charge of criminal investigation. No one was there. Was he not in? Chen Feng knocked again. It seemed he really wasn't here. He regretted not having asked for the deputy director's phone number earlier. Now that he needed a favor, he couldn't find him. A young police officer in uniform asked, "You're looking for Director Song? Hey, aren't you the hero who fought the robbers, Chen Feng?" Chen Feng smiled and scratched his head. It seemed everyone in the police station knew him. And only now did he learn that the deputy director's surname was Song. So he said, "I need to see Director Song about something." Is he out? The young officer said Director Song is currently handling a major case in the investigation area. Since it's you looking for him, I'll help you get in touch. A major case? Could it be about those human traffickers he had beaten to various disabilities yesterday? Chen Feng wondered. In the investigation area of the Shuqing police station, a police officer reported to Director Song. Director Song, these people still refuse to say anything. They insist that a young man maliciously crippled them. They won't confess. Another officer reported to Director Song. Director Song was a bit troubled. He gently rubbed his head. If the case didn't break before tonight, he would have to release these people and send them to the hospital. Director Song had also gone to the front mountain with the police last night and saw the scene of the 3 men being injured and disabled. At a glance, he noticed several wooden boards with wheels on the ground. Weren't those used by the beggar children? This gang had been under the Shuqing police station surveillance for 2 days. They were waiting for an informant to locate their hideout before taking action. It seems someone had beaten them to it. Later, he also learned from the informant that it had been confirmed that these 3 men were forcing children to beg. But the children were gone. Who had done this? Without the victim's testimony, this case could not be filed. The suspects refused to confess voluntarily. Without filing the case, it meant these 3 criminals could not be punished. Although they had already been disabled, that did not mean the law had punished them. At that moment, his phone rang. Director Song answered the call. Director Song hung up and walked out of the investigation area. He had a very good impression of Chen Feng, believing him to be a capable young man with the right values. As he walked, Director Song murmured to himself, "What does Chen Feng want with me? Could it be? Could it be that he was the one who did what happened last night? That would be wonderful, wonderful. This case has a breakthrough. I knew we couldn't let those villains go." Director Song stepped out of the elevator and saw Chen Feng waiting outside his office. He quickly strode forward, opened his office door, and pulled the unprepared Chen Feng inside before locking the door behind them. "Confess. Was it you who did that last night?" Chen Feng, surprised that he had guessed it, could only say, "Director Song, I was just about to tell you about this." Director Song asked anxiously, "Where are those 6 children? Where are they now?" "I can't believe they even knew there were 6 children, but they must have learned it from those 3 men." Chen Feng said, "They're in the car downstairs. I want to adopt them." Director Song said, "So it was you." We've been watching those 3 for days, waiting to find out where they were staying before making a move. I didn't expect you to beat us to it." Chen Feng said quietly, "That's because you weren't capable enough. I handled it in just 1 day." Director Song pointed at Chen Feng angrily and scolded, "What did you say? Do you want me to throw you in jail? Last time it was justifiable self-defense, but this time it's not. This is intentional injury. The forensic doctor has examined them. All 3 are classified as serious injury level 1. At least 5 years in prison." Chen Feng was startled, but then he thought if Director Song really wanted to send him to prison, he wouldn't have said so much to him. So he said, "I originally planned to call the police after rescuing the children, but those 3 men were too beastly, and I couldn't control myself. But the injuries of these men are completely traceable. You'll understand once you see the children." Hearing this, Director Song waved his hand. He had never intended to hold the righteous young man responsible. He just wanted to scare him a bit for not showing him enough respect. "You'll need to have the children help us. We need to take victim statements, otherwise we can't file the case." Chen Feng asked, "The perpetrators are caught, why can't we file the case?" Director Song said helplessly, "These men refuse to confess, and without victim statements we can't establish the facts, so we can't file the case." Such a major case, once solved, would certainly bring merit and awards. Although Director Song might not be solely motivated by that, Chen Feng still felt it necessary to reiterate his purpose today. "Director Song, I want to adopt these children and register them in my household." "What do you mean? Threatening me?" "No, Director Song, I just want to adopt these children. Of course, cooperating with the police to solve the case is important, but the children might not want to recall this experience," Chen Feng said to Director Song. Director Song thought for a moment and said, "This will have to wait until we investigate the children's family situations. If no family members can be found, it will also depend on the children's own wishes. If all that is fine, I can help you handle the other procedures." That was exactly what Chen Feng wanted. So he followed Director Song to the parking lot downstairs, carried the children out of the car, and said to them, "Wait, you go with this police uncle, and tell him how those bad guys bullied you. Then tell the police uncle about your family situation. Just tell the truth. After that, I'll treat you to KFC. Once we get back, you can go to school." Seeing the children's disabilities, Director Song's nose stung with emotion. He turned away and made a phone call. "Hello, arrange for a few female officers to come and take the children's statements. Don't send anyone who looks too fierce." Soon a female officer with a scar running from her cheek to her neck led several other female officers with kind faces over. Director Song, "Our criminal investigation unit barely has any women, so I borrowed a few sisters from the household registration department." The female officer with the scar saluted Director Song and said. Director Song scolded the female officer affectionately. "The one I said looked fierce is you. See, you've scared the children. How many times have I told you to get plastic surgery? This is a work injury. The Bureau won't deny you the funds." Chen Feng looked at the female officer with reverence. Since Director Song said it was a work injury, this woman deserved Chen Feng's respect. Director Song said to Chen Feng with a smile, "In our criminal investigation unit, we treat men like beasts of burden and women like men. When we're short-staffed, we have to use women." She was slashed by a suspect with a knife during a pursuit mission. The kind female officers carried the children off to take their statements. Director Song and Chen Feng returned to Director Song's office. "Why did you suddenly think of adopting them?" Chen Feng replied, "I originally wanted to hand them over to you to let you help them find their parents and families. But when I asked them, they all said their parents were gone and that other relatives had sold them to these traffickers. They all said they don't want to go back to their old homes. That's why I want to take them in. They are so pitiful. I was also an orphan growing up, so I understand them and sympathize with them deeply. But I still had an adoptive father. They have nothing left." Chen Feng thought for a moment and continued, "I really admire my adoptive father Chen Dashan. Even though he was a 5-guarantee household, he still adopted me an orphan and raised me with great hardship. I've always wanted to be a good person like my adoptive father. When he adopted me, he had nothing. Now I've earned a little money so I can support them. I still fall short of my adoptive father." Director Song was silent for a moment and said, "Your adoptive father was a good man. To have raised you to be so outstanding, it must be a testament to his teaching by example." After mentioning Chen Dashan, Chen Feng fell into a reminiscence of his adoptive father. Seeing Chen Feng's silence, Director Song changed the subject and said, "If the situation is true and these children are all willing to stay with you, I'll help you register them in your household registration book. They can only be counted as adopted children. I just heard them call you Big Brother. You'll need to change that title." Chen Feng smiled. "They can call me whatever they want. It doesn't matter. Hey, Director Song, those men still haven't confessed. Want me to go over and scare them? They should be frightened of me by now. If I threaten them, they'll probably confess." Director Song thought for a moment and shook his head. "I'm not going to pursue the fact that you crippled them. But that doesn't mean they won't. Once they see you, they'll inevitably suspect that you're connected to us. Then they'll appeal or blow the matter up, claiming you intentionally injured them. Should we arrest you or not? If we don't, you're right there. If we arrest you, would you be willing?" Chen Feng understood Director Song's meaning. Director Song sighed and lamented, "This job is tough nowadays." In the deputy director's office, Chen Feng exchanged a few casual words with Director Song when several policewomen brought the children into the office. The children swiftly rushed over to Chen Feng, asking when they would go to eat KFC. Director Song took the children's statements handed over by the policewomen and flipped through them. He struggled to control his emotions, waving for the policewomen to leave first. "These people are truly beasts. If I were you, I would have done the same. Unfortunately, I am a police officer. Now I can finally send them to prison. They will be lying in a prison bed for the rest of their lives." Director Song cursed furiously. Chen Feng said to Director Song, "Now that things are clear, what about the children's household registration?" Director Song came to his senses. If Chen Feng hadn't wanted to register the household registration for these unidentified children, this case would not have been solved so easily. With the children's statements and taking them for identification, the case was already airtight. In a sense, he should thank Chen Feng, but he still felt awkward. The pride of a public official made it hard for him to lower his head. A police officer solving a case needed help from a young man, and he, as a deputy director, had to say thank you. He really couldn't bring himself to say it. But he still had to do what he promised Chen Feng. He picked up the phone and began to contact the relevant authorities about the household registration. Hello, this is Old Song from the police station. I have several orphans here who need to go through adoption procedures. Yes, it's the same group of beggar children that appeared in Shuqing a few days ago. We've already solved the case. Yes, no need to congratulate me. Welfare home. No, these children are better off with us than with you. Going to your welfare home would be a hardship. Our police station will adopt these children ourselves. Just fax a few copies of your adoption certificate over, and we'll fill them in ourselves. A deputy director of a powerful bureau was so influential that he could even direct the powerless head of the Civil Affairs Bureau, who had no choice but to comply. Soon several adoption certificates with stamps affixed were faxed to Director Song's office. Director Song picked up his pen to fill in the children's names on the certificates, but found that they did not have official names. Only nicknames were recorded in the statements. Chen Feng saw Director Song hesitating with the pen in hand and understood what he was thinking. He asked the children, apart from Liang Wan, none of you have surnames. The children shook their heads. Chen Feng said, would you like to share the same surname as me? Let's all take the surname Chen, okay? Then he gave each child a name one by one. Ming, you can be called Chen Ming. Wadan Haozida Mei Xiao Lu, what do you want to be called? The children were clearly very interested in naming. Wadan thought for a long time, almost scratching his head off, but couldn't come up with a name he thought sounded good. He finally shook his head and said, Brother Chen Feng, you pick one for me. I want a name that sounds really powerful. Haozi then shouted beside him, me too. I want a name that sounds even more powerful than Wadan's. After the hell they had endured these days, the children were rescued by the seemingly formidable Chen Feng and developed a blind admiration for him. Naturally, they felt that if they were a bit more powerful, they wouldn't be bullied again, and power naturally had to start with the name. Chen Ming also wanted a powerful name, but he couldn't bear to part with the name his mother had given him before her death. He probably thought Rocket sounded very powerful, so he asked Chen Feng, can I be called Chen Powerful Rocket Ming? Chen Feng was almost charmed by this adorable child. The child's imagination was truly boundless. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, names can only have at most 3 characters. Only foreigners have such long names. You can be called Chen Jiaming, okay? Jian means the arrow of a rocket. Ming heard that this name contained both the powerful rocket and the Ming character his mother gave him, and he smiled happily. Wadan and Haozi also clamored, I want rocket too. No, I want cannon. Chen Feng couldn't imagine having a house full of weapons in the future, so he asked the 2 little girls, Demei Xiao Lu, what do you like to be called? Demei thought for a moment and said, I want to be called Pink Cute Little Princess. Xiao Lu's mouth was wide open, making sounds, and her mouthing seemed to say, I want to be a princess too. Chen Feng was once again overwhelmed by the children's boundless imagination. Boys dream of becoming strong men and girls dream of being princesses. Isn't that the nature of children at this age? Director Song couldn't help but smile at the children's unrestrained imagination. He first wrote, Chen Jianming, on the first certificate, then said to Wadan, your nickname is Wadan, right? I'll give you a very powerful name, okay? What do you think of Chen Xixin? Wadan didn't understand what Xixin meant. He was a bit unhappy. This naming skill was nowhere near Brother Chen Feng's level. But Chen Feng thought the name was good. He explained to Wadan, Uncle Police Officer gave you this name hoping you will become a virtuous and capable person. Xian means capable and powerful. Director Song, feeling that his naming ability had been affirmed, continued to coax Haozi, saying, how about Xisheng? Shi Xian and Xisheng mean hoping you can become as powerful as sages and worthies. People who are called sages and worthies are all extremely powerful. Although Haozi didn't quite understand hearing the police officer say, powerful, meant it must be powerful. Director Song then gave to Mei, who wanted to be a pink little princess, the name Chen Shifan, specifically telling her that Fen meant pink. Only then did Mei become happy. He gave Xiao Lu the name Chen Shihong, because Xiao Lu also wanted to be a little princess wearing a pink dress. At this point, Liang Hua became unhappy. You all have the surname Chen, and you all have she this and she that, he said. I want to have the surname Chen too, and I want she this and she that. Uncle Police Officer, give me a name too. Director Song was already addicted to naming. He felt he could open a naming company just for children. He thought for a moment and said, you can be called Chen Shiliang. I hope you can become a pillar of society. And Liang is also your previous surname. Liang Hua happily smiled after receiving his new name. But Ming Ming started crying again. I don't want Rocket anymore. I don't like Rocket. I want She too. She is much more powerful than Rocket. Chen Feng took charge of this name, sparing Director Song the trouble of thinking. He said to Ming Ming, then how about Chen Shiming? Director Song wrote down the children's new names on the certificates one by one. They now had a new life. After waving goodbye to their past, the future held nothing but hope for them. Chen Feng, holding the adoption certificate issued by Leader Song, drove several children to the town's police station to officially register their household registration. Chen Feng still drove that battered minivan, though Leader Song hadn't mentioned the Wuling Hongguang van, perhaps considering it unimportant. Chen Feng didn't have the audacity to ask Leader Song to help him get a driver's license. After all, he was a self-taught road hazard and couldn't bring himself to make such a request. He decided to find time to take the exam and maybe buy a car to take the kids out for fun. Chen Feng suddenly realized what was happening to him. Why was he starting to consider everything for these children? He wasn't even married, had never been in love, and yet he had already become a father figure. Soon they arrived at the police station. Since Leader Song had already arranged everything, the household registration pages were quickly issued. The children's household registration pages were all under Chen Feng's account, with the relationship to the householder listed as adopted son and adopted daughter. While driving home, Chen Feng joked with the children, "Look at your household registration pages. Do you know what you should call me now?" The children shook their heads and said, "We don't know, we can't read yet." "Brother Chen Feng, are you going to teach us to read and write?" Chen Feng felt a bit deflated. He said, "From now on, call me Godfather. Now that you have household registration under my account, you should call me Dad." "Not Dad, just Godfather will do." Chen Shifan, formerly known as the eldest sister, asked, "Why? Brother Chen Feng, you're not that old. Why do you want to be our dad?" The other children also looked puzzled. Chen Feng realized it was impossible to explain this to them and figured the generational title would just have to stay in the household registration. Chen Shiming suddenly asked Chen Feng, "Brother Chen Feng, can I become your apprentice? I want to learn the amazing martial arts you use to fight off the bad guys." The idea instantly ignited among the children. Xixi and Xixing Shiliang, the boys, clamored to learn as well, determined to surpass each other, and soon they were arguing over who would become the strongest. "I'll definitely be stronger than you." "You're wrong, I'm stronger." "None of you are as strong as me. I'm the strongest." Chen Feng almost laughed out loud. They hadn't even started learning yet, and already they were competing over who would be stronger. Truly the nature of children. But this suited Chen Feng's intentions perfectly. He had been looking for an excuse to elevate himself a generation above these children, otherwise being the king of kids felt awkward and improper. "Don't you two girls want to become strong?" Chen Feng asked Shihong and Shifan. Shihong nodded eagerly. But the blind Shifan silently lowered her head. After a moment she suddenly said, "Can I really? Those boys can't walk, but they can still learn martial arts. Shihong can't speak, but she can still learn. I'm blind, how can I learn?" Then she burst into tears. The little boys, who had felt so confident about their future strength, quickly comforted Shifan. Xixing said, "Big sister, don't cry. I'll protect you from now on. Don't worry, I'll be really strong." Shiming quickly chimed in, remembering Shifan's name. "Chen Shifan, I'll protect you. I'll definitely be stronger than Xixing." Shiliang and Xixian also joined the debate over who was stronger and who could protect Shifan. The noise inside the van nearly lifted the roof. Chen Feng hadn't expected these boys to be so lively. It was giving him a headache. He really wished they could all be as quiet as Shihong. Quiet. Suddenly Chen Feng heard a series of awe sounds. Oh my God! Shihong had joined the argument too. Could he even understand what she was saying? But Chen Feng's concern was unnecessary. Over their long time together, the children had grown not only in affection, but also in the ability to understand Shihong's tone and lip movements. Chen Feng finally decided to stop them, because if they kept arguing, his head would explode. He wondered how kindergarten or elementary school teachers survived. "All right, stop arguing. Shifan, trust me, I will cure your eyes. And your legs and Shihong's muteness. I will definitely heal all of you, so you can go to school healthy and learn martial arts from me." Chen Feng raised his voice to stop them first, then spoke warmly to the children, making his promise. The children knew they were already disabled and had given up hope of a cure, but Chen Feng's comforting words still made them very happy. Seeing their disbelief, Chen Feng added, "How about a bet? If I fail to cure you, you can keep calling me Brother Chen Feng. If I succeed, you'll call me Master." The children thought the bet didn't make much difference. It was just a title, so they agreed. Chen Feng dared to make such a bet mainly because the system had reminded him last night that the directional fishing function had been activated and one of the options was medicine. Chen Feng believed that the medicinal items from the barren realm would surely be far more effective than those on Earth. After all, even the pork there was tastier, and a random hawthorn could unblock one's meridians and improve physical fitness. So how could the medicines from the barren realm be inferior? Chen Feng drove the children to his restaurant first. It had been closed for business the day before. Actually, there had been a reservation for that day, but since Chen Feng was in Shu City all day, he called the customer, explained the situation, and asked them to choose another date. The customer chose this Sunday. That meant Chen Feng would have to prepare 2 tables of food on Sunday. But now he had 6 little helpers. They couldn't help with cooking, but they could handle washing vegetables and dishes. So preparing 2 tables wasn't difficult. Chen Feng even decided that once the children recovered, he could serve 2 tables simultaneously. Chen Feng settled the children on the 2nd floor to play, then went to buy fresh vegetables and cooked a meal for himself and the kids. After all, they had been busy all morning at the police station in Shu City, and everyone was hungry. Soon a few simple home-cooked dishes were brought up to the 2nd floor. As expected, the children devoured them, exclaiming at how delicious the food was. Before long, their bellies were round and full. The clamor of children at mealtime drew the attention of neighbors. As Chen Feng descended the stairs with empty plates to wash men, while the nosy neighbor once again loitered near Chen Feng's restaurant. However, this time, he and his wife no longer dared to trouble Chen Feng. In fact, because of Chen Feng's heroic actions during the recent bank robbery, Min Hua felt proud to be his neighbor, boasting to everyone about how formidable and remarkable his neighbor was, and how he had long recognized Chen Feng's potential and had supported him when he opened the restaurant. Such petty people always seek their own G-spot in the lives of others. Today, Chen Feng had driven his car back to the restaurant with several disabled children, and the noise upstairs now made Min Hua sense that Chen Feng had done something remarkable again. This was news, and he was determined to be the first to uncover it. As Chen Feng came down with the plates, Min Hua greeted him. "Xiao Feng, are you caring for disabled children today? These children are quite lively." Chen Feng had no intention of hiding the fact that he had adopted several children from his fellow villagers. After all, such matters could not be concealed in a close-knit rural community, nor could he fabricate a story claiming they were relatives, since everyone knew he was an orphan. Chen Feng said, "Brother Min, why you know I'm an orphan, so I sympathize with orphans. It just so happened that a few days ago the TV broadcast about child beggars led to the arrest of the traffickers. I contacted an acquaintance from the police station and adopted the children." Min Hua, being a villager, did not understand the intricacies involved, but he genuinely admired Chen Feng. Now that Xiao Feng had become a hero and had connections at the police station, he said, "Xiao Feng, I always knew you were a capable man. It's truly a blessing to be your neighbor. If you ever need any help, just let me know." Chen Feng found Min Hua's rapid change of face amusing. Just a few days ago, he had been scheming to take over the restaurant, and now he was wagging his tail. So Chen Feng teased, "I was actually thinking of moving my restaurant elsewhere to let you expand your grocery store. Didn't you mention that to me not long ago? I've been thinking it over, and it might not be a bad idea." Min Hua's face flushed red. "I was joking, just joking." Then he scurried back to his own shop. Today's catering guests were to arrive at noon. After Chen Feng finished cooking for them, he closed the restaurant and took the children back to his home in Chen Family Village. For there was a more important task awaiting Chen Feng: fishing for medicine to treat the children's injuries. After a hearty meal, the children grew drowsy. Back home, they crawled into the brand new quilts Chen Feng had bought for them and began their afternoon nap. Chen Feng also began his work. He summoned his dark iron fishing rod from the system and silently uttered, "I want to initiate targeted fishing." The system's synthesized voice responded, "Please select the fishing category." Then 3 options appeared in Chen Feng's mind: medicine, fruits and vegetables, and meat. Chen Feng felt that only medicine and fruits and vegetables were worth considering. Meat was merely a burden, as he had already mastered the method of fishing for black pigs, rendering it useless to him. Now Chen Feng naturally chose medicine. It was the most urgent need. "Please select the fishing area." Several options appeared. Tribal Shaman's Medicine Room consumes 1 exp. Family Herb Repository consumes 1 exp per cast. Insect Alchemy Chamber consumes 1 exp. Only the Tribal Shaman's Medicine Room was lit. The other two options were grayed out clearly because Chen Feng lacked sufficient experience to unlock those areas. Chen Feng couldn't help but worry if each cast consumed 1 exp. His experience wouldn't last many casts. After all, fishing for a black pig only cost him 100 exp per cast. The system then reminded him the fishing area is unlocked on a one-time basis. Once unlocked, subsequent casts in this area will not consume experience. So that was it. Chen Feng finally relaxed, having feared that his experience would be insufficient for the fishing he needed to do. For now, Chen Feng could only select the Tribal Shaman's Medicine Room. Shaman Medicine. The name alone sounded far less prestigious than the other two. It conjured images of primitive, unscientific practices, leaving one to only hope that it wouldn't kill anyone relying on shamanistic rituals. But Chen Feng had no choice. After making all the selections, the system fell silent, indicating there were no further instructions. All he had to do was cast his line and wait for something to bite. In a primitive tribe of the wildlands, an old man with a tall feathered headdress dressed in a long robe and animal skin was wiping various pottery jars and bottles inside a crude wooden hut, their contents unknown. Suddenly, a robust young man rushed to the door and shouted, "Great Shaman, the clan chief requests your presence to discuss the divine oracle." The great shaman in the animal skin robe set down a jar and said to the young man, "Watch over my shaman's medicine room. Don't let the children play around in here." The young man agreed and stood guard at the door, waiting for the great shaman's return. Suddenly, the sky changed color and a swirling vortex of black clouds appeared again in the heavens. The great shaman hurried toward the clan chief's wooden hut, shouting as he ran, "It's happening again." This was the same tribe from which Chen Feng had fished away the divine fruit. Since the last incident, the clan chief and the great shaman had interpreted the phenomenon as a divine oracle and resolved to understand the god's intentions through it. But Chen Feng's thoughts were beyond their comprehension. At that moment, the fishing hook pierced through the great shaman's medicine room, hooked ajar, and flew upward into the sky. The young man, staring at the unbelievable sight, stammered, "Great, they stole your medicine, hook." The great shaman and the clan chief rushed over, then sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to meditate on the divine oracle of Chen Feng's fishing hook. Back at the fish pond, Chen Feng gave a sharp tug on the rod. A crude pottery jar appeared on the hook. He wondered, wasn't I supposed to fish for shaman medicine? Why did I get a clay jar? He quickly retrieved the jar and opened the clay seal. This must be some kind of shaman medicine. When he opened it, he was shocked to find insects and snakes inside. "Congratulations, host. You have fished out the 5 poisons: centipede, venomous snake, scorpion, gecko, and toad." If the creatures weren't still alive, making him worry they might escape, he would have smashed the jar on the ground. If not for the fear that these snakes and insects might escape and bite the children, Chen Feng would have truly smashed that broken earthenware pot. What nonsense! Wasn't it supposed to be a witch's medicine? What kind of monstrous thing is this jar of poisonous insects? Can this cure illness? Truly primitive tribes rely on luck for healing. If eating these could actually cure diseases, that would be a miracle. But the system's recent prompt indicated that this item was obtained from the targeted fishing, which meant it must definitely be useful. Chen Feng simply didn't know how to use it. He recalled that the old barefoot doctor who once came to the village to treat patients had mentioned that the 5 poisons could be used in medicine, but he didn't know how to prepare them or what their effects were. Just as Chen Feng was worrying over the jar of poisonous insects, the system suddenly asked, "Host, do you require this system to provide instructions for use?" Oh heavens, Chen Feng had actually forgotten that the system could offer help. However, having dealt with the system for so long, he naturally understood its nature. This would certainly cost experience points. Chen Feng looked at his meager experience points, which had been nearly depleted by opening the tribal witch medicine room, and sighed. "Go ahead, how much this time?" Because the 5 poisons are relatively precious ingredients in the witch medicine room this time, after deducting 500 experience points, the system will provide the host with a full set of explanatory services. 500 for a full set of explanatory services. Although Chen Feng felt that fishing experience had no use other than leveling up, having it deducted so frequently by the system still pained his heart. After reluctantly paying the 500 experience points to the system explained to Chen Feng how to prepare the 5 poisons for medicinal use. Soak the scorpions and centipedes in wine, and after cleaning the snake gall and toad venom, soak them in wine as well. After the first 2 hours of soaking, each person should drink 1 liang, about 50 milliliters, once a day. This can gradually restore limb function. The deaf-mute little girl can eat a gecko tail raw, and she will gradually recover. The system did not explain the principle to Chen Feng, but he thought about it. Centipedes have so many legs, so drinking the soaked wine would surely cure leg problems. As for the other effects, he didn't know their efficacy. But can Shifen really regain her sight by drinking this medicine? There doesn't seem to be anything related to eyes in these ingredients. These medicines, when soaked in wine, can boost immunity, kill parasites, eliminate malnutrition, and reduce swelling and promote diuresis. The little girl's eyes are not damaged in terms of the eyeball nerves. There are only some blood scabs and decaying flesh. After taking the medicine, wash the eyes with clean water every day, and she will soon regain her sight. The system considerately provided Chen Feng with this explanatory service, guiding him through his confusion. So that's the case. Chen Feng thought that since he needed to soak the medicine in wine, he should use good wine. So he went to the tobacco and liquor store in the town and bought a case of 20-year wildest, which was the entire stock of the most expensive liquor in town. Thus Chen Feng cleared it all out. The liquor store owner was naturally delighted. This wine had been stored for a long time, and there was no demand for it in the town. He assumed Chen Feng bought it for his restaurant, since the customers who dined at Chen Feng's restaurant every day were people of considerable means. Drinking 20-year wildest was nothing to them. This single case of wine cost Chen Feng over 5,000 yuan. Although he felt a pang of regret, he thought that if it could cure these children, it would be much more economical than taking them to the hospital. Carrying the 20-year wildest, Chen Feng returned home. After processing the snake gall and toad venom, he found that he had no container large enough to hold an entire case of liquor. A case of 9 bottles meant 9 jin, about 4.5 kilograms of liquor, which required a large vat. Chen Feng didn't have anything like that at home. If he could just pour it into a wash basin. But the system informed Chen Feng that it needed to be sealed for soaking. Suddenly, he saw the extremely crude clay earthenware pot that he had fished out earlier. Perfect. Chen Feng placed the scorpion, centipedes, and the processed toad venom and snake gall into the clay pot, poured in the bottles of liquor, and then sealed the container with oilcloth. Now he just had to wait a few hours, and it would be ready. As for the gecko tail to be given to Shihong, the system said it must be cut off and eaten immediately. Too long a delay would affect the efficacy. After finishing his work, Chen Feng saw that the children had all woken up. He turned on the TV for them to watch cartoons, and then entered a state of cultivation himself. However, Chen Feng, who was looking after the children, could not easily enter a state of concentration. The children's noise and the fact that they kept glancing at him and asking what he was doing made him extremely annoyed. Chen Feng truly wished they would recover quickly so he could send them to school. Finally, at the appointed time, Chen Feng lifted the oilcloth from the clay pot. A strange odor rushed to his nose. He took 6 bowls and poured a little into each, about 1 liang, 50 milliliters, per bowl. Without any measuring container, he had to rely on his intuition. After pouring the 6 bowls, Chen Feng called the children. Come take your medicine. Once you take it, you'll get better. Upon hearing this, those who could run hurried over, while those who couldn't walk did their utmost to crawl along the wall. They were overjoyed. Chen Feng had promised to cure them, and they hadn't expected that after a nap the medicine would be ready. But when the children approached Chen Feng, they smelled a strange odor and became reluctant to drink. Chen Feng knew that within the rich aroma of liquor there was a strange smell that instinctively repelled people. So he said to the children, "Be good and drink the medicine. Your bodies will recover soon. Good medicine is bitter in the mouth." The boys were bolder. Shiming and Shiliang stepped forward, sniffed the concoction, and found that aside from the strange smell, it wasn't as bitter as they had imagined. So they picked up the bowls, tilted their heads back, and drank it all in one gulp. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. This was 20-year wildest, a 52-proof liquor that could catch fire with a lighter, and these 2 children had downed it in one go. They would surely become good drinkers in the future. But what Chen Feng saw next made him laugh. After Shiming swallowed a small bowl of liquor, her eyes quickly squeezed shut, and after a long moment she cried out, "Ah, spicy! Spicy! Hot and spicy!" Shiliang had the same expression, but as soon as it entered his mouth he spat it out, exclaiming how spicy it was. Chen Feng quickly said, "Drink it all. This medicine is very precious, it will definitely cure you." Only then did Shiliang reluctantly drink it little by little, but this only intensified the spiciness. However, under Chen Feng's watchful gaze, he dared not refuse. The other two boys, seeing that Shiming and Shiliang only felt the spiciness after drinking, bravely picked up their bowls to show off their courage in front of the two girls. Shixing declared loudly, "I love spicy food." Then he and Shixian also tilted their heads back and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing that the boys had all drunk, Shifan refused to be outdone and drank hers as well. Of course, their expressions did not disappoint Chen Feng. At this point, only Shi Hong had not drunk yet. Shifan said timidly, "This is too spicy. Can I add some sugar?" "No." Chen Feng refused. After Chen Feng rejected her request to add sugar, Shifan had no choice but to drink the medicinal wine mixed with 4 types of poison, looking wronged and pitiful. After she finished drinking, Chen Shiming, who had been the first to drink the medicinal wine, spoke up. "Brother Chen Feng, why does the sky seem to be spinning around?" So Brother Chen Feng is actually son Wukong. He has turned into 2 people now. The other children also noticed that the world had become blurry and spinning, and they began reporting to Chen Feng what they were seeing. Children simply have such low resistance to alcohol. It was only one big gulp, about 1/10 of a bottle of wine, and they already felt the world spinning around them. Chen Feng knew this too, but what he was concerned about was not whether the children were drunk or not, but whether the medicinal wine was effective. However, their current state was truly something Chen Feng had not anticipated. Shiming stumbled, her already unsteady legs gave way, and she was about to fall. Chen Feng quickly caught her and carried the other wobbling children to the bed. It seemed they would have to wait until these children sobered up to know if it was effective. However, one thing that comforted Chen Feng was that these children would finally be quiet for a few hours. After Chen Feng settled the children, some of the boys called out again. This time what they were exchanging was, "Brother Chen Feng, my leg itches, I want to scratch it." "Brother Chen Feng, I itch too." Unexpectedly, the medicine worked so quickly. Itching, according to the village's saying, meant the flesh was growing back. Could it be that bones healing also cause itching? Hold on for a moment, this means you are healing. Once the itching stops, you'll be fine. Chen Feng comforted the children, then asked, "Where does it itch?" The boys all pointed to their fractured legs and said it was there. Shifan, however, analyzed quite rationally, "My eyes itch, I really want to rub them. It seems all of us itch where we were injured. It looks like we really are getting better. It seems girls can hold their liquor a bit better than boys." She could still speak a complete sentence, while the other boys, besides being able to express their basic needs, were all speaking drunken nonsense. What children say after drinking too much is neither drunken gibberish nor nonsense, but rather fairy tales. They would talk about itching, then say they saw Sun Wukong, then say the Transformers were scratching their itches. It truly amused Chen Feng. But at this moment, Shifan's eyes itched so badly she could no longer resist the urge to rub them. She asked Chen Feng pleadingly, "Can I rub my eyes, Brother Chen Feng?" Chen Feng looked at Shifan's eyes that were previously just balls of flesh, now seeming slightly red, and didn't know what to do. The system suddenly spoke. "Quickly prepare a basin of water around 37 degrees Celsius and wash her eyes. The rotting flesh in her eyes is falling off right now." Chen Feng quickly poured some boiling water from the thermos and mixed it with some cold water. After checking the temperature, he brought it to Shifan. "Shifan, big sister. Listen to me, don't rub your eyes with your hands, they have bacteria. Your eyes are healing right now and are prone to infection. I've brought you a basin of water, wash your eyes with it." Shifan quickly found the position of the basin and buried her head in the water, beginning to wash both her eyes. The 2 fleshy masses that were originally where her eyeballs should be after being washed had some sticky flesh debris peeling off from them. The outline of eyeballs could be faintly seen. During the washing, Shifan suddenly felt a ray of light enter her eyes. She exclaimed joyfully, "Light! I see light." She then scrubbed her eyes even more frantically with the clean water. Seeing her washing the fleshy masses in her eye sockets so intensely, Chen Feng quickly stopped her. "Don't rush. What did you see? Tell me." Shifan finally lifted her head. Light, I can see light now, but I still can't see anything, only feel the brightness. Chen Feng continued asking, does your eye still itch? Chen Feng said in amazement, no more itching. Chen Feng thought to himself that the medicine had worked so quickly. Just removing a bit of rotting flesh allowed Chen Feng to regain her sight. A few more doses of the medicinal wine, and she would be able to see completely. Then don't rub them for now. Wait until the next time you drink the medicine to wash your eyes. Trust me, it won't be long before you can see. Chen Feng nodded obediently upon hearing Chen Feng's words. When the other boys saw how quickly Chen Feng was recovering, they became filled with hope for their own legs. However, they were still dizzy from the alcohol and soon fell into a deep sleep. Although Shi Hong felt a bit dizzy, she didn't feel any itching. She only felt a strange, comfortable sensation throughout her body. She gestured at Chen Feng with ah sounds. Only then did Chen Feng suddenly remember that Shi Hong was in good health. She just couldn't speak. But drinking this medicine probably wouldn't do her any harm either. She should be eating that gecko's tail instead. Chen Feng quickly took out the gecko that had been temporarily stored in the system. The system couldn't store objects, but when Chen Feng was putting the wine in the clay pot, he was worried the gecko would have nowhere to stay and would run away. So he hooked the gecko's tail on the dark iron fishing rod and stored them together in the system. After taking the gecko down, Chen Feng grabbed the gecko's body and waved its swaying tail before Shi Hong. Come, Shi Hong, here's a piece of meat for you. Upon hearing the keyword meat, Shi Hong, who had already passed out drunk, mumbled dizzily, meat, I want meat too. Meat is delicious. I must work hard to earn money to eat chicken legs. Chen Feng initially found his drunken babbling amusing, but upon hearing the latter part, he felt a pang in his heart. He never expected the children were working so hard just to eat a chicken leg. Shi Hong looked at the swaying tail and instinctively wanted to refuse this piece of meat that seemed to still be alive. Chen Feng said, eat this and your tongue will grow back. Don't believe me? Look. He then held up the gecko for Shi Hong to see and continued, what I want you to eat is the gecko's tail. Geckos are super amazing. When we eat their tail, the gecko's tail will grow back in no time. If you eat the gecko's tail, you'll be able to grow your tongue back, just like a gecko. Shi Hong stared at Chen Feng with disbelief, clearly not believing that a gecko's tail could grow back after being bitten off. Chen Feng continued to encourage Shi Hong. If you don't believe me, bite off its tail. If it doesn't grow back, I'll buy you a Barbie doll. Tempted by the Barbie doll, Shi Hong closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Chen Feng yanked the gecko's tail and stuffed it into Shi Hong's mouth. Feeling what seemed like a still-moving foreign object in her mouth, Shi Hong didn't dare chew and simply swallowed it down. When she opened her eyes, she quickly looked at the tailless gecko in Chen Feng's hand. The little gecko had just had its tail yanked off and had already grown a new pinkish little tip, just like the tip of a tongue that she would soon grow back. Several children planned to wait until they sobered up before teaching them the Chaoyuan art, so that they could truly become powerful. Chen Feng took out the medicine he had prepared. After taking it, the children quickly fell into a drunken stupor, but the phenomenon before they passed out indicated that the medicine had a miraculous effect. Chen Feng could actually see light now, while the others only felt an intense itching, which was also a sign that their bodies were being repaired. This made Chen Feng extremely delighted. It seemed that the experience points he had spent were not given to the system in vain. Their disabilities would truly be cured. Chen Feng began revising the notes he had copied while studying the Chaoyuan art, intending to rewrite the obscure technique in simple language that Earth children could understand. He himself had only managed to learn it quickly thanks to the various annotations provided by the system. The system's explanations and annotations on the barbarian realm were all stored in Chen Feng's mind, and he would need to spend a long time explaining these basic concepts to the children before they could begin gathering qi. Fortunately, Chen Feng had already fully mastered this knowledge, so summarizing it was quite simple. After several days of training, his true qi had become increasingly condensed, and his understanding of the Chaoyuan art had reached a substantial level. When the children woke up, Chen Feng said to them, "Play on your own for a while. If you want to watch TV, watch TV. If you want to go outside, go ahead. Just don't wander off. When I come back in the evening, I'll teach you martial arts." The children immediately scattered like birds, some watching TV, some playing in the yard. Seeing the children having so much fun and not disturbing him, Chen Feng began his cultivation. Over the next week, Chen Feng taught the children the Chaoyuan art in the mornings, went to the restaurant to cook at noon, and spent the afternoons fishing and administering medicine to the children, keeping himself extremely busy. Fortunately, with the help of the 5 poisonous medicinal wine, the children's bodies were recovering rapidly. Several boys could now limp around the ground, and it was estimated that they would fully recover in another week. As for Zhe, she could already see things, though her eyesight was still somewhat lacking. However, her vision was continuously improving, and it seemed she would recover in just a few days. The most miraculous was Hong. Over the past week, she had forced herself to endure the nausea and eat the gecko's tail every time. Her tongue had actually grown back a short segment, and she could now speak with a slur. However, ever since Hong could talk, she had become the most talkative of them all, as if she wanted to say in one day what she hadn't been able to say for months. Her mouth never stopped except when eating or sleeping. Every 2 days, the targeted fishing would yield some medicinal herbs for nourishing the body. With the system's help, Chen Feng decocted these nourishing herbs into Chinese medicinal soup, which they drank together with the medicinal wine every day, greatly enhancing their physical fitness. These 7 or 8-year-old children now possessed the strength of adults. But this was far from enough. If they could complete qi gathering and learn to use true qi, they would easily defeat any adult. However, the children's cultivation progress was extremely slow, probably due to their lack of education. They had difficulty understanding the basic concepts of the barbarian realm, and as a result, none of them had yet succeeded in gathering qi. But Chen Feng did not scold them for their slow progress. Instead, he patiently and meticulously answered all their questions about cultivation. Meanwhile, in the primitive tribe of the barbarian realm, the once prosperous tribe was now weakened because the shaman's medicine room was running out of medicinal herbs. Some people who returned injured from hunting could not be treated and could only recover slowly, leading to a temporary decline of the tribe. However, the loss of the medicinal herbs was classified as a secret by the great shaman and the chief. No one was allowed to discuss the whirlpool formed by the clouds in the sky or the hook-like object they had seen. At that moment, the great shaman and the chief were discussing the matter in the shaman's room. The burly man dressed in a white tiger hide asked the great shaman, "Great shaman, the whirlpool in the clouds descends every 2 days, each time taking the medicinal herbs from our tribe's medicine room. If this continues, the young men who go out hunting and the warriors who fight for prey with other tribes will receive no treatment. Our tribe will gradually lose its young labor and combat strength. At this rate, we are doomed." The great shaman stroked his gray beard and said, "Chief, after many years of communicating with the heavens, I feel this is a divine punishment. Our actions may have angered the gods, and they are taking our tribe's medicinal herbs to punish us. We should perform a sacrifice to the gods. During the ritual, I will strive to communicate with the divine will to appease the gods' anger." The chief firmly believed in the great shaman's words and asked, "What do we need to do for this sacrifice?" This was the great shaman's expertise. He continued stroking his beard and said, "Usually we sacrifice cattle, sheep, and slaves from other tribes, but these may no longer satisfy the enraged gods. We need to offer some rare treasures." Rare treasures. The chief rubbed his thick stubble and pondered. A tribe of this size surely had some rare treasures, but he didn't know what kind the gods would like. So he asked the great shaman, "What kind of rare treasures would the gods like?" The great shaman answered firmly, "It must be extremely rare medicinal herbs to appease the gods' anger." Since medicinal herbs had been lost every day, the shaman was certain that the god must be very fond of medicinal herbs. The chief suddenly remembered that 3 generations ago the former chief had left behind a divine medicine gifted by the Vajra god. The previous chief had said that it could be given to several children during a time of life and death for the tribe, and the tribe would surely be revived. But the chief felt that this was indeed a time of life and death. As for giving it to the children, it was far more convenient to offer it directly to the gods. Giving it to the gods would immediately eliminate the calamity, so there would be no need to be destroyed and wait for several children to revive the tribe. The chief could clearly weigh the importance of the matter. So they decided to hold a sacrifice 2 days later. The offerings would include cattle, sheep, and livestock, along with the divine medicine given by the Vajra god. In fact, this divine medicine was a gift from a senior who had once entered the Vajra sect from the tribe. It was quite effective in enhancing physical strength and accelerating one's perception and chi gathering speed. It was a pill suitable for the entry-level disciples of the Vajra sect, and it was not particularly rare among the inner disciples of the sect. 2 more days passed, and finally the time came for that primitive tribe to prepare for their sacrificial ceremony. At this moment, Chen Feng, after yet another failed attempt to teach the children to gather qi, felt that they might lack the talent for this path. Henceforth their journey would be theirs to walk alone. Chen Feng truly never expected that he himself had succeeded in gathering qi overnight, yet after nearly 10 days of practice these children still showed no sign of progress within their bodies. Not only was Chen Feng somewhat disheartened, but the children's feelings were naturally easy to imagine when they had made no progress in cultivation after so many days. Chen Feng also secretly asked the system, which replied that it depended on each individual's talent, as the children were not hosts of the system, so it could not discern their aptitude. However, in the Manhuang realm, some people needed a few days, some needed months to gather qi, and some could never succeed in their entire lives. Someone like Chen Feng, who gathered qi overnight, was virtually unheard of. Flattered by the system, Chen Feng felt relieved. After all, he had taught the children the method. Whether they could cultivate in the future would depend on their own talent and effort. After these 10 or so days of treatment, the children had actually recovered completely. The lame now ran swiftly, the mute now spoke fluently, and the blind's eyesight had mostly recovered, though they still had slight myopia. As there had been no further improvement in recent days, it seemed this was the best they could get. All they needed was a pair of glasses. The medicinal wine was also running low. Chen Feng had never fished up that set of 5 poisons again, and he supposed that even in the primitive tribes of the Manhuang realm these items were quite precious. After that, what he fished up were various herbs, rare treasures, and exotic fruits. The children's physical fitness had greatly improved after eating them, but none were as effective as the divine fruit resembling a hawthorn that Chen Feng had eaten earlier. Chen Feng decided to make one last targeted fishing session at the witch medicine room, because these children would no longer see any improvement in their physique from eating more of these herbs. This was evident from their current alcohol tolerance. The first time they drank the medicinal wine, they immediately felt dizzy and disoriented, but now the boys had even started sneaking sips from the jar whenever Chen Feng was away. The reason they secretly drank was, of course, not just because it could cure illness. After they learned it was alcohol, they began competing to show off their manhood. These children would surely become drunkards when they grew up. However, because of this, their bodies healed faster. Little did he know what consequences his 5 fishing sessions over the past 10 days had brought to that primitive tribe, nor could he ever learn of them. If Chen Feng knew that these ignorant yet adorable primitive people actually intended to find rare medicinal herbs to offer as sacrifices to him, he would probably laugh with joy. This was simply a godsend. As usual, Chen Feng chose the witch medicine room, cast his fishing rod into the pond, and began his targeted fishing. The children had grown accustomed to Chen Feng's fishing antics. Over the past few days they had seen him pull all sorts of strange medicinal herbs and fruits from the pond, and give them to eat. Out of curiosity, some children even jumped into the pond to search for the strange things they had eaten, but found nothing but water and fish. Chen Feng never explained to them why he could fish these things out of the pond. Of course the children had asked, but he simply lied, saying there was a secret chamber inside filled with all kinds of medicinal treasures, and only the person with the highest martial arts could open it. "When you surpass me, you can open this secret chamber," he said. This lie motivated the children to cultivate even harder. However, Chen Feng now summoned the fishing rod more carefully. He always locked himself alone in the empty storage room before summoning the rod from the system. After taking the rod out, Chen Feng would also lock the door. Because Chen Feng simply couldn't fabricate a story to explain how the rod appeared out of thin air, he guessed they would truly think he was Sun Wukong, and the rod was his golden cudgel, which he hid inside his ear. The moment Chen Feng cast his rod, a whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the pond. At the same time, a vortex formed by dark clouds appeared in the sky above the tribe in the Manhuang realm. A group of primitives clad in animal skins, led by the great shaman and the tribal chief, began kowtowing fervently toward the swirling dark clouds in the sky. These primitives were truly earnest. They knocked their heads so hard that blood flowed, yet they did not stop. Then the great shaman suddenly stood up, holding a staff made of withered vines, and began to wave and dance. If Chen Feng had witnessed this scene, he would have marveled that the profession of shamanic dancing indeed had a long heritage. For some unknown reason, the fishhook that was originally flying toward the witch medicine room suddenly changed direction and flew toward the place pointed by the shaman's staff. It was a wooden box inside which was the divine medicine said to have been bestowed by the Vajra god, which had been passed down through the primitive tribe. After the hook lifted the wooden box, the shaman began chanting some unintelligible words and then jumped up. Finally, the hook carried the wooden box away from this world, and the dark cloud vortex gradually dissipated. A burst of cheers erupted among the primitive tribe. They hugged each other and rejoiced, believing that the celestial god had accepted their gift and would no longer vent his anger upon them. They were as happy as if they had just survived the apocalypse. Still, their celebration of having survived the god's wrath was not misplaced, for Chen Feng indeed intended to fish for witch medicine for the last time. These days had truly terrified the primitives. If Chen Feng knew, he would secretly feel deep remorse for his actions, as he was afraid of being torn apart by these primitives. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the ultra-rare body-tempering pill from the tribe's witch medicine room through targeted fishing. For acquiring an ultra-rare item, you have received an additional 300 experience points. The moment Chen Feng pulled the box out of the pond, the system's prompt arrived as expected. Wasn't targeted fishing not supposed to give experience? Why did it give so much this time? It had already recouped the cost of unlocking the witch medicine room. After savoring the pleasure of gaining experience, Chen Feng finally reacted. What was the body-tempering pill? What was it for? The name alone suggested it was not something that could be produced in the witch medicine room. No wonder it was an ultra-rare item. Chen Feng took the box off the hook and opened it. Inside was an unremarkable-looking pill. At that moment, the pill's description appeared in Chen Feng's mind: body-tempering pill, which can enhance physical constitution and strength, as well as accelerate one's perception and the speed of gathering qi. This was absolutely perfect for the children at their current stage. But there was only one pill. How should he distribute it? Of course, a single pill could not be divided among 6 children. Such a simple elementary math problem could hardly stump Chen Feng, a bright student with a middle school education. Chen Feng directly dissolved the pill in water, divided it into 6 portions, and called the children over to drink it. The body-tempering pill dissolved quickly in water, turning into a pool of black viscous liquid that resembled the filth Chen Feng had secreted after consuming the red divine fruit, though it was far less odorous. The children instinctively recoiled at the strange pasty substance, but as soon as Chen Feng said it was medicine, they all poured the thick black liquid into their mouths. Having been rescued by Chen Feng and having their disabilities cured with various strange methods, these children now held an unwavering faith in everything he said. Chen Feng watched the children consume the medicine, observing their expressions closely, but found no particular reaction. Could it be that the effect was different from that of the divine fruit from that day? Little did Chen Feng know how rare that divine fruit truly was. "Do you feel anything?" he asked, anxiously staring at the children. The children shook their heads, indicating nothing unusual, which left Chen Feng deeply puzzled. What Chen Feng did not realize was that when he had consumed the divine fruit, he was already an adult, his body filled with impurities, and his meridians fully formed, hence the pain and intense itching. The body-tempering pill, on the other hand, was a mild medicine intended for novice disciples of the Vajra sect, its potency far gentler than that of the divine fruit. Moreover, the children were young with few impurities in their bodies, so the medicine could be expelled naturally through metabolism without causing itching. Their bodies were at the perfect age for cultivation, their meridians highly malleable, thus no pain ensued. If Chen Feng had known that cultivating a decade earlier would have spared him the torment of that night's pain and itching, one could only wonder what he would have thought. But Chen Feng had no way of knowing. He was simply consumed by self-reproach for his cleverness in dissolving the pill with water and giving it to the children. This was a divine medicine that had granted 300 experience points the moment it was caught. He had diluted it with water, and surely the water had destroyed its medicinal properties, leaving the children with no effect at all. That must be the only explanation. Chen Feng waved his hand in frustration and told the children to go practice cultivation on their own. The precious pill wasted, he was so heartbroken that he could not even enter a meditative state. His mind began to wander. Perhaps he suffered from a lack of education. The children still could not gather qi successfully. Maybe his explanations were not profound enough, but if he made them too deep, they would not understand. He wondered if it might have been better to send them to school earlier. After all, they were of school age. How could they not attend school? Previously it was because their bodies had not healed, so he had kept them home. Now that their bodies were fully recovered, it was time to send them to school. Should he ask the retired teacher Li from the village to give the children some tutoring? Would they fall behind if they joined the class midway? Deciding to act, Chen Feng went to teacher Li's house at the north end of the village. Ever since the village school was closed and the children all went to the town school, teacher Li had been idle at home, eventually opening a voluntary preschool to look after the kids of parents who needed to work in the fields, teaching them simple pinyin and basic arithmetic. Chen Feng bought some pastries and eggs from the village shop and carried them to teacher Li's house. He realized he hadn't visited teacher Li for a year or two. Back when he had dropped out of school, teacher Li had offered to pay for his education. But Chen Feng had declined, citing the closure of the school, teacher Li's loss of job, and his own family's modest circumstances. Many village children never finished their schooling, so there was no need to put teacher Li to such expense. Thus Chen Feng tucked 100 yuan under the pastries as a token of gratitude. Teacher Li busy as always. Chen Feng stepped into teacher Li's yard where several children were playing on a rusty old slide. Teacher Li was pointing at a small blackboard with some pinyin, teaching the children to read. Xiao Feng, what brings you here today? I saw in the newspaper how accomplished you've become. Teacher Li greeted him warmly. Seeing Chen Feng, he immediately turned to the children and said, "This is the Chen Feng I've been telling you about. I was his teacher." A mischievous boy made a face at teacher Li. "Old Li, you liar. You've been saying brother Chen Feng was your student, but how come you don't know Kung Fu? I saw on TV. Uncle Chen Feng is amazing." The boy ran to Chen Feng and tugged at him. "Brother Chen Feng, show us your Kung Fu." Chen Feng recognized the boy as his neighbor Uncle Zhang's grandson. He put on a stern face. "You must call him teacher Li, not old Li. If I hear you disrespect him again, I'll tell Uncle Zhang to spank you." Frightened by Chen Feng's words, the boy fell silent. Chen Feng addressed the now quiet children. "Teacher Li was my first teacher. He is not only my teacher, but yours and your father's teacher as well. He didn't teach me how to fight, but he taught me the principles of life, what is right and what is wrong. We must respect teacher Li. The next time I see anyone disrespecting teacher Li, I'll spank you until your bottoms are red." Hearing this, teacher Li was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, and he choked with emotion. Chen Feng then stated the purpose of his visit. He explained that he had made some money running a restaurant, and being an orphan himself had adopted several orphans. He planned to send them to the town school, but feared they would fall behind if they joined midterm, so he wanted them to study with teacher Li for a while before transferring. Teacher Li was even more stirred upon hearing this. He had never imagined he would raise such a virtuous child who, upon becoming prosperous, thought first of adopting orphans. Without a moment's hesitation, teacher Li agreed. "Xiao Feng, you are truly a good man. I will teach these children well, you can rest assured." Chen Feng put down the pastries and eggs with the money hidden inside. "Teacher Li, I know you teach voluntarily. Let me bring you some eggs and pastries as a small token of my respect." Teacher Li accepted the offerings. It was not uncommon for parents to bring some food to the teacher in appreciation. It was normal for parents to buy some snacks and eggs for teacher Li, who provided free preschool education. However, despite his age, teacher Li's eyesight was still sharp. He immediately noticed the stack of 100 yuan bills beneath the snacks and asked, "Xiao Feng, what are you doing?" Chen Feng said, "This is a small token of my appreciation for your past teachings. Please accept it." Teacher Li picked up the stack of money and tried to hand it back to Chen Feng, but Chen Feng quickly declined and left teacher Li's house. Holding the stack of money, teacher Li did not know what to do. He could only sigh and say, "Ah, this child. He is truly a good kid." Before Chen Feng even reached home, he heard the noise of the children at the doorstep. These kids were really troublesome. He had only been gone for half an hour telling them to cultivate peacefully, yet they had started playing again. Before pushing the door open, Chen Feng put on a stern face, ready to scold them, preparing them for the daily reprimands they would face from teachers when they eventually went to school. But the moment he pushed the door open, he found several children gathered around the fish pond, not knowing what they were doing. When Chen Feng quietly walked over, he found the children encircling Xi Meng, who was holding a brick in her hand about to punch it with her fist. Xi Hong said from the side, "Xi Meng, hurry up. Xi Xian and Xi Sheng have already broken theirs. Only you and Xi Liang are left." Chen Feng then noticed that there was already a pile of broken bricks at the children's feet. Could it be that these children had broken them all? Although their physical fitness had been greatly enhanced by some nourishing medicines, even comparable to an adult man's physique, breaking bricks with bare hands was not something an ordinary adult man could do. Xi Meng held the half-brick in her left hand, gathered strength in her right hand, and swung a punch at the brick in her left hand. The punch carried a hint of wind, and with a sharp crack, the brick in her left hand shattered into pieces. Chen Feng recalled the scene of his first day of cultivation when he had shattered a blue stone with a single punch. Could it be that these children had already succeeded in gathering qi? Only true qi could unleash such powerful force. However, since the children had not yet gathered qi, Chen Feng had not taught them how to channel and use qi. How had they figured it out? At that moment, Chen Feng saw Xi Liang actually pulling a brick from the wall of the toilet ready to test his own strength. Chen Feng quickly stopped him, for if he didn't, his house might be torn down by these mischievous children within a few days. "What are you doing? Are you guys performing street juggling acts, or are you planning to tear down our house?" The children trembled in fear upon hearing Chen Feng's voice. Turning around, they found him standing behind them with a stern face. Xi Hong then said, "Brother Chen Feng, right after you left we started cultivating. Before long we discovered that we had successfully gathered qi." Although Chen Feng had anticipated this outcome, he was still somewhat incredulous. In just half an hour, all 6 children had succeeded in gathering qi. So this was the effect of that pill. He had never expected that the body-tempering pill could have such miraculous effects. But this still didn't explain how they could use true qi to shatter bricks with a single punch. Chen Feng continued with a straight face. "And then, what about these bricks?" Xi Fen lowered her head and admitted her mistake. "Brother Chen Feng, it's all my fault. After we gathered qi, we didn't know how to use it. I happen to know a few characters, so I secretly took a look at your notebook. I learned how to use true qi and then taught the others." With this explanation, Chen Feng understood, but they still hadn't explained the matter of the bricks. Without speaking, Chen Feng continued to sweep his sharp gaze over the children. Xi Xian then stepped forward and said, "I was wrong, Brother Chen Feng. I wanted to find something to test, so I pried a brick from the toilet." Admitting mistakes was the mark of a good child. So pretending to be stern was really tiring. Chen Feng finally relaxed his expression and said, "It's great that you can admit your mistakes and correct them. You are all good children. Now that you have gathered qi, you have stepped onto the path of cultivation. Now if you take me as your master, I will teach you how to circulate and refine your true qi. If you don't, then just behave obediently and study hard, and you will still become formidable." As for the meridian charts for circulating qi and refining the meridians, Chen Feng's drawing skills were truly lacking, so he hadn't drawn them in the notebook. They were all in his mind anyway. Even if these children had looked at his notebook, they couldn't have learned because the important meridian charts were missing. The children had naturally long been prepared to take him as their master. They all knelt down, kowtowed, and called out, "Master." Chen Feng smiled and nodded. "I don't have many rules here. From now on, just call me Master instead of Brother Chen Feng. Remember to respect seniority, understood? You will be ranked by age. Xi Fen is the eldest disciple, Xi Meng is the second, Xi Xian is the third, followed by Xi Liang, Xi Hong, and Xi Sheng." The children nodded. "Yes, Master." In fact, they had already secretly sworn brotherhood in front of the fish pond, imitating what they had seen on TV. The order Chen Feng had set was exactly the same as their own. Chen Feng was very pleased to see the children so well-behaved and obedient, not arguing over rank. He then continued, "Now that you have taken me as your master, I will set a few rules. First, do not fight or use force arbitrarily. We have martial arts not to bully others. If I find anyone fighting or bullying others, I will send them back to the human traffickers." Hearing the word traffickers, the children recalled the nightmare of those months and trembled in fear. Chen Feng was satisfied with their reaction, for one must have a sense of awe in life. He then added, "When we encounter danger or when others are in danger, we can use martial arts to save ourselves and others. But we must also be careful about the force we use. Don't kill anyone." Although the children didn't fully understand, they nodded. Chen Feng continued, Next, I plan to take you to find a teacher. During the day, you will study with the teacher, and at night, I will teach you cultivation. After about half a month of study, I will take you to enroll in the town school." Hearing that they could finally go to school, the children jumped up with joy. Because of their martial arts training, they really did jump 3 feet high. Chen Feng felt it necessary to have Teacher Li first teach them the 8 honors and 8 disgraces and the core socialist values. Establishing a correct worldview outlook on life and values was the most important thing. After all, they were people with extraordinary power. Having been exposed to the darkest aspects of society for a long time, their hearts inevitably bore some abnormalities. For instance, their current boundless worship of power was an abnormal manifestation. This needed guidance. The children needed to establish correct values outlook on life and worldview. Over the following week, the children received remedial tutoring at Teacher Li's home for the first-grade coursework they had missed. After Teacher Li simply taught them some basic pinyin and arithmetic, she had Chen Feng take the children away, as they were now ready to take the elementary school entrance exam. During that week, Chen Feng had already contacted the town's elementary school, and soon he enrolled the children there. At last, the children began their long-awaited academic journey. Because he needed to take care of the children, Chen Feng's restaurant no longer operated, as before, serving only 1 meal a day and closing right after. Now he kept it open for both lunch and dinner. He had to wait for the children to return from school to eat at the restaurant. The children were very sensible and helped Chen Feng with tasks they could manage, such as carrying dishes and washing bowls. With the children's help, Chen Feng found himself with more free time. Since he had to stay at the restaurant to wait for the children to come and go from school, he decided to serve 2 tables for both lunch and dinner, making it 4 tables in total each day. This meant he would earn 4 times as much money as before. However, the expenses for these children over the past few days had already begun to trouble Chen Feng. Although elementary school under compulsory education required no tuition fees, various learning aids still needed to be purchased. For a family with only 1 child, such costs would hardly be noticeable. But Chen Feng was raising 6 children, and every expenditure exceeded the denomination of a large banknote. This naturally made Chen Feng's heart ache. Fortunately, since the children helped with serving dishes and cleaning, adding an extra table or 2 didn't cause much trouble. Chen Feng knew full well that his original rule of serving only 1 table a day was due to his own laziness and inability to handle more. Now that he had help, opening several tables was no longer a challenge. Of course, although the children spent their days either in class or helping at the restaurant, their cultivation did not suffer in the slightest. Instead, it steadily improved. This made Chen Feng somewhat anxious. After all, he had only been cultivating for about 10 days longer than the children. If he didn't work harder, they might surpass him, which would be a great embarrassment. Thus, Chen Feng devoted himself even more diligently to his cultivation. One day, Chen Feng found time to call Chen Wan at the television station, asking her to help publicize the new rules of his restaurant. Naturally, he chose the cheapest option, scrolling text advertisements. And so an advertisement began scrolling across the top of the TV screen. Good news. Good news. Meat. The restaurant's trial operation has ended. The previous rule of 1 table per day is now changed to 4 tables per day, 2 tables per meal. Welcome all old and new customers to come and taste. The scrolling text advertisements on Shu City television had a solid audience base. Any cable TV user in Shu City would see the scrolling text at the top of the screen, no matter which channel they watched. As a result, a large crowd showed up at Chen Feng's restaurant that very lunchtime. This time, however, Chen Feng canceled the reservation system, adopting a first-come, first-served policy since there were only 2 tables. The reason he canceled reservations was that he disliked having commitments hanging over his head. If something unexpected came up, he would have to apologize to the customers. It was extremely troublesome. The last time, because he had to rescue the children, he delayed cooking for a customer, and Chen Feng felt guilty for a long time. The customer had made a reservation well in advance, yet Chen Feng still let them down. Without reservations, people now often began lining up outside Chen Feng's restaurant long before meal times. On the first day after the advertisement, customers arrived at the usual meal times to grab seats. On the second day, they started queuing at around 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. By the third day, it had become even more frantic. Chen Feng had just sent the children to school at 8 in the morning, And when he returned to the restaurant, people were already lining up inside. Good heavens! Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel. Were these people all insane? Although he wasn't entirely surprised by the response, having people show up at 8 in the morning to queue for lunch was simply outrageous. Finally, Chen Feng decided to set a time window. Any queuing before 1130 m. or 530 p.m. would not count. However, this led to another situation. Everyone arrived at the restaurant before the designated times, filling the entire street with cars. As soon as the clock struck the appointed hour, they scrambled out of their vehicles and sprinted toward Chen Feng's restaurant, racing against time. This fervor was comparable to athletes competing in a sprint. Truly, life was not easy. Just to get a meal, one had to start practicing sprinting. If not for the children maintaining order, it was hard to imagine how chaotic the restaurant would have become. These adults, all focused on whether they could secure a table, never noticed that the children maintaining order possessed an extraordinary strength capable of holding back the rush of adults and keeping the situation under control. Those at the front of the line paid no attention, while those at the back, dejected, were even less inclined to notice. Fortunately, with the children present, no serious conflicts erupted. Still, some people, frustrated by failing to get a seat, would argue with the lucky first and second place winners, accusing them of pushing them back, or they would curse under their breath. The children always stepped in immediately to calm these adults and reason with them. These adults, firstly, could not bring themselves to vent their anger on children over such trivial matters, and secondly, having to be taught simple logic by kids was a blow to their pride. They could only resolve to train harder and try again next time. Before long, being able to secure a meal at Chen Feng's restaurant became a symbol of physical fitness among the wealthy circles of Shu City. After all, in the world of the rich, once they had money, they naturally desired good health, so everyone focused on sports and fitness. Thus, Chen Feng's restaurant turned into a testing ground for these affluent individuals to assess their own physical condition. Some wealthy people didn't even care about eating. They simply came for the exercise. If they managed to grab a table, they treated it as a reward. If they failed, they would make plans with friends to try again next time. That evening, 2 customers who had secured tables called their friends to invite them to dine. They had invited friends on the spur of the moment because they were worried they might not get a table otherwise. Before long, their respective friends had all taken their seats. Each ordered a few dishes and brought out their own liquor to drink and feast. In Shu City, being able to treat friends, superiors, or elders to a meal at Chen Feng's restaurant was a matter of great prestige. Naturally, they drank the finest vintage wines they had been saving. That evening, Wang Wei had finally managed to snag a seat and called a few of his buddies to come savor the renowned restaurant in town together. Although he was not exactly wealthy, after his ex-girlfriend broke up with him, he took out a loan to buy a second-hand semi-trailer truck and hauled, or from the mine in the front mountain. Without the burden of a family, he would spend about 25 days a month in the truck, and within less than 2 years he had paid off the hundreds of thousands in loans. So now that he had just paid off his loan, he made a special trip to taste the dishes at Chen Feng's restaurant and called a few friends he hadn't really kept in touch with over the past 2 years. But today, at this very restaurant, he saw his ex-girlfriend, the one who had left him years ago because she thought Wang Wei was too poor. Because over the past 2 years, Wang Wei had focused all his energy on making money, repressing his feelings for his ex-girlfriend deep in his heart. During the period before he paid off the loan, Wang Wei had seen his ex-girlfriend a few times, but he never had the courage to approach her and express his longing. Now that Wang Wei was free of debt, he naturally felt an urge to try. But the only blow to him was that his ex-girlfriend had been called over by another man. Throughout the meal, Wang Wei kept staring at that table. Even the delicious food couldn't draw his attention back. Clearly, that was also a couple. They were deeply affectionate, praising the food's deliciousness while feeding each other tasty bites. This made Wang Wei even less inclined to eat the incredibly delicious meal made from otherworldly ingredients. He just stared at that couple, at his ex-girlfriend responding to his friend's conversation half-heartedly. He even kept raising his glass to drink. Wang Wei's friends noticed his abnormality and asked, "What's wrong with you today? Why are you so distracted? You called us guys out to eat. Why are you always drinking alone?" Wang Wei took a moment to react, paused for a second, then said, "It's nothing. Let's drink." Then he raised his glass to toast his friends and drained it in one gulp. In fact, as a truck driver, Wang Wei normally never touched alcohol, but today he had already downed half a bottle of the Gaoyang by liquor he had brought. Half a gin of liquor was enough to overpower Wang Wei's brain, which was already filled with thoughts of his ex-girlfriend. As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens a coward. Wang Wei was undoubtedly a coward. Before he paid off his loan, he didn't dare approach his beloved. After paying off his loan, seeing his beloved with a new lover, he still didn't dare approach. At this moment, the only thing that could break the deadlock was alcohol. After Chen Feng finished cooking, he sat at the counter tutoring a few children on their homework when he noticed a guest who kept drinking. Finally, after raising a glass and downing it, the guest slowly slid under the table. Chen Feng quickly stood up, intending to go over and help the guest up. After all, he hadn't paid yet. And what if his friends were no good and didn't settle the bill? But his friends were clearly decent enough. Before Chen Feng could come over, they helped Wang Wei back onto the table. Wang Wei sobered up a bit, pushed away his friends who were supporting him, stood up unsteadily, and walked toward his ex-girlfriend's table. His friends quickly tried to pull him back. Wang Wei, you're too drunk. Let's go. Wang Wei shoved them away. Don't fucking bother me. If you pull me again, I won't pay the bill. In such an expensive restaurant, Wang Wei's friends clearly hadn't prepared to pay the bill. They all hesitated, considering the cash in their wallets. This guy? Could it be that alcohol had emboldened a coward, and he was about to harass the female guest at that table? Though the woman was somewhat attractive, she was with a man. He might end up being beaten instead of succeeding. His friends knew that Wang Wei was not usually like this. Now he was clearly about to cause trouble in a drunken stupor. By now, Wang Wei had already reached that table. They no longer cared about the money in their wallets. The most important thing was to avoid any trouble. But as they were about to go over and stop him again, they saw Wang Wei about to speak to the female guest. They hesitated again. Could they know each other? Wang Wei staggered over to his ex-girlfriend, tapped the shoulder of the woman he had longed for so long, and tried to compose himself to say something. The woman turned around and saw this drunken man. It turned out to be her ex-boyfriend. She frowned with some disgust, thinking to herself, I wonder how this poor wretch could afford to eat here. I was really blind to have liked him back then. I never thought that after breaking up with him he still had no ambition and had turned into a drunkard. Thank goodness I broke up with him in time. But the man Wang Wei's ex-girlfriend was with was not so magnanimous. He did have some capital, but he had put in some effort to pick up this girl. How could he let this drunken man disturb their private time? The rich second generation also wanted to show his grace in front of the girl. Sir, do you know her? The woman clearly didn't want to lower her score in the rich second generation's eyes, so naturally she refused to admit any connection with this drunken Wang Wei. Frowning, she said, You must have mistaken me for someone else. Wang Wei had tapped his ex-girlfriend and was organizing his words, but unexpectedly the woman he had been longing for said to him, You've mistaken me. Wang Wei felt as if struck by lightning. He hadn't expected that she had already forgotten him. Wang Wei wanted to say something in defense, but at that moment a burp escaped and the food he had eaten that night sprayed out from his mouth and nose, a pool of vomit with a strong smell of alcohol landing all over the woman. After vomiting, Wang Wei realized he had made such a huge mistake. It seemed a reconciliation with her was hopeless, but he still tried desperately to salvage the situation and hurriedly wanted to apologize. But as he was about to apologize, another burp was forcibly suppressed. The man saw his girl covered in vomit and abandoned all pretense of grace. He grabbed Wang Wei's collar and punched him in the face. The punch landed solidly on Wang Wei's head, causing the vomit Wang Wei had been holding back for so long to spray out in a jet, soaking the man as well. The man hadn't expected to be splashed himself and was furious. He grabbed Wang Wei's collar and cursed, God damn it. Then he raised his fist again, ready to punch Wang Wei. Wang Wei's friends naturally sided with their own. Seeing Wang Wei get hit, they quickly surrounded the man. Chen Feng saw the situation was out of control and said, Ximeng, go pull them apart. Ximeng leaped out from behind the counter, darted into the crowd, grabbed Wang Wei with one hand, and pulled him back a distance, while with the other hand, he directly caught the man's punch. That was a full-force punch from an adult man, yet it was caught by a child. The man had never imagined that this unremarkable-looking child could actually catch his full-force punch. He was no weakling either. He usually exercised and kept fit, so his physique was naturally decent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to grab a seat at Chen Feng's restaurant. But the fact that a full-force punch from an adult could be caught by a child who looked only 7 or 8 years old struck him as utterly unbelievable. However, Wang Wei paid no attention to this. He was already thoroughly drunk, his mind entirely fixated on his ex-girlfriend. He saw a child pulling him back, but never stopped to think why a child could have such immense strength to drag him away. Instead, he kept pressing forward. Having already vomited twice, he no longer felt like throwing up, but was solely focused on apologizing to the woman who had been splattered, hoping she would forgive his recklessness. Although Chen Feng had blocked his punch, the man's fury over being drenched in vomit remained unvented. He resolved to beat this bastard to a pulp no matter who tried to stop him, let alone the fact that the bastard, after spewing all over the two of them, actually dared to come closer. Wasn't he just asking for a beating? How could he tolerate that? The man pushed Chen Feng aside with his hands, saying as he pushed, "I can't swallow this anger. Kid, step aside. If you get hurt later, don't say I didn't warn you. After I beat this bastard into the ground, if anything in the restaurant gets damaged, I'll pay for it." Though his words were full of bravado, he still couldn't push away this child, who was only 7 years old. This made him feel very embarrassed in front of the beauty who had also been splattered, so he tried to save face by continuing, "Just step aside. I won't drag you. Don't start crying if I use too much force." Chen Feng thought this uncle was a bit crazy. He had used great effort without even budging him, yet he claimed he would make him cry. Was he talking in his sleep? Nevertheless, he remained standing between them, preventing the two men who were on the verge of fighting from making contact. Wang Wei's 2 or 3 friends then gathered around. Although they weren't heavily drunk, they were the kind of people who would side with their own regardless of reason. They walked over to the man, encircling him, and said, "Bro, our friend drank too much tonight. Please forgive any wrong he's done." Seeing someone step forward to mediate, the man immediately redirected his pent-up anger toward Wang Wei's friends. Forgive my ass. I'm just trying to have dinner with my girlfriend, and I run into this lunatic. Forgive my ass." Upon hearing the man mention his girlfriend, Wang Wei became agitated again and started moving toward the woman, presumably to ask meaningless questions like, "How have you been lately?" But his friend stopped him. "Wei, behave yourself. I never knew you got like this when you're drunk." Apologize to them quickly. The friend scolded Wang Wei, then turned back to the man to continue apologizing. "Really sorry, bro. How much are your and your girlfriend's clothes?" "We'll pay." The man, naturally putting on a magnanimous show in front of his girlfriend, waved his hand and said, "Pay. Do we look like people who are short on money?" "Forget it, just apologize. I must have checked the wrong almanac today. Just my luck." Wang Wei's friend patted the man on the shoulder. "Brother, you're a good sport." Then he said to Wang Wei, "Apologize to them." The man thought the matter would end there. The drunkard would apologize to him and his girlfriend, and that would be it. Although he really wanted to hit this guy, since his friend had stepped in to mediate, he'd settle for an apology. After all, he wasn't someone who couldn't afford a set of clothes. So he said to Wang Wei's friend, "Friend, you're at least reasonable. With your friend's drinking behavior, he'll get himself beaten to death sooner or later out there." Wang Wei's friend said nothing, just took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag and offered them around to the people nearby. Wang Wei finally had a chance to speak to his ex-girlfriend. He walked up and was about to open his mouth when his friend tugged him. "Just apologize, no nonsense." He also knew he had clearly done wrong by drinking too much tonight. In fact, thanks to his friend's handling, he didn't know how much more he would have embarrassed himself. Since she already had a boyfriend, he shouldn't pester her anymore. Just apologize and pretend they never met. Wang Wei let out a long sigh, said, "I'm sorry," to his ex-girlfriend and her current boyfriend, and offered to pay their bill. The man refused. "I'm not someone who's short on that little money. I'm treating my girlfriend to dinner. Why would you pay? Drink less in the future. If it weren't for your friend today, you might have been beaten to death by me." Seeing that they had stopped fighting and had apologized to each other, Chen Feng retreated back to the counter. The man and Wang Wei's friends looked at the child who had contained the storm, marveling inwardly. The man thought to himself, if not for this child, how could he have stood here listening to the drunk's friend rambling an apology? He would have beaten the drunk to a pulp without a second word. But who knew, even using all his strength, he couldn't push the boy away, so he had to accept the apology for now. He was still thinking about finding some street-tough buddies to teach the drunk a lesson after they left. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's friends were thinking, "We're 4 or 5 people, why would we be afraid of you? There's no way we'd let you beat up Wei for nothing. It was precisely because the child's leap from the counter and his barehanded catch of the man's punch reminded them of how the restaurant's owner had killed 2 people in the bank. The child of such a formidable boss could not possibly be ordinary. Naturally, they dared not start a fight inside this restaurant. Chen Feng had been watching the whole scene. He naturally knew that both sides were still unhappy, but as long as they didn't fight inside his restaurant, they could brawl outside as they pleased. It would have nothing to do with him. Now they all came to the counter to settle the bill. Wang Wei, that fool, was still fixated on his ex-girlfriend, thinking that even if he could just treat her to a meal in the end, he insisted on paying for their bill. The man, still planning to teach Wang Wei a lesson outside, naturally wouldn't accept a meal from him. Chen Feng had to intervene. You two, as the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Since you've dined at my humble establishment, consider it a meeting of friends. How about this, each of you pay for your own meals? Sir, who is with the lady, please accept our apologies for the inconvenience. Your clothes have been soiled. How about I give you a 40% discount? Chen Feng did this entirely for the sake of his restaurant's image. A customer dining at his place had been splattered by a drunkard. How could his restaurant say nothing? If word got out, his restaurant's reputation would be ruined. Under Chen Feng's persuasion, both sides finally paid their own bills and left the restaurant one after the other. Just as they stepped out of the restaurant, Wang Wei's friend grabbed the man. Brother, the thing about my friend vomiting on you is settled. He already apologized. But the matter of you hitting him isn't over yet. Another of Wang Wei's friends cursed loudly and threw a punch directly at the man's face. The group immediately began fighting with the man. Chen Feng watched the brawl unfold outside the door without paying it any attention, instead counting the stack of money in his hands. Though he'd given them a discount, he still made a profit. 4 tables of food in one day was nearly 10,000 yuan. Losing a few hundred to prevent a fight inside the restaurant was quite the worthwhile trade. Several children rushed to the doorway to watch the fight. Chen Feng called them back. What's there to see? Work hard at your cultivation. One person could take down several of them. Ximeng just did well. She only stopped them without striking back. Ximeng, tell us your thoughts. Chen Ximeng recalled the recent experience. None of them were stronger than me, and none were faster either. So stopping them was simple. Chen Feng nodded and said, keep cultivating diligently. Don't be like those people outside getting into fights. Fighting leads to being arrested by the police officers. You don't believe me? Just watch. With that, Chen Feng picked up his phone and dialed the police. Hello, there's a fight at the Yiru restaurant entrance. Please come quickly. The children stared at Chen Feng in utter disbelief, never expecting such a move. Chen Feng looked at their expressions and patiently taught them, specialized matters should be left to specialized people. The police exist specifically to handle those troublemakers who love to fight. So remember, don't get into fights casually. Chen Feng truly never missed an opportunity to educate children. After instructing the children to continue their homework, Chen Feng began cleaning up the vomit and scattered plates and bowls. Shi Hong and Shi Fun, who had finished their assignments first, also started helping. Soon everything was tidied up and all the children's homework was completed. Chen Feng closed the door and drove the minivan with the children heading home. Just then, police cars with flashing lights arrived at the scene. Chen Feng stepped on the gas and left the brawl site behind, taking his achievements with him quietly. Back at home, after watching some cartoons, the children each entered their cultivation. Chen Feng stood by the fish pond and began his fishing for the day. Since the children's bodies had completely recovered, Chen Feng chose not to engage in directional fishing. Instead, he summoned the dark iron fishing rod. Without attaching any bait, he cast it into the pond. Compared to directional fishing materials, Chen Feng preferred free-form fishing. Everything he pulled up was a mystery, and whatever came out was a pleasant surprise. During free-form fishing, Chen Feng had also pulled up various useless garbage. But these were like the thank you for shopping and lowest prize tiers in a lottery. Even garbage could fill Chen Feng with imagination about the wilderness realm. For instance, once he had fished out some primitive man's daily utensils, which made him even more curious about that world. After casting the fishing rod into the pond, Chen Feng entered a cultivation state. He now had experience with this. While in the cultivation state, he would fully concentrate and extend his true chi to the fishing rod, allowing him to sense the rhythms of the wilderness realm, such as wind direction or when something touched the hook. He could feel all of it. After prolonged cultivation, Chen Feng increasingly discovered the power of spiritual sense in mobilizing true qi. The stronger his spiritual sense, the more he could use true qi for delicate and refined movements. Using true qi while fishing undoubtedly allowed his spiritual sense to be trained. So now the moment Chen Feng began fishing, he would immediately enter the cultivation state. Within the wilderness realm, Chen Feng's frequent fishing these past days had not caused any severe consequences. The black vortex appearing in the sky, items being pulled away by a hook. These events had clearly become a tale. In primitive tribes, it was repeatedly discovered by people and treated as the rebuke of the heavens, becoming myth. Among ordinary families, the previous giant serpent incident had caused rumors of this strange phenomenon to spread. They regarded it as the prank of some powerful figure, but could never find the person responsible. The incident of the Chaoyuan technique being fished away at Longevity sect was suspected to be the work of Demon Path sects, but because it occurred at the entrance to Longevity sect's inner hall, the sect kept it secret, with only close associates having heard of it. The people of Longevity sect therefore intensified their crackdown on Demon Path sects. The reason Demon Path sects were called Demon Path sects was because their methods of seeking longevity went against the values of these righteous sects. Among righteous sects such as the friction between Vajra Gate and Longevity sect, it was merely due to differing philosophies on body tempering and qi cultivation. The misalignment between Demon Path and righteous sects was not merely about differing philosophies on cultivating longevity. Their conduct and methods were vastly different. Some Demon Path cultivators knew their ways were wrong, yet they continued on this cultivation path, even calling themselves demons. These Demon Path sects cared nothing for gradual cultivation. Some consumed human hearts and livers, some drank human blood. Others hunted magical beasts, directly absorbing their inner cores, becoming neither fully human nor ghost. Although their philosophies differed, these people were far more united than the righteous sects. They were an organized and disciplined sect. Though usually scattered whenever there was activity, they moved together. Because Longevity sect had been persistently cracking down on Demon Path sects, the Demon Path gathered several hundred people preparing to make a big move. After much deliberation, they finally set their target on the Golden Core sect, a branch under Longevity sect. Golden Core sect was a subsidiary branch under Longevity sect. Their cultivation philosophy was roughly the same as Longevity sect. Both focused on qi cultivation. However, they took a different path, searching the world for rare herbs to refine into pills to increase their internal qi. Because of this, most disciples of their sect were scattered across the world gathering herbs. Only some alchemy elders stayed home refining pills. These elders had little combat ability, spending all their time secluded refining pills. They possessed true qi, but rarely any actual combat experience, leaving their sect's internal defenses quite hollow. The demons choosing this target was indeed shrewd. Golden Core sect supplied Longevity sect with various supplementary pills year-round, yet had weak strength. Once they shattered this place, it would be a severe blow to Longevity sect. Someone also proposed directly attacking Longevity sect to show them their power. But they were immediately drowned out by others' objections. Going to Longevity sect with just their few hundred people would be seeking death. Unknown. Within the beautiful mountains of the barbarian wilderness realm, the Golden Core sect lay hidden. They lived in seclusion, tending to their modest herb fields, venturing out only occasionally to seek rare treasures for alchemy. At this moment, several hundred grotesque, demonic cultivators from various evil sects had gathered at the foot of the mountain. A demonic cultivator with a pair of wings circling above the Golden Core sect flew down to the demonic gathering spot and reported, "The Golden Core sect has left their gates wide open. Besides a few third-generation disciples guarding the herb fields, only a handful of second-generation disciples remain for cultivation. The elders and sect master are all damn well locked inside their rooms refining pills." This cultivator's wings had likely come from consuming a certain fierce bird's core, causing a mutation in his body. Among these demonic cultivators, such mutations were quite common. It appeared that this group practiced an unorthodox cultivation method, absorbing demon beast cores. At this moment, a man with ox horns on his head let out a sinister laugh. "Hee, then what are we waiting for? Let's raise the Golden Core sect and plunder their pill stores." As this horned demon shouted the final words, hundreds of demonic cultivators joined in the chant. Raise the golden core sect. Plunder the pill stores. They then charged up the mountain. The thunderous battle cry startled several third-generation disciples guarding the entrance and those tending the herb fields. Terrified by these roars filled with bloodlust, they had never imagined anyone would dare bring trouble to their sect. They had always lived in seclusion, treating others with kindness. Cultivators from other sects would befriend them upon meeting, for they were one of the rare sects capable of refining pills that enhanced genuine qi. Yet now someone wanted to raise the Golden Core sect and plunder their pill stores. Had these people gone mad? This was like draining the pond to catch all the fish. The few third-generation disciples had no time to dwell on this. One sprinted toward the main hall to report to the elders and sect master what was happening, leaving only a few to guard the mountain gate. Several grotesque humanoid creatures led a black mass of followers charging up the mountain. In the sky, several winged humans flew toward the sect grounds. How could these third-generation disciples have ever witnessed such a terrifying display? Not only had they never descended the mountain for training, but even the second-generation disciples who frequently ventured out had never seen so many demonic cultivators mobilize in full force. A disciple murmured, "What kind of monsters are these? Demonic cultivators? Didn't our masters say demonic cultivators usually skulk about in shadows, not daring to show themselves? Why are there so many of them?" Before the day's junior brother could finish his question, another disciple stepped back and asked nervously, "This is the Golden Core sect. State your business." The lead demonic cultivator roared furiously, "State my ass. Get lost." A blast of spiritual energy shot toward the disciple, sending him crashing to the ground. Jiang Ji was a newcomer to the demonic path. He had somehow obtained a blood-sucking cultivation manual and had been secretly feeding on animal blood. He lacked the courage to kill humans and drink their blood. He had wandered alone across the wilderness, knowing his cultivation method would not be accepted by society. But today he suddenly discovered a large group of demonic cultivators gathered at the foot of this mountain. Overjoyed, Jiang Ji thought he had finally found his people. He was no longer alone. With so many demonic cultivators around, surely there must be a major event unfolding. Jiang Ji stealthily blended into the crowd, hoping to steal some human blood. Thus he followed the demonic cultivators, chanting, "Raise the Golden Core sect. Plunder the pill stores," as he charged up the mountain. As he ran up the mountain, he wondered what pills looked like and whether they were better than blood. He saw the lead demonic cultivator shout, and that person immediately collapsed. Jiang Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. There was such a cultivation technique. Immediately after, a group of demonic cultivators with blades hacked the gate-guarding third-generation disciple into a pulp. Jiang Ji was preparing to squeeze forward to suck some blood. By the time he pushed through the crowd, he discovered that this disciple had been the first person the demonic cultivators encountered and had been focused down, reduced to minced meat. Where was the blood? Only scraps of flesh remained. Jiang Ji looked around and spotted another disciple fleeing toward the left, clearly trying to escape. Jiang Ji planned to wait for others to finish him off before approaching for a hearty meal. The fleeing third-generation disciple was panic-stricken and running blindly. Just as he regained his composure, his senior brother had already been reduced to minced meat. He had only learned alchemy, never any martial techniques. Running was his only option. Unfortunately, he had only taken 2 steps before a demonic cultivator brought him down with a single strike. Jiang Ji watched as the demonic cultivator rifled through the fallen, bleeding disciple, finally extracting a money pouch. He opened it, then cursed, "Beggars." He then delivered a finishing blow to the disciple. Jiang Ji rushed to the still warm corpse and began drinking the blood. Demonic cultivators rushed past him toward the mountain, yet Jiang Ji remained savoring his blood feast. Suddenly someone slapped his back. "Kid, didn't you eat before coming out? Hurry up the mountain. 1 pill up there is worth 100 people's blood." Jiang Ji had originally planned to blend and feast, and then slip away quietly. After all, survival was paramount. But after the demonic cultivator's words, his heart burned with desire. Not only was human blood delicious, but its qi content far exceeded what he could gain from dozens of wild animals. What about pills? Wouldn't they be worth a year or 2 of feeding on wild animals? Jiang Ji hastily sucked 2 more mouthfuls from the corpse, then followed the group up into the Golden Core sect. By now the Golden Core sect had erupted into chaotic combat. The sect master and elders who had been refining pills hastily abandoned their unfinished pills and clashed with the demonic cultivators. Seizing the opportunity of the chaos, Jiang Ji began searching through the buildings. Jiang Ji entered what appeared to be the most valuable room, containing an ancient bronze alchemy furnace. A meditation cushion sat before it along with some ordinary furnishings. Given the somewhat luxurious setup, this must be the sect master's private alchemy chamber. The furnace required spiritual energy to operate, and without the alchemist's qi, it rapidly cooled. With insufficient heat, the pills solidified quickly. Suddenly the furnace let out a bang, emitting a puff of blue smoke. Jiang Ji rushed into the room and leaned over the furnace, inhaling deeply. Jiang Ji couldn't help but moan. This was the scent of spiritual energy. That person hadn't been lying after all. 1 pill was worth far more than 100 people's blood. It was worth the blood of over 2,000 black pigs. Jiang Ji gazed greedily at this cauldron, convinced it was a treasure. If he could take it home, he could consume pills equivalent to the blood of 2,000 black pigs whenever he wished. Why bother with human blood or animal blood? Fortunately, the cauldron was not too large, about a meter in size. Having cultivated as a demonic cultivator for several years, Jiang Ji possessed some strength. He lifted the cauldron, stealthily crept to the door, and peered outside to check the situation. Outside, the chaotic battle was still raging. Taking advantage of the turmoil, he planned to steal the cauldron. Once home, he could refine and consume pills himself. Jiang Ji dashed out of the door, clutching the cauldron, but no sooner had he slipped outside than he was spotted by the sect leader of the Golden Core sect, who was locked in battle with the demonic cultivators. The sect leader was in the midst of fierce combat when he suddenly noticed a furtive figure carrying his cauldron out of the alchemy chamber. How could he allow a demonic cultivator to steal the sect's supreme treasure amid the chaos? With a furious roar, he bellowed, "You villain! How dare you!" With that, he shot a flying sword toward Jiang Ji. As Jiang Ji was carefully running with the cauldron, his hair suddenly stood on end, sensing imminent danger. He saw a flying sword hurtling toward him at lightning speed. But there was little time to dodge. He hastily rolled to the side. However, the piercing sword qi still struck him, severely wounding him. Just as the Golden Core sect leader was about to reach out and reclaim his sect's treasure, his back was left defenseless, presenting a clear opening. A demonic cultivator seized the opportunity and punched the sect leader. The sect leader couldn't turn around in time. His back took the full force of the punch, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This demonic cultivator was also a leader, having previously fought the Golden Core sect leader to a standstill in the chaos. Having spotted the opening, the punch he delivered was naturally heavy. Now wounded, the sect leader was no longer able to fight, and the Golden Core sect was soon slaughtered by the hundreds of demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivator who had struck the Golden Core sect leader earlier let out a sinister chuckle. He picked up the cauldron still clutched by the dead Jiang Ji and said to the severely wounded sect leader, "Is this thing important to you?" The Golden Core sect leader, despite being gravely wounded and spitting blood, still maintained his dignity. He turned his head away with a snort. The demonic cultivator picked up the cauldron, examined it closely, and exclaimed in amazement, "Isn't this the Zhongqing cauldron, the alchemy divine artifact upon which your Golden Core sect relies for survival? What a fine treasure! We demonic cultivators know nothing of alchemy, but this thing would fetch a high price on the black market." The sect leader was so furious that he could have ground his teeth to dust and burst his lungs. He never imagined that the Golden Core sect, passed down for dozens of generations, would see its destruction in his generation, and even the divine artifact, Zhongqing cauldron, which had been with the sect since its founding, would be sold off by these demonic cultivators. The Zhongqing cauldron produced pills of exceptional quality and had an extremely high success rate in alchemy. Moreover, upon completion of pill refinement, it emitted a pleasant chime-like sound akin to the striking of a bell and chime, hence its name. In truth, the founding patriarch of the Golden Core sect relied on this ancient divine artifact to establish the sect's standing among the various schools. It was precisely because of the Zhongqing cauldron that other sects showed them some respect. Even if the sect was destroyed, as long as this divine artifact was not lost, the disciples traveling abroad could return and rely on the cauldron to revive the sect. But he never expected that the cauldron would be taken by demonic cultivators. The Golden Core sect leader could not bear this. He was determined to reclaim the cauldron, to leave a glimmer of hope for revival for future generations. Suddenly, the Golden Core sect leader pulled a pill from his pouch and swallowed it. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to frenziedly converge around him, forming a small vortex. In moments, a vacuum of spiritual energy formed around his body. Several powerful demonic cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what this man intended to do in his severely wounded state. But they still maintained basic vigilance. They quickly assumed defensive stances, and one demonic cultivator warily asked, "What do you want?" After absorbing enough true chi, the Golden Core sect leader slowly rose from the ground and shouted at the demonic cultivators, "I want you all dead." With that, he flew toward the group of demonic cultivators. Several demonic cultivators summoned their weapons and struck at the sect leader with a clatter. But this did not hinder the sect leader, now brimming with true chi. As he charged into the crowd, the abundant true chi suddenly dissipated. It turned out the Golden Core sect leader intended a mutual destruction. At the level of a sect leader, even a pill-refining sect's master possessed formidable power. Moreover, with his intention to die together, the destructive force was beyond astonishing. After charging into the crowd, the Golden Core sect leader began to retract and compress his true chi, compressing it over and over again. Finally, when the true chi was compressed to a critical point, a loud bang echoed. The sect leader was blown into pieces by the rapidly expanding true chi. The surrounding demonic cultivators were also shattered by the shockwave of true chi. The Golden Core sect leader himself was quite powerful, with highly condensed true chi. Combined with the secret pill that let him absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy, the explosion at the extreme compression point generated devastating power. Naturally, low-level demonic cultivators could not withstand it. They coughed up blood and died from just a single shockwave. Even some powerful demonic cultivators were severely injured by the blast of true chi. The leading demonic cultivator, though struck by the shockwave, spat out blood and still managed to stand. Watching the sect leader's extreme ruthlessness toward himself, he couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration. But when he looked at his subordinates, some dead, some wounded, he thought to himself, "I should not be reckless in the future. If everyone had this kind of courage, our demonic sects would be wiped out by their self-destructions. If they just sent a few hundred cultivators of decent cultivation to self-destruct, the demonic sects would be annihilated." The demonic cultivator walked to the center of the explosion and found that the Zhongqing cauldron was still lying there intact, without a trace of blood or flesh on it. He couldn't help but marvel. He picked up the cauldron and said to the pool of blood and flesh on the ground, "Didn't expect this, did you? The Zhongqing cauldron, which you tried so hard to keep with your life, has still fallen into my hands." At that moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. A patch of dark clouds appeared in the sky, and then a sinister wind blew the clouds into a massive vortex. If these demonic cultivators had looked up at the sky, they would have noticed that this was the same vortex that had been appearing frequently lately. But now they were either lying on the ground wailing or reduced to a pile of corpses. The only remaining powerful demonic cultivator was still intently examining the cauldron in his hands, so naturally no one noticed the vortex in the sky nor the fishing hook that had emerged from the vortex. With a duong sound like a bell chime, the demonic cultivator finally noticed a hook had suddenly latched onto the ear of the Zhongqing cauldron in his hand. Chen Feng stood on one side of the fish pond, waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity. He could not comprehend why this particular fishing expedition demanded such an extended vigil, with not even a single ripple to break the stillness. A creeping suspicion haunted his thoughts. Perhaps the boundless wasteland had been utterly depleted by his efforts, leaving nothing but emptiness. Then, without warning, the fishing rod shuddered violently in his grip. Chen Feng channeled his true chi through the fishing rod, and instantly sensed the hook had caught something with a distinctly metallic quality. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him, for this marked the first time he had ever snagged an object of such material. The resonant clang of the hook striking the alchemy cauldron traveled through the fishing line, reaching Chen Feng with crystalline clarity. The sound, the texture, everything indicated this was no ordinary treasure. Could it possibly be a musical instrument? Perhaps he could sell it as a decorative antique for a substantial sum. Chen Feng's imagination ran wild with possibilities of what extraordinary artifact might emerge from these mystical waters. Yet in an instant the fishing rod wrenched downward with startling force. Chen Feng's spiritual sense prickled with alarm. Some creature was tugging his hooked prize in the opposite direction. He scrambled to reel in the line with every ounce of strength he possessed. When the object had first been hooked, Chen Feng had estimated its weight at a mere 30 to 40 jin. But now the tugging force exceeded several hundred, even 1,000 jin. Meanwhile, in the distant realm, a grievously wounded demon cultivator from the Golden Core sect watched helplessly as his precious bell tripod cauldron was yanked skyward by a fishing hook. How could he possibly tolerate this? Was this not brazen theft from the very jaws of a tiger? Though his forces had suffered 80% casualties in conquering the Golden Core sect, the sole tangible prize he had claimed was this magnificent cauldron. How could he relinquish such a treasure so easily? Yet why would a fishing hook suddenly appear to claim the cauldron? Could remnants of the Golden Core sect still lurk within, coveting the cauldron to make a desperate comeback? But those powerless cultivators of the Golden Core sect could never possess someone capable of manipulating the cauldron from the shadows. So what other explanation could there be? As these troubling doubts churned within him, the demon cultivator clung tenaciously to one of the cauldron's legs with unwavering resolve. The sect master's self-destruction had inflicted the most catastrophic damage upon him. Only his formidable cultivation had prevented death, sustaining him by a thread of true qi. His power had diminished to a mere shadow of its former glory. Now he could barely stand, capable of exerting a mere 10% of his original strength at best. Yet he refused to release his iron grip on the cauldron's leg. The moment he seized it, the cauldron lurched downward with unexpected weight. A flicker of triumph ignited within the demon cultivator's eyes. It seemed the adversary on the other end possessed nowhere near the power he had imagined. With merely 10% of his strength, he could drag the cauldron back. He would surely be able to destroy whoever opposed him. But fate had other plans. Just as a triumphant smile began to curve his lips, the fishing hook embedded in another of the cauldron's ears suddenly surged upward with tremendous force. The sudden jerk sent the demon cultivator stumbling gracelessly. Only then did he comprehend the truth. Both sides had gravely underestimated their opponent. Neither had committed their full strength at the outset. The time had come to reveal their true power. The demon cultivator erupted with force, dragging the cauldron back down another considerable distance. The opposing hook refused to yield, and a fierce tug-of-war ensued. As Chen Feng and the demon cultivator engaged in their relentless struggle over the bell tripod cauldron, both parties grew increasingly incensed. On Chen Feng's end, he remained utterly baffled by what manner of being on the other side possessed such overwhelming strength. Despite deploying nearly 1,000 jin of physical strength, he could not gain the upper hand in this contest. Desperation compelled him to circulate every fiber of his true qi through both arms, gripping the fishing rod. His muscles bulged grotesquely, veins standing out like cables as they throbbed with exertion. Yet the more strength he exerted, the greater the force returned from the other realm. A temptation to surrender flickered through Chen Feng's mind. But he extinguished this thought the instant it appeared. He absolutely refused to believe that entity could drag him across realms. The system would never permit such an absurdity. On the other end, the demon cultivator pushed his gravely wounded body beyond its limits. This demon cultivator had mastered a complete body refinement technique, his physique developed to extraordinary perfection. At full strength, his physical attributes would have dwarfed Chen Feng's by hundreds of times. But grievously wounded as he was, he could barely manifest a fraction of his potential. Nevertheless, he still commanded several thousand jin of force. Only by channeling his true qi could Chen Feng hope to gain the slightest advantage in their grueling contest. How could the demon cultivator accept such humiliation? He had terrorized the world for generations. How could he endure being mocked in such a manner? The more force he exerted, the more the opponent added. Oh, was this not deliberate provocation? He resolved to make one final gamble. The demon cultivator decided to unleash his true qi. His spiritual energy reserves remained vast, but during the Golden Core sect master's self-destruction, his protective qi barrier had been shattered, leaving only a single breath of qi to preserve his heart pulse. Without this final thread of qi, he would have been indistinguishable from the corpses littering the ground. Now he resolved to deploy this last resort. His strategy was cunning: first deceive his opponent into believing this represented his full capability, then at the crucial moment, when the bell tripod cauldron was nearly claimed, suddenly release his true qi to secure an instant victory. Afterward, he could withdraw the qi back to his heart pulse, preserving his life without risk. What masterful scheming indeed! At the level this cultivator occupied, even a single breath of his qi surpassed the sum total of spiritual energy Chen Feng had accumulated over months of dedicated cultivation. Chen Feng was merely a novice who had trained for merely a few months. Chen Feng sensed the hooked object gradually ascending. At last, a genuine smile of triumph spread across his face. He was finally prevailing in this exhausting tug-of-war. Excitement kindled within him as he contemplated what manner of prize awaited him. What manner of being could match him in such a struggle? Was it human? Might he actually succeed in fishing a denizen of another world into his own realm? His anticipation knew no bounds. But reality proved cruelly disappointing. Just as Chen Feng basked in momentary victory, an overwhelming force suddenly surged through the fishing rod. It sent him stumbling forward uncontrollably. Chen Feng mobilized every technique and flooded his entire reserves of true qi into wresting back control of the rod, but the opposing strength proved utterly insurmountable. This irresistible might even kindled a spark of genuine terror within Chen Feng's heart. He yearned to call out for the children to assist in anchoring him, but every muscle in his body strained at maximum intensity. He dared not speak a single word, terrified that releasing even a breath would cause him to lose his grip and be dragged away, man and rod alike. The demon cultivator from the alien realm had never anticipated such fierce resistance. Despite deploying his final breath of true qi, gritting his teeth against the agony radiating from his damaged spiritual meridians, he channeled yet another increment of spiritual energy. Chen Feng was already struggling to withstand the force of the demon cultivator's infused true qi. Little did he expect that another extremely violent force would directly pull him into the fish pond. This force was so powerful and violent that it took Chen Feng completely by surprise. He could only hold onto the fishing rod tightly, and the rod carried him as the mighty force slammed him into the fish pond. Chen Feng inwardly cried out in alarm. Should he let go of the fishing rod, or continue holding on and be dragged into the other world by that powerful force? These two thoughts swirled back and forth in Chen Feng's mind. The moment Chen Feng entered the water in the whirlpool that appeared at the bottom of the pond, the fishing line was pulled taut, and it was unknown how much more force it could bear before snapping. Watching the whirlpool at the bottom of the fish pond grow larger and closer, Chen Feng ceased his hesitation. This is fate. In the month or so since he obtained the system, Chen Feng had eaten and seen things, leaving no regrets. At worst, he would be taken to the other world. Through multiple fishing sessions, he had also seen that this other world, called the Manhuang realm, was actually not much different from Earth. Most species were the same, and some even tasted better. It was just a pity for the few children he had recently adopted. But Chen Feng still held on to considerable hope. He didn't believe that he, as the owner of the system, would be allowed to be dragged into the other world. Being dragged into the other world would render the system meaningless, and it might even dissipate. Chen Feng was certain that the system definitely had a way to prevent being pulled back into the other world, it just hadn't told him. As the whirlpool grew larger and was about to engulf Chen Feng, a mirror-like barrier suddenly formed on its surface. The immense force drove Chen Feng directly into the barrier. His face contacted the barrier, which in the water looked like a soft water wall. But when Chen Feng's face hit it, the water wall did not deform at all. With a loud clang, his entire body slammed into the barrier. Since obtaining the system, Chen Feng had not been injured, but now the barrier collision caused his nose to bleed profusely in the water, a testament to the force and the sturdiness of the water wall. In the other world, the demon cultivator, after using the true qi that protected his heart meridian, gave a sudden hard pull. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly at first. But after pulling for a short distance, something blocked him. The thing blocking his power was incredibly solid and hard. How could the demon cultivator give up like that? He had rampaged through the Manhuang realm for decades. He was hardly one to retreat from difficulties. He only knew to kill gods who stood in his way and slay Buddhas who blocked his path. The barrier also stirred his anger. Temporarily setting aside his severely injured heart meridian, he fully mobilized his true qi to exert force again. The massive force carrying the fishing rod, and Chen Feng, who was holding it tightly, slammed him against the barrier several more times, causing his head to bleed profusely. Enduring the pain, Chen Feng could only hold onto the fishing rod firmly, refusing to let the other side snatch away his dark iron fishing rod. This was the treasure he relied on for survival. The barrier from the whirlpool only prevented him from being taken out, but the fishing rod had already been half pulled into the other world. If he let go, the fishing rod would be pulled away. Without any further worries, Chen Feng focused all his strength on holding the rod and began to wrestle with the opponent. Initially, the opponent was strong, repeatedly pulling Chen Feng to crash into the barrier dozens of times. Chen Feng used different parts of his body to contact the barrier just to avoid disfiguring his face. He couldn't keep hitting the barrier with his face every time. After a few collisions, Chen Feng suddenly noticed that the other side seemed weaker. Could it be exhausted? Chen Feng felt a sudden joy. Although he was in an invincible position, as long as the opponent kept pulling, he would have to keep crashing into the barrier over and over because he couldn't bear to let go of the fishing rod. Now, suddenly discovering that the opponent's strength was diminishing, this was truly exciting for Chen Feng. The demon cultivator in the Manhuang realm, now burning with rage and completely disregarding his severe injuries, used that true qi to pull the Zhongqing Ding back again and again, but the tripod was hooked so firmly that it didn't budge at all. He didn't notice at all that a trace of blood foam had seeped from the corner of his mouth. His already severely damaged heart meridian under his frenzy was about to give out. After his final exertion, with a sound, a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed from his mouth. His eyes wide with fury, he watched the Zhongqing Ding in his hand drift farther away, fly into the whirlpool in the sky, and disappear. At the moment the whirlpool closed, he collapsed to the ground. Even in his final moments, the demon cultivator was unwilling. He had led people to besiege the Jindan sect, not only gaining no advantage, but ending in mutual destruction. He and the Jindan sect leader had both died, and the Zhongqing Ding had been taken by someone else. Truly, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Just before falling, he shouted, "No, I am not satisfied." Then he died. After Chen Feng's last intimate contact with the barrier, he no longer felt any force from the other side. He quickly swam ashore with the fishing rod and began to reel in the line. He paid no attention to his bruises all over. He finally felt that the weight on the hook was exactly the same as when he first sensed it. It seemed the opponent knew they couldn't pull it over and had to let go. Chen Feng thought, so little knowing that the man had exhausted his life force in the struggle. Chen Feng quickly pulled the tens of Jin object onto the shore. The moment he saw it, he was stunned. What had he fished up after all this effort? This metallic object turned out to be a tripod-like item made of some unknown material emitting a golden light, but it was somewhat different from the tripods Chen Feng had seen in pictures. Ordinary tripods had 4 or 3 legs, 2 ears, and could be square or round. But this tripod actually had 5 legs, was round in shape, and had 2 openings in the middle, one below and one above, with unknown purpose. The top of the tripod had 2 ears, just like ordinary tripods. As Chen Feng examined the tripod closely, the golden light on its surface rapidly oxidized and faded, eventually turning into a blackish-brown bronze color. While Chen Feng was dumbfounded, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Zhongqing Ding. This fishing session has earned you 500 experience points." Zhongqing Ding? What's that? Chen Feng was filled with a head full of question marks after hearing the system's prompt sound. He carefully examined this peculiarly shaped cauldron and began to ponder what it could be used for. Chen Feng opened the annotation for this Zhongqing Ding in the system interface. Zhongqing Ding, one of the top alchemy divine artifacts in the Manhuang realm. Currently, due to the host's insufficient cultivation level, it cannot be activated. This simple line of annotation left Chen Feng even more bewildered. Chen Feng could only extract two pieces of information from this sentence. It was used for alchemy, and this alchemy was incredibly powerful. Alchemy. Was that the pill he had distributed to the children last time? That pill was indeed an extraordinary thing. It could even enable 6 children to step across the threshold of cultivation. Now he himself possessed something that could refine pills. But Chen Feng truly had no idea what he could do with this. Refine pills. He didn't know how. Moreover, the system had said that his current cultivation level was too low to activate it. This meant that he had no way to use it for pill refining. It seemed that the only function of this item at present was to give him a considerable amount of experience. Chen Feng had no choice but to put away the alchemy cauldron. It had an antique appearance, seeming to be made of bronze, and its carvings and form looked exactly like an ancient artifact. If it had looked like it did when it was just fished out, it could at least be considered a craft piece, because at that time the cauldron's body was covered in a golden metallic luster looking too new. No one would believe it was an antique. Holding this item, Chen Feng thought that if he sold it to some collector, he could probably fetch a good price. Chen Feng carefully carried the alchemy cauldron back home. Several children who were still watching cartoons immediately swarmed around him, asking what he was holding. Shihong, drooling at the sight of the cauldron in Chen Feng's hands, asked, "Master, are we going to eat hot pot? Why did you buy such a big and old hot pot?" The other children, upon hearing it was hot pot, began to chime in with what they wanted to cook. "I want fat beef, fat lamb, fish tofu. Master, I love shrimp paste." Chen Feng was almost defeated by the children's wild imagination. How did this cauldron look like a hot pot at all? Chen Feng carefully examined the cauldron. Not that he had noticed before, but after Shihong's remark, he suddenly realized that the cauldron really did resemble a hot pot. This Zhongqing Ding was not very different from ancient cauldrons, but there was a particularly distinct difference. Ancient cauldrons had 3 legs for round ones and 4 legs for square ones, but this Zhongqing Ding had 5 legs. The body was round, divided into upper and lower layers. The lower layer had a small opening, while the upper layer was similar to an ordinary 3-legged round cauldron. Above the opening was a lid made of the same material, on which was engraved a 5 elements and 8 trigrams diagram. Chen Feng looked closely. The diagram seemed to be movable, but when he tried to flick the engraved characters with his finger, they did not budge at all. Chen Feng began to contemplate the use of this Zhongqing Ding as a hot pot. While the upper layer clearly looked like a hot pot, where one could put in broth base to cook ingredients, the small opening in the lower layer was obviously for placing firewood. Indeed, this thing was meant for eating. If the members of the Golden Core sect knew that Chen Feng had mistaken the small opening meant for infusing true qi to control the pill's fire as a place for firewood, who knows if they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their graves to teach him a lesson. Chen Feng's thought was not wrong. The origin of cauldrons was indeed for cooking food, and only later did they gradually evolve into ritual instruments and symbols of power. However, this Zhongqing Ding had evolved from a cooking vessel into an alchemy cauldron for refining pills. One would place alchemy materials into the opening, cover it with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams lid, and then use true qi to drive the alchemy process. Only when the 5 elements and 8 trigrams positions aligned could the lid be opened to condense the pill. Chen Feng felt that he could try making hot pot with this thing and see if it had any special effects. After all, it was an item from the Manhuang realm. Even an ordinary pig was so delicious, let alone a cauldron specially used for alchemy. Under the children's persistent questioning, Chen Feng said to them, "This is a musical instrument. Go, shouldn't you be cultivating? And you're still watching cartoons. Turn off the TV." As soon as Chen Feng said it was a musical instrument, it attracted even more of their attention. They crowded around asking how to play it. Chen Feng hadn't expected these children to have such musical talent. It truly caught him off guard. However, there was a reason why he subconsciously said it was a musical instrument. After all, this cauldron was called Zhongqing Ding, and Zhong and Qing were both musical instruments. Zhong and Qing were both musical instruments. Chen Feng suddenly thought, could this really be a musical instrument? But the system hadn't said so. Chen Feng found it baffling, but he couldn't appear ignorant in front of the children. As their master, he had to be all-knowing. So he braced himself and said, "This thing is played by striking it just like the ancient chime bells." The children were only in elementary school. How could they know what chime bells were? But as soon as they heard it was for striking, Shi Liang suddenly darted out from behind, holding a garlic-chopping wooden mallet, and gave the zhongxing ding a whack. Suddenly, an extremely clear and resonant sound emanated from the alchemy cauldron, and the sound was surprisingly melodious and pleasant. Chen Feng and the children were entranced. The sound was lingering and melodious, echoing around the room for a long time, leaving Shi Liang no time to strike again. Chen Feng was the first to snap out of it. He quickly wrapped the cauldron in his arms and said to the children, "I was kidding. This really isn't a musical instrument. It's just a hot pot. You all focus on your cultivation, and tomorrow we'll eat hot pot." Fortunately, these children really had no musical sense. They were only captivated by the wonderful sound for a moment before being lured by the promise of hot pot. Chen Feng carried this hot pot back to his room and began to study it. He decided to first test whether this thing could actually cook food. Chen Feng called the children over and asked them to chop some firewood for him. Since the children had nothing else to do anyway, and were full of energy with nowhere to expend it, they were more than happy to help with the small task of chopping wood. Soon the children, competing with each other, had chopped a large pile of firewood. Chen Feng tried lighting the wood and shoved it into the cauldron. The heat from the lower layer quickly transferred to the upper layer. Obviously, this thing could be used for cooking. As the firewood burned dryly below, it surprisingly emitted a fragrant aroma of alchemical pills. Chen Feng decided to make something now. The black pork and other ingredients were all at the restaurant. He looked around the kitchen and decided to use the leftover rice to fry a bowl of egg-fried rice. What a brilliant idea, using a cauldron that looked like a hot pot to fry egg-fried rice. Chen Feng was utterly amazed by his own creativity. Crack the egg into the remaining cold rice and stir well. Then Chen Feng opened the 5 elements and 8 trigrams lid of the alchemy cauldron, only to find that there were still some medicinal pill residues inside. He had intended to clean them out, but then he thought a single body tempering pill could enable 6 children to step onto the threshold of cultivation. How could such precious substances be wasted? Just use them as an ingredient and stir-fry them together with the egg-fried rice. So Chen Feng poured oil into the cauldron that still contained some medicinal pill residues, cracked an egg into the cauldron, and then poured in the rice mixed with the egg. Then he added a handful of firewood to the opening beneath the cauldron, added seasonings, and began stir-frying over high heat. Within a few minutes, several children ran in from the outer room drooling. They watched their master secretly frying rice using this cauldron. The fried rice smelled so fragrant. These children knew that their master's meat dishes were delicious, but his vegetable dishes were rather ordinary. But they never expected that the master's egg-fried rice could be so fragrant. The golden grains were distinct and separate. Besides the aroma of egg and rice, there was also a faint herbal fragrance from some unknown medicinal herb. Chen Feng was stir-frying himself, drooling from the enchanting aroma, when he suddenly noticed 6 pairs of eyes staring fixedly at the fried rice in the cauldron, with drool trickling from the corners of their mouths. They called out to him, "Master, we want to eat." At that moment the system prompted, "If you don't want these children to burst and die from the spiritual energy contained in the medicinal pill residues in this egg-fried rice, you'd better not let them eat too much." Chen Feng then said to the children, "No." But the children looked at the egg-fried rice in the cauldron with pitiful expressions, drooling. It was truly heartbreaking. Chen Feng could only ask in his mind, "Not even one bite." After a moment of silence, the system said, "After one bite, quickly enter cultivation and start refining the true qi. It will be fine." Chen Feng then said to the pitiful children, "1 bite each, no more." Shihong said, "Humph. Master is so stingy." Chen Feng smiled helplessly, took out a plate, and scooped the egg-fried rice from the cauldron. The steaming hot fried rice was served onto the plate, spreading into a golden expanse on the white dish. It was truly a feast for the eyes and the palate. The aroma of the egg and the rice, which had been heated in the cauldron and now emitted a medicinal fragrance, mingled together. The egg liquid completely coated the rice, each grain golden and distinct, piled loosely on the plate like a bountiful harvest of wheat ears. Chen Feng had also watched Cooking Master Boy, and he muttered to himself, "Could this be the ultimate form of egg-fried rice, golden fried rice?" It was virtually identical to the golden fried rice in the anime, except that the anime version emitted a golden glow, while Chen Feng's fried rice also gave off a faint glimmer, but that was from the medicinal pill residues. That was the only difference. Just the smell of this egg-fried rice made the little gluttons drool, and just the sight of it made Chen Feng want to devour it all. Chen Feng suddenly remembered the system's warning and asked, "Didn't you say the children can't eat much? Then can I eat more?" The system replied, "Yes, you can. Your meridians have been widened by the divine fruit before, so eating egg-fried rice with some medicinal pill residues is fine. You can even consume a whole medicinal pill without any problem." After receiving the system's affirmation, Chen Feng's heart settled back into place. With such delicious food before him, if he could only take one bite, it would truly be a waste of a heavenly gift. Fearing that the children might eat too much and burst, Chen Feng fed each of them one bite. They all exclaimed, "So delicious, but we feel so full and bloated. What should we do, master?" Chen Feng quickly told them to start circulating their true qi and enter cultivation. After they entered the cultivation state, their twisted, bloated expressions finally relaxed. Only then did Chen Feng feel relieved and began to eat the remaining half-plate of egg-fried rice. Did I really make this? Without using ingredients from the barbaric realm, I can still make something this delicious. Hee, you didn't use ingredients from the barbaric realm, but you used cookware from the barbaric realm. The system's voice instantly dissipated Chen Feng's confidence in his own culinary skills. But it was truly delicious. One bite, and the mouth was filled with fragrance. Besides the egg-fried rice, an extremely pure stream of true qi flowed into his body. Although this qi was not vast, it was enough to fill the dantian of his several disciples. No wonder they felt so full. However, Chen Feng's meridians could accommodate this qi with ease, which also determined how much he could eat. Chen Feng devoured the entire plate of fried rice like a whirlwind without any feeling of fullness. He really wanted to eat another plate. At that moment, he sensed the amount of true qi contained in this one plate of fried rice. It was indeed considerable, more than 10 times the qi he had diligently cultivated over the past month. Yet in his empty dantian it occupied only a tiny space. Chen Feng tried to circulate the true qi through his meridians for one full cycle. Indeed, this much larger amount of qi did not give him any feeling of bursting his meridians, just as the system had said. The divine fruit had widened his meridians far too much. However, obtaining such a large amount of qi all at once still required some refinement. Chen Feng cleaned up the cauldron, licking up every remaining grain of rice, then rinsed it with water, wiped it dry, put it away, and entered cultivation. The next day, Chen Feng brought the cauldron to the restaurant. In the morning, he fried another batch of egg-fried rice, which contained no spiritual energy, yet it was still very delicious. It was almost comparable to the dishes he made with black pork, but it was not as stunning as the first time he tasted it last night. Chen Feng decided to use this cauldron for cooking and could increase the price again, because if he combined the Zhongqing cauldron with ingredients from the barbaric realm, the food would be explosively delicious. However, those children with the true qi contained in that one bite of rice had to cultivate for an entire night before barely recovering. Seeing Chen Feng fry another batch of egg-fried rice, the children wanted to eat it, but dared not. Chen Feng said, "Feel free to eat as much as you want this time. Yesterday's egg-fried rice contained a trace of true qi. I was afraid you couldn't handle it, so I didn't let you eat much." After a night of cultivation, the children understood Chen Feng's kindness, but they were truly not hungry now. That one bite of rice had filled them so much that they wouldn't be hungry for a week. Because after a night of refinement, there was still some true qi that had not been absorbed by them, and this qi was enough to sustain them for a long time without needing to eat. Chen Feng discovered that the rice cooked in the Zhongqing Ding no longer contained the true qi that was present the first time. It seemed that this alchemy cauldron could not actually generate true qi out of thin air to attach to the food. The reason the first serving of egg-fried rice contained true qi was because there were still some remnants of medicinal pills inside. Since that was the case, he could use this cauldron to cook for guests, and also raise the price of the dishes by another tier. This way he could earn so much more money. Chen Feng was overjoyed at the thought of earning a lot more. After all, there were 6 extra mouths to feed in his home, and these children's expenses were really not small. Chen Feng thought for a moment, and felt that the idea Shi Hong mentioned yesterday was good. This cauldron could be used for hot pot or shabu-shabu. It could also be used for stir-frying and such, and the food turned out super delicious. This pot was simply a divine artifact, so he made another menu. This menu simply added the words fine stir-fry, after the dish names from the previous menu, and the prices increased by about 30%. Now customers could choose between ordinary dishes and fine stir-fry dishes. The difference was not only in price, but also in the wok used for cooking. Then he added a line at the end of the menu. House Special Hot Pot Base 1,998 yuan per serving, includes a complimentary portion of pork belly slices. Bring your own ingredients for dipping. Hot Pot Base will be served after all stir-fried dishes are finished. Limited supply. Chen Feng planned to put the Zhongqing Ding on the dining table for guests to use as a hot pot, because he thought that if he himself could not activate it, surely no one else could, let alone take it away. Besides, there were 6 young men in his shop watching eagerly. Stealing this hot pot would be stealing their livelihood. They knew that the food cooked with this thing was super delicious. Since this treasure posed no danger, why not use it to make money? To avoid conflict with his stir-fried dishes, Chen Feng specifically wrote on the menu that the hot pot base would be served after the stir-fried dishes were finished. This way there would be no awkward situation where someone ordered both fine stir-fry and hot pot. Soon after Chen Feng finished making the menu and placed it on the dining tables, it was 11 o'clock and guests began arriving in 2s and 3s. Although it was not as bustling as when it first opened, Chen Feng's 2 tables of food per meal were still in short supply. When the guests saw the new menu, they started making a fuss. The prices have gone up. Chen Feng quickly stepped forward to explain. The prices haven't gone up, we've just introduced a new fine stir-fry option. The previous price range of stir-fried dishes is still available, but the fine stir-fry is made with more exquisite culinary skill and tastes even better. Take a look. Which dishes would you like to order? In fact, the people who came to queue up at Chen Feng's restaurant every day were those with both leisure and money, so naturally, they didn't mind paying an extra 1,000 or so yuan for a meal. Although there were exceptions, this situation was relatively rare. So after receiving Chen Feng's explanation, this guest naturally switched all the dishes he wanted to order to the fine stir-fry version. Since he came to such an expensive restaurant, why would he care about spending a bit more? When this guest saw the 1998 yuan hot pot base at the end, he couldn't help but exclaim, "TSK, TSK, TSK. You can have hot pot here too. I thought it was just stir-fry. But your hot pot base is really expensive." Nowadays, hot pot restaurants in the town were even promoting free hot pot bases. Even in some high-end hot pot places in Shu City, the base was only a few dozen yuan. Chen Feng actually priced the hot pot base at 1,998 yuan, which was ridiculously expensive. Moreover, he didn't provide any hot pot ingredients. Customers had to bring their own. This guest was completely stunned by Chen Feng's rule. It seemed that the boss simply didn't want to make money from the hot pot. But if he didn't want to make money from it, why would he put the price on the menu? The guest thought everyone online called this boss a culinary genius. Maybe geniuses all had some strange quirks. Chen Feng didn't mind the guest's strange look and continued, "Because it's delicious, it's a bit more expensive. The ingredients and selection for this hot pot base are very precious, hence the higher price. But it's a limited supply. Only 1 serving per day. But you need to bring your own ingredients for dipping. At most, I can offer a complimentary portion of pork belly." This table of guests shook their heads and didn't plan to order the hot pot base, because today they had come for stir-fried dishes and hadn't brought any dipping ingredients like beef or lamb slices. Moreover, he was planning to treat clients to a meal here today. Bringing his own ingredients would be too embarrassing. Chen Feng turned and went into the kitchen, shaking his head with a sigh. Should he buy some hot pot ingredients himself? But after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, it was limited supply. If he bought the ingredients himself, how could it still be considered limited? Besides, with such a high price, he didn't know how many days it would take before someone ordered it. While pondering these thoughts, Chen Feng began stir-frying. Meanwhile, the guests outside started discussing the restaurant's price increase. Some were visiting for the first time after hearing about the place, while others had eaten there before and given high praise to the previous stir-fry dishes. "I think we should order 1 regular version and 1 fine stir-fry version to compare. After all, a dish is over 100 yuan more expensive. The extra money could buy several plates outside." This guest had obviously never eaten at Chen Feng's restaurant before. But the person who was treating today had nothing but praise for Chen Feng's previous cooking. "No need to compare. I'll just treat you to the best. I've eaten here once before. Back then there was no fine stir-fry version, and even the regular version was delicious. Not just delicious, it was super delicious. Super delicious. Those who had not eaten here before said worriedly. I've also seen comments about this place online, and everyone says it's very delicious. But what if the boss changes the name of the previously delicious dishes to fine stir-fry, and the regular version becomes the same as ordinary restaurants outside? The person treating the meal retorted loudly with some anger. How could that be? This boss is a heroic figure in our Shu City who bravely stepped forward. He was alone at a bank in Shu City withdrawing money when he encountered bank robbers. Let me tell you, the scene was really. The skeptical guest was so shocked by this legendary story that his mouth couldn't close, and he kept shouting, "Amazing! Awesome!" and similar exclamations. He kept glancing at Chen Feng's busy figure in the kitchen and sighed, "Truly a hero emerges from youth. A master is among the people." Soon several dishes were brought up. The guests who had eaten before smelled the aroma and exclaimed, "Indeed, the fine stir-fry version smells even more delicious than the regular version." The guest who had never eaten before looked at the dishes on the table and exclaimed, "They really have perfect color, aroma, and taste." Then after taking a bite, he discovered that the perfect color, aroma, and taste were just the surface. The essence inside could only be described in two words: delicious. After the dishes were served, this customer exclaimed how delicious they were while still being captivated by Chen Feng's story of being a lone hero fighting bandits. After finishing the meal, he took out his phone, snapped a photo of the empty plates on the table and the menu, and posted a moment on WeChat Moments. "Today, I came to eat at this famous restaurant and met the heroic owner. It seems the prices have gone up a bit, but it's still delicious. But who would order the 1998 hot pot base? Before ordering, you must bring your own ingredients to cook in the pot." Then he attached several photos of the dishes and a picture of himself eating happily. Soon after, the news of the restaurant's price increase spread like wildfire, once again becoming a hot topic online and offline in Shuqing. Chen Feng, who had begun cultivation, gradually broke his internet addiction and freed himself from his phone dependency so naturally he remained unaware of this matter. He was still happily counting the extra 2,000 yuan he had earned from just 2 lunch sittings, wondering whether he should buy a game console for the children. Should he buy a PS4 or an Xbox? This was the danger of a man raising children. When he had money, he never thought to buy them clothes only to ensure they had fun. After coming out, these children had bought a set of clothes to change into, but they were still wearing the cheap street market clothes Chen Feng had bought for them after rescuing them. But the children didn't mind at all. They still lived happily, which naturally made Chen Feng overlook these things. If a woman were to appear, she would naturally take care of these children in every way. Chen Feng didn't know why he suddenly thought of this, but he racked his brain and couldn't think of any women around him except for his neighbor's daughter Linger. But she was still in high school. If he tried to make advances to Linger, her father would probably chase him with a stick. Her father was counting on Linger to get into university and then find a wealthy husband to escape the rural trap. As he was thinking, the phone in Chen Feng's pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Lu Yuesheng. Oh, that boss with a mind. Come to think of it, he had sold him a crab, but Lu hadn't asked him to cook it yet. Could he have cooked it himself on the sly? It had been over half a month now. If not refrigerated, that crab would have gone bad. But how could a big boss not have a freezer at home? Chen Feng, remembering that he had promised to go to Lu's house to cook the crab, quickly answered the phone. "Hello, Boss Lu." Lu Yuesheng on the other end chuckled heartily. "Ha, the crab I bought earlier has been kept in the fridge at home. I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot about it. It just so happens that I've invited a few guests to my place for dinner tonight. Come over and cook the crab." Chen Feng had no choice but to agree, since he had already promised Boss Lu. Chen Feng vowed that he would never again casually promise to cook at someone's home for a private banquet. It was such a hassle. Lu Yuesheng continued on the phone. "Brother Chen, I've heard that you've added several exquisite dishes, and the cooking is even better than before. Plus you've got a 1998 hot pot base. I'll send someone to pick you up later. Prepare all those things. Haha, the price is negotiable. After you cook these, I'll give you an extra 200. Chen Feng was truly astonished by this wealthy and generous boss Lu. The first time they met, he spent 200 to reserve a spot. This time, besides the cost of the dishes, he was giving him an extra 200. These mining tycoons were really extravagant. After instructing the children to go straight home to Chen family village after school in the afternoon, Chen Feng began to pack his things. Some black pork, the zonkingding, and his usual cooking utensils. If he only brought the zonkingding, it would inevitably arouse suspicion, so Chen Feng packed all his cooking gear together. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yuexing's driver drove a Mercedes business van to the door of Chen Feng's restaurant. The driver got out, helped Chen Feng load the things into the car, and then headed toward Lu Yuexing's villa. Lu Yuexing's villa was located halfway up the front mountain. It was certainly not the Laogua where Chen Feng had rescued the children last time, but a bit further down the mountain. This place was originally a copper mine, but after the vein was exhausted, Lu Yuexing thought the scenery here was excellent, with a panoramic view of Shuqing. So he built a wide asphalt road directly to the abandoned copper mine filled in the mining pit, and constructed a villa on top of the filled pit. Lu Yuexing usually came here to entertain guests or spend weekends with his family. In fact, the distance from the town to this place was only about 10 minutes by foot, but it took nearly half an hour in the Mercedes van. He really couldn't understand why, when people from his village were all trying to move to the city, these rich people insisted on running into the deep mountains. What shady business were they up to? In fact, Boss Lu simply wanted to enjoy the feeling of overlooking Shuqing. The mountain air was fresh and the environment was beautifully landscaped. Naturally, he would come here whenever he had free time on weekends or had guests to entertain. He never imagined that Chen Feng would think he was up to something shady. After what felt like a long time, Chen Feng finally arrived at Lu Yuexing's villa. Indeed, the scenery here was superb. When there was no mist, one could see the entire Shuqing. And this was the sunny side of the mountain, while Laogua was on the shady side. When the car reached the parking lot in front of the villa, Chen Feng was almost stunned. This didn't seem like the villa he had imagined. Chen Feng had understood a villa to be a 2- or 3-story Western-style house with a yard, and at most a lawn and a swimming pool in the yard. But this villa in front of him, well, it shouldn't be called a villa, it should be called a garden, a mountain garden. The buildings were elaborately carved and painted in a classical Chinese garden style, giving Chen Feng the feeling of Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. In the center of this Chinese garden, there was a pond. He really wondered how the water source was brought up to this mountain to form this expanse of water. The garden had mountains and water with halls, corridors, pavilions, terraces, towers, and galleries. The natural mountains were skillfully blended with artificially carved stone textures, caves, steps, and peaks. The artificial water had winding banks that meandered naturally with ripples spreading layer upon layer, reflecting the patches of verdant green on the peaks and the azure blue of the sky. All the buildings in the garden in form and spirit were in harmony with the natural environment of the sky and mountains, while also allowing each building to connect naturally with nature and with other buildings. It seemed as if this garden hadn't been built in recent years, but had always been here, as if it had grown out of the mountain. Chen Feng admired as he sighed, truly a feast for the eyes. Such a wonderful design. Lu Yuexing must have spent a great deal of money hiring someone to design it. As Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of this garden by car, a middle-aged man in a suit received him and led him to a row of quaint cave dwellings deep within the garden. This middle-aged man in a suit turned out to be Lu Yuexing's steward here. Nowadays, it is not fashionable to call them butlers, as it carries a somewhat capitalist connotation. Therefore, the staff working in this garden are called stewards, externally referred to as managers, and the servants below are all called cleaners, or something, not servants at all. Chen Feng gazed at this row of cave dwellings, feeling that these structures seemed somewhat out of place amidst the garden. However, cave dwellings were quite common in these deep mountains, just slightly mismatched with the architectural style of the Jiangnan garden outside. The steward, seeing Chen Feng's puzzled expression, said to him, "This row of cave dwellings is the storage room for Boss Lu's villa. The real kitchen is not here. I brought you here to get that crab. Last time you sold me such a huge crab, but the kitchen in the villa couldn't fit it." As soon as Chen Feng heard storage room, he understood. One advantage of these cave dwellings that other buildings could not match was that they were cool in summer and warm in winter, making them ideal for storage. However, the mountains in Shuqing were not like the Lus Plateau, which is mostly soil. They were not prone to collapse, and were even better for storage than earthen cave dwellings. But this row of cave dwellings had a full 6 or 7 rooms. From the outside, the caves inside seemed to be interconnected. This row of cave dwellings was about 700 or 800 square meters. Carving out a space of 600 to 700 square meters in the hard rock mountain was an enormous engineering feat, even though they were originally miners. Chen Feng followed the steward into the cave dwelling and was immediately astonished. Entering through the outer door, the cave suddenly opened up into a vast space. The cave extended hundreds of meters deep with rows of iron shelves filled with bottles of red wine. Some oak barrels were also placed on the floor, sealed and clearly containing red wine as well. The entire cave exuded a fragrance of grapes and fermenting wine. Dim yellow lights on the ceiling provided enough illumination to see the interior structure. Inside the cave there were 7 or 8 rows of iron wine racks densely packed with high-end red wines. Soft, slow music played in the cave. As Chen Feng walked deeper with the steward introduced, "This storage room holds some of the boss's wine collection as well as wines from his friends and clients. Because the cave is cool in summer and warm in winter, ideal for storage, many people choose to store their wine here." The soft music and non-glaring lights simulate the natural environment for wine aging. Many people believe that wine stored here tastes better, as if it has been imbued with a soul by the cave. Chen Feng, hearing the steward's increasingly mystical claims, said incredulously, "Isn't storing wine here the same as putting it in my own cellar?" The steward, seemingly unable to answer, continued to boast, "How can it be the same? A bottle of wine that absorbs the spiritual energy of the mountain, listens to music, and basks in the light is certainly much more delicious than wine stored in a cellar used for frozen cabbage." Of course, this is also something recognized by many wealthy people. This wine storage cave is the only cave-style wine storage room in the world. Countless customers store their wine here, and currently tens of thousands of bottles of high-end red wine and hundreds of barrels of in-house high-end wine in fermentation are stored here. This is already the largest wine bank in our country. Chen Feng did not understand the thoughts of these wealthy people. Could listening to music and basking in dim yellow light really make the wine taste better? He did not continue to argue with the steward, but simply followed him to the cold storage and took out the oversized crab. By the time Chen Feng walked into the kitchen of the villa in the garden with the crab, Lu Yuesheng and several guests had already been sitting idly in the room for a while. When Lu Yuesheng saw Chen Feng enter, he greeted him, "Little boss Chen, you're here. My friends have long admired your reputation." Chen Feng greeted Lu Yuesheng and his friends, then went to the kitchen. Today Lu Yuesheng ordered several stir-fried dishes and said he wanted to boil the big crab in a hot pot. Chen Feng readily agreed, as he was also worried about how to cook the crab. If he cooked it whole, the zhongxing ding was not big enough. Now that the customer wanted to boil it, he would chop the crab into pieces and put it into the pot. As Chen Feng was about to take out his ingredients from his bag, he suddenly noticed several people in white chef uniforms and white hats standing nearby. Chen Feng knew that these people were likely the resident chefs. Chefs who could cook here were naturally masters among masters. If they saw Chen Feng's unprofessional manner, they would probably become suspicious of his ingredients. Therefore, Chen Feng naturally could not let them see the entire process of his cooking, as this was his secret. Chen Feng went out and walked up to Lu Yuesheng, saying, "Mr. Lu, why don't you order a few more vegetable dishes? I see your chefs here are idle." Lu Yuesheng immediately understood what Chen Feng meant. Chen Feng was a genius, of course. He couldn't let others watch him cook. What if those incompetent subordinates of his wanted to steal his skills? Although Lu Yuesheng also wanted these people to learn a few tricks, he still had to save face. Since Chen Feng did not say it explicitly, he could not make it an issue. He called the steward, ordered a few vegetable dishes for the chefs to cook, and instructed that after cooking the chefs should go rest aside. When these chefs heard the steward's instructions, to first make a few appetizer vegetable dishes and then go rest, they all showed reluctant expressions. As masters in the culinary world of Shuqing, they were naturally curious about this rising star. They thought that since they could work together this time, they might as well learn something. But the boss actually told them to just make some appetizers and then go rest. Naturally, they were annoyed and unconvinced. One unconvinced chef said, "Humph, what's so great about it? If he doesn't want us to watch, forget it." However, one chef who had eaten at Chen Feng's restaurant was full of admiration for Chen Feng and also wanted to improve. So he carefully approached Chen Feng and said, "Chef Chen, see you're doing so much alone. Let me help you as an assistant." Without a second thought, Chen Feng said, "No need, you go about your business." The other chefs witnessed their colleague humbly pleading, yet being rejected. They chimed in, Lao Lu, since he's hiding his secrets, there's no need to warm a cold shoulder. Lao Lu, hearing Chen Feng's refusal, was not discouraged. He directly stated his thoughts. Master Chen, I once had the fortune to taste your cooking at your restaurant, and it was more than twice as good as mine. I greatly admire your skills, so I wish to learn from you. How about this? If you let me observe you today, I will worship you as my master. Lao Lu possessed exceptional talent in the culinary arts. He thought that if he could observe once, he would learn nearly all of Chen Feng's stir-frying secrets. His request to become a disciple was merely a convenient move, for he had seen similar craftsmen with hereditary skills who regarded their lineage as extremely important. By proposing to become a disciple, he would be treating Chen Feng as a father, and Chen Feng would naturally impart all his knowledge. Lao Lu had been in this trade for 20 or 30 years and was one of the top chefs in Shu City. Yet he was not content with his current status. He still aspired to challenge for the national culinary throne, so he treasured every opportunity to learn. However, Chen Feng was not a chef with a hereditary lineage. He glanced at Lao Lu's appearance. He looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, and his tall chef's hat indicated his considerable status in the culinary world. Such a person, already with great achievements in the industry, actually wanted to become his disciple. But Chen Feng really couldn't express his predicament. In fact, he had no real culinary skills. His cooking knowledge was limited to the book, Complete Home Cooking Collection, he bought at the town bookstore, so he truly had nothing to teach. Chen Feng shook his head apologetically and said, I'm sorry, Master Lu. My family's cooking skills are passed down through a single line. I have to pass them on to my son. Chen Feng fabricated another lie. Upon hearing this, the chef named Lu shook his head and began his own work. These chefs, thinking Chen Feng's skills were superior to theirs, did not hoard their knowledge like him. They quickly prepared several appetizers and stir-fried 3 vegetarian dishes. Chen Feng observed every move they made. Since he started cultivating Chen Feng's memory and learning ability had skyrocketed. The chef's operations, though dazzling, became slow motion in his eyes. He memorized them and replayed the moves in his mind. In no time, he had thoroughly grasped the techniques behind those dishes. If he were to make them now, he could match their level. Although they were vegetarian dishes, by analogy, Chen Feng could apply their methods to his own cooking. Little did these chefs expect that their attempt to steal Chen Feng's skills would backfire, and he ended up learning from them instead. The same Lao Lu approached Chen Feng with a plate of his freshly stir-fried lettuce and asked, Master Chen, from watching my technique, is there anything I can improve? This old fellow still harbored the hope of extracting knowledge from Chen Feng. But Chen Feng knew nothing about it. He smiled and nodded, very good, very good. Seeming to receive approval, Lao Lu said happily, thank you for your guidance, Master Chen. Chen Feng was full of question marks. What guidance had he given? After the chefs finished their tasks, Chen Feng took out his own tools from his bag. He could not afford to pause. He had to complete his first dish before the appetizers made by the other chefs were finished to ensure a seamless progression. Chen Feng began to channel his true qi, accelerating his movements and intensifying the fire. While stir-frying, he also applied the techniques he had just learned. The resulting dish was not only enhanced by the quality of the black pork, but also infused with a touch of culinary essence. With top-tier ingredients, the zhongqing ding, and his improved skills, the dish was perfect. When served, it would surely astonish everyone. Only now did Chen Feng feel that he truly needed to study cooking seriously. Relying solely on ingredients and cookware wouldn't bring him much further improvement. Chen Feng handed the finished dishes to the waitstaff to serve to the guests. Only the hot pot remained. The other chefs had already prepared the side ingredients. All that was needed was Chen Feng's hot pot base. Chen Feng pulled out a 10 yuan hot pot base he had bought at the supermarket that morning and poured it into the zhongqing ding. Then he took out charcoal he had prepared and placed it into the opening beneath the zhongqing ding. He had now assumed that opening was meant for charcoal. Finally, he added an appropriate amount of boiling water to the zhongqing ding, and a hot pot base worth 1998 yuan was ready. Chen Feng added more charcoal and urged his true qi to make the fire burn fiercely. After bringing the base to a boil, he prepared to carry the pot to the table himself. The base itself was not valuable, but the pot was. Chen Feng couldn't risk letting his precious zhongqing ding out of sight. After all, this wasn't his own restaurant where he had 5 or 6 burly kids to watch over him. If someone stole it, he would be at a huge loss. Carrying the zhongqing ding filled with hot pot base, Chen Feng walked into the garden's reception hall. Lui Weshing and the other guests were just praising the dishes Chen Feng had stir-fried earlier when he entered with the zhongqing ding. Lui Weshing quickly stood up and said, "Why trouble Master Chen to serve the dishes? Aren't there waitstaff?" Chen Feng smiled and replied, "This is a special dish. I have to serve it personally." At the table, an elderly man in his 60s dressed in comfortable tang suit looked up at their exchange. Suddenly his attention shifted to the zhongqing ding in Chen Feng's hands. After Chen Feng placed the zhongqing ding on the table, the other guests began dipping meat into the bubbling broth. The old man, however, remained fixated on the uniquely shaped hot pot. Lui Weshing said to him, "Mister, please eat. The pot is unique, but looking at it won't fill your stomach." The old man suddenly asked, "Weshing, is this hot pot from your place or from this young Master Chen?" Chen Feng, hearing that the old man had set his sights on the zhongqing ding, grew very nervous and quickly replied, "It's mine." The old man pondered for a moment and said, "I'll give you 3 million. Will you sell me this hot pot?" 3 million. For a cauldron used as a hot pot vessel. If the bidder wasn't a fool, then there must be some hidden trickery behind it. How could Mr. E, who could casually offer 3 million, possibly be a fool? None of the others present were fools either. At Mr. Yi's remark, they all set down their chopsticks and focused their gazes on the cauldron being used as a hot pot. The design of this cauldron was rather peculiar. There was even an opening underneath for charcoal, presumably specially made for the hot pot. The material was also the bronze commonly used in modern imitation antiques, merely styled after ancient forms. But if that were all, how could Mr. E, an antique expert, be willing to pay 3 million for it? The guests were all experts in the field of antiques, each with their own specialization. Some specialized in calligraphy and painting, some in inscriptions and stone carvings, some in wooden artifacts. Only Mr. E had a broad knowledge across various fields, especially a profound study of the Book of Changes, the 8 trigrams, Taoist culture, and Taoist artifacts. When the experts heard that Mr. E was prepared to bid 3 million for this hot pot cauldron, they were somewhat surprised. At first glance, they found nothing unusual about this alchemy cauldron. But being experts, they each took out magnifying glasses from their pockets and leaned in to examine it, unconcerned that the flames still burned inside. Lui Weshing had invited these experts to dinner precisely to have them appraise some antiques he had recently acquired. Since making money from mining, Lui Weshing had invested heavily to shed the label of a nouveau riche and ascend into high society. Investing in antiques was one of his methods. Having been paid by Lui Weshing, the experts naturally needed to prepare for the appraisal. Mr. E, noticing that his bid had drawn the colleagues' attention, turned to look at Chen Feng, whose expression remained calm. He saw no change in Chen Feng's expression. Even upon hearing the number 3 million, Chen Feng showed little reaction, merely raising an eyebrow slightly. He then asked, "What do you think, Master Chen? If it's not enough, I can add more." The others gasped in admiration upon hearing this. They resumed their intense study of the hot pot cauldron. They truly couldn't discern what about this object, aside from its unique shape, was worth Mr. Yi's offer. Chen Feng had been slightly surprised earlier when this man wanted to buy his bell and ding cauldron, but he quickly suppressed his expression. Chen Feng was not short of money, nor did he have any pressing need for it. Running a profitable restaurant here, he seemed to have no greater ambitions. There was no need to sell his secret for a few million. Who knew if this fellow had truly seen something, or simply thought it looked nice? Chen Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not selling this." Mr. E pressed, "Not even for any price?" Chen Feng replied firmly, "Not for any price." Seeing Chen Feng's resolute attitude, Mr. E stopped insisting on the purchase. Although Lui Weshing wanted to help Mr. E buy the item to curry favor, Chen Feng had made it clear he wouldn't sell at any price. There was nothing he could do. After all, Chen Feng was the chef he had invited to cook. Offending him might mean losing access to such delicious food in the future. As a gourmand, Lui Weshing could weigh the pros and cons. Eating was a permanent need of the palate, while antiques, he didn't really care for them. Currying favor with Mr. E was merely a means to gain recognition from this antiques tycoon and integrate into high society. After this episode, no one had much appetite for dinner. The experts who hadn't discerned anything were still examining the cauldron with magnifying glasses, feeling that if they didn't find something they would be seen as freeloaders in front of this nouveau riche. To vindicate themselves, they began to spout nonsense about the alchemy cauldron. This object is uniquely shaped. Its age cannot be determined at present, but I speculate it's an ancient incense burner. Charcoal is burned below and incense can be placed on top. When heated, the fragrance would be released. Old gal, I think this thing is a type of hot pot used by ancient nobles in Shu. After all, this is the first time I've seen it in our Shu city, never encountered elsewhere. Shu is also the birthplace of hot pot, so it's understandable for such an item to appear here. Their ramblings grew increasingly absurd. Finally, one claimed it was a bronze vessel from the Shang and Zhou dynasties used for sacrificial rituals. Because human sacrifice was popular at the time, there might have been a ritual involving stewing people alive in a cauldron. Mr. He clearly hadn't expected his colleagues' imaginations to run so wild. He thought that since the young master was unwilling to sell the alchemy cauldron, there was no harm in revealing its true origin. It would both enlighten his inexperienced colleagues and showcase his extensive knowledge. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of crab from the cauldron, sniffed it, took a bite, then ladled a spoonful of the broth and tasted it. Nodding, he confirmed his judgment. Clearing his throat, he said, "Everyone is wrong." The experts, startled by the interjection from Mr. He, who had sparked this episode, quickly sat down to hear his explanation. After all, he was the one willing to pay $3 million for this hot pot cauldron. Once the experts were seated, they each toasted Mr. E and said, "Please enlighten us, Mr. E." This was the moment Mr. E had been waiting for. Intellectuals scorn one another. The same held true in the antique circle. Having these rivals who usually looked down on each other simultaneously toast him and seek his wisdom was an exceedingly rare occurrence. After a few cups of wine, Mr. Yi's face flushed crimson. The experts, seeing him still putting on airs after drinking, found him rather infuriating. "Oldie, are you going to tell us or not? You've had your wine, heard your flattery. What more do you want? Spit it out, and let us broaden our horizons." These words echoed Chen Feng's own thoughts. Though he knew that the cauldron he had fished out from the primordial wilderness had given him so much experience, it must have a great origin. He only knew it was used for alchemy, everything else was a mystery. Now that someone on Earth recognized it, Chen Feng was genuinely eager to hear more. Did alchemy exist in ancient times too? Unknown. Under the urging of several people, Mr. He slowly spoke. "You haven't studied Taoist culture, so naturally you don't know the origin of this thing." An expert asked, "Is this thing related to Taoist culture?" Its appearance resembles a tripod. In ancient times, the tripod was a vessel for food. It wasn't until the Shang and Zhou dynasties that it gradually evolved into a tool for rituals, as the power of sacrifice often rested in the hands of the state's rulers. Thus, the tripod gradually became a symbol of power. This gave rise to idioms like, "A single word is worth 9 tripods," and to ask about the tripods in the Central Plains. I wonder how the tripod relates to Taoist culture. This expert, who had just proposed the method of using a bronze tripod to boil people alive as a sacrifice, was a specialist in metal and stone artifacts. While raising his question, he also explained the origin of the tripod, which enlightened Chen Feng and Lu Yuesheng. So that's the origin of the tripod. Indeed, it was useful to be around these cultured individuals. Mr. E, hearing the expert's explanation and question, explained to him, "This is indeed a tripod, but not an ordinary one. Ordinary tripods used for rituals and as symbols, such as the unearthed Simuwa Ding, are square with 4 legs, while the Wangziwa Ding, unearthed in Luoyang, is round with 3 legs. Over the years, unearthed tripods have been limited to these 2 forms. But this tripod is vastly different from those 2 forms. It has 5 legs and is divided into upper and lower layers. In other respects, its shape is similar to the round tripod with 2 handles. So naturally, no one has seen such a thing before." Mr. He had been talking for a long time without getting to the point. Everyone grew impatient and urged him, "So what does this type of tripod have to do with Taoism?" Chen Feng, hearing that it was related to Taoism and seeing that Mr. He had been discussing the shape for so long, returned to the kitchen, retrieved the lid of the bell and chain tripod from his bag, and brought it over. When everyone saw Chen Feng approaching with a lid engraved with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, they began to suspect that the tripod might be related to Taoism. Mr. Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of the lid. I knew something was missing. So it was this. Now everything makes sense. Chen Feng placed the lid on the bell and Qing tripod, and said, "This is the lid of the tripod." "Impossible," an expert exclaimed, standing up. "Tripods don't have lids. How could this thing possibly have a lid?" "Mister." He fiddled with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams pattern on the lid of the bell and Qing tripod for a while. Suddenly the tripod emitted a pleasant clicking sound, and the lid seamlessly fused with the body of the tripod. Even Chen Feng, the owner of the bell and Qing tripod, had never seen this happen. He hurried forward to try to lift the lid, but it was firmly attached to the tripod's body. Even with his spiritual energy, he couldn't pry it open. "Mister," he said to Chen Feng, "Young Master Chen, don't waste your efforts. First listen to what I have to say, and the lid will open on its own." Chen Feng had no choice but to stop and listen to Mr. Yi's impromptu lecture. "Mister," he continued, "now that the lid is on, what does everyone think this looks like?" Several people gathered around the bell and Qing tripod, examining it closely. An expert asked with uncertainty, "It looks somewhat like a Taoist alchemy furnace. But alchemy furnaces don't have this shape either. I have seen very few alchemy furnaces because since the Jiajing era of the Ming Dynasty, alchemy gradually disappeared from the stage of history. So the surviving alchemy furnaces are extremely rare. However, alchemy furnaces are generally used for refining over a stove or fire. This kind of furnace, which can hold firewood inside, has such a small opening that it might be suitable for a hot pot, but for alchemy, it would probably fail to reach the required temperature. So forgive my ignorance, but I have never seen one like this." "Mister," he nodded and continued, "Professor Gao is right. This thing does serve the same purpose as an alchemy furnace. This is an alchemical tripod." The crowd was stunned. An alchemical tripod. It was actually an alchemical tripod. Some had never even heard of it, while others had only encountered it in mythological novels. Today they were seeing it with their own eyes. "Ahem. Mister." He was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He coughed to signal for silence, then continued, "I have also come across descriptions of this object in ancient Taoist texts. It is said to be a tool for alchemy developed by a great master of Taoist cultivation. They would place a small amount of fuel into the lower opening and then channel spiritual energy to generate high-intensity heat for refining pills. The lid on top is designed according to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. By adjusting the patterns on the lid to correspond to the time of alchemy, it can be sealed. When the pill is formed or the fire is extinguished, the lid will automatically open. However, this is the first time I have seen such an object. I followed the procedures described in the ancient texts, and to my surprise it actually sealed shut." Several experts began to marvel at the wisdom of the ancient Chinese, but they were dismissive of the ancient text descriptions of using spiritual energy for alchemy. "Mister," he said, he didn't quite believe it either, but having seen an alchemical tripod that matched the ancient texts exactly, how could he not be convinced? "Mister," he asked Chen Feng, "where did you get this alchemical tripod?" He strongly suspected that the tripod had been unearthed, but he couldn't say it outright. If the source was not legitimate, he might have a chance to acquire this tripod. Chen Feng certainly couldn't say he had fished it out of a pond, or otherwise his family's pond would certainly be dug up. So he lied. "This was passed down to me by the master who taught me to cook. He said that using this would make cooking tastier." "Mister," he didn't get the answer he wanted. He continued to probe Chen Feng. "Actually, this alchemical tripod should have been a brilliant gold. The fact that it has become like this should prove that it came from the earth. After coming out of the ground, the color on the surface quickly oxidized to this bronze color. Isn't that right, young Master Chen?" Chen Feng was startled. He didn't expect Mr. Yi to know so much. He even knew it was golden when it was just fished out. How much was recorded in that ancient text? Chen Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know the origin of this thing my master passed down to me, nor do I know if it was unearthed. All I know is that my master said it really makes cooking delicious." "Mister." He felt that he couldn't get any useful information from Chen Feng, so he had to say, "Because this alchemical tripod was used for refining golden pills for a long time, there is a layer of golden pill oxidation on its surface. Although it quickly oxidizes and fades after being unearthed. Some of the flavor and medicinal effects of the golden pills remain on the inner walls of this tripod. Naturally, it makes cooking very delicious." Chen Feng nodded. Mr. Yi's words were absolutely correct. Mr. He asked, so young Master Chen, although this thing has a bonus for cooking, it is still an unearthed artifact. I suppose no one would want to use an unearthed object for eating. Why not sell it to me? I have some knowledge of Taoism. It would be an object of true value. Chen Feng had never anticipated that this Mr. He would possess such profound knowledge of the elixir cauldron. Although Chen Feng did not have a deep understanding of Taoist culture and had never read the ancient tome Mr. He mentioned he had heard of alchemy. He knew that alchemy was the ancient art of transmutation favored by emperors of old who sought to refine elixirs for immortality. Yet he had never imagined that there existed not only the alchemy furnace, but also the elixir cauldron. Had it not been for Mr. Yi's explanation, Chen Feng would have assumed that the elixir cauldron was an invention of the natives of the barbarian realm, unaware that such objects also existed on Earth. However, despite Mr. Yi's benevolent countenance, his scholarly spectacles, and his refined demeanor, his words persistently steered the conversation toward the elixir cauldron being an unearthed artifact. This left Chen Feng wondering about his true intentions. Chen Feng repeatedly explained that the cauldron was an heirloom passed down from his master, not an excavated relic. Yet Mr. He described in vivid detail the oxidation reactions that occur after excavation, all the while fixing his gaze on Chen Feng's face, as if seeking a telltale sign. Chen Feng had long seen through the old man's ulterior motives, so how could he possibly reveal an expression of astonishment? At that moment, seeing the awkward silence after Mr. Yi's discourse, Lu Yuesheng rose to lift the cauldron's lid, saying, "Everyone dig in. This is a cauldron that once refined the golden elixir. Now we are using it to cook hot pot. Today we truly are indebted to Master Chen." But after his words, he failed to lift the lid, could only offer an awkward smile, and then looked toward Mr. Yi and Chen Feng. Mr. Yi's piercing gaze remained fixed on Chen Feng. Only after noticing Lu Yuesheng's comment did he turn his attention to the attempted lid lifting. He said, "Please wait a moment, Boss Lu. This elixir cauldron possesses a special function. When the elixir or the food inside reaches the perfect degree of heat, it will open automatically." Lu Yuesheng and the several experts widened their eyes in disbelief. Such a remarkable function. Could it be a microwave oven that goes ding when the food is ready? Less than a minute later, the bell cauldron emitted a crisp, melodious sound like the chime of a bell, a truly pleasant tone. Then the lid's 5 elements and 8 trigrams patterns automatically realigned, and a gap appeared between the lid and the cauldron's body. Hearing this delightful sound, Mr. He was puzzled. Such a beautiful timbre. It was indeed a treasure of exceptional quality. The ancient texts describing the elixir cauldron made no mention of such a distinctive sound. Could this cauldron be even more precious than the one recorded in the scriptures? At this thought, Mr. Yi's resolve to acquire the cauldron hardened. Lu Yuesheng hurried forward to lift the lid, and a fragrant aroma burst forth, filling the air. Everyone couldn't help but let out a moan of pleasure. This elixir cauldron was truly a divine artifact. It could produce such a delicious hot pot broth. As they were about to pick up their chopsticks, one of the experts suddenly stopped and asked, "Mr. E, could this cauldron that once refined elixirs be harmful to us?" At his question, everyone halted. At their level of sophistication, they were highly concerned about food safety, fearing that one careless bite might send them to their graves. "That's right, I've heard that ancient alchemists often used mercury and metals in their elixirs. Mercury is quicksilver, a deadly poison. Won't we be in danger eating from this?" Mr. E shook his head and said, "According to ancient records, elixirs made with mercury were only low-grade ones, mostly refined in alchemy furnaces. This type of elixir cauldron was used exclusively for processing various botanical essences, which would then form pills within the cauldron. I have never seen what those botanical essences are, but they must have been highly potent aged medicinal herbs. Thus, using this cauldron for hot pot is perfectly safe. That is, as long as you're not worried about being too deficient to handle the nourishment." With that, he raised an eyebrow at the group. Hearing Mr. Yi's assurance, the men relaxed and eagerly began to eat, as if eager to prove that they were not yet deficient and still possessed the vigor of their youth. Meanwhile, Chen Feng stood to the side, watching them devour the hot pot and stir-fried dishes with voracious appetites. In truth, his attention was primarily fixed on Mr. E. He feared that the old man might tamper with his bell cauldron when he wasn't looking. Finally, they finished their meal. Chen Feng carried his precious cauldron to the kitchen, cleaned it, and prepared to leave in Lu Yuesheng's private car. Just then Mr. He suddenly came out to see him off and said, "Master Chen, are you truly unwilling to sell this elixir cauldron? I have some knowledge of Taoist alchemical culture. Selling it to me would be far better than leaving it in your hands to be used as a hot pot. Aren't you letting a gem lie in the dust?" Chen Feng replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot disobey my master's orders." Seeing that Chen Feng remained unmoved and was about to get into the car, Mr. He suddenly reached out to stop him. 10 million. Chen Feng said, "Not for sale. Farewell." He then boarded the car that Lu Yuesheng had arranged for him. As the vehicle started and drove down the mountain, Mr. He shouted harshly after him, "That treasure in your hands. I fear you won't be able to keep it safe." By now Chen Feng clearly understood that since Mr. He could not buy it openly, he would likely resort to underhanded tactics next. However, Chen Feng was not afraid of such schemes at all. Chen Feng returned home, made dinner for the children who had already returned from school and were watching cartoons, and then called them all to begin their cultivation practice. Suddenly his phone rang. Chen Feng picked it up and saw that it was Director Song. Why would he be calling? Could it be a follow-up on the children's living conditions? Chen Feng answered, "Hello, Director Song. How have you been? What's the occasion for this call?" On the other end, Director Song's voice was low and serious. "Chen, let's cut to the chase. Have you offended anyone recently?" Hearing Director Song's question, Chen Feng knew trouble was brewing. He said, "Just tell me straight. What's going on?" Director Song continued, "Someone has anonymously reported you for illegal tomb robbing and possessing unearthed bronze artifacts at your home." Chen Feng laughed. "So they're playing this game. Alright, I understand." Director Song swore, "You understand, but I still don't. Of course I don't believe you're the kind of person who would rob tombs, and the report was anonymous. I figure you must have crossed someone." Chen Feng said, "Don't worry, Director Song. I'm definitely not that kind of person, and I don't have any bronze artifacts at home. If you have to perform your duty, feel free to come and search." Chen Feng had no fear of any search because he had mastered a method of hiding things, hooking them onto a fishing line and storing them in the system space. Mr. E. We've been following Chen Feng all the way to his home, and he hasn't gone out. I just made an anonymous tip call. Alright, good. I will be careful. Don't worry, I will definitely get what you want, Mr. E. A person hung up the phone while hiding in the shadows outside Chen Feng's courtyard wall, carefully watching the direction of Chen Feng's home. At this moment, Chen Feng also hung up his phone. The police would soon arrive to search his home and take him to the station for a statement. It was all routine procedure because someone had filed a complaint. Chen Feng couldn't understand what was happening, but it seemed ever since he started cultivating, he kept crossing paths with the police bureau. He had even become close friends with Director Song of the police bureau. The fact that Director Song was willing to take a risk and inform him of the situation moved Chen Feng deeply. Since Director Song had informed him, Chen Feng should give the man some face. If they wanted to search, let them search. He had stored everything in his system space, so no matter who came, they would never find it. Soon a police car arrived at Chen Feng's home with flashing lights. After searching the premises, they took Chen Feng to the station for questioning. The person hiding outside Chen Feng's home dialed Mr. Yi's number. "Mr. Yi, Chen Feng has been taken away by the police. Did they take anything when they left, like a bronze cauldron?" The man thought back. They didn't seem to take anything, they just took Chen Feng. "Yes, the thing I mentioned, a bronze cauldron. Go search his house, and if you find it, bring it back to me." The man continued reporting to Mr. E. There seem to be several children at home, and if it's a bronze cauldron, I'll need someone to help me. That thing is too heavy to carry alone without drawing attention. "Mr. You send a few more people over. Wait a moment, they're on their way. I'll have them bring some knockout drug. Try not to conflict with the children. Once inside, knock them out directly. Don't hurt anyone. Remember, you're thieves, not robbers. If anyone kills someone, I won't protect you." Mr. E gave a few more instructions over the phone before hanging up. In truth, Mr. E had prepared a dual strategy. If the police didn't find the alchemy cauldron during the search, he would have someone break in to steal it. If the cauldron was taken by the police, he would contact his connections at the Cultural Relics Bureau to temporarily detain it for appraisal. Then he would provide an appraisal certificate to the police bureau claiming the cultural relic had been voluntarily surrendered. Afterwards, he would maneuver to have the item removed from the cultural relics registry. These two plans complemented each other. The theft plan required the police to take Chen Feng away to achieve the effect of drawing away the guard. Though the second plan was more troublesome, it was still far better than spending 10 million to buy it. However, the first plan remained Mr. Yi's preferred option. It all depended on the police's search capability. Apparently, they hadn't found anything which excited Mr. Yi. His simplest backup plan was finally about to be put to use. Yet Chen Feng had no idea Mr. Yi had such a backup plan. If he had known, he would never have left the children at home. It was too dangerous. He merely thought Mr. He seemed somewhat childish. Anonymous tip. How ridiculous, just like sneaking to the teacher's office to tattle during school days. Chen Feng was still too inexperienced. He completely failed to imagine Mr. Yi's dual preparations. Soon another car drove into Chen family village. They parked the vehicle in the distant woods and 4 or 5 men got out heading toward Chen Feng's home. It was already late past 11 o'clock and the moon was hidden by clouds. Most villagers had gone to sleep, naturally unaware of these strangers arriving in the village. After linking up with the person who had been hiding outside Chen Feng's courtyard wall, they discussed strategy, then climbed over the wall. Confirming there were no dogs, they slipped into the courtyard. Indeed, they were professional thieves. The group of 5 climbed over the wall without making a single sound. They quietly made their way to the back of the house and peeked into the room through a crack. Just as the informant had said, there were several children inside. However, these children were somewhat peculiar. The lights were off, yet they weren't sleeping. Instead, they sat cross-legged. How strange. The leader of the thieves pulled a tube of knockout gas from his pocket and blew it through the door crack. This knockout gas was colorless and odorless, silently spreading through the room in the darkness. The thieves had used this gas countless times during their thefts with consistent success. Both adults and children would collapse within seconds. Yet after more than a minute of gas being blown in, these cross-legged children were still sitting there in meditation. This left the thieves somewhat puzzled. But at this moment, they didn't have time to ponder. Perhaps it was because rural houses were larger. They had never stolen from rural homes before. Forget it if one tube doesn't work, use 2. Finally, after exhausting all 3 tubes of knockout gas, they had the children finally collapsed one by one. In truth, these 6 children were able to resist the knockout gas for so long, which was enough proof of their considerable strength. However, they were simply too young, and with their complete focus on cultivation, they naturally couldn't sense the changes in the outside world. The thieves first opened the doors and windows of the room to let it air out. After all, with so much knockout gas in the room, they dared not enter. After the room was ventilated, the group split up and began searching inside the house and throughout the courtyard. The one who entered the room first gently shook the children who had fallen into deep sleep. Confirming they had no reaction, he turned on the light and began rummaging through the house. After about 5 or 6 minutes of searching, the group reconvened in the courtyard. Did you find anything? Nothing. Should we search again? Chen Feng was taken to the station for questioning, so he probably won't be back for a while. Yes, let's search more. Mr. He is paying each of us 30,000 for this item. Right. This one job alone can match several days of stealing. The group discussed briefly and decided to search a bit more and see if there were any other valuable items worth taking. After being put into the police car, Chen Feng noticed they weren't heading toward the Shu City Police Bureau, so he asked, "Aren't we going to the bureau?" The young police officer driving said, "We'll do a quick questioning at the nearest police station. If there's nothing, you can get some rest earlier." Just as Chen Feng was about to praise the police for their thoughtfulness, an older police officer sternly said, "Therefore, when we get to the station, confess honestly. If you don't confess honestly, you might have to spend the night at the bureau tonight." Chen Feng was speechless. These two were really playing good cop and bad cop, treating him like a criminal to be interrogated. When Chen Feng came out of the town police station, it was already very late. The questioning was brief. They simply asked about his background and the grave robbing matter. Regarding the grave robbing, Chen Feng naturally knew nothing, so he was soon released. Of course, the police only take you in, but don't see you out. Chen Feng slowly walked toward Chen family village after leaving the station. Chen Feng was puzzled as to why the seemingly impressive Mr. He would resort to such a despicable trick. An anonymous tip-off calling the police to scare him. It took no more than half an hour. Chen Feng had little social experience and naturally didn't understand the intricacies. But everything yields to careful thought. After pondering for a while, he broke out in a cold sweat at his own realization. He shouted, "Damn! I've been tricked," luring the tiger away from the mountain. He then sprinted toward the village. The Zhongqing cauldron had been temporarily stored in Chen Feng's system space. If it was indeed a diversion, they would never find the cauldron. But those children were still at home. Although they had now embarked on the path of cultivation, and each of them possessed a physique far better than some adults, the villains in this society were not all physically strong. Modern firearms were far too advanced. At that thought, Chen Feng shuddered with horror. He quickened his pace even more. Meanwhile, in Chen Feng's home, several thieves had been searching for a long time and still hadn't found the alchemy cauldron that the financier wanted. They began to grow restless. Each of them was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, ransacking the house frantically. This was a deal worth tens of thousands. How could they afford to mess it up? One of them asked the man who had been tailing Chen Feng, "Are you sure Chen Feng went straight home without going anywhere else?" The man said confidently, "Of course. That was 30,000 yuan. I didn't blink once. He came straight home, didn't go anywhere. When the cops took him away, they were empty-handed too." Another man rubbed his chin and pondered, "That's impossible. Did this guy find out something? We've searched the yard and the house thoroughly. Could he have thrown it into the fish pond?" They all looked at the fish pond, but then shook their heads, thinking it unlikely. Who would throw such a valuable item into a fish pond? What Mr. he wanted was an antique. Surely no one would be so wasteful. One of the thieves, thin and small, said, "How about we tell Mr. we didn't find it? This job can't be done. Besides, we've already wasted a lot of time here. Even though it's a 2-hour round trip from here to Shu City, we still have to be careful." They all turned to look at the thin fellow and said, "Lao Lu, aren't you good at swimming? Go down and take a look." This was exactly what Lao Lu was afraid of, which was why he had suggested leaving. It was freezing cold, and he didn't want to go into the water, but the others kept staring at him, making him feel awkward, as if not going down would block their path to fortune. "Forget it, I'll go for it." For his own share of 30,000, the scrawny fellow stripped off his clothes and jumped into the fish pond. The fish pond was not large, about 2 meters deep, stocked with grass carp and common carp, easy to sell fish. Chen Feng usually kept it very clean. After Lao Lu jumped in, he quickly searched the bottom of the pond, and then scrambled back onto the bank. He wiped off the water, put on his clothes, and then under the pressure of their stares shivered and stammered, "There's nothing down to." Lao Lu was obviously frozen by the icy water. His teeth were chattering. With the last hiding place ruled out, the thieves really had no idea where else such a large cauldron could be hidden. They even considered digging up the ground 3 feet deep, but finally decided to give up. "How about we report to Mr. and say we can't earn this money? This is too bizarre. I clearly saw that guy carrying the cauldron into the yard, and when he went out he had nothing. How can we not find it? That's 30,000. We can't just give up." One of them said, "How about we don't contact Mr. yet? Aren't there some kids in the house? Let's kidnap them, then leave a note telling him to exchange the cauldron for the kids." The lookout slapped the man on the forehead. "Are you fucking tired of living? That's kidnapping. Kidnapping is a serious crime. Are you fucking stupid? What did Mr. say? Haven't you learned anything from the law education programs?" The man lowered his head and said quietly, "I know, but with that 30,000 we can live it up for a while. Besides, the police might not catch us." It seemed the lookout was the leader. He slapped the would-be kidnapper on the head again. "I really want to dig out your pig brain and put my own brain in. We are thieves. Do you know what thieves are? We only take money, not lives. If we get caught, it's 3 years at most. Kidnapping, felony, 10 years, or life imprisonment. I told you to watch Legal Report more often, but you never do. You just scroll through Douyin all day, haha." After being slapped twice by the leader, the man fell silent. Another man said to the leader, "Boss, should we pack it up?" Chen Feng, who had been listening outside the courtyard wall for a while, was completely stunned by the professionalism and legal knowledge of this gang. They really were thieves with principles. Not only did they diligently hone their skills, but they were also so familiar with the law. This gang was the elite of thieves. Even so, they were still intruders in his home, and he hadn't heard any sound from the children for a long time. But from their conversation, Chen Feng knew the children were probably safe. He decided to trust the thieves' character for now, hoping they would follow the code of honor among thieves. The thieves discussed again in the yard, then called Mr. E to report the situation. After receiving his approval, they were about to climb over the wall and leave. Suddenly Chen Feng leaped over the wall from outside, landing before them like a celestial being descending from the heavens. "Gentlemen, what are you looking for in my home? Found it or not?" The thieves were already nervous during the burglary, and suddenly a person appeared before them. How could they not be terrified? After Chen Feng suddenly appeared, the scrawny Lao Lu was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Unknown. The thieves were both startled and terrified when Chen Feng appeared, never having imagined he could return so swiftly. In their calculations, Chen Feng should have been taken to the Shu City police station, with the round trip taking over an hour, let alone the police investigation. They had already prepared for the place to remain empty all night. Unexpectedly, not even an hour had passed, and Chen Feng had returned. In reality, the time they spent inside Chen Feng's house was even shorter. After Chen Feng was taken away, the leader had waited another 10 minutes or so for his accomplices to arrive. That meant from the moment they entered Chen Feng's courtyard until they wished to leave was merely 20 to 30 minutes. Under normal robbery circumstances, they could have seized their targets in mere minutes. After all, they were elite among thieves recruited by Mr. E at premium rates. Without such competence, how could they have earned his generous employment? But today they had indeed capsized in shallow waters. Following their usual heists for Mr. E, they received rewards of tens of thousands of yuan, and any other valuable items stolen from the homes became their own. Mr. E typically assigned them cultural relics and antiquities to steal. These victims were invariably wealthy families, and by casually taking a few extra items, the thieves could earn a fortune. But they never anticipated that today's target would yield nothing. Neither the assigned item nor anything of value could be found. After searching for half an hour, the only valuable item in the entire household might be that newly purchased LCD television. This truly was the most failed operation since their debut. They left empty-handed and were caught red-handed. Recalling this disastrous night, the men could hardly believe their misfortune. The leader stammered, "You weren't you taken to the police station?" Chen Feng watched their bewilderment with amusement. It seemed he had overestimated these thieves. He replied, "Indeed. These days police efficiency is truly remarkable. False accusations are resolved within minutes at the nearest police substation. But did none of you think to announce yourselves before entering my home?" The leader's momentary confusion gave way to swift understanding. They needed to flee immediately. Fortunately, their numerical advantage provided leverage for threats. If worse came to worst, they could still escape using the sedative. If they escaped, all of them wearing masks, this Chen Feng would have no way to identify their faces, even if he reported the crime. The leader subtly signaled his companions with a glance. They had been robbing together for years, and a single look or gesture was enough to know what each intended to do next. The men stealthily reached into their bags, waiting only for the leader's command to pull out the sedatives and blow them toward Chen Feng. The leader suddenly spoke up, "Sir, I believe you've realized we're thieves. To be frank, we're thieves with principles. Our only objective is to take your wealth. We harm no lives. Today luck was against us, brothers. We never expected your home to be so destitute, leaving us with nothing to steal." Chen Feng listened with genuine interest to the leader's lengthy speech, all while closely monitoring the movements of the others. These men were like mice encountering a cat, utterly at Chen Feng's mercy. The leader studied Chen Feng's expression, but found none of the fear a normal person should display. Shouldn't a normal person's first reaction upon discovering 5 or 6 thieves in their home be terror? Yet this man had a faint smile on his face. What did that mean? Unable to fathom Chen Feng's thoughts, the leader pressed on, "Perhaps we could reach an arrangement. Since you've suffered no losses, mercy would be appropriate. Would you kindly overlook us and let us go? Pretend tonight never happened." Chen Feng's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "And if I refuse?" The leader felt an unexpected chill from Chen Feng's demeanor, but with no other choice, he could only press forward. If he couldn't finish his rehearsed pitch, he might actually die of frustration. So with diminishing confidence, he continued, "If you refuse, I warned you beforehand. We thieves have principles. We seek wealth, but not lives. But if you won't let us go peacefully, don't blame us, brothers, for being inhospitable. Think carefully. You're alone, but there are 5 of us. Chen Feng said, no need to think. Those who enter my home cannot simply leave as they please. Chen Feng spoke with absolute confidence, far surpassing the thief leader's bluster. The leader snapped sharply, are you certain? Let me give you one more chance. This opportunity won't come again. Chen Feng nearly burst out laughing. If he wanted to beg for mercy, then beg properly. How could he have the audacity to claim he was giving Chen Feng another chance? Just as Chen Feng revealed a hint of a smile, and his expression relaxed for an instant, the leader and his men produced cylindrical objects from their pockets, placed them in their mouths, and blew toward Chen Feng. Though Chen Feng had momentarily relaxed, his reflexes remained razor-sharp. The instant he saw them reaching for something, he could have intervened and subdued them. But Chen Feng chose not to act. First, these men had surrounded him. If he dodged, he would have had to perform an undignified role. Second, Chen Feng genuinely wanted to see what substance would emerge from those tubes. Could it be like the tranquilizer needle from Conan's watch in Detective Conan? As expected, smoke burst forth from all 5 tubes. The smoke billowed toward Chen Feng, who had already prepared. He drew in a breath of true qi and forcefully exhaled toward the smoke cloud, causing it to envelop the thieves' own faces. The men staggered backward. Fortunately, they had all been wearing masks and hadn't inhaled much of the sedative. But even so, the potent effects began to cloud their minds. One man cried out, "Boss, could you pay attention to the wind direction when giving the signal next time? That sudden gust blew all the smoke right into my eyes." So it was a sedative. After understanding the nature of the substance they had sprayed, Chen Feng prepared to subdue them. But the leader spoke up, "Sir, since you won't let us go, don't blame me for being rude. Rest assured I'll only knock you unconscious. I won't take your life." Chen Feng found this man not only foolish but ridiculously arrogant, claiming he wouldn't kill him. Humph. Chen Feng found these thieves utterly ridiculous, so much so that they were almost endearing. Caught red-handed, they still brazenly claimed they would not harm his life. Had they not investigated who Chen Feng was before coming? However, with the moral decline of the world today, many thieves would escalate their crime to violence when caught in such a situation. But these thieves, after Chen Feng appeared, actually chose to argue with him, which struck Chen Feng as rather laughable. Yet, based on the conversation he had overheard from outside the wall, they stubbornly adhered to the principle of honor among thieves, and even studied the law, ultimately abandoning the idea of abducting the children. For this alone, Chen Feng felt he could let them go. However, he could not simply let them off without a lesson. He needed to teach them a lasting lesson so they would remember to refrain from criminal activities. At that moment, the sleeping powder blown by the thieves was sent back by a burst of true qi from Chen Feng, leaving them all drowsy. Fortunately, they were wearing masks, so they did not collapse immediately. After uttering his threats, the leader of the thieves leaped toward Chen Feng. But Chen Feng neither dodged nor avoided. He simply kicked the leader midair, sending him plunging into the fish pond. Just as the leader leaped, the other thieves also dashed toward the wall. Chen Feng noticed their movements as he kicked the leader into the pond. Oomph. So they were trying to escape. As they reached the wall and prepared to climb, Chen Feng delivered a kick to each of their backsides, sending them crumpling to the ground, instantly incapacitated. In the blink of an eye, the thieves' plan had failed. But Chen Feng had to admit that the leader and the others could jump remarkably high. In that instant of leaping, their speed was comparable to his own speed when he had first started training. It seemed these thieves had received some training. However, Chen Feng discerned no exquisite techniques in their movements. Perhaps they had merely learned some lightness skills. Could such a thing as lightness skills really exist in this world? Chen Feng wondered, but then he thought about the miraculous events that had happened to him. Why should it be strange for others to learn a bit of lightness skill? While Chen Feng was pondering the thieves' light-footed skills, the leader climbed out of the fish pond. He had arranged a signal with his accomplices. He would charge at Chen Feng with great speed to draw his attention. Such speed would normally make anyone dodge, and while Chen Feng was evading, they would use their lightness skills to quickly scale the wall and escape. But he never imagined that Chen Feng, faced with such a rapid charge, would not even dodge, instead kicking him into the fish pond. The leader had exerted himself to the utmost. The speed of his leap, combined with his weight calculated by the formula of gravitational acceleration, amounted to a force of several hundred G. Yet Chen Feng kicked him with that same force over 5 or 6 meters into the fish pond, without even moving himself. The leader shuddered at the thought. It seemed he had provoked someone he should not have, and should not have been tempted by the mere tens of thousands in reward. In fact, after sensing that something was off about this house, he should have left immediately. But greed for a few thousand yuan had brought them to this dire state. He had actually felt it was strange when he followed the others to the outside of Chen Feng's home. Usually the houses Mr. He sent them to steal from were all wealthy estates, but this time it was a small mountain village. Normally the reward for stolen goods was only a few thousand to 10,000 yuan, and they could keep the rest. But for this job the bounty was 30,000 yuan per person, which for 5 of them meant 150,000 yuan. They had been completely blinded by the reward so much so that even when the children did not fall asleep after a whole tube of sleeping powder, they still did not realize something was wrong. Chen Feng watched the leader crawl out of the pond and collapse limply on the edge. He asked, "Trained?" The leader replied, "You're the one who's trained. Your whole family is trained. Why say that? I'm already in your hands, do what you want with me." Chen Feng was sensitive to the phrase, "your whole family," because he was an orphan. He bristled at the words, grabbing the leader by the collar. "What about my whole family? Do you want to die?" The leader thought he had only stated a fact and wondered what the fuss was about. He repeated, "I said your whole family is trained. Isn't that right? Those kids are still inside meditating. I used several tubes of sleeping powder to knock them out." Only then did Chen Feng understand that whole family trained meant exactly that. But when he heard the word sleeping powder, he yanked the leader closer and demanded, "What's sleeping powder? If anything happens to those children, none of you will live." The leader stammered, "This sleeping powder is all natural and has no side effects. It just makes them sleep. Really, I swear on the lives of my brothers." His brothers glared at him angrily and said, "Really, hero, no need to swear on our lives. It's absolutely safe. Just tap them and they'll wake up. This powder induces deep sleep. We even use it ourselves sometimes when we can't sleep." Chen Feng did not listen to their lengthy explanations. He grabbed the leader by the collar and headed toward the house. The others saw Chen Feng turn around and walk inside. They exchanged glances, delight flickering across their faces as they prepared to stand up and flee. Suddenly a pebble shot from under Chen Feng's foot, flying past them at incredible speed, finally punching a hole through the wall and flying out. "Whoever runs gets an extra hole." The men stared at the hole in the wall, trembling with fear, and dared not move. After warning them, Chen Feng entered the house. The children were sprawled on the kongs, some still maintaining a cross-legged meditation posture. Chen Feng first patted Xi Liang, who was sleeping at the edge. Xi Liang stirred, then turned over to find a comfortable position and continued sleeping. The leader, still held by the collar, said, "They're sleeping soundly now. They'll wake up naturally by tomorrow morning." Chen Feng could not see any abnormality, so he channeled his true qi into the children's bodies. After circulating through their bodies without finding any anomaly, he nodded and said, "It seems they really are just asleep." Because Chen Feng's movements were a bit rough, he made Shi Hong toss and turn several times, unable to find a comfortable sleeping position. Finally, she murmured in her sleep, "Don't touch me." Unknown. Chen Feng threw the leader onto the ground, then settled the children into bed, covering them with blankets before leading the leader out of the room. The other 4 thieves still stood trembling by the wall, terrified that Chen Feng, in a fit of displeasure, might kick a pebble and pierce a hole through one of them. The leader cowered behind Chen Feng, fearing that this incredibly powerful homeowner would slaughter them all. Chen Feng walked into the courtyard and said to them, "Speak. How do you wish to settle this? Who gave you the audacity to break into my home and steal?" The leader murmured, "We promised our employer confidentiality. So I can't tell you who gave us the nerve." He glanced at Chen Feng, whose gaze was sharp, then shrank back and said, "Don't hit. Don't hit. I'll talk. If you must know, I can only say that money gave us the nerve. Oh, don't hit, we have professional ethics." Chen Feng had already overheard them calling Mr. E from outside the wall, so he wasn't trying to find out who sent them. He simply wanted them to propose a solution. He also felt he'd had too many dealings with the police lately and didn't want to bother them again. Moreover, Chen Feng sensed these thieves weren't inherently evil. Each cat has its own path, each rat its own way. In this world, it was commendable that they still adhered to the principle of even a thief has a code. So he didn't intend to hand them over to the police. But the leader was still trying to be clever, saying it was money that gave them the nerve. Who was he fooling? Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Why else would someone break into another's home to steal, if not for money? Chen Feng kicked the witty leader's backside and scolded. I could figure out who sent you using my ass. Why bother keeping it secret? I'm asking you, what do you intend to do about this? You don't need to keep it secret. I'm just asking you, how are you going to handle this? After receiving a kick to the rear, the leader's mind raced, plotting how to escape this man's clutches. He said, how about this? Since you already know we were just hired. We're loyal to our employer. You should settle the score with the one who hired us. Let us brothers go like you'd let a fart slip. Oh, you know some idioms. The string of idioms amused Chen Feng. He continued, I don't care who sent you. He didn't come to my house personally. You are the ones who broke into my home to steal. So what's your plan? The leader grimaced and pleaded, we're just errand boys. Why does the hero have to pick on us? And we didn't even steal anything. Chen Feng said, didn't steal anything. That's it. In law this is called attempted something. The leader interjected, attempted crime, attempted burglary. Chen Feng felt embarrassed. Nowadays, even thieves knew the law better than ordinary folks. He kicked the leader again and scolded, shut up. If you know so much, why are you still stealing? The leader groaned, we are thieves with standards. If we had a choice, we wouldn't be out stealing. But we don't have any other survival skills. Another thief spoke up, hero, spare us. We brothers are all orphans picked up by our master since childhood, raised to do this for a living. My senior brother loves watching legal programs. His dream is to be a cop or a judge. But he never went to school, grew up stealing, and knows no other trade. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt that their master was as despicable as the human traffickers who had abducted his own children, taking in orphans and forcing them to steal to support him. Chen Feng cursed, that beast has done terrible harm. The leader lowered his head, don't blame the master. He was also an orphan taken in by the grandmaster. All of us in this lineage are orphans. Stealing is the only thing we know. But our master taught us there's a code, never steal from the poor, never from the sick, and many other rules. We've always followed the rules. Chen Feng nodded, but then thought something was off. He was poor himself. He hadn't yet adjusted to his sudden wealth. I'm poor too. Look at my house. Besides the TV, is there anything valuable? The leader said, you're different. You come and go from Liu Yuesheng's private villa, so you're not poor. Even if you were, our job this time wasn't after your money. It was for a bronze tripod. So it doesn't break the code. Hey, you think you're in the right. Chen Feng raised his hand to strike. The leader quickly covered his head. No. No. Chen Feng felt a pang of pity seeing his practiced defensive move, likely a conditioned reflex from being beaten while stealing in the streets as a child. Chen Feng continued, so you plan to keep stealing forever, then pick up more kids to follow in your footsteps? The leader thought for a moment and said, look at us. Illiterate, no other skills. Nowadays, even washing dishes requires a 9-year compulsory education diploma. I was hoping to save enough money, find a wife, and maybe live a normal life. Another thief chimed in, a normal life. Impossible. I don't think I can go back. Decades of this. No labor, just reach out a hand and get money, clothes, food. Can you really control yourself to live an ordinary person's life? Can you endure the pain of working hard for a whole month just to get a salary? When you see something within arm's reach, can you stop yourself from reaching out? After he finished, the group fell into silence. Yes, they couldn't go back. Once you've tasted the thrill of instant gratification, who would want to endure delayed gratification? Chen Feng felt something was off. How did the conversation take such a turn? Wasn't he supposed to extort a sum from these thieves, and then let them go, teaching them a lesson? How was he moved by their story? Oh, he was still too soft-hearted, too soft-hearted. Ahem. Chen Feng coughed and continued, all right, stop the sob story. Hurry up and figure out how to settle this. My children were knocked unconscious by you. I came home to several burly men. I was traumatized. The kids need medical checks. I'm traumatized and need therapy. So tell me, what are we going to do? Chen Feng had initially felt a twinge of empathy for these thieves, also orphans, but then he snapped back to reality. They were thieves. Why bother?